Volume 6. Chapter 501, Determined. Chapter 501, Determined. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Roaring Dead Legion had already set up its camp next to the Blackwater River. The Legion had just crossed the river and needed rest. Scarlet's army was getting closer and the Legion's escape became increasingly difficult. Without proper rest, the Legion couldn't have held on for much longer. The Blackwater River did not pose a problem to the Roaring Dead Legion and would not have been a problem to Scarlet. A simple spell would have helped the entire army cross with ease. Barry was in his tent with most of his commanders. He was wearing a simple robe, his armor discarded. He had bandages wrapped around his chest, bloodstains on them. He joined the battle himself in order to fend off Scarlet's Knights and the Griffin Knights. Barry and Saul were top-level powers, but they were severely outnumbered by Scarlet's men. Even though they had reached their destination, Barry had lost more than half of his best soldiers. Even he was injured during the fight. "General, we have to go faster," Sean said quietly. "If we don't, Scarlet's men will block us." "How?" Barry said with a cough. "Maybe we can reach the Transverse Mountains before the Guardian Knights, but what then? All they need to do is charge and we are as good as dead. But we won't even reach the mountains at this rate." "Scarlet's plan is meticulous," Saul said. "She is smarter than we had expected. Right now, we're like starving children and she has left us a poison apple. If we eat the apple, we will die. If we don't, we will still die." The tent fell silent. Saul was absolutely right and all the commanders knew that. If the army kept going at the same speed, it would have been surrounded by enemies. If the army sped up, the soldiers would have been exhausted and lost their ability to fight. No matter what Barry decided to do, it would have worked out in Scarlet's favor. "I have an idea," Dalmatian said suddenly. "What is it?" "We can have Shield of Light Legion engage Scarlet's army," Dalmatian said slowly. "We just need them to slow her down a little. We need 3 days at most. This way, we can continue our plan. With you, my lord, and Lord Saul and Jacob, we can take on the Guardian Knights without a problem." "You're asking me to sacrifice the Shield of Light Legion?" Barry asked. Dalmatian looked down but did not say anything. The commanders whispered among themselves. "Shield of Light Legion is composed of the Manhwa Empire's warriors," Barry said. "I will not sacrifice them, just like I will not sacrifice any of you." Dalmatian sighed but did not say anything. "General, the League's representative's here," one of the guards called. "Let him in," Barry said. He straightened himself a little and winced in pain. The flap of the tent opened and Long appeared. He bowed to Saul and turned to Barry. "Forget about all that," Barry said hurriedly. "You are," his words were drowned in a fit of coughs. "I'm Long, sir," he said. Are you injured, sir?" "It's minor," Barry said with a wave of his hands. "Don't worry about it. I heard about Anfey's attack on Blackwater City. How did it go?" "We were successful," Long said. "Manstally, Hotchpenny, and Morta are all dead. The city is ours." Barry smiled and nodded. "Impressive," he said. "Lord Anfey told me to tell you, sir," Long said, "that he is on his way to stop the Guardian Knights." "By himself?" Saul asked, concerned. Long nodded. "Nonsense," Saul said, shaking his head. "He's walking to his death. Lord Anfey said he will use his volcanic eruption scroll if it comes to it." "Where did he get that?" Barry asked, surprised. "From Michael, my lord," Long said. Saul sighed and shook his head with a smile. "I think I know what he's doing," Saul said. "What, Dot?" "He must think it's his fault that Scarlet is alive and that we are walking into her trap," Saul said. "But do you think he can take on the Guardian Knights and the Griffin Knights alone? Can he really use that scroll?" Barry asked, concerned. "I know him," Saul said, closing his eyes. "He will achieve what he sets out to do. Don't worry about him." The commanders glanced at each other and smiled. They had all heard of Anfey and his reputation. Saul's words had reassured them of his abilities. "Are you not worried about him?" Barry asked. He knew very well how much Saul valued his students. Saul opened his mouth but did not say anything. He turned to the commanders and said, "Leave us for now. I have to speak with Barry." The commanders nodded and left the tent, leaving Barry and Saul alone. "What are you trying to do?" Saul lowered his voice and asked. "What?" "You cannot fool me," Saul said. "This is not how you would react to something like this." He paused and narrowed his eyes. "Is this the order of His Majesty?" Barry took a deep breath and shook his head, then he sat up and jumped off of the chair. He paced around and lowered his voice. "I had a letter from His Majesty," he said. Saul frowned as he listened to Barry recount Yolander's plan. "If you already know what will happen, then why?" "I don't want to sacrifice my soldiers, either," Barry said. "But think about it. How long will it take you to set up a magic array like that?" 15 days, at least. "Which means that Dumanch has been working on this since the day after Scarlet was assassinated," Barry said. "Who would have thought that Scarlet could predict where the battlefield would be that early? I really did underestimate her." "So you really did lose?" "Of course," Barry said. "It's not something I can't admit. We all must lose at some point. Scarlet knew the land, but she won't have that advantage any longer. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 502, One Man's Fight. Chapter 502, One Man's Fight. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey dashed along the road next to the mountain. He looked very dirty and his robes were bloodied and worn. Only his boots were still good as new. The boots were made from the skin of a manticore and were virtually indestructible. He had already spent 3 days fighting with the Griffin Knights and the Guardian Knights. He didn't have time to stop and sleep or eat for 3 days. There were very few people in the world who could have managed what he was doing. Luckily for him, the heart of nature aided him in his endeavor. Because of the heart of nature, he was able to be more in sync with nature and use nature's energy to support himself. Despite having the support of nature's energy, he was still not in the best shape. He was tired, but he was still awake enough to keep his mind working. The Griffin Knights were tougher than he had expected, which was why he hadn't fought all of them head-on. He resorted to ambushing them once in a while, then running before he could be surrounded. Another tactic he employed was keeping his distance and firing arrows or using magic. The Griffin's Knights were very frustrated with him but couldn't do anything because they could not find him. Even though there were a lot of Guardian Knights and Griffin Knights and the few Anfey killed would not make a difference in the long run, it was still causing fear and frustration among the Knights. Seeing their friends and companions dying was wearing down on the Knights' nerves. They were exasperated and were desperately trying to find Anfey. Behind Anfey, a dozen dark specks appeared in the sky. In the middle of the formation flew Naeda, one of the commanders. Naeda had had a tough 3 days. At first, when he heard that Anfey was attacking the Knights, he was very excited. Griffins were used to flying for a long time without losing speed. No human could compete with the Griffins when it comes to stamina and speed. Even a swordsman could not keep using his combat power for too long. He spent a whole day chasing Anfey to no avail. At the end of the day, his Griffin only ate a small dinner and fell asleep, clearly exhausted. During the night, Anfey ambushed their campsite. Nahada's men saw and reported everything to him. This planted a seed of doubt in Nahada's heart. On the second day, his attitude clearly changed. He stopped encouraging his soldiers and remained mostly quiet. On the third day, he was very angry. One of his cousins died to protect him, and he was very angry. He clenched his teeth and was clearly trying to keep his temper in check. Anfey jumped off of a boulder and turned left sharply. "He's going back." Nahada's deputy called. "Send the signal." The speed of a magic signal was much faster than Anfey, but the Guardian Knights ahead did not stop. They kept pressing on with their journey and did not even look up. The Guardian Knights were all well-trained soldiers, but they had seen too many warnings in the past 3 days, and they had become numb to the warnings. Anfey rounded the hill and appeared. His speed increased, avoiding all the arrows from the Griffin Knights. He chased after the Guardian Knights, a storm of elements appearing around him. "Allow me," one of the Guardian Knights called when he spotted Anfey. Several hundred Knights left the main team. The Knights turned around and rode towards Anfey. The Knights had been avoiding direct conflict with Anfey for the past few days, but one of the leaders of the Knights, Mencken, could not take this taunting any longer. He was one of the best Knights in the world, but Anfey's reputation preceded him. He didn't believe in all the rumors, but he still couldn't risk his own Knights in a hopeless fight. Now he was only retaliating because of how frustrated he was being treated like prey. Anfey was clearly faster than the Griffins. A little over a minute later, he had already reached the Guardian Knights. He did not know anything about the Guardian Knights, but he could see Mencken's combat power and knew he was a Golden Knight. As he approached the Knights, Anfey waved his hands and summoned 4 Firebirds. The Firebirds were very fast. This was Anfey's way of testing the Knights' speed and the strength of their combat power. Only the best and the fastest could get out of the Firebirds' way in time. The Firebirds flew through the Knights, turning a few into balls of fire. Anfey stopped where he was and turned around sharply, doubling back. He had 3 wounds on him because he had underestimated his opponents. He knew that he could have very well died on the first day if he hadn't spent time practicing teleportation. Anfey knew that he was powerful, but still not powerful enough to face so many Guardian Knights and Griffin Knights at the same time. He had been trying to delay the Knights without actually engaging them. Mencken didn't care about the dying Knights. His eyes were red and he increased his speed. He was much faster than his man. By the time Anfey was ready to use magic, Mencken was already very close. He whispered a spell, and by the time he used another spell, Mencken had drawn even closer. Nahata's eyes widened. If he could stall Anfey for even just a moment, Mencken would catch up to him. He turned and waved his arms, then gripped the reins of his griffin and dove towards the ground. The other Griffin Knights fell into formation behind him and began their descent. Anfey's speed picked up again. The Griffin Knights' arrows all missed their mark and hit the ground. Anfey jumped towards the first Griffin Knight without a moment of hesitation. Nahata's eyes widened. He saw Anfey drawing the magic sword again and remembered the serial lightning it could summon. He had lost more than a dozen knights to that sword and he couldn't risk it again. Split up, he called to the other knights. The griffins all began to flap their wings, trying to get back into the sky. The knights around him lost their formation. Some griffins were flying upwards, some were flying to the sides, trying to keep the distance between themselves and the other knights. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Anfey passed by under the knights without using the sword. He did not want to engage the knights because he wanted to fight the leader of the Griffin Knights, not just the regular ones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, Aid. Chapter 503, Aid. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Jaji Mountain was about 200 miles away from the Transverse Mountains. The Transverse Mountains were the largest mountain chain in the world, and had a lot of smaller mountains, like Jaji Mountain, surrounding it. Jaji Mountain was special, in that in order to reach the valley of the Transverse Mountains, one must go through Jaji Mountain first. A single path ran through the Jaji Mountains, and the path was surrounded by cliffs. Anfey stood in the middle of the path, waiting for the arrival of the Guardian Knights. This was the place he picked to fight the incoming knights. The mountains limited the ability of the Griffin Knights, and he would not have to worry about them. Anfey knew that this was his last chance to stall the Guardian Knights. The Jaji Mountains' geography meant that he did not have to defend himself from enemies from all sides, only the enemies in front of him. Anfey closed his eyes and searched through the valley. He could sense the Guardian Knight scouts approaching the Jaji Mountains. He frowned when he saw someone floating toward the Jaji Mountains. Anfey did not know what Jacob was doing there, but he was glad to see a familiar face. The scouts of the Guardian Knights approached very carefully. They would stop every few minutes to check that no one was waiting to ambush them. Compared to the knights, Jacob was much faster. A few minutes later, Jacob appeared above the Jaji Mountains. Seeing Anfey standing on the path, Jacob flew toward him, landing next to him. "Lord Jacob," Anfey said with a smile. "What are you doing here?" Jacob was Saul's friend, and had helped him several times. Anfey had a lot of respect for the alchemist. "So this is the place you picked," Jacob said, glancing around. "Saul was worried about you. He can't leave the army alone, so he asked me to come and check on you." "Where are they now?" "Not sure," Jacob said with a shrug. "Not sure?" Anfey repeated, confused. "I left them a long time ago," Jacob said. "Maybe they're already at Zagreen City?" "Like I've said, I don't really know." "You left? Then how?" Anfey frowned and asked. If Jacob left early, then they should have met earlier as well. "You want to fight them here, don't you?" Jacob ignored Anfey's question. "You don't have to waste so much energy. Come with me." Anfey was a very cautious person, and knew when he should choose to trust someone. After a few seconds, he nodded. Jacob rose into the air and led him southward. To the south of was a large stretch of grassy plain. That was, in fact, the very reason why Anfey had chosen to ambush the knights here in the Jaji Mountains. After half an hour, Jacob stopped and landed next to Anfey. "Sensing anything?" Anfey expanded his mind, searching through the area carefully. After a few minutes, he finally realized that a small piece of land, a few hundred feet away, was a bit strange. "You have a magic array here, my lord?" Anfey asked, surprised. "You sensed it?" Jacob asked with a smile. "I can't sense any magic surges," Anfey explained. "But it looks like someone had walked around there." Good, Jacob said. He turned toward the magic array with a frown and said, hopefully, they won't notice. There really is one? Anfey asked. He was comforted by this knowledge. Jacob nodded, still slightly concerned. I can help you, Anfey offered. He used the power of the heart of nature, and quickened the growth of grass around the magic array. Quickly, all traces of the magic array disappeared. What magic array is it, my lord? You'll see, Jacob said with a smug look on his face. So, my work for the past few days was meaningless, Anfey said, shaking his head. Judging from Jacob's look, he must have set up a very powerful magic array. One powerful magic array can achieve so much more than what Anfey can achieve in a day. It's not, Jacob said, shaking his head. I wouldn't have time for that, if had it not been for you. You did not work in vain. You know what I was doing, my lord? Of course I do. How? I have friends, Jacob said with a wink. Friends? Mouso, Jacob whispered. He's got good eyes. He saw what you were doing and told me about it. Anfey widened his eyes. He never thought someone was watching him when he was fighting those Shansa soldiers. The idea of being watched made him slightly uncomfortable. Don't bother looking, Jacob said, when he saw Anfey glancing around. Mouso already left. He has his own business to take care of. Jacob paused, then found a few scrolls from his dimensional ring and handed them to Anfey. Serial lightning? Jacob nodded. After the totem of the fire god is activated, we still need to drive them back into the Jaji mountains. Anfey nodded. He had read about the totem of the fire god before. He glanced at Jacob and asked, can that spell be used without a magic array? It can be, Jacob said. But it's hard because, I'm not a mage. You want to learn how to set up magic array, don't you? Anfey nodded. He was not surprised that Jacob figured out what he wanted to ask. You can ask Hagen too. I've already taught him everything I know, Jacob said. Of course, Saul is a better teacher than I am. His dimensional chaos magic array is one of the most powerful things I've ever seen. I've seen Christian do that, Anfey said. It seems hard to get the timing right. Saul is a wise man, Jacob said. He has made numerous changes to the magic array. You'll find out if you ask him. Jacob turned his gaze to the distance. Get ready. They're coming, . If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, Luck. Chapter 504, Luck. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Guardian Knights finally entered the Jaji Mountains. This day was a very strange day to them, because no one had set off any alarms the entire day. This was simultaneously a relief, yet at the same time, caused stress among the knights. Above the tight ranks of the Guardian Knights were the Griffin Knights. The Griffin Knights were much better scouts than normal soldiers, but too many Griffin Knights had been lost in the past few days. This forced the Griffin Knights to change their tactics and their formation. They stopped joining in on battles and were only responsible for setting off alarms. Unless Anfey chased after them, they would not go after him. The Griffin Knights had a much better view of the sky than the knights on the ground. After the Guardian Knights entered the Jaji Mountains, one of the Griffin Knights spotted two dark specks in the sky. Griffins were intelligent magic beasts, but they were intelligent enough to communicate with humans. However, the Griffins could recall Anfey. They recognized one of the dark specks and screeched to warn their riders. That's Anfey, one of the Griffin Knights called, setting off the alarm. The two squads of Griffin Knights quickly changed their formation. They circled around, then turned to fly toward the opposite direction. Great, Jacob said, shaking his head. Now they're spooked. Jacob was powerful enough to set up another magic array to conceal Anfey and himself, but he needed the totem of fire god to be as powerful as possible, and they needed to be discovered by the knights for that. Jacob was counting on the knights banding together in the face of a threat. Now they were too scattered. The totem of fire god was a very special kind of forbidden spell. It was very powerful and almost nothing could protect a man from its effects. For anyone who was not a top-level power, getting hit by a totem of fire god spell meant certain death. Even a top-level power would be injured. Should I go and get them closer? The totem of fire god won't know the difference between friend and foe, Jacob said. Let's wait. The scouts did not want to approach Anfey and Jacob, but they had an order. They approached him slowly and carefully. This is the only way, Jacob said, seeing that some of the scouts and a few Griffin Knights were within range of the spell. Jacob waved his hand, and suddenly, a fiery cloud appeared in the sky. The cloud formed into a fiery cyclone, swirling in the air. The cyclone burst into blinding light and divided into 4 smaller cyclones. At first, all 4 cyclones stayed close together, then the cyclones began spinning very fast before then pulling apart slowly. Meanwhile, the cyclone's spinning speed was increasing as well. The cyclones became so fast that their edges became blurred. The light became so blinding that it was impossible to look directly at the cyclones, and the lights made the 4 cyclones look like they were one, despite their distance from each other. Everything the cyclones touched, trees, armors, riders, was all turned into ash within a few seconds. The cyclones were so hot, even the air around them became scorching in temperature. The grassy ground were turned into a burn crisp, the forest around it was set on fire. The totem of fire god spell's direct range of attack was very small, but its collateral damage was much larger than one would expect. Many of the scouts were on fire before they could even properly react. In the distance, the knights summoned their combat power to protect themselves. However, their horses were not so lucky. After losing their horses, the knights did not hesitate in turning around and running away. The totem of the fire god was a forbidden spell, and they knew Anfey couldn't use forbidden spells. This meant that Anfey had brought someone who could use forbidden spells. It was impossible for common knights to fight against an archmage. The scouts were the lucky ones. They were closer to Anfey, and so were out of the range of the forbidden spell. However, they couldn't do anything because they did not want to provoke the archmage and Anfey. Their horses did not care for their riders' fears and were desperate to get away. "Well," Jacob said, "my work here is done." He found 2 scrolls from his dimensional ring and handed them to Anfey. "Use these well." "Teleportation?" Anfey's eyes widened. The scrolls were very useful, even though he could teleport with his own magic. "Do you have any more?" "Don't be so greedy," Jacob said. "This is all I have." "When will Hagen learn how to make serial lightning scrolls and teleportation scrolls?" "He's young, and so are you," Jacob said. "Be patient." Anfey frowned and scratched his head. Unlike Ernest, Jacob almost never gave a clear answer. "How long do I have to wait?" Anfey asked. 10 years? "It's better to use your own power than to use someone else's," Jacob said. "You mean? If you provide me the crystal, I can provide you with the scrolls," Jacob said. "Yes," Anfey said with a wide smile. "I have more crystals than I can use." "I know," Jacob said. "I know how many crystals your league is hiding. That's why I asked." "I just got a whole lot of crystals from Shansa Empire," Anfey said. "We'll talk more after." He jumped up and dashed toward the scouts. The scouts tried to get away from him, but he didn't start his massacre immediately. The scouts didn't know who was using the forbidden spell and did not want to rush into action. Jacob watched from afar with a small smile. He had always been jealous of Saul for finding someone as talented as Anfey, but now he realized that he was wrong. Without Saul and Ernest, Anfey would have never trusted anyone. Without Saul's students, Anfey would have never learned what friendship or family meant. Without Yolanthe and Berzeriano, he would have never achieved what he had achieved. It wasn't Saul who was the lucky one. Anfey was the lucky one. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, Crimes. Chapter 505, Crimes. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Despite rigorous planning, the possibility for the unexpected to occur was always possible. Scarlet had met with the Guardian Knights, but the Roaring Dead Legion had reached the Transverse Mountains faster than she expected. The atmosphere in the tent was deeply oppressive. The leader of the Guardian Knights, Mencken, was standing quietly in front of Scarlet, unsure of how to explain his mistake. After a few minutes, Scarlet sighed and shook her head. The abilities of a ruler could sometimes determine the success of his subjects. Scarlet knew that she did not lose to Barry or Anfey. It was her king who had lost. Yolander had top-level powers and so did Edward VIII. However, Yolander knew how to utilize the powerful people who served him much better than Edward VIII did. The only top-level power Edward VIII sent to the country of mercenaries was Dumenge, while Yolander had sent almost all the top-level powers under his control. Dumenge once served as the royal family's mentor and was a good friend to the oldest prince and princess. Last year, Edward VIII wanted to marry the oldest princess off to the country of mercenaries, but Dumenge argued with him about it, after which Dumenge quit being the mentor. After learning that the princess disappeared, Dumenge swore that he would never serve Edward VIII again. Edward VIII learned that making the princess marry a mercenary was a bad idea. His actions had alienated Dumenge. Scarlet knew why Edward VIII was so stern on the matter, but that did not stop her from recruiting Dumenge. Dumanj liked her plans for the Shansa Empire and was willing to go with her to the country of mercenaries. Dumanj was the only top-level power Scarlet was in control of. Even though the 3 Dark Knights she had were powerful, they were man-made creatures created through alchemy and necromancy. It would not be hard to trick and destroy them. Scarlet knew that the difference between Edward VIII and Yolander was that Yolander knew how to utilize his resources. Because Edward VIII was not as skilled, she knew she would not receive help from his royal mages. Scarlet had control of the nation's army. If she had the support the top-level powers, it would be easy for her to overthrow Edward VIII. Even though Scarlet had no such plan, Edward VIII's insecurities still made him worry. The Guardian Knight suffered a defeat at Anfey's hand because of Edward VIII. If he had sent his 2 top-level mages, it would not have happened. "This is my fault, General," Mencken said with a sigh. "Please, you must punish me." "It's not your fault," Scarlet said, shaking her head. Mencken had made the right choice in retreating. If he died, the Guardian Knights would be without their leader. "But at least we drove out the Mayho army," another commander said. "If we can control the magic crystals, we can wait it out." Scarlet shook her head. "This is not all of Yolander's power," she said. She wanted to destroy the Roaring Dead Legion because she knew how dangerous it was. If she could manage to destroy the Legion, it would take out a large part of the Mayho Empire's military power. If Yolander turned his entire army on her, she would not be able to win the war. "Then we should go after them." "Go after them?" "Barry has almost never lost," Scarlet said. "If our informants are right, the defeat he suffered earlier by our hands made him question his abilities. We cannot allow him to recover. We have to take him out." The commanders glanced at each other in silence. Not only was Scarlet frustrated with Edward VIII's actions, she had a personal vendetta against Barry. If it wasn't for him, her mother would still be alive. She turned to her commanders, eyes wide with rage. "Deliver this order to your men." Anfey and Jacob finally returned to the League. Anfey hurried to find Christian and asked, "What happened? Why did you retreat with the Roaring Dead Legion? What are you doing here? Where's Alice?" After the 2 successfully slowed the Guardian Knights, Anfey and Jacob originally planned to retreat into the Transverse Mountains. However, the 2 ran into a few druids and learned that the League went around Scarlet's army and was heading north. Anfey was shocked by this. He had planned for the League to leave because those remaining in the country of mercenaries would have only made things difficult for the League. "I'm here," Alice called. "Don't look at me. I didn't choose this." Anfey frowned and turned to Christian. They were the only people who had enough authority to change his plan. "I received the order from my father," Christian said. He retrieved a letter from his dimensional ring and handed it Anfey. He read through the letter and his eyes widened in shock. "He gave us such an important job?" "He gave it to us," a voice said. Anfey turned around and Saul appeared with 24 mages. The mages behind Saul were wearing expensive robes and were armed from head to toe. Anfey stared in shock as he recognized the royal mages. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Advantage. Chapter 506, Advantage. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Barry led the Roaring Death Legion and the Shield of Light Legion away from the battle and Scarlet took her army into the Transverse Mountains. The 2 were observing each other carefully. Scarlet was a very smart and calculating woman. She sent out all the Griffin Knights as scouts and had them patrol the area non-stop. No matter what Barry tried to do, the Griffin Knights were alert. Scarlet knew the mercenaries were up to something, but her most important task right now was to finish off Barry. The League relaxed after learning that Scarlet had entered the Transverse Mountains with her army. The mercenaries returned to Zagreen City to wait for further orders. In the past, Anfey never really understood how powerful Saul was. When he lived with Saul, he did not see Saul engage in any of the activities the other nobles engaged in, like having a large number of guards. This time, he quickly learned what it really meant to have Saul's position. All the mages Saul brought with him were at least senior magisters, some were very close to becoming top-level powers themselves. Without strength, no one could endure the strict training and fulfill the requirement to become a court mage. For a mage, becoming a royal mage was the highest honor. By becoming a court mage, a mage could even further improve his or her skills because working for the king could provide resources inaccessible otherwise. Like the way Entos was known among the mercenaries, all the court mages were well-known figures before they started working for Yolander. The League's mages all looked up to the court mages. They wanted to speak with the court mages, but did not want to offend anyone. Despite how strong they were, the court mages were all very respectful towards Saul. This was just another way to show how well-loved and powerful Saul was. It was no wonder the Mages' Union rejected Philip's request for aid after Saul's students fled scared city. Philip was powerful among the soldiers and the swordmasters, but not the mages. No sensible mage would work against Saul. Dalmatian and Sean's betrayal showed that even Philip's closest students were abandoning him. He was losing power and could no longer stand against Saul. Students were taught to respect and listen to their teacher, but they were also taught to have a mind of their own. Blindly following orders was foolish and was cautioned against. Anfey was in the wrong when he killed Zita, but Zita was not innocent either. It was Zita who first forced his way into Saul's residence and tried to harm Saul's daughter, Naya. Unlike Philip, Saul would never show off anything in front of his students. Whenever he dined with his students, he would always act like their friends, not their mentor. After the meal, the servants removed the empty dishes and left the room to allow them to talk more. "Christian," Saul said. "How are you lately? How are your studies?" Saul treated all of his students equally, but he paid more attention to the ones that were further ahead. Christian shook his head. "I'm used to them," he said. "I try to meditate whenever I can and I've learned a lot from actually using magic in real life." Saul nodded. "Good," he said. "You are all very talented and should work harder. Look at Anfey. He started late, but he's now the best out of all of you." "You can't compare us with him, Master Saul," Blavi complained. "He's different." The other students laughed and agreed with him. In the past, the constant threat had made all the young mages too tense and too anxious for jokes. Now that Saul was here, the young mages had found a reason to relax. Anfey's advances in magic had happened so fast that there were only a few other people like him in the entire history of the world. Asking common mages to follow his example was asking way too much. "I don't think it's just his talent," Christian said. "We can't have his talent, but we can learn his level-headedness. He never lets his emotions get in the way of his thinking. Remember how we reacted to those two sisters? Remember how he reacted?" The young mages all fell quiet. It wasn't just Christian. Everyone remembered the two sisters. "What about the sisters?" Saul asked. Christian quickly recounted the event to Saul. After listening to the tale, Saul smiled and glanced at Christian. Most people did not know who Yolander would have picked as his successor, and that included Saul. However, Saul knew what kind of people Yolander would have wanted to be in charge. When Yolander first took the throne, he tried to take power away from the nobilities and give power to the commoners. However, the noble class had been in power for too long and it was almost impossible to weaken it significantly. Yolander always tried the best he could to maintain a balance between the power of the nobles and the power of the people. Yolander did not want a successor who would erase all of his hard work. He was less likely to choose a successor who was too entangled with the nobilities. Saul knew Yolander's sons well. Wester was a sly man who had tried to garner as much power as possible without his father noticing. When Yolander faked his death, Wester tried to befriend as many nobles as possible. Despite having good connections in Sacred City, he was the least likely candidate for the throne. Grandon was once the most likely candidate. However, he had been showing off too much lately and that made Yolander very uncomfortable. That left Christian, who had been out of the fight for the throne since the beginning. Christian did not like the nobles and was an experienced leader. However, Christian did not want to sit on the throne. Saul knew Christian would be a good king, but he couldn't do anything. Yolander wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with his decision-making. If Saul suggested he pick Christian, it would only lessen the possibility of Christian being picked. Saul sighed and turned to Anfey. He needed to take his mind off of the topic of Yolander's successor. "Tell me something," he said. "I want to know more about how you are able to attract elements, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 507, Worries. Chapter 507, Worries. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Saul's chants echoed throughout the night. Magic surges rippled around him. Scarlet had left 20,000 foot soldiers and 3,000 cavalry before heading into the Transverse Mountains. The location was geographically important, as she had to plan for every outcome. Unfortunately, she did not take the appearance of Maho Empire's royal mages into account. A bloodbath was bound to happen this night. Saul's chanting stopped. A ball of fog appeared in front of him, floating toward the army camp not far ahead. Saul had used a forbidden spell called the Dimensional Storm, which was one of the most powerful spells. The fog floated toward the hill and was stopped when it reached them. The League's mages watched with a mixture of excitement and reverence. The fog moved on from the hill. To the fear and shock of the onlookers, the top of the hill had disappeared, as if gnawed away by a monster. The fog kept floating down toward the camp. Everything the fog touched disappeared. There was no blood and no screaming, only a huge, empty void. Anfey nodded to Christian, who quickly released a magic signal. The League's mercenaries quickly split into 3 groups, led by Anfey, Susanna, and Anthony, then headed toward the camp. The royal mages rose into the air, followed by the League's mages. The sight of so many mages in the air was very impressive. If Barry was here, he would have wondered why Scarlet had left soldiers outside the Transverse Mountains. However, neither Anfey nor Saul were as proficient as Barry when it came to military strategies. This showed how confident Saul and Anfey were. The dimensional storm had cleared a path for the mercenaries. However, because of the slow speed of the fog, the soldiers in the camp were able to get out of its way before it could reach them. The commanders in the camp did not panic at the sight of the fog, and hence, were able to organize a defense force with clarity and efficiency. The foot soldiers in front lined up in tight ranks. Behind the soldiers were archers and knights. Behind them were the mages. Anfey was the first to reach the camp. As soon as he set foot in the camp, the Shansa soldiers began their counterattack. Arrows rained down on Anfey, as well as on the mercenaries behind him. Some of the archers were aiming at the mages as well. Anfey expanded his mind to cover the entire battlefield. Many arrows flew true, striking the mages in the air and causing them to fall to the ground. The Griffin Knights rose into the air as well. There were many more mages, but the Griffin Knights were still able to attack the mages with efficiency with their crossbows. To Anfey's right, Anthony was dashing toward the Shansa soldiers. To Anfey's surprise, Anthony stopped after the first round of arrows. An arrow pierced his combat power, planting itself in his shoulder, while another pierced his ankle. Normally, this would never happen. The mercenaries behind him were clearly shocked by this as well. They watched Anthony's stumbling figure with wide eyes. Saul and Jacob were shocked as well. However, it did not take long for them to figure out what had happened. Goleman. Deicide arrow. Jacob was one of the best alchemists in the world, but he knew that there was one person who was much more powerful than he was. Goleman had been studying alchemy for centuries. Jacob knew how talented Goleman was, and even if Jacob was naturally more talented, his ability would still always lag behind that of Goleman. Deicide arrows were powerful, anti-magic arrows. These arrows were even more powerful than the ones Jacob had crafted. Because of how powerful these deicide arrows were, when the supreme powers disappeared, the way to craft deicide arrows also disappeared. Jacob would have never expected Goleman to find the way to make them. Saul and Jacob were not military strategists, but they knew what Goleman's presence meant. The arrows had caused the death of several dozen mages in the blink of an eye. This meant that the Shansa army had a considerable amount of these arrows, and that Goleman had been planning this for a long time. Goleman had always been detached from mortal conflicts, but now he had given these deicide arrows to Scarlet's army. What was he planning? Would he join the fight himself? Saul and Jacob watched the battle anxiously, questions swirling in their minds. Anfey could not think as much as Saul and Jacob could. He needed to help the wounded. The arrows had already gotten to Anthony. If he didn't do anything, Susanna and Christian might be the next targets. Anfey searched through the battlefield and found 24 archers who appeared to be different. Unlike the other archers, who were blindly releasing arrows, these archers were searching for targets. A signal exploded in the sky, recalling the mages. Saul understood that the mages did not stand a chance against the Griffin Knights, and he wanted to minimize the loss. The royal mages could still fight, but the Griffin Knights had already gotten 2 of them. Saul did not want to lose anymore. Anthony, Anfey, and Susanna were all targets. However, Anfey was confident enough in his ability to block any arrows coming his way. Susanna was confident in her combat power. She was also wearing the azure armor, which effectively protected her against all incoming arrows. Deicide arrows may be powerful, but it could not pierce an armor like the azure armor. Anthony was also confident in his combat power, but he did not have any good armor like Susanna. Because of this, he had to slow down in order to duck the arrows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, Aid. Chapter 508, Aid. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey jumped up and dashed towards the enemy ranks. He was not much faster than the incoming arrows, but before any of the arrows could hit him, he disappeared. The mercenaries behind him had to quickly raise their shields to defend themselves against the arrows. Anfey reappeared much closer to the enemy soldiers. He kept pressing on through the hail of arrows without hesitation. Loose elements formed into a small storm around Anfey as he approached the Shansa men. The soldiers stood their ground and did not move. Nothing about the attack made them panic. Anfey did not slow down to deal with the common soldiers. He suddenly disappeared again from where he was and teleported into the ranks of mages. He summoned his axe and swept it around his body, hitting several soldiers at the same time. Before the soldiers could reform their ranks and attack, Anfey teleported again and reappeared among the archers. He retrieved his magic sword and held it aloft. Dozens of lightning bolts appeared in the sky and rained down to the ground. The surrounding soldiers had to shield their eyes. Almost half of all the archers were affected by the lightning. However, the archers Anfey wanted to eliminate seemed to be unaffected and were ready to strike. Anfey hesitated for a second, then quickly reacted. He could feel that something was different about the archers. He summoned a magic scroll and tossed it at the archers. Another storm of lightning rained down from the sky. This time, none of the archers were spared. Anfey waved his axe and swept away the flying arrows, then lunged towards the soldiers again. He did not want to clash with an actual army head-on because he knew that the soldiers had advantages the mercenaries did not. The mercenaries hadn't been working together for a long time and Scarlet's soldiers were all well trained. However, this was Saul's idea, and Anfey had to support him. The mercenaries clashed with the soldiers. The mercenaries had been training very hard, but it was hard to make them cooperate. The mercenaries' movements lacked coordination and they clearly did not work well together. On the other hand, the Shansa soldiers were able to maintain their lines and follow orders quickly and in unison. Common mercenaries tended to be stronger than common soldiers, but discipline gave the soldiers an edge over the mercenaries. Normally, an army was led by a senior-level swordmaster or knight. As long as their commander was still alive, the soldiers knew what to do because a powerful figure was providing them with direction and assurance. Anfey was searching for the commander of this army because he knew from experience that an army wouldn't last long without a commander. However, he could not detect anyone that could be the army's commander. This was unusual and meant that the commander must be hiding somewhere that could block his power. A horn was blown in the Shansa army's camp. On a hill not far from the battlefield, a row of fences was lowered and half a dozen machines appeared. The machines looked like large crossbows and each had a large arrow in it. The arrows were metal and larger than any Anfey had ever seen. Anfey's eyes widened when he felt the powerful magic surges coming off of them. He quickly found a teleportation scroll and flew towards the hill. Before Anfey could reach the hill, however, a ball of light flew towards the hill and crashed into the magic barrier around it. The barrier shattered, and a figure with a long sword appeared. The swordmaster crashed with the light, sending both of them flying in opposite directions. The swordmaster landed and stumbled backward, but the light landed on the ground lightly. Anfey could tell the man guarding the hill was at least a senior swordmaster. There were only a few people who could defeat a senior swordmaster this easily. The light dispersed to reveal a large eagle. The eagle raised its large wings and flapped, creating strong gusts of wind that swept across the hill. Even the machine crossbows could not stand against winds this strong and swayed in the wind. The swordmaster and dozens of soldiers and mages were blown away. The eagle raised its head and screeched. A few moments later, more eagles appeared through a cloud. The eagles lunged towards the griffins. Despite having a smaller number, the eagles were larger in size and faster in speed. As the eagles surrounded the griffin knights, another group arrived to help. Meyerich appeared from the transverse mountains. His combat power was brighter than any of the knights behind him and looked like a ball of flame on the ground. The Shansa army was stationed there to keep an eye on the mercenaries and the League. The only defense the soldiers had set up against the transverse mountains was a long row of fences. Meyerich raised his lance and crashed through the fence easily. The knights streamed onto the battlefield with the banner of the Meiho Empire raised above them. The swordmaster that was guarding the hill watched the arrival of the Meiho knights with despair. The enemy outnumbered the Shansa soldiers and there was no point in fighting. The swordmaster climbed off of the ground and ran into a tent. The tent was heavily guarded with several dozen soldiers. The soldiers watched the swordmaster enter the tent without stopping him. Inside the tent was a large table. On the table was a small crystal box. The swordmaster opened the box with shaking hands, revealing a metal disc. Hundreds of symbols were carved into the disc and a bright red magic crystal was set into the middle of the disc. The swordmaster closed his eyes and reached for it. "Wait a second," a voice said. The swordmaster opened his eyes and saw that someone had stabbed his wrist. The swordmaster groaned in pain and tried to hit the disc with his head. Before he could reach the disc, Anfey caught his shoulder and threw him to the ground. The swordmaster's body jerked a few times and fell limp. Anfey glanced at the crystal box and the disc inside. He did not know what it was or what it could do, but he could tell that it was dangerous from the way the swordmaster had acted around it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, Waiting. Chapter 509, Waiting. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The outcome of wars largely depended on the resources that the participating parties had available to them. Looking back at previous battles, Shansa Empire and Elazan Empire had to act on their common interests to stop Meho Empire from overpowering them. This showed that the resources Meho Empire possessed far outranked those which the other two empires possessed. In this battle, Yolanthe employed almost all the resources he had to fight against Scarlet. Except for the legion in the north borderline, who still stayed to prevent Elazan Empire from attempting to cross the border. Death-Roaring Legion, Sacred City Palace Guards, Blackania City Border Guards, Shield of Light Legion and Palace Mages all came to the Cross Valley. Even Bear Druids and Eagle Druids came to help. For Elazan Empire, even though Edward VIII tried his best, Elazan Empire was much weaker than Meho Empire, in terms of military power. Strategies employed in wars mainly relied upon military power and, secondarily, upon special strategies. Even though Scarlet did not fall into any traps, her military could not fight back against Meho Empire's aggression, especially when Yolanthe had special forces employed in this battle. Yolanthe immediately figured that there was something fishy going on, and asked Meyerich to lead Sacred City Palace Guards in traveling north on the same night, allocating all the craftsmen to Moramach town in order to rebuild the underground city with dwarves and gnomes. Those craftsmen also transported a large amount of supplies to the Cross Valley as they went. Blackania City was a military town. A large number of craftsmen and apprentices, about 8,000 in total, had been working day and night for more than 10 days. When Meyerich came to Moramach town, the underground city looked completely different. Of course, there was no man who was perfect, nor any perfect plan. Yolanthe had heard about the underground city. He meant to ask Meyerich to hide in the underground city, along with Sacred City Palace Guards, so that he could escape Griffin Rider's reconnaissance, which would allow them to attack Scarlet in surprise. However, no one thought that the underground city could accommodate so many knights, especially when they all had horses. Horses took up more space than people. In addition, the supplies were also stocked in the underground city. Every part of the underground city was opened in order to accommodate them. The areas around the underground river were even remade into a few plains. Even so, the underground city still could only accommodate 13,000 knights, at most. Most Sacred City Palace Guards stayed in Blackania City. Luckily, the League of Mercenaries was considered to be the resource of Meho Empire. In the original plan, Yolanthe did not want to have mercenaries from the League of Mercenaries involved. One reason for this was that Anfey and the League of Mercenaries had done so much, and made such great contributions, to Meho Empire already, so Yolanthe did not know how else he could reward Anfey. Even if Anfey did nothing at this moment, he had to give Anfey a new title that would be 2 steps higher than his current rank, at least. This speedy promotion shocked Yolanthe, who believed it was not good for any young man to get promoted in such rapid timing, because it could destroy him with inflated arrogance. However, fate had placed Anfey and the League of Mercenaries in this exact critical moment. They needed to take control of the exit of the Cross Valley, cut off the path which Scarlet wanted to retreat through, and chase after the Shansa Empire military. There was a story about druids joining Yolanthe. The barrier druid king, Bruzeriano, was a good friend of Saul, and as he knew about Yolanthe, he was firmly on Meho Empire's side. Wolf druid king Manstali had been wanting to recover the glory of the druids. He was invited by Bruzeriano to see Yolanthe in Sacred City, but he came with sinister motives. Eagle Druid's King Mauso had been holding a neutral stand. He did not want to be involved in this conflict, and did not agree with Bruzeriano. At the same time, he had a clear vision for the Druids. He thought the glory of elves would not be recovered, and he was against Manstali's paranoia. Manstali asked the Eagle Druids to chase and kill Susanna collectively. Mauso did not like Manstali's idea. As an observer, Mauso's intelligence was as good as his visions. He immediately saw Manstali's real intentions, knowing that Manstali only wanted to drag him down into the water. Back then, the reasons Manstali had for this desire was that Anfey had been hostile toward druids, even having publicly attacked their temple and killed over 10 druids there. He told Mauso that Anfey was cruel and perverted, and that he had raped beautiful elves. Manstali even sent victims of Anfey to the Eagle Druid station, hoping that would make Mauso angry. The positive consequence of this was that Anfey saved many human slaves, and even a few elves, when he tried to save Alice. Later, Anfey sent those elves to Tiger Tao mercenary group, asking them to seek help from Hotchbany. Those elves became Anfey's victims. These victims described Anfey's vicious acts with a sad tone, telling stories of how Anfey had used hot iron on victims' bodies, pulling their teeth and hair out, even raping elves and sharing them with his mercenaries. Those victims showed their wounds and explained how Anfey inflicted each upon them. Mauso found that more than a few victims looked uneasy. He found an opportunity to speak with them in private. After talking to them, these victims cried out loud at first, and then told the truth to Mauso, revealing that Anfey did not actually rape them. Rather, it was Manstali's druids who had raped them. All of these assaults were arranged by Manstali and elf pharaohs. They were forced to lie about their virginity, as a virgin would not be Anfey's victim. At the end, they even sworn with their lives that Anfey was a good man. Mauso did not believe in Manstali anyway. After he heard the truth, he doubted Manstali even more. He went to see Bruzeriano, who was furious after he heard what had happened. He scolded Manstali for his dishonesty and transgressions. He told Mauso that Anfey had connected with Heart of Nature, becoming the new messenger for the god. This was why Mauso agreed to help Manstali, but secretly protected Susanna. When he noticed Susanna was at the verge of breaking through, he fought with Susanna day and night to help Susanna become a new top power. Usually, Mauso would retreat to his tranquil life at this point, because he disliked conflict and fighting. After Susanna survived, a few elf pharaohs came to the Eagle Druid station and blamed Mauso for going against his promise, then they asked him to take all the responsibilities for their loss. Mauso became enraged. When Elf Empire was at its peak, druids were just vassals of elves. In fact, druids were humans who believed in the goddess of nature. The number of elves was not great back then. They needed humans to manage the world. Druids were the best bet. After Elf Empire withered, druids and elves transformed into friends from vassals. How could those few elf pharaohs have dared to curse and scold Mauso in the Eagle Druid station, treating druids as their servants? Mauso had grown very sophisticated. He never lost his temper in front of others, because he believed that actions spoke louder than words. After he agreed to the elves' requests and sent away the elf pharaohs, Mauso turned around to see Bruzeriano. They both immediately agreed to help with the battle, as the battle was about to break out. With Mauso's help, the Griffin Riders were constrained. Griffin Riders relied on their flexibility and flying abilities for surveillance. Eagle Druids were better in both these areas. In fact, with Mauso's help, Anfey's league became much stronger. Scarlet had sent Griffin Riders out to scout Cross Valley, in order to prevent Manhwa Empire's attacks, which gave Eagle Druids a perfect stage to show off their skills. Eagle Druids went out together and attacked Griffin Riders in squads or squadrons, killing messengers and attacking small groups of soldiers. When they met a large group of soldiers, they were able to report the exact number in that group. After the valley exit was taken over, Scarlet lost communication with Edward VIII. The soldiers who guarded the exit of the valley knew that Scarlet would try her best to fight back at any cost, especially if Scarlet discovered that her communication path was cut off. On the other hand, Barry would chase after Scarlet at any cost. This was a game of big fish eating small fish, while small fish ate shrimp. After the big fish ate the small fish, the shrimp would protect itself well with all it had. Capable people usually took on more responsibilities. Saul was the busiest. He ran around to set up magic arrays as fast as he could. In the skirmishes, no mages had time to set up gigantic magic arrays, but in the positional warfare, magic arrays were necessary, especially when Saul could still join the battle after the magic array began. It was like having extra help from a top power. Jacob was busy as well. He was not only the assistant to Saul, but also did research on deicide arrows and bed crossbow-like weapons. Scarlet calculated very well. She even had a plan B to enact if the whole station was taken over. There was a gigantic blasting magic array. Once the magic array was triggered, the whole station would be submerged in lava. Very few people knew about this array. If soldiers found out about it, it would hurt Scarlet's reputation. No one wanted to be deserted. Once the magic array started, lava could not only cover the whole station, but also kill all of them. Unfortunately, the only general who knew about the magic array had become Anfey's target, so Scarlet's plan failed miserably. Jacob had disassembled the magic array and spent most of his time on the magic weapons which Gullman created. He knew how amazing people were in the ancient times via reading. But when the real objects were in front of him, it became a different story. When Anfey discovered that the magic array Saul set up was the same magic array of space chaos that Jacob loved, Anfey became interested in it. He wanted to take the chance to learn more about the magic array of space chaos. Anfey gave up this quest for learning after hanging out with Saul for just one day. In fact, Anfey's short-term memory was very good, but short-term memory had a drawback, which was that Anfey could only remember the things he had experienced before. For example, no matter how messy the room was, newspapers, cigarette wrappers, cigarette butts, slippers, teacups and other stuff was scattered everywhere on the floor. If Anfey took one look at them, he could tell the exact location of each object if asked about where that specific object was. It was like he had a camera in his head and took a picture of the scene. However, those objects were man-made, and Anfey had seen them or something similar to them. Magic notes were different, and very complicated. They were like a new language to Anfey, so obviously, it was not a good time for language learning at this very moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Chaos. Chapter 510, Chaos. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. General, Barry has launched an attack. A soldier hurried into Scarlet's tent and reported. Scarlet frowned. She was surprised by Barry's attack, but she was glad as well. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. By the time the news reached Scarlet, Barry's army was already heading towards her camp. The knights rode in tight formation, their lances gleaming under the sunlight. The sound of hooves beating against the ground echoed in the valley. Mencken watched the enemies with a deep frown. He was the one who had requested this position in today's battle. Unfortunately for him, he would be the first to encounter the enemy knights. The valley was not an ideal battleground for knights, and he wasn't certain what Barry and Myrich's plan was. He didn't have time to think too much. He raised his lance and bellowed, "Let us show them who the real knights are." His bellow was loud and clear to the Shansa soldiers. The soldiers raised their weapons and charged. The Sacred City Knights and the Guardian Knights had very different reputations. The Sacred City Knights were well known because of how much Yolanda relied on them. Guardian Knights, on the other hand, rarely participated in battles because Edward VIII never allowed them to participate in battles. Mencken was hoping to change their reputation. Even though the Sacred City Knights attacked first, Mencken and his men were still fast enough to match their speed. The two sides clashed amidst battle cries. "It's the Sacred City Knights?" Scarlet asked, her frown deepening. She had multiple plans in place to deal with unexpected events. Now, she realized that situation did not only put the Shansa army at a disadvantage, but it also put the Meiho army at a disadvantage. Instead of fighting with the Guardian Knights, the Sacred City Knights seemed more keen on penetrating their enemy's formation. Because of the location, the majority of Scarlet's army was deeper in the Transverse Mountains. Penetrating an army's ranks would cause panic among the soldiers, but that tactic was impossible here. With the arrival of the Meiho Empire's mages, the battle quickly devolved into chaos due to the limitation of the location of the battlefield. The knights had lost their formation and lost one of their biggest strengths: speed. Each knight was surrounded by both friends and foes. Most had already lost their horses and some had even lost their lances. The knights that had lost their lances and swords resorted to fistfighting. The chaos was strange for both the Sacred City Knights and the Guardian Knights. The Sacred City Knights had been prepared for a battle like this, but the Guardian Knights were completely dumbfounded. They were fighting purely because of their instincts. The Meiho Empire's mages had stopped their attack. Scarlet walked out of the camp to observe the battle. Behind her were dozens of large machines, waiting for her orders. She was hesitant because she knew that if she gave the order, she would be sentencing her own soldiers to death as well. The battle grew even more chaotic when the foot soldiers joined the fight. The battlefield had expanded from the valley to the cliffs above. Scarlet watched in silence, her body growing cold. She never thought Barry would go for a plan as mad as this one, and she could not understand why he did this. Neither side had control over the battle at this point. Usually, a general would try to eliminate as many enemies as possible while losing as little men as possible. This battle, however, was the work of a madman. Barry was trying to eliminate her army no matter how much it would cost him. Scarlet sighed. Her mother once said that unlike his peers, Barry was a madman. Now, Scarlet knew exactly why her mother had referred to him as such. On the other side of the battlefield, Barry observed the battle through the eye of the sky. He pointed at one of the knights and said, "That is Mencken. Steger, we cannot let him group his men together." Mencken was a seasoned fighter and knew how bad the situation was. He was trying very hard to group together his knights, but every attempt was interrupted by the Sacred City Knights. "I'll take care of it," Steger said with a nod. "Barry, Saul warned us. Scarlet still has the magic arrows. What shall we do if she decides to use them?" If Scarlet decided to use the arrows, it would be the end of both the Sacred City Knights and the Guardian Knights. "She won't," Barry said. "How do you know?" "She's too young," Barry said. "The Guardian Knights are too important. She wouldn't do anything to actively harm or destroy them. Plus, most of the Guardian Knights are children of nobles. She still needs the support of those nobles." "The same thing goes for the Sacred City Knights," Steger said. If she uses the arrows, she won't be the only one losing the support of the noble class. Are you sure you will win? Barry nodded. Her army is exhausted. Mine is well rested. We have an advantage. Plus, our men know what will happen. We just need to wear them out. You seem very certain. Don't worry, old chap, Barry said. I'm excited to see how Scarlet will react to this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, Cruel Arts. Chapter 511, Cruel Arts. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. An uncontrollable battle did not stop with a closure until late that night. In fact, Scarlet had decided to ask the soldiers to leave the battle at dusk. She did not want to be as crazy as Barry, who would seem to realize something at the same time, so he gave the same order to his own military. However, neither party left the battlefield until late that night, which obviously showed what chaos there was on the battlefield. Scarlet was good at employing different strategies to minimize her loss in battles. In Gullman's world, she even had a history of winning battles with 0 fatalities. However, once she was in real battles, she did not seem to have the control and management skills as did Barry. Barry had been trying to make the battlefield more chaotic, while Scarlet tried to keep it in order. The reality proved that Barry won, just as he had wished. Scarlet had been putting reserves on the battlefield in hopes of stopping the soldiers from feeling discouraged and losing the battle. If this were all Scarlet could do, any general could have done it. In other words, Scarlet had not been able to show anything special that she could do. Scarlet had seen dead bodies before, but never so many. The trees in the valleys surrounding the battlefield had been destroyed. Bodies were everywhere, from the peak of the mountains to the bottom of the valley. Bodies piled on bodies, along the valley road, which was over 10 miles long. Some areas even had hills of dead bodies piled up. With the bright moonlight, Scarlet could clearly see everything. Both parties sent out thousands of soldiers without weapons. Their job was to clean up the battlefield, move their peers' bodies, and save any survivors who were still mingled with the dead bodies. The craziness during the day had now gone. When soldiers from both parties met, they did not even care to look upon one another. Rather, they passed by each other without any facial expressions. There was an unwritten rule that soldiers cleaning the battlefield could not be attacked. It would not be good if anyone went against these rules. The valley road had become a swamp, a murky situation created by the blood and flesh of humans and horses. Usually, blood dried quickly, but the power of nature did not seem to be enough, not when there was so much blood. There were dead bodies everywhere on the mountains, the blood of which trickled down to the bottom of the valley like streams, turning the whole valley into a bloody hell. Every step the soldiers took, there were squeaking sounds underneath their feet. It was easy for them to stumble on an arm or to accidentally kick a head. The sounds of kicking or breaking an arm were always scary. The moaning from people who woke up from the coma or screamed from the pain were not the most scary sounds. The most scary part was the thought that the dead bodies could get up with the screams if those soldiers accidentally stepped on them. Soldiers felt that even their souls were scared. There was also a weird stinky smell in the valley. It was disgusting. A doctor told Anfey before that humans' blood and flesh would not rot quickly. The weird stinky smell that lingered on the battlefield was from the not digested food, or waste, left over after people's intestines were attacked. Of course, it did not matter that they were the soldiers from Manhwa Empire or Shansa Empire, they would not understand about anatomy. They only knew this was a hell for them. They wanted to throw up and run away. They wanted to scream with all the strength they had. They would rather be unconscious at this moment. However, they had to complete their job before any of those things happened. Otherwise, they would become part of this hell. Military law would not allow them to escape. Was this one type of art? Scarlet remembered Gullman used to tell her often that wars were a type of art. Seeing this bloody hell, Scarlet wanted to adapt Goldman's saying. If wars were a type of art, they must be the most vicious and cruel art that human intelligence had ever created. However, Scarlet still had to get revenge upon Anfey. She had done so much, and had taken in so much, that she had to kill the murderers of her mom by herself. She would enjoy it, or at least take anything that benefited her, no matter how vicious or cruel they were. Scarlet walked to her tent with heavy legs. She knew well that today's battle had hit the Shansa Empire soldiers' morale hard. These soldiers held ambitions of building their careers and making contributions to their country as they chased after Barry's military. They did not know that Barry would give them a taste of what hell could be like. It was unknown just how many of them were scared. At this moment, the key was not to encourage the soldiers tonight, but to think about what they could do tomorrow. If Barry wanted to continue to fight with her, would she fight? The military resources of the Manhwa Empire were far superior to Scarlet's. If she had to fight with all she had, all the soldiers would die in about 10 days. Scarlet had headaches. It was like a swordsman, who was not confident with his sword skills, was being challenged by a barbarian. When the fight started, the judge suddenly made a new rule that the two participants could only fight with fists. One could give a strike first, while the other one could fight back with another strike. If the fight continued without any strategies involved, the loser would be the one who fell down first. Scarlet felt that she was that helpless swordsman. The air in Scarlet's tent was filled with tension. Mencken had blood on his face. He sat on the chair without saying anything. Today's battle had left the Guardian Knights with high casualties. Over 2/5 of the soldiers were either hurt or died in the battle. Before the battle started, many old men, whom he rarely saw, came to see him and asked politely, hoping Mencken could take care of their sons or nephews. However, on the chaotic battlefield, where generals could not see their soldiers, and vice versa, he could take care of no one. He was scared of estimating how many soldiers had died. He subconsciously knew that he would not be a commander anymore, no matter whether he won or lost this battle. Scarlet walked to her seat and slowly sat. She cleared her throat before speaking. Suddenly, Griffin screaming was heard from outside of the tent, and a gust of chilly wind passed by. Obviously, a griffin had tried to land outside the tent. The griffin rider pushed away the soldiers at the tent door before he could report to Scarlet. The rider rushed into the tent. General, Myrich-led Royal Palace Guards attacked the exit of the valley. The mercenaries of the League of Mercenaries surrounded us. Scarlet was stunned. Mencken jumped up from his seat out, enraged, and shouted a bullshit. We had a fight with Sacred City Palace Guards today. It could not be them. Are they ghosts? Myrich has not showed up yet, a general said with a trembling voice. It became deadly quiet in the tent. He was right that Myrich had not shown up yet. If he showed up, the casualties of Guardian Guards would be higher. What made them feel lucky before now became their nightmare. If it were possible, they wished they had heard wrong. If Myrich showed up on the battlefield during the day, he could have wiped out the entire Guardian Guards. Are you sure the information you received is right? Scarlet asked in a low pitch. Her voice was trembling a bit. Yes, I am sure, the Griffin rider said with a sad face. General, do you remember how many days it has been since we have not yet received information from Blackwater City? What did your Griffin riders do? Mencken yelled. Why did not you send people to scout? Master Mencken, I sent many Griffin riders over, but Eagle Druids have been working for the Manhwa Empire. No matter how many Griffin riders I sent out, they would disappear. I did not find that the exit of the Cross Valley was taken over by them until I took a squad of Griffin riders with me to check it out. Did the terrain around the valley exit look normal? Scarlet asked slowly. Normal? General? I do not get what you mean, the Griffin rider asked. I mean, did the valley exit have any magic explosion? Scarlet asked. No, the Griffin rider answered. Scarlet punched her fists down heavily on the table, causing it to suddenly collapse and resulting in everything upon it to fall on the floor, scattering everywhere. The faces of the generals in the tent changed. They had never seen Scarlet lose her control. Are you sure the valley exit did not look like it had exploded before? Scarlet asked again. She needed to double-check, because she needed to know if her trump card, the magic weapon, was under the control of Myrich and Anfey. No, there was no explosion, General, the Griffin rider said. General, what should we do? A general asked at the top of his voice. When things came to this point, the strategic intent from the Manhwa Empire had become obvious. Manhwa Empire wanted to lure them to the Cross Valley to wipe out the main force of Shansai Empire with a flank attack. Everyone looked at Scarlet, hoping she had an answer for them. The chief commander's tent in Manhwa Empire was not as busy as Scarlet's. There were only 2 people in the tent, one was Barry, while the other was Stega. Stega casually tossed a mail on the table and said with a low pitch, Saul said Scarlet should have known that Valley exit is under our control now, especially after those few Griffin riders escaped. It will take him some more time to set up the magic array. He asked you to. I got it. I will buy him some time. I have tried my best today, Barry said with a smile. Today? Stega rolled his eyes. Not to mention that Scarlet has known that the Valley exit fell into our hands, even she did not know about it, you would have already scared her away. You are not as good as me in terms of that, Barry smiled. Many people think the military maneuvers could be so different, hard to predict and understand, but I think it was all about human nature. Scarlet only knew about military maneuvers, but she do not understand human nature. She is still a young girl. Her understanding of wars is limited. I wonder who lost the battle to that little girl at the one-line sky, Stega said. This is the advantage I have, but Scarlet does not. Barry was not mad at all. I can lose battles, but Scarlet could not. If she lost one battle, she would lose everything. Don't trump it up. Saul reminded us many times, asking us to be careful about Gulman, Stega said slowly. Gulman. Barry repeated in confirmation, frowning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Destiny. Chapter 512, Destiny. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Scarlet finally reached the mouth of the valley with her army. Unfortunately, Saul had already laid out his trap. If Scarlet were a coward who was frightened by Barry's madness, or if she lost confidence after learning she had lost the mouth of the valley and fled, she would have survived. The magic array Saul set up had a time limit and Myrich's men would not have been able to defeat her if she were to flee. However, Scarlet was not a coward. On the contrary, she was a defiant and proud woman. Even though she knew she was walking into a trap, she was still very calm and collected. Scarlet always liked a good challenge. Even now, she was still governing her army with discipline. She was hoping to preserve as many fighters as possible and take them back to the Shansa Empire. Both Scarlet and her soldiers thought she was right. Except for the first battle's chaos, no one could defeat Scarlet or mess up her strategy. What she did not know was that the longer she remained in the mountains, the more danger she was in. The sky was off limits to her because of Mauso and his druids. No Griffin Knights could have reached her. One of the Griffin Knights' squad leaders suspected something and tried to reach her. He took some of his best men and flew around the druids and approached the valley from behind. Even Myrich did not foresee this. The druids tried to take out all the griffins, but even though the druids had an advantage, some of the Griffin Knights were still able to get away. However, because of their approach, the Griffin Knights did not find out that Saul had set up a trap. Scarlet had an alternate plan. She could have separated her forces and attacked the mouth of the valley with half of her men. However, she was taught from a young age that she should not depend on anyone but herself. She couldn't trust anyone's ability except for herself. If she led the attack on the mouth of the valley, she was afraid that Barry's people would have attacked her from behind. If she stayed behind, she worried that the other army wouldn't be able to take on Myrich's men. It was truly sad and unfortunate that a coward survived but a brilliant soldier like Scarlet lost. Saul activated the magic array as the Shansa Knights approached the mouth of the valley. Anfey watched the magic array carefully. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even though the magic array did not look like it was doing much, every time Anfey tried to probe it with his mind, he felt an acute pain. He was surprised and wasn't sure what was causing it. When the first knight stepped into the magic array, his body was instantly cut into pieces. The broken pieces of his body floated around in it and disappeared. After over 200 knights disappeared in the magic array, the knights that came later tried to ride around it to avoid it. However, its range was very large. Even if they tried to ride on the cliffside, they were still within it. Two mages appeared behind the knights. One released a large fireball and the other summoned a bolt of lightning. The lightning struck the magic array and, like the knights, was sliced into tiny chunks. The fireball was sliced up as well, and the remnants of the two spells floated within it, then disappeared. The two mages and the remaining knights watched this for a few moments, then turned to head the other way. They were just scouts that were sent to investigate the magic surges. Saul watched them leave without doing anything. Saul was waiting for Scarlet's reaction and Scarlet was discussing what to do with her officers. A few moments later, a fiery arrow appeared. It streaked through the air and crashed into the magic array. The magic arrow was very powerful, but it was still no match for a magic array made with dimensional magic. Like the fireball and the lightning bolt, the magic arrow was sliced into tiny pieces and disappeared into it. After a few seconds of silence, dark shadows appeared above the Shansa army. About a dozen Griffin Knights flew before the main body of the army. These were the scouts sent out to test the limit of the magic array. The Griffin Knights soon reached the magic array. Having seen that they flew by without a problem, the main body of Griffin Knights picked up their speed and followed. However, they weren't eager to attack. Saul turned to Anfey and nodded. Anfey nodded in return. He used a levitation spell and rose into the air, streaking towards the Griffin Knights. Mauso was speaking with Susanna. Susanna already knew that Mauso fought with her that day because he wanted to help her and she was very thankful. Seeing Anfey rise into the air, she turned her gaze away from Mauso and watched him. Mauso stepped forward and rose into the air, transforming into a large eagle. He flapped his wings and approached Anfey. Dozens of magic arrows rose from the Shansa camp. The arrows flew over the magic array and towards Sol's camp. Mauso lowered himself. "Be careful," he croaked. Anfey landed on Mauso's back. He took a deep breath and nodded. Gullman was a very powerful alchemist. Luckily, Jacob knew Gullman well and Anfey reached the general who was responsible for setting off the bomb in time. Otherwise, Scarlet's attack would have done a great deal of damage. The Griffin Knights clearly knew Anfey and Mauso's intentions. They flew towards the two, sending dozens of arrows flying together them. Scarlet must have already depleted Gullman's supplies, Mauso said with a laugh. He dodged the incoming arrows easily. I have a bad feeling, Anfey said with a frown. He had trained with Mauso many times and could remain standing on Mauso's back without any problems. What is it? Mauso asked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Fight. Chapter 513, Fight. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. I cannot explain it in words, and we do not have time to think too much about it. Anfey released magic as he answered. 3 firebirds shot out from the tips of his fingers. He did not care about the Griffin riders who kept shooting with their crossbows. His job was to take care of the gigantic arrows which could cause great damage. Anfey was flying in the air at high speed, while the speed of the gigantic arrows were almost as fast as him. The 3 firebirds Anfey had released hit on a water-blue gigantic arrow, one after another. The second firebird accurately hit on the concave on the arrow, where there was a water-blue magic crystal. With a huge crashing sound, that arrow shone a very bright blue light. Circular shockwaves created visible boundaries in the air. The boundaries continued to expand. A griffin and its griffin rider, who dived accidentally, fell into the shockwaves. They immediately turned into ice sculptures, falling on the ground like heavy rocks. This tragedy did not end yet. The ice sculpture, again, accidentally, fell into the magic array of chaos and was cut into millions of pieces. It seemed that they had never existed before, and they completely disappeared in the magic array. Those Griffin riders were stunned when they saw that Anfey was able to destroy magic weapons. They shot out crossbows, as they rushed maniacally toward Anfey. Unfortunately, Anfey's magic attacks were a little off from the target he had locked with his telepathy, even though Anfey already had very strong telepathy. That was why he had released 3 firebirds in a row. The threats from crossbows were very limited, especially when Mauso's flying speed was super fast, and he flew at every direction, without any patterns. Anfey did not have to spare any effort to block the crossbows that Griffin riders shot out. With a tense magic surge, a gigantic ice dragon formed after Anfey released the magic scroll. The ice dragon flew viciously at the gigantic arrow. Anfey took out his bow and targeted a silver-white gigantic arrow. A black light flashed, and shot out with such an unbelievable speed that no one saw where this black light hit. They saw that the silver-white gigantic arrow had suddenly exploded. Lightning shot out like crazy. When the water-blue gigantic arrow exploded, it did not affect others, due to the location of explosion, but this silver-white arrow knocked off a red gigantic arrow that was ahead of it. The ice dragon, who flew at the red arrow, passed by its target because of this. Anfey did not expect this to happen. Luckily, the ice dragon had some intelligence, even though it was a magic organism. The body of the ice dragon was much bigger than the gigantic arrow. The ice dragon swirled around it, opening its mouth wide, and swallowing that red arrow down. The ice dragon was pure white before, but after it swallowed the arrow, its stomach turned red. With a huge boom, the ice dragon exploded into thousands of pieces that splashed everywhere. The drama beats from the Shansa Empire military suddenly grew tenser. Griffin riders paused for a second, before running over to surround Anfey. It looks like they are fighting for their lives now. Mauso circled a half-round before he lowered his height into the air. Do you think we got anybody? Anfey smiled. He waved his hand and released 4 firebirds. This had reached his limit. Firebirds flew at a water-blue gigantic arrow with a super-fast speed. Gigantic eagles flew up into the sky above the valley exit. They fearlessly flew at the Griffin riders. No matter whether they were regular arrows or deicide arrows, they could barely hurt gigantic eagles. The feathers on the gigantic eagle bodies were soft but resistant, their muscles were as hard as steel. This was not the effect of magic, but of eagle druids themselves. About 8 palace mages flew into the sky, along with the mage group from the League of Mercenaries, who were behind gigantic eagles. The mage group from the League of Mercenaries was pumped, and their courage showed, as they were able to fight with their idols. They tried their best to release magic at the gigantic arrows, which were actually flying closer and closer to them. Their abilities to lock targets with their telepathy were far from Anfey's, but they could definitely get their targets when dozens of people attacked one target altogether. Your people? I hope you could really treat them as your people, Mauso said with a smile. Don't worry. Anfey knew how to read between the lines. Mauso wished Anfey could take care of the druids more. Since Mauso had led his people to fight for Yolanthe, Mauso must believe in the future of the Manhwa Empire. Yolanthe liked and trusted Anfey, so much so that Anfey would be sure to have a good future ahead of him. Mauso showed his kindness to Anfey, but it did not mean that he tried to grovel at his feet. If he could provide opportunities to his druids to live a better life, why would he turn it down, especially since it had cost them so much up to this point? Half of the magic arrows that Scarlet shot out were destroyed. Even though few arrows hit their targets, the damage was not great. Some knights and mercenaries were affected by the explosion. One arrow hit an area with a large number of mercenaries. The flames immediately swallowed hundreds of them. Only Shinbella was barely able to rush out of the explosion with almost no clothes on. She got black ashes everywhere, while the rest of the mercenaries had been burnt into charcoal. Griffin riders fought together with many gigantic eagles. Scarlet had sent out all the Griffin riders. In terms of numbers, they had the advantage, but no advantage in other areas. This was just a simple physical fight in the air, the type of which only happened a long time ago. It did not matter whether they were druids or Griffin riders, they both lacked training, so only courage would determine which party would win. Griffin riders were excellent in terms of courage. When they heard Scarlet's order, not one mentioned fighting with gigantic eagles, and they even suppressed their fear of Anfey and tried to surround him. Griffins were just magic beasts, so they did not act as brave as those Griffin riders. Magic beasts' natures of avoiding dangers was stronger than their passions for fighting, when they were faced with gigantic eagles who were a lot stronger than them, especially when the numbers of gigantic eagles were so large. Magic beasts did not know how to count, so they had no idea if their peers were greater than their enemies. As a result, the Griffins dodged to the side with screams when the Griffin riders waved their knight spears in order to give them orders to start attacks. The mages in the League of Mercenaries seemed to find their new targets. It was not hard to do, once they saw Griffin riders running toward them in a large group. All they needed was to release magic at them. This fight in the sky was massive. The Griffin riders and gigantic eagles' bodies seemed to block the whole sky. Countless feathers and snowflakes fell from the sky. Some Griffin riders and gigantic eagles lost their flying abilities and fell from the sky, one after another. Many mages were hit by crossbows, but not one backed out. To be more specific, only magic beasts were a little antsy. All other intelligences were very brave. As Anfey was about to join the battle, a very intense magic surge appeared from the Shansa Empire military. Anfey was shocked for a second. He had become quite familiar with forbidden spells. This must be someone releasing forbidden spells. Could it be Doomenge? Anfey thought to himself. If this happened in other times, it must have caused panic among people, as they sensed the magic surges of forbidden spells, yet it did not at this moment, since Griffin riders and druids were like dogs eating dogs. Even the mages in the League of Mercenaries did not care about risking their lives. They just kept releasing magic. When the fight in the sky got bloodier and bloodier, a swirl appeared above the station. Every time the swirl circled around, it expanded in size. In the center of the swirl, a lot of electric arcs were moving around frantically. At the end, the light from the swirl even looked brighter than the sun. The Griffin riders and gigantic eagles in the fight could not help closing their eyes. 1,000-meter-long monster lightning came out from the swirl, smashing with great momentum at the station. The mercenaries stared at the sky and looked desperate. Suddenly, a cloud of deep blackness showed, covering the sky above the whole station. The swirl was so bright that it could blind people, the cloud of blackness was so dark that people were scared. The next moment, the lightning crashed onto the blackness and disappeared. Saul is here. Doomenge had a bitter smile on his face. In fact, in seeing the magic array of chaos, he had already known that Saul probably was in the station. However, he still had to do something, even though he knew Saul was here. He had the wish that Saul were not here, but at this moment, he realized his wish would never come true. What is that? Scarlet screamed. She could not accept this reality. The yelling and shouting behind her came in waves. Barry had started the attack. She had to rush out as soon as possible. Saul started extra-dimensional space, Doomenge said with a sad tone. Doomenge was a pain in the neck for Anfey and others, but Saul was much more of a pain to Doomenge. If Nuihaim was the sharp sword for the Elizan Empire, then Saul would be the invincible shield for the Manhwa Empire. The magic characteristics of Saul's magic was the nightmare for mages at the same level. The dimensional mirror Saul released could reflect back non-materialized magic, while inducting other magic's energy to an unknown space. If there were never a Saul in existence, it would be the time of Nuyoheim. The Dark Moon Magic Legion under his leadership could have caused a lot of damage to the Meiho Empire. Nuyoheim suffered a lot from fighting with Saul. Now it was Dooming's turn. Extra-dimensional space was a forbidden spell. Did Saul really release a forbidden spell? Scarlet screamed. The hope was right in front of Scarlet's face, but crashed in the blink of an eye, which made her lose her control. No matter where Saul goes, he would carry Space Series magic scrolls with him. Dooming looked shocked that he did not think Scarlet had such a low caliber of intelligence. So do you also? Scarlet did not look as dull as before. Yes, I need take a break. Dooming nodded. Pass my order to have all the crossbows and bombs ready. Scarlet gave an order with the top of her voice. She could care less what her teacher said or did. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Opportunity. Chapter 514, Opportunity. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Shansa camp rumbled. Anfey glanced over and his eyes widened. More than 60 magic arrows were released. He and the mages could not stop this many arrows. The formation of the Griffin Knights tightened and lunged at the druids and mages. They wanted to distract the mages long enough for the arrows to reach the camp. The League had around 500 mages left, but the strength of the mages varied. The only ones who were capable of doing real damage were the ones Saul brought. The Griffin Knights were very strong and there were very few spells that could harm them. Unless they were attacked by a dozen mages at the same time, magic could not do much damage to the Griffin Knights. Anfey gritted his teeth. Left, he called to Mauso. He believed in an eye for an eye. If he was under attack and could not defend himself, he would not waste time on defense. Mauso did not know what Anfey wanted him to do, but he still turned to the left. A few moments later, the two saw a magic signal. That was a warning to the mercenaries that danger was coming. The magic arrows crashed into the camp and exploded. The mercenaries had seen the signals, but the signal came too late and they were not fast enough to retreat to a safe distance. Myrich's knights were not spared from the attack either. More than 400 knights were injured or killed by the arrows. The knights and mercenaries who survived quickly retreated away from the camp. They stood still, waiting for further instructions. As the magic arrows crashed into the camp, Anfey had already reached the Shansa soldiers in the air. He jumped off of Mauso's back. He teleported away from the knights and used 3 magic scrolls in quick succession, then drew his magic sword. Lightning poured down from sky and struck the Griffin Knights. Usually, the Griffin Knights' formation would be a loose one to prevent any accidents. They were close together because they wanted to put pressure on the mages. However, Mauso was flying too fast for them to react properly and they were surrounded by druids. This stopped them from spreading out and getting away from the lightning. The formation of the Griffin Knights broke down as lightning continued to fall. The serial lightning went through the Griffin Knights and fell into the range of the magic array, then disappeared. Dozens of Griffin Knights fell out of the sky and towards the magic array. This was because of the Griffin Knight's special stacking formation which allowed the maximization of the serial lightning's power. Get him, one of the Griffin Knights called. He doesn't have scrolls anymore. The remaining Griffin Knights turned and all flew towards Anfey. They knew that the only way they could survive was if they fought their way out. Anfey smiled and raised his axe. He did not like levitation because it limited his speed. He was too slow to chase after the Griffin Knights, but now the Griffin Knights were coming to him. The druids watched excitedly. Jacob, does he still have teleportation scrolls? Saul asked, his eyes were gleaming. I think so, Jacob said. I made at least a dozen. Saul nodded. He turned and whispered something to a mage next to him, then waved his hand and said, go with him. Anfey gripped his battle axe and observed his surroundings. Even though he was surrounded by enemies and looked like he was at a disadvantage, he was very relaxed. The Griffin Knights couldn't use their crossbows anymore and they could not stay in the same place for too long. Anfey frowned. Instinctively, he felt something was wrong. He sensed that the druids were retreating and even Mauso was flying away. In the distance, 20 of Saul's best mages began chanting and conjuring in unison. Anfey frowned and felt his body was growing heavier. He began falling out of the sky. The Griffin Knights were clearly affected too as they began falling to the ground as well. Anfey frowned. His eyes widened as he suddenly realized what Saul's plan was. He quickly found a teleportation scroll and activated it, trying to get out of the range of the gravity spell. He reappeared further away but was still in the range of the magic array. The teleportation scroll could not cancel out the effects of the gravity spell. Anfey activated another scroll and reappeared again within the range of the magic array. Mauso flapped his large wings and caught Anfey on his back. The effects of the gravity spell were greater than he imagined. He flapped his wings but could not fly higher. He was forced to dive down and landed safely away from the magic array. The Griffin Knights were not as lucky. The Griffins could hardly fly under the effects of the gravity spell, and the riders only made it harder. They fell into the magic array and disappeared in a flash. The sky cleared. Most of the Griffin Knights had fallen from the sky and only a few remained. The druids circled around for a bit before landing. They had wasted too much energy. The mages needed rest as well. Scarlet watched the event unfold with wide eyes. Next to her, Dumange's face held a mixture of shock and horror. "Great," Barry said with a laugh. He knew how important and dangerous the Griffin Knights were, and this was a great victory for them. "Dumange just used a forbidden spell," Steger said. "I don't think he can use another for a while." In the camp near the mouth of the valley, a messenger hurried up to Meyerich and said, "General, Lord Saul said we can attack now." Meyerich nodded. He raised his lance and waved his arm, leading the charging. The magic array in the valley changed. Meyerich stepped into the magic array, but nothing happened to him. The knights behind him went through the magic array safely as well. Anfey and Mauso rested for a few moments and rose into the air again. The two reached the Shansa army before Meyerich. Magic surges in the valley grew even stronger. Dumange paled. He could tell that Saul and Steger were both getting ready to use forbidden spells, and he did not know what he should do. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, Goodbye. Chapter 515, Goodbye. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Stega showed up in front of the death-roaring legion. A thin fog revolved around him at a rapid speed. The fog spun faster and faster, expanding itself into a larger scale. At the end, Stega was totally submerged by the fog. The water vapors in the air moved toward Stega. They were frozen to ice in different shapes and sizes, floating in the air. The moment Stega released the forbidden spells, ice moved with the fog and left a trace of a sparking light line. The forbidden spell Stega released was Absolute Ice Kekai, which was one of the few forbidden spells that had both offensive and defensive functions. The ice bounced everywhere, which could not only kill people, but could also become an enormous shield. Those ices could defend against most magic attacks, but also cut off the mental lock, when the spinning speed of the ice had passed a certain limit. Everyone knew where Stega was, but they could not sense where he was. Saul slowly let down his magic wand. The magic he had released did not seem to work, but the element surges around him kept to the maximum levels anyway. Dumange was distant and shocked for a second, and looked desperate. Saul released super transformation magic, which needed a long time for chanting and consumed a lot of magic, just for the effects of instant release. Many people thought super transformation magic was not as powerful as other magic. However, the truth was quite the opposite. Super transformation magic could last a few hours, which meant Saul was in a superior position in the next few hours. Saul could take anything, no matter what Dumange wanted to do. There was a loud explosion sound from the station at the valley. Under the leadership of Jacob, the mercenaries from the League shot out a gigantic magic weapon they had confiscated before, and continued to shoot out over 40 magic weapons. Except for a few magic weapons which remained, the rest were shot out. The ear-blasting bombing sounds became the soundtrack for the war. In the valley, the Death-Roaring Legion and Sacred City Palace Guardians, the two most elite military units in the Meiho Empire, followed closely behind Stega. With Stega's rushing in the front, they effortlessly tore up their defense and went straight into their opponent's field. Guardian Knights fought with over 10,000 Sacred City Palace Guardians, who were led by Meyerich. Unfortunately, the commander of the Guardian Knights, Mencken, died too soon. His shouting and screaming proclaimed the start of the war, but the strike from Mauso diving from the sky, and Anfey's axe, came right after it. Anfey was very strong, but Mencken was still strong enough to take the hits from Anfey. However, his horse could not. With a few of his assistants' help, they forced Anfey to back out, but Meyerich went around and attacked him from behind out of nowhere. Anfey and Mauso fought back together with Mencken. 3 top powers fought, one after another, with Mencken. No matter who it was, he could be killed soon. Mencken was cut into pieces very soon. Who it was that contributed to killing Mencken did not seem important to any of them. As the body of Mencken was still warm, all 3 of them turned around and ran to the valley to continue their killing. Anfey stood out the most, even more outstanding than Stega in the Sky of Eyes. Stega was not fast, but Anfey moved with lightning speed. As element currents moved fanatically, Anfey looked so aggressive that he scared the regular soldiers. Without threats from Griffin riders, Anfey seemed to be able to fight without any concerns. When he was surrounded by a few strong soldiers sometimes, and could not end the fight quick, or when encountered dangers, Mauso would help him out immediately, switching to a different location to continue their fights. Scarlet stared at the Sky of Eyes. She could clearly see where Anfey rushed to, and where soldiers lost their battles. The element currents were Anfey's special skill. It did not seem to matter for Scarlet to see if that person was Anfey anymore, after she saw the element currents. Guardian Knights had been harassed a lot by Anfey and were scared by him. At this moment, none of the Griffin riders were alive. They had been at a disadvantage since the battle started. After seeing Mencken was killed, the Guardian Knight's morale was about to be crushed, while Anfey was just the last straw for them. Scarlet's face turned deathly pale. She slowly let down her knight's spear in her trembling right hand. She knew she had to fight now, even though she might not be able to change anything. If she joined the battle, she might be able to encourage the soldiers a little bit, otherwise, there was no point to continue the battle because Cross Valley could be her tomb. A bit of green light suddenly appeared in the sky and expanded its light range in a very weird way, dyeing the whole sky green. As the Griffin riders flew into the sky, they covered the sky like a black cloud. If the Griffin riders were just a black cloud, the expanded green light was much larger than the Griffin riders. The green light did not only dye the sky and sunlight green, even the skin of the soldiers turned green. There was a stinky smell in the air as well. Except for a few soldiers, who continued to fight on, the rest of the soldiers all felt the strangeness in the sky. They all stopped fighting, no matter whether they were the soldiers from Manhwa Empire or from Shansa Empire. They looked terrified, because they were familiar with this light and smell. These were the death spirits. Only one person was the exception. Scarlet suddenly laughed hysterically, after she recovered from her momentary state of shock. Scarlet was very closed up, because she was still very young, and also because of the special experiences she had when she was little. When she grew older, she needed to work hard to achieve her dreams, so she forced herself into social activities. To be more specific, people who were so closed off, like Scarlet, usually could not take much pressure. Scarlet suffered a lot when she fell into the setup and tried to lead her troop to run away. The issues, the valley exit being blocked by the magic array of chaos, when the Griffin riders were all killed, when she was attacked by intense magic attacks from Manhwa Empire and threatened by many top powers and etc. all tested her bottom lines. In fact, Scarlet had been feeling desperate. However, the appearance of Goldman had set her free from the anxiety. She knew how good Goldman was and trusted him very much. She seemed to lose some control of herself because the situation changed so fast, and because she had been on an emotional roller coaster as well. The battlefield started to calm down. The absolute ice Kika had lost its effects now. Stega landed among the death-roaring legion. He immediately meditated, without caring about the blood on the floor. Goldman was a big trouble, so Stega had to race with time to recover his magic power. Saul slowly levitated himself into the sky and released amplification magic. His low and scolding voice echoed in the valley. Goldman, you didn't forget you had sworn to me before, did you? Saul, don't push me too far. Goldman did not show himself. He just answered Saul in the same way that his loud voice echoed in the valley. You should know well the power of Death Armageddon. Countless people locked their eyes on Saul. The term of Death Armageddon terrified everyone down to their bones. However, what Goldman said did give them a little hope. That necromancer looked like he was going to be forced to release Death Armageddon. They hoped Saul would not aggravate him anymore. It was normal for the soldiers from Manhwa Empire to think this way. They had treated Saul as half god and half human. He was the top power who could protect them. It seemed to be ridiculous for soldiers from Shansa Empire to bet everything on Saul. Saul was deep in thought for a while. What do you want? Move, Goldman said. Goldman, don't you think you are being really naive now? Saul asked. Saul, if you do not want to see dozens of thousands of people, and people from the country of mercenaries being turned into death spirits, Goldman sounded more serious, move. Most soldiers from Shansa Empire were stunned. Some of them had their mouths open wide, and some stared with their eyes wide open. They could not believe what they had heard. Did this necromancer come here to save them? They thought to themselves. Do you want to kill me this bad? A high-pitched voice interrupted Anfey's thinking. Anfey looked up and saw a few knights slowly walking toward him through the group of guardian knights who stood there like logs. 3 of the knights were all dressed in the same black armors. Anfey seemed to have seen the armor that the very front knight was now wearing before. Yes, shouldn't I? Anfey answered casually. I am giving you another chance. Come, kill me. The knight took off the helmet, revealing a beautiful face. She laughed loudly, as a lunatic would. Scarlet hated Anfey deep down to her guts. It was not only because he stopped her from achieving her dreams, but also because the strike Anfey had given her. She was still able to hide her wound, making it appear not as serious as it was, but she could not deny the fact that she was hurt due to the fact that she was carried by her soldiers on the stretcher, with a horse body and with a bloody hole on the saddle. When she faked her death, the soldiers who did not know about it showed the least amount of respect for her and openly discussed how she got hurt. The jerks in the slave jail more openly talked about her. Scarlet was still a virgin, and she felt insulted when she constantly heard others talking about her private area. Every time she showered and touched her private area, she could not stop trembling. She never told anyone about this, but she knew the pain and humiliation she suffered, and she would never forget it. When things seemed to settle, she had to come out to see Anfey. Even though she might have no chance to kill Anfey, she still wanted to take revenge on him badly. Has anyone told you that you look ugly when you laugh? Anfey sounded sincere. He was still concerned with one more issue. In addition, Saul had not made a decision yet. He definitely would not do anything at this moment. I admit I underestimated you, but I would not make the same mistake again. Scarlet did not stop laughing because of Anfey's criticism. Anfey, I will see you again. I can swear with my life. Of course, I will see Susanna too. I will give her the strongest anti-magic cuffs and send her to the slave jail. Ha, you can imagine what is going to happen to her from that point. Really, Anfey, I would not forgive you, all of you. Trust me. I could not imagine, since I have never been to your slave jail. Anfey asked in surprise, did you just come out from it? Anfey, I have no time to argue with you. I only hope you can remember every word I said to you, because all of them will come true in the future. Scarlet had the corners of her mouth curled up and turned her horse around. Bye. Anfey was so powerful that she had no chance to kill him, especially when Mousa was with Anfey at this moment. Scarlet was still rational and had to give up her craziest idea. Wait a second. Anfey shouted. What's wrong? Do you want to beg me to forgive you? Scarlet's smile started to look less crazy. Your attitude is so bad, but I do not mind. I only want to remind you of a few things. Anfey looked sharp. First of all, it did not mean much to me when you swore with your life, because your life is worthless, and so, goodbye. A strange mental roaring waved out, with Anfey at the center. No matter if they were enemies or friends, including Mouso and Domingo in the dark, their brains all went blank for a very short period of time. Anfey disappeared and showed up again 2 meters away from Scarlet. He slid his axe straight down. Before Scarlet woke up from the mental roaring, the axe had split Scarlet's head into halves, cutting into the gold rim of the armor. Blood splashed everywhere. Domingo almost screamed out loudly. He did not immediately attack Anfey. Instead, he was aimlessly looking for something. Saul, Barry, and Meyerich all knew about what was behind the scene, and their faces all changed. Goldman had been trying hard to teach Scarlet. Obviously, he wanted to complete some task with her help. Anfey killed Scarlet now, what to do if Goldman released Death Armageddon out of anger? In fact, they did not even notice Anfey because the mental roaring got all their attention. Unfortunately, when they found what had happened to Scarlet, no one was able to stop Anfey. Anfey's face was a little pale, so were his lips, but he still moved very swiftly. He raised the axe again and plunged heavily into Scarlet's chest with a roaring that echoed in the valley for a long time. Her super strong armor sunk in beneath the blow. With a squeezing sound, blood was forced out. Anfey gave Scarlet's already slit head a kick into the sky. He pointed at the valley ahead of him. Anfey held his arm in the air without moving. His eyes were clear and the corners of his mouth curled down. He looked like he was smirking or challenging someone. At this moment, almost everyone thought Anfey had gone absolutely crazy, but Anfey knew he was more sober and aware than ever. Fear does not help solve anything, while compromising could only force Anfey into a corner. If Goldman really dared to release Death Armageddon, he would release it sooner rather than later. Should the Pan-Continent be submissive to Scarlet? Would Yolanthe give up his dream he had had for dozens of years? Would Anfey stand by and watch? He had 2 options, to be at Scarlet's mercy or to fight at all cost. Considering Anfey's personality, he had to choose the latter. Anfey had heard from the elders and had gotten to know Goldman a little bit. If Goldman really released Death Armageddon for some reason, why would he go against -I? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Changes. Chapter 516, Changes. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The entire battlefield grew silent. All the soldiers stood and watched in shock. Even the most powerful men in the world could only stand and watch with gaping mouths. They weren't scared of death. The death magic could not affect them anyway. They were nervous because of the responsibility they had on their shoulders. The soldiers in the Transverse Mountains were the majority of both the Meho Empire and Shansa Empire's armies. If anything happened to the armies, the entire world may have changed. Anfey watched with a frown. He had been trying hard to convince himself that he belonged to the Meho Empire. Yolander was a very careful man and there were very few things that escaped him. Anfey's love for the nation had earned him Yolander's trust. However, he did not grow up in the Meho Empire. He did not feel responsible for the soldiers the way Saul and the others did. He was willing to try anything to win. How did this happen? Desvidia asked with a deep frown. Goldman, didn't you say you foresaw her future? Goldman. Morgan called hurriedly. His handsome face was twisted by shock. He knew that the Ring of the Undead had already lost its power after the last time Goldman saved Scarlet. The ring was powerful, but it could not be used without limits. Goldman kept the ring on him to recharge it and wanted to give it to Scarlet when it was recharged. This meant that Scarlet really was dead. Goldman was shaking violently and did not say anything. Goldman. Desvidia called, grabbing Goldman's shoulder. He was worried because of the fact that all three of them had betrayed minus the first. The two of them made this decision because Goldman had told them about his plan. He wanted to help Scarlet unite the world and destroy the church and minus the first. Then, necromancers could have finally been recognized and respected. Such a future sounded very attractive to Desvidia and Morgan. The necromancers waged war not because they wanted to rule the world, but because they wanted to exist in peace. However, they were demonized by others and could not achieve this goal. Minus the first wanted to turn the world into a desolate place where nothing existed. His plan benefited no one but himself, and Desvidia and Morgan knew this better than anyone. This was why the two of them betrayed minus the first after hearing about Goldman's plan. Now that Scarlet was dead, who will they support? Who will give them the right to exist? I did see her future, Goldman whispered. But, I got it. Goldman suddenly cried. I got it. Calm down. Desvidia said, grabbing Goldman's arm. Desvidia and Morgan were worried that Goldman would have done something unthinkable while in a deranged state like this. They had already betrayed minus the first. If Goldman used the Death Armageddon spell and angered Shansa and the Meho Empire, who else would they have turned to? How? How am I supposed to calm down? Goldman asked, shaking his head. Do you remember how I talked about how there was some unclear factor in her future? Yes? Don't you see? I saw Scarlet uniting the world, but now she's killed by Anfey. This means that he is the factor. He is not from this world. Desvidia and Morgan glanced at each other. They didn't care who Anfey was. All they needed to do was keep Goldman from using Death Armageddon. So what if he isn't? So what? Goldman repeated with a laugh. Minus needs to change the rules of this world to do what he needs to do. But Anfey isn't from this world and the rules doesn't apply to him. If he was strong enough, he could even face the gods themselves, because he wasn't created in this world, do you understand? What do you mean? Can't you see? To us, Minus is a god. Morgan and Desvidia watched him with wide eyes. You mean? Morgan whispered. You want Anfey to fight Minus? He's the only one, Goldman said. He has to be. Even though Anfey had sent a warning, Saul and the others still did not know what Goldman, Desvidia, and Morgan were doing. They knew something was off, but all they could do was wait for Goldman to make a choice. Three figures appeared in the distance. Saul squinted his eyes, then his eyes widened in shock and horror as he recognized the three master necromancers. Even one of these three men could have wreaked havoc on the world. Even in his worst nightmare, Saul had never imagined he would have seen all three of them together. However, the three figures didn't do anything. Instead, they turned and rose into the sky. A few Death Knights broke out of the Shansa rank and chased after the three necromancers. Saul watched, his body shaking. He wanted to catch the necromancers and ask them what they wanted to do, but he refrained from it. Saul did not know the effects of Death Armageddon and did not know whether Goldman had used the magic or not. Luckily, judging from the situation, the necromancers did not do anything. Barry, Meyerich and Steger all watched in stunned silence. They did not know how to express their thoughts. The fact that the three master necromancers left without doing anything was even more unnerving than the fact that they were on the battlefield together. Anfey was even more perplexed. Goldman could have betrayed Minus the First because he believed that Minus the First wasn't the answer to his problems. Simply leaving was not something he expected Goldman to do. "Saul," Dumange called, rising into the air. "It's just you and me now." "It's you and us," Saul corrected him. Dumange smiled and sighed, shaking his head. Alice was inside the camp, observing the battle from the eye of the sky. She was very calm when she saw the necromancers. When she saw Anfey kill Scarlet, she laughed. When she saw Dumange appear in the air, the smile froze on her face and her eyes widened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, Appreciation. Chapter 517, Appreciation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Manhwa Empire had prepared very well for this war. The so-called preparations centered around thinking about what would happen in either victory or loss. If they won, they would like to see maximum profit. If they lost, they would like to see how to protect the survivors and delay Scarlet's attack. Barry, acting as the general, outlaid dozens of plans, in case of any unforeseen changes. He chose a comparatively radical plan in the end, hoping to end the war in half a month's time. Saul set up the magic array of chaos to block Scarlet from escaping. This was the first step. In the next 3 days, Barry would try his best to reduce Scarlet's military power. On the third day, Saul would start the magic array of chaos, which would delude Scarlet and soldiers from the Shansa Empire with hope. On the fourth day, Meyerich would take Sacred City Palace Guards and the League of Mercenaries to the grassland, before the magic array of chaos lost its effects. Barry thought it would take them at least about 2 weeks to chase and annihilate the rest of the troops from Shansa Empire on the endless grassland. No one thought all these plans would become useless. It might be because Manhwa Empire was blessed, or it was just a coincidence. The soldiers from Shansa Empire lost their morale. The death of Scarlet could contribute the most for the mess, but what necromancers did was not able to be neglected. There were things that could be put ahead of the interests of the country. For example, the battle between humans and necromancers. That necromancer wanted Saul to move out of the way for him, which confused most soldiers from Shansa Empire. Some smarter soldiers from Shansa Empire thought more than others. They thought of Scarlet's assassination, and wondered if she turned into a death spirit, or if royal families in Shansa Empire had been controlled by necromancers, or if they were actually fighting for necromancers. The appearance of the eldest princess of Shansa Empire was another hit. Alice had showed herself in the political arena quite often, but was rarely involved with military issues. There were soldiers who knew about Alice. They passed around that information by word of mouth, so that everyone knew who Alice was. Not to mention the regular soldiers, including even Dumange, who had made the decision to devote his life to this battle, was stunned. Both Barry and Saul were very smart and experienced, so they immediately figured there must be something between Alice and Dumange. Barry ordered all the soldiers not to make any moves until they got orders from him. Saul took Alice from Entos. He left the battlefield and invited Dumange to the side of the valley. They started to talk. Barry went over and joined their conversation. Very few people knew what they talked about, but everyone knew they talked for a long time. They talked until it was already dark. After their conversation, a few strange orders were given. The Manhwa Empire gathered its soldiers and ready to set up their station, cleaning the battlefield, while Shansa Empire ordered soldiers had let down their arms and regrouped. These things had never happened before. There was no concept for captives on Pan-continent. Captives were the main source of slaves. If captives were very strong and powerful, they could be tortured to death, just as how Yolanthi treated the captives from Dark Moon Legion. Barry was supposed to be in charge of everything at this moment, but he dug into his tent and started to work on writing dozens of letters. Saul was busy setting up a small magic transmission portal and sent Barry's letters to the Sacred City. They could not believe Alice was actually the princess in the Shansa Empire, and a very prestigious princess at that. This new information could change the situation in so many different ways. It actually could change the entire plan Yolanthi had. In the morning, Anfey slowly walked into Alice's tent. He found Alice curled up on the bed with red eyes. "Scarlet is definitely dead this time." "You should be happy about it," Anfey said in a low pitch. "When you told me she was dead the first time, I was so excited that I did not sleep the whole night," Alice said. "You did not seem to sleep last night either, did you?" Anfey looked at Alice's eyes. "It's different." Alice shook her head. "I suddenly felt sad. In fact, Scarlet and I should not have fought to this point. We could have ended up in a better situation." "Should?" He, there are many should-haves. Anfey took a seat with smiles. Let's take Susanna and I for example. If I did something to her back then, Susanna should have been chasing me around to try to kill me. Did what to her? Alice asked in curiosity. I mean, something not decent. Anfey smiled. Luckily, I knew what was the right thing to do, so I can marry Susanna now. We could have ended up as enemies. I am telling you these things to let you know that what happens to a person depends on what he did before. Sometimes it was just one decision that could change everything. You do not have to think too much. Geez, are you saying you are a good person? Alice asked. What kind of person do you think I am? Anfey asked back. It's hard to tell. You are so complicated. Alice paused for a second and suddenly changed the topic. Anfey, are you blaming me for it? Blaming you? Anfey asked in doubt. Blaming me for exposing my real identity? Did it put you in a very bad situation? Why would I blame you for that? Anfey said. You don't blame me for it, really? Alice asked. Alice, why are you becoming so nagging? Do I have to pretend in front of you? Anfey felt helpless when he had to prove he was telling the truth. Dumenge is my teacher, Alice said in a low pitch. He has treated me very well. When my F.A., Edward VIII, forced me to get married in the country of mercenaries, only Dumenge, my teacher, stepped out to try to convince Edward VIII not to send me there. Others were just watching me make a fool of myself. I see, Anfey said. I know him and respect him. I do not want to see anything happen to him. I do not think you want to see your teacher get hurt either, so... Alice smiled bitterly. I panicked. I only wanted to stop their fight, but did not think what would happen afterwards. Anfey, I really did not think of it. I did not mean to do that. Are you afraid I would misunderstand you? Anfey smiled. Do you think it is necessary to explain all these things to me? Alice, don't forget we are friends. Anfey got what Alice was trying to tell him. If Archmage Michael could fight for his life at that critical moment, so could Dumenge. He trusted Alice. I do not think you understand it. I used to live in fear and anxiety. My fears and worries became true. Alice said slowly. I have followed you for a year. Life has been simple, but you gave me a warm and secure feeling. It might be called happiness, for a woman. Are you trying to embarrass me? Anfey smiled. I admit I doubted you and did not trust you at the beginning. How about now? Alice asked. Now. You have earned the respect and trust from me with your own actions, Anfey said. What else? Alice did not hear enough compliments. Huh? Anfey was confused. I mean your feelings towards me, Alice said. Well, you are more capable than me in many ways. If I did not have you, I would not have the League of Mercenaries, Anfey said. Is that it? Alice bit her lips. Do you want to know how I feel about you? Didn't you talk about it already? Anfey looked like he had suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, Alice, I need your help. Alice heaved a slight sigh. She knew Anfey tried to avoid talking about these things on purpose. What is it? Barry wanted Dumenge to be the commander for the Shansai United Troop, but he turned it down. I think Kumaragosha would be the best person for that position, besides Dumenge. What does Kumaragosha say about it? Alice asked. He turned it down as well. Anfey smiled bitterly. He said the League took him in when he was going through a hard time. He would never leave the League. Shouldn't you be happy about Kumaragosha being so loyal? Alice asked. It's not about that. Besides, I am not that close-minded. Anfey shook his head. Alice, I cannot convince him. I have to rely on you for that. I will try. Alice nodded. Great. You can do so much more than me. Anfey smiled and mocked himself. I really do not understand what good staying in the League would do him. I cannot even convince him to leave. That is called appreciation. Alice did not have any magic power, but she looked very sharp. Some people do not understand what appreciation means, but others put it in front of everything else. Kumaragosha was of the latter. Anfey went quiet for a while and smiled. Okay, I will have Kumaragosha come to see you. Please help me. Anfey slowly stood up. Wait, Anfey, I have something to ask you, Alice said. What is it? Anfey asked. Do you know Goldman? Alice asked. Anfey was shocked for a second and fell back to the chair. He looked upset. Alice, this is the 1000th time I have heard you and others asking me the same question. Can we not talk about it now? Not only Alice asked Anfey about it, but also Saul, Barry, Christian, almost all the people in the high positions, friends, and his subordinates had asked him the same question in different ways. He could not stand it anymore. I am just curious. Alice whined like a little kid after she saw how Anfey had reacted in such an exaggerated way. If you do not know Goldman, why didn't he release Death Armageddon? When he left, why did he stare at you? Besides, how do you know Goldman would not release Death Armageddon? Because Goldman and I are brothers, Anfey said. Really? Alice was shocked. No, Anfey said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, Poor Man. Chapter 518, Poor Man. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The plain next to the Transverse Mountains had already been turned into a large army camp. Both the Meiho army and the Shansa army had made camp there. Everyone, even Barry, was surprised by the turn of events. If they could take advantage of it and attack the Shansa Empire, it was a sure victory. However, it was too much of a risk. The Shansa soldiers were exhausted and Dumenge still had not made his stance clear. The Meiho army did not have enough supplies for another battle. An attack on the Shansa Empire had to wait. Anfey rubbed his temple. For days, his life consisted of nothing but meetings with different generals and soldiers. Anfey was more of a fighter and did not like these long meetings. Christian, on the other hand, was very eager to attend them. Are you uncomfortable? Saul asked after noticing how tired Anfey looked during one of them. I'm fine, Master Saul, Anfey said. I don't think I am the right person to have an opinion on these matters. Master Dumenge must have more thoughts on them. We've invited him, Barry said with a sigh. Multiple times, in fact. Dumenge kept finding excuses not to come. I don't blame him though. He needs time. How about Alice, then? Anfey asked. Speaking of Alice, Steger said. Anfey, you should have told us who she really is. It's a pleasant surprise, Barry said with a laugh. Why didn't you tell us? Saul asked curiously. He had spent more time with Anfey than the others, but he did not press Anfey about it because he trusted Anfey to make the right decision. But, since Steger had already asked, Saul saw no point in keeping his silence. He was Anfey's teacher and he should have been the one to ask the question. I gave her the name Alice, Anfey said. She said she wanted to forget everything. I promised her that I would keep her secret. It's not that easy to forget, Meyerich said. Of course, Anfey said with a nod. But this is her wish and I respect her. But you still could have reported this, Dalmatian said with a frown. She won't know even if you do report this to His Majesty. Of course I lie to her, Anfey said. But that is not how I want to treat her. If she is to be my friend, she deserves my respect and she deserves her privacy. Dalmatian frowned but did not say anything. When we first found her, she had been sold into slavery. Her best friend was tortured and raped. She was in a state of despair. She asked me to protect her. I agreed. I gave her my word and I am a man of my word. Dalmatian sighed and nodded. I am at fault too, Christian suddenly said. If father is angry, he should punish me as well. You know that she is a Shansa princess? Anfey told me. Then why didn't you say anything? Alice isn't just Anfey's friend, Christian said. She is my friend as well. Christian knew how much Alice disliked the upper class. There was no way she would have worked with any nobles. Barry shook his head. I understand where you two are coming from, but you still should have said something. Alice will think that we betrayed her. Saul sighed and shook his head. It's too late to say anything now, he said. Let's not focus on the past. He turned to his two students and asked, I've noticed something about her. She was actively trying to help us earlier, but now that we know who she is, she's become secluded and distant. I do not understand. Is it because she cannot trust His Majesty? If that is the case, I want you two to tell her that His Majesty has never let any loyal man or woman down. Anfey shook his head. It's not that she doesn't trust His Majesty, he said. She doesn't trust you. What about us? Everything about you. Does she trust you? Anfey and Christian glanced at each other. She does, Anfey said. Barry frowned. Anfey could tell that Barry wasn't happy about this and said hurriedly, it's not anything personal. It's that she was let down before by royalties and nobles. She has no reason to trust you guys. Why does she trust you, then? Because she had no choice but to trust us, Anfey said. When we first met her, we were just kids, Christian said. I think she trusts us because we were so different back then from what she knew. What are some things she likes? Saul asked suddenly. Anfey frowned. I'm not sure, he said. She never really talks about herself. Is there anyone she is particularly close to? Feller and Huiwei, Anfey said. They are her assistants. If she is to marry, who do you think she will choose? Anfey and Christian's eyes widened. She has very high standards, Christian said with a smile. To be frank, I don't think she will ever marry either one of them. Is there anyone else she's close to? Saul asked. Master Saul, why are you so interested in her personal life? His Majesty wanted her to have a relatively normal life, Saul said. He wanted her to pick someone she can be happy with. She can marry whoever she wants. I know who she always talks to, Christian said. Before he could say anything else, Anfey kicked him in the shin and glared at him. It's Kumaragosha, Anfey said before Christian could say anything else. He didn't want anyone to know that he was close with Alice because it would have been bad for all parties involved. Kumaragosha and Alice? Saul frowned. Christian, who were you going to say? Ozik. No way, Anfey said, shaking his head. He glanced at Saul, who had no idea that two of his best students were tricking him, and smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Laziness. Chapter 519, Laziness. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey came back to his place with a listless look. Susanna was not there. Anfey asked a few mercenaries about where Susanna was, but none of them knew. Finally, you got the answer for Anfey. Susanna and Hagen had taken the little unicorn out. With Yes' direction, Anfey walked out of the camp to look for Susanna. He came to a low hill and saw Susanna sitting at the foot of it. Hagen was about 200 meters away from her. He kept saying something to the little unicorn and playing with him. The little unicorn was not as naughty as before, since he had taken the potion. What are you thinking of? Anfey asked, as he took a seat next to Susanna. I am thinking about Shelley. I am not with her now, and I do not know if anyone gave her any trouble. Susanna heaved a sigh, becoming sentimental suddenly. She could not help but think of Shelley when she saw Hagen playing with the little unicorn. Shelley used to play with the little guy. She got Naya. Anfey smiled. You know Naya's temper. She would go crazy if there is anyone who dares to give Shelley troubles. Do you think anyone in the small Violet City dares to challenge Naya? The problem is that Erder is missing now. If Naya has any trouble, she would have no one to help her, Susanna said. You must be kidding. Anfey shook his head. Violet City is my feudal estate. Naya is the only daughter of Saul. Do you think anyone would be stupid enough to challenge them? Don't you think they would know whom they should work for, out of sheer common sense? But Marquis Joser is going back there, Susanna said. Really? Where did you hear that? Anfey was shocked for a second. Master Meyerich told me, Susanna answered. Okay, Anfey said. That could not be right. Anfey rubbed his chin. Why do I feel someone is trying to use us to kill the people he wants to kill? What do you mean? Susanna rolled her eyes at Anfey. Master Meyerich and Marquis Joser did not have any conflict between them. It was just nice of him to remind us of that. Why would he do that? Meyerich should have no problem killing Marquis Joser. If he tried to remind us, why did he not just kill Marquis Joser for us as a favor? Anfey asked. Why do you think everyone owes us? Susanna felt helpless when she had to deal with the way Anfey thought. Marquis Joser does not have much power right now, but his title is still a duke. If Meyerich killed Marquis Joser, he would not be able to explain to the royals? Not bad, not bad. You have learned to think. Anfey playfully flicked Susanna's forehead. But why didn't you think that if I killed Marquis Joser, how would I explain that to everyone? You? Susanna found this funny and irritating the same time. You dared to kill the grandson of Philip, Zita. You did not care about explaining to anyone. So, do you think I have been very arrogant? Anfey asked. Susanna was not in the mood to be arguing with Anfey. She simply looked away to the sky. We cannot let Marquis Joser go back to the Violet City, Anfey said slowly. Erder had been missing. If Marquis Joser went to make troubles there, Naya would not be able to handle him. Have you decided if you want to kill him? Susanna asked. Kill him? I do not like violence, Anfey said. Susanna felt that she was about to go nuts at any time. If she was more outgoing, she would definitely have done something violent to Anfey. For example, she could have pinched or bit Anfey. She definitely could have committed these flirty attacks on Anfey. Every time Susanna was discussing something serious with Anfey, he would become very playful and flirty. If she gave him the cold shoulder, Anfey would become serious again. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Susanna pouted. Kill two birds with one stone. He, I like it. Anfey had a faint smile on his face. He fought on the battlefield during the war, but he did not provide any input when it came to the strategic plans. It was because he did not know much about military strategies, but he was good at scheming to set people up. He was smarter than most people. In the blink of an eye, he could concoct a devious double game plan. What? Susanna asked. This plan needs Master Jacob and Christian to take some hits, Anfey said. What does it have to do with Christian, when we have to kill Marquis Joser? Susanna asked in surprise. How to put it? Christian might not like the path he has to take, but I am going to give him a push, Anfey said. Anfey, what the hell are you talking about? Susanna stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes open wide. Christian is the supervisor of the Shield of Light Legion, the vice CEO of the League of Mercenaries, and the commander of Mage Group. He deserves 2 medals for what he did. This war is significant. The previous wars were just regular battles. No matter how much Grandin had contributed to them, he will not stand out as much as Christian. It is a terrific opportunity, Anfey said with a smile. Anfey, what are you going to do? Susanna asked. Don't ask me, but don't worry. I would not do anything crazy. Anfey patted Susanna's hand. Men always wanted to give their loved ones an impression of positivity and uprightness. Anfey did not want Susanna to know too many negative things about him, so he only mentioned things, but did not tell Susanna about the minute details. Susanna paused for a second, but did not press Anfey for the answer. She put her arm in Anfey's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. After a while, she asked, Anfey, you did not look good. What happened, Dot? What else could it be? Anfey smiled bitterly. Professor gave me 2 important but difficult tasks. What? Susanna asked in surprise. He asked me to convince Alice and Kumaragosha. Anfey sighed. I don't think I can convince them. Alice and Kumaragosha both have something bothering them. No matter how much I try to convince them, it would not work if their problems were not solved. Didn't Alice agree on it? Susanna asked. It's different. King wants Alice to be fully on board, instead of just simply agreeing, Anfey answered. In fact, Alice is such a poor girl. Her father used her and took advantage of her. Of course, she is worried that someone else would take advantage of her again, Susanna said. It is not a big deal, being used. She still shares the blood with Edward VIII after she was taken advantage of. The problem is that she has nothing to protect herself if she works for the king, Anfey said. Doesn't she have us? Susanna asked. Have you heard of the story of the frightened birds? Anfey smiled. Susanna shook her head. Anfey debriefed Susanna on that story. Both of them went quiet for a while, then Anfey asked, I personally believe in the king's generosity and in him as a ruler, but Alice does not believe in him, so it makes it hard to convince her. In fact. Susanna mentioned in fact again, but she seemed hesitant. Back when I went back to Sacred City with you, I was scared too. Why? Anfey asked in curiosity. Susanna smiled bitterly. She had a tough childhood. Darius was extremely brutal and passionate about women, especially the young ones who did not understand their own bodies yet. To make it clear, he wanted to have sex with any girl he saw. He even raped his own daughter-in-law. Luckily, Darius had many enemies, so he had to hire bodyguards to protect him. Susanna was beautiful, but she was also powerful. She ranked top 1 among the safeguards. Darius needed her to protect him, otherwise he would have raped her even though they shared a blood relationship. Seeing Darius's life, Susanna thought all royals would be like him. When Anfey went back to Sacred City, she was really scared, but could not tell anyone. To think back about it, Susanna felt humiliated for doubting Saul in front Anfey and Christian. Back then, she had determined to protect her virginity with her life. After what happened afterwards, she had been treating Saul as her family. Susanna appreciated him a lot, especially when Yolanthe saved her mother and brought her back at any cost. It seemed her fear and worry was ridiculous when she tried to recall that time. Because of her previous experience, Susanna understood Alice's fear. You know, I have seen a lot when I was little. Susanna did not know how to put it. It was so embarrassing to talk about. Susanna, do you want to see Darius if you know where he is? Anfey suddenly asked Susanna. No. Susanna answered firmly. She used to think that all the people in power were the same, but she knew Darius was just trash, after she got to know how generous and forgiving Yolanthe was, how kind Saul was, and how upright Brusariana was. After she got to see her mother, she felt there was nothing left between Darius and her. Anfey did not say anything in response to Susanna's answer. He had made the decision in his mind that Darius could die if Susanna did not want to see him. This would be good for everyone, of course, except for Darius. Anfey, why haven't we got? Susanna suddenly changed the topic. Haven't what? Anfey asked. You are so annoying. You know what I am talking about. Susanna blushed. Oh. Anfey's eyes moved fast. Anfey, do you think I am not infertile? Susanna asked. Don't think that way. I know the reason, Anfey said. What's the reason? Susanna asked hastily. Tell me, Anfey. I really want a kid. We are too lazy about it. The atmosphere had grown a little too heavy, so Anfey tried to lighten it up a little bit. The last sex we had was few days ago. Susanna did not understand at the beginning. Once she realized what Anfey meant, she was beet red all over her face. When she saw Anfey counting with his fingers, she looked panic. Susanna was such a nice girl, but she was forced to use violence. She nudged heavily on Anfey's side and said in embarrassment, You go to hell. Death is not scary. The problem is how I die. Anfey looked very flirty when he tried to make Susanna forget the bad time. A long time ago, my teacher told me, unfortunately, there are no peonies. Let's take roses. There was a saying that it would be nice to turn into a ghost if he could be surrounded by roses. Do you know what it meant? Roses represent women, while ghosts meant death. It means if I die when I am with you. Hey, what are you running for? Come back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Two Birds with One Stone. Chapter 520, Two Birds with One Stone. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. This way, my lord, Marquis Joser said with a bow. You're too kind, Marquis Joser, Christian said with a smile and walked into Marquis' tent. Marquis Joser was about to head back to his own territory and was hosting a small feast. Other than Christian, he invited several other important figures. Except for Saul and Barry, Meyerich, Sean, Dalmatian and Steger all showed up. Even though they knew Anfey and Marquis were not on friendly terms, Marquis was a nobleman and it was better to keep him happy. After a few cups of wine, Christian asked, Marquis Joser, why are you leaving so suddenly? Is something wrong back home? Joser's territory was next to Violet City and Christian wanted to find out why he was going back. I don't want to leave, Marquis said, shaking his head. I saw with my own two eyes how bright the Empire's future is. I wish I could stay here and witness more, but I am old now, my lord. My body cannot handle the pace of a military camp anymore. It is a shame, Christian sighed. Marquis nodded. It really is, but I must accept the reality. He picked up the wine bottle and filled Christian's cup. As I said, I'm old now. I don't have a lot of time left. The crown will take my territory after my death. There's nothing left for me to do. This is all the work of fate. He sighed and lowered his gaze. Christian glanced at Marquis and picked up the cup. Just as he was about to drink the wine, he was interrupted by a bellow. Hold up. The two guards outside the tent stumbled inside. A few seconds later, Anfey marched into the tent as well. He walked up to Christian and grabbed the cup full of wine. He raised it to his face and narrowed his eyes. I do not recall inviting you, Lord Anfey, Marquis Joser said coldly and stood up. Anfey, what are you doing here? Christian asked and stood up as well. He had wanted to talk to Anfey about Marquis' invitation, but he had not been able to find him. Anfey ignored both of them. He dipped a finger into the wine and sniffed it. Then, he turned and called, Yi, find me a pony. Yes, sir, Yi replied loudly outside the tent. What is the meaning of this? Marquis Joser asked angrily. Anfey's action had stalled the entire feast. Everyone was waiting for what happened next. Joser couldn't have been stupid enough to try to poison Christian, could he? Why would he have poisoned Christian anyway? A few minutes later, he returned to the tent with a pony. Anfey grabbed the pony and fed the entire cup of wine to the small horse. It only took a few minutes for the pony to fall to the ground with the wine. It jerked around for a few moments and fell still. Want to say anything? Anfey asked. Joser and Christian stared at the dead pony with wide eyes. Meyerich narrowed his eyes and slammed a fist onto the table. How dare you, he asked loudly. No, Joser said as if waking from a trance. It's not what it seems. Yi, Anfey said, bring the witness here. Yi appeared with one of Joser's servants. He stumbled into the tent and knelt down on the ground. I didn't know anything about this, my lord. You have to believe me. I didn't know anything. Tell me what you said earlier, Anfey said. I said Lord Jacob and Lord Joser were speaking yesterday, the servant said. Lord Jacob said he wanted to make a potion that makes people stronger, but instead he made a strange poison. Lord Jacob came to Lord Joser asking if he had any raw materials. Keep talking. Then, Lord Joser became really excited, Nonsense. Joser interrupted the servant angrily. He lunged towards him but was stopped by Yesman. Anfey snorted. Lord Jacob, please come in. Joser's face paled when he heard Jacob's name, and he fell to the ground. Jacob walked into the tent and nodded at Anfey. Lord Jacob, does this servant speak the truth? Jacob nodded. I did make a strange poison a few days ago, he said. The poison will work 30 days after being consumed and is very hard to detect. Marquis was very interested in it. I had no use for it and, since he was so interested, I gave it to him. Can you tell me if the poison is present in this wine? Anfey asked, handing the bottle to Jacob. Jacob raised the bottle to his face and sniffed its contents. There is poison in this wine, all right, he said. Take him away, Anfey said, pointing at Marquis. Joser suddenly jumped up from the ground. He pointed at Anfey and began to scream curses. None of the mercenaries were able to stop him. They had to stuff a ball of cloth into his mouth to silence him. Lord Meyerich, I will take him and the evidence, Anfey said, grabbing the wine bottle and cup. I'll handle this, Meyerich said after a moment of hesitation. Christian, have any men gone through his place? Anfey asked. See if there is anything suspicious. I want you there when we interrogate him. Christian nodded. Anfey followed Joser and the mercenaries into the tent of inspectors. Joser glared at Anfey, but Anfey ignored his gaze. Anfey sat down on a chair in front of Joser and waved his hand. A mercenary hurried over and removed the cloth from Joser's mouth. Did you really think there is a poison that works exactly 30 days after it is consumed? Anfey asked mockingly. Joser froze. What do you mean? Anfey raised the bottle to his lips and took a sip. It's a nice wine, he said. How long have you had it? Jacob never gave you anything poisonous, Anfey said. Do you want to try it? Joser watched him with wide eyes. He knew nothing about poisons and Jacob was an authority when it came to them. Of course, Joser believed Jacob. I know you tricked 2 servants into drinking this, Anfey said. You only used it because they lived, right? Joser laughed but did not say anything. Why are you laughing? If there's no poison in there, what can you do to me? I am a nobleman. Joser said. He caught Anfey's eyes and his voice died down. Anfey sighed and shook his head. He found a small vial in his dimensional ring and dumped its content into the bottle. Now there is poison. Jacob's with you. You just realized this? Anfey asked with wide eyes, as if surprised. Eddie pushed into the tent and nodded at Anfey. Are we starting now? No, Anfey said. We'll wait for Christian. Remember everything I told you, he asked. Eddie nodded. Good, Anfey said. He turned to Joser and said, let me introduce you. This is Lord Eddie. He is a necromancer and is excellent at interrogation. By the time he's done with you, we will know everything we need to know. My lord, he called. A few moments later, Christian and Ozik walked into the tent. Christian was frowning. Joser, he said. Why did you try to poison me? He won't say anything, Eddie said as he grabbed Joser. Allow me. I promise you I can give you a satisfying answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Interrogation. Chapter 521, Interrogation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Barry and Saul looked serious as they watched the interrogation of Eddie. Eddie was a necromancer, but Barry and the others at the scene did not mind him being the necromancer. They only cared about his stance, and which side he would take. Barry used to be friends with Gulman. It was because Gulman had betrayed Barry could have killed Gulman, if that was not the case. Back then, Barry had many opportunities to kill Gulman, or at least Barry thought he had many chances. Life was so unpredictable. Light Church and necromancers used to be enemies by nature. The fanatic followers of Light Church used to talk about killing all necromancers. Pope and archpriests would not use such strong words as would their followers. People in power usually had more education and experience than regular people. They seemed to have better and deeper understandings of life than regular people did. People in power could be hypocritical or deceiving, but never naive. It's believed that regular people were just the tools the people in power used in many occasions. This view seemed upsetting, but it was undeniable that it was the truth. People in power needed regular people to provide and sustain their luxury lifestyles, and to help them achieve their dreams. Sometimes, people in power wanted to irritate them, while at other times, they wanted there to be harmony among them. It was called governing, but it also could be called playing games at the same time. People definitely could be divided into good and bad, but the strategies they employed seemed to be the same. Barry criticized the evil things Shansa Empire did before the war started, and encouraged the soldiers to fight against them. After they got a good opportunity, he asked the soldiers to work and live with the soldiers from Shansa Empire in harmony in return. This was a good example of that notion. The strategy Eddie employed was created by necromancers. When a person was about to turn into a death spirit, he would gradually lose consciousness. If this period of time was prolonged on purpose, it became the most torturing tool, since that person had lost his judgment, and while death spirits would treat their builder as their masters. That was why Marquis Joser answered whatever Eddie asked of him, without holding anything back. Meyerich thought the way Anfey handled it was too crazy. He looked like he did not know if he should laugh or cry about it. He passed the poisoned wine to Christian. If Christian died after drinking the poisoned wine, what would he do with Marquis Joser? If Joser wanted to risk his life to kill Anfey, that would be fine for Meyerich, but the target became Christian at this moment. It just seemed ridiculous. Except for Anfey, no one else wanted to see it. Marquis Joser did not want to leave on his own, but the oldest Prince Wester wrote him a letter. Wester sounded really worried in the letter. This victory seemed to be able to change the situation on Pan-Continent. Christian had contributed so much for building a great Mayho empire, while all the officials would leave their glory in the history. Christian suddenly gained his fame and became more popular than Wester and Grandin. Christian even became the topic among the girls in the upper class, and the dream guy for them. Wester slept with too many women when he was young, so he left people with a bad impression. It was well known that Grandin had been wooing Naya. Christian became the only option among the three princes in the empire. He was a very good potential pick for those girls. Queen was such an attractive title. No girls would not like to have it. Wester was so anxious that he could not eat and sleep. He asked Marquis Joser to go back to Sacred City immediately, and hinted for him to collect enough evidence to prove that Christian had done evil things. This deceit obviously showed Wester's true intentions. Jacob brought the poison to Joser and pushed him to make a decision. Jacob was an arch-alchemist. Joser trusted Jacob and believed that poison could take effect in a month. He gave the poisoned drink to Christian and had him drink it. He believed Christian would not die until a month later, and therefore, that no one would suspect him killing Christian. Christian was going to be killed. Saul was getting old. If he could help Wester to take the throne, it was time for Anfey to die. Joser could clearly see where this was going. It was going to be easy to attack and take over the Shansa Empire. It seemed the falling of the Ellison Empire became a necessary step in the whole plan. When Wester became the only prince on the Pan-Continent, Anfey would not be able to fight against the whole continent, no matter how powerful he was. Saul frowned harder and harder. He gave Anfey a look, signaling and asking of Anfey to walk out of the inspectorate group. Anfey hesitated for a second, then followed after Saul. Anfey, how did you get to know Joser wants to kill Christian? Saul asked after he checked to be sure that there was no one around them. I do not know. Anfey shook his head. Really? Saul asked. In fact, that is a setup Jacob and I planned, Anfey said with a smile. Master Jacob will tell Joser in front of some servants that he made a miracle poison. Whether Joser will be interested in it, will be his business. It has nothing to do with me. What if he is not interested in it? Saul asked. Then today's interrogation will become very short. When we waited for you, Joser has committed suicide when there was nobody around, Anfey said. Did you set him up on purpose? Saul had a faint bitter smile on his face. Does it mean he will die today, no matter whether or not Joser wanted to kill Christian, am I right? Well. Anfey scratched his head and gave a brief splutter of a hollow laugh. Anfey, Joser is still the Duke of the Empire. How did you? Saul did not know how to handle Anfey. He could not think of Anfey as a bad kid, since he had been working for the Empire and made big contributions to the Empire by taking many risks. Anfey also took good care of his friends. Saul also believed that Anfey respected him from the bottom of his heart. However, Saul could not think of Anfey as a good kid either, since he had so many evil schemes in his head. Anfey was brutal towards his enemies and showed no mercy to them. Professor, I have no other options, Anfey said slowly. Joser is going back, but I did not know where he was going. The previous city master Araben became a cripple while Erter was missing. If he wanted to go back to Violet City and do something, Professor, do you think Naya could handle him by herself? Besides, if Joser dared to kill Christian, he might do something to Naya. Killing is not the only way to solve problems. You could have asked Barry to keep Joser in the Legion. This way, we only need the king to give an order, Saul said. How long do you think we could keep him from doing anything? Anfey smiled. If the hatred could not be diminished, it's better to let all the troubles disappear. Professor, I don't think I did anything wrong. What else? Saul heaved a sigh. Anfey was shocked for a second and said, what else? You have gone out of your way to kill Joser. You even asked Jacob to help. Is Joser's death all you want? Saul asked. I might always leave people with an impression that I am really sophisticated. Wester was behind Joser and asked him to do those things, Anfey said with a smile. I spent so much time playing with Joser. He is going for the death himself. Why couldn't Grandin be behind Joser? Saul asked in a low pitch. Huh? Anfey looked up in surprise. He glimpsed Saul's face and paused for a little bit before he said, Professor, you must be kidding. Joser has been very close to Wester. No one would believe me if I said Grandin is behind Joser. Besides, I have a good impression of Grandin. He could have been more forgiving on Wester's birthday last year, but he is good in general. Do you differentiate a friend from an enemy by seeing whether that person could leave you with a good impression? Yes, when it was before I got hurt. I used to believe Slandria. Anfey mocked himself for his own mistake. At this moment, he sensed Saul had relaxed. I watched Grandin and Christian growing up. They are both good kids. Grandin is just not mature yet, because he has not experienced anything bad yet. Whenever he had any troubles, he would get stuck with the problem and throw some temper tantrums. Anfey looked as if he was in deep thought. Anfey thought Grandin threatened his league if he made Christian embarrassed. However, Saul's stance and view were quite different than his. He heard it very well that Saul thought Grandin was just a spoiled kid and just threw some temper tantrums. Anfey, why are you targeting Wester? Saul changed the topic. Because it is for Christian, Anfey answered. Teacher, you have known Christian for so long and should know him well, right? Anfey asked in a low pitch. Christian is very nice. He might not know to fight back until Wester puts his sword on his throat. I am worried that would be too late when that happens, Anfey said. Saul frowned. I just want to remind him that peace is never created and kept by one side. What Christian is going to do will have nothing to do with what Wester will do, Anfey said slowly. If kitties and doggies know to fight for their milk, how could people not fight for their benefits? Even if Christian said he would not fight with Wester, I don't think Wester would believe him. Anfey never mentioned Grandin, even though he thought Saul had this hope or dream. Saul had treated Grandin as a kid. This sounds so ridiculous to Anfey. Grandin would not think himself as a kid at this moment. Anfey, the situation in the sacred city is pretty messy. Do you really want to make it even worse? Saul smiled bitterly. Professor, what you are doing is not fair for Christian, Anfey said in a low pitch. The mess was caused by Grandin and Wester scheming against each other. Do you not want Christian to join the battle only because you don't want any mess? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Desperate Attempt. Chapter 522, Desperate Attempt. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. You see this? Yolander asked as he tossed the document onto the table and smiled. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I don't see anything special about this, the old man behind Yolander said hesitantly. Look at this, Yolander said, laughing. It says that Anfey is proposing assassinating Scarlet and causing Barry to lose the battle. It says that Anfey is a Shansa spy. They want me to summon him to Sacred City and interrogate him. He is gaining fame, the old man said. He's not good at socializing. The officials and noblemen aren't fond of him. Anything else? I don't think he likes the noble class, the old man continued. A lot of noblemen think that he is going to cause them to lose their power. What about Alice? Yolander asked. Alice has never done anything to them, has she? He found another document and placed it on the table. They say Alice is Edward VIII's daughter and should not be trusted. They want me to summon Alice here and question her publicly. They want me to imprison her. Yolander finished with another laugh. That is strange, the old man said. I've been striving for unification for years, Yolander said. But for these noblemen, that's not important. What is important to them is what they can get from it. The old man sighed but did not say anything. They want to use me to create an opportunity for them. If Alice is here, they can pressure her and use her as well. Do they really think I'm that stupid? They underestimate her, the old man said. Who do you think is behind this? What do you mean? Alice is very important. We need her to stabilize the Shansa Empire. Yolander paused and sighed. Can you imagine how powerful they will be if they can control Alice? They won't, the old man said. I don't know Alice, but I'm certain she won't be controlled by the nobleman. Let's look at this another way. Alice can't be a ruler. That would only make those from the Shansa Empire uncomfortable. But there is a way we can unite the two nations peacefully without angering anyone. What is it? Marrying Alice off to the right man will be the first step, Yolander said. Her child will be the rightful person to take the throne. Of course, I have to be careful. I have to pick the right man for her because her husband will be my successor. He turned to the old man and said, This is why I am asking you. Who do you think would be best? Christian is in the country of mercenaries. It has to be either Grandon or Wester. Obviously. I am not in the right position to comment on this, the old man said with a shake of his head. What makes me angry is that the noblemen are not paying taxes, Yolander said. They are stalling. Someone is telling them what to do. I'm too busy right now to do anything about them. What makes me so mad is that they are so careless. Even in the face of a common threat, the noblemen still only care about themselves. The old man sighed but did not say anything. Maybe it's because they've forgotten that I am their ruler, Yolander said softly. I didn't punish Philip, I allowed him to roam free. Maybe those noblemen thought I would be as forgiving with them as I was with Philip. You mean? I cannot allow them to mess up my plan, Yolander said. Did you say that some of the important members of my court are involved in avoiding paying taxes? Yes, Your Majesty. Do you have enough evidence? I do. Do what you must. The old man nodded. Another thing, Yolander said. What do you know about Alice? She is a capable woman, from what I've gathered, the old man said. Barry and Saul know her better than I do, but I am certain they will tell you the same thing. She expanded the League of Mercenaries tenfold in less than a year. Without her, Anfey never could have managed all those mercenaries. What about her weaknesses? She can be hesitant when it comes to making important decisions, but she is still young, the old man said. She works well with Anfey. He is determined and is capable of making quick decisions. She is much more considerate and can see things through a different perspective. If I give her a chance, would she take it? She may not, the old man said. Anfey did say she doesn't trust us. I see, Yolander said. If she had other motives, she would try to gain our trust. Clearly, she doesn't need us to get what she needs. She cares very much about the League, the old man said. I think she thinks of the League as home now. Her dedication to it shows that she no longer thinks of the Shansa Empire as her home. And she gets along with Anfey and Christian? The old man nodded. They all respect her, he said. He doesn't respect a lot of people, but I believe she is one of them. She is also well loved among the commoners. When she was still living in the Shansa Empire, there was a plague there. She went to the cities that were quarantined, against the wish of her advisors, to comfort the sick. Without her, the people in those cities might have rioted. Wonderful, Yolander said. I see that I can trust her with important issues. Even if she has trouble with them, she will have the support of Saul and his students, the old man said. He paused for a second and said, The recent victory made a lot of people here restless, Your Majesty. Your support of Anfey will only make them even more so. They may try something against it. As long as I am alive, they will never succeed, Yolanther said with a laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Attack. Chapter 523, Attack. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When the flowers withered, the Meho Empire and Shansa Empire had arrived at Stormberg. They both had everything ready. All they needed to do was to take over the Shansa Empire. The Shansa Empire seemed ready to be conquered as well, as if waiting with its door open. No one thought that King Yolanthy from the Meho Empire played such prank on everyone. Barry, Saul, and others all thought Alice would feel resentment against Yolanthy. They advised Yolanthy to deal with Alice with caution. However, Yolanthy did not seem to listen to the others' suggestions. He gave orders one after another, which not only stunned Alice, but also Barry and Saul. A minister in the Meho Empire did not handle the tax issue well. His peerage title was taken away by Yolanthy. That minister became a civilian and was put in jail. It seemed that Yolanthy could have killed the minister in order to set an example, but did not do it as he perhaps rightly should have. His influence could be much more far-reaching if he had killed that minister. In fact, this showed the personality of Yolanthy. He liked to combine punishment and reward at the same time. That minister had worked a long time for the empire. Even though he made some mistakes in his administration job, it would appear brutal to kill him with judgment, and possibly even hurt the country's interests. Some people with evil intention might use this opportunity to hurt Yolanthy's reputation. In addition, there was no difference between keeping that minister in jail or killing him. After all, anything could happen while he was in jail. If Yolanthy gave a look, that minister might die out of sickness the next day. Each profession had its dark side. It was not difficult for a prison guard to kill a prisoner. The very first order Yolanthy gave was to appoint Alice as the Honorable Grand Duke. Barry and Saul were a little shocked by this. Alice's face changed. It was not that she was overly thrilled. Instead, she did not appreciate Yolanthy titling her. She doubted Yolanthy's intention, believing it was done merely to lure her to the sacred city. She immediately went to look for Anfey, to see what he would say. Anfey did not find anything inappropriate about Yolanthy titling Alice, but he could not convince Alice about it. Once women had suspicions about anything, they usually became very stubborn and only believed their own intuitions. Anfey and Alice talked for a long time, but they could not convince each other. Suddenly, Yolanthy's second order came. Yolanthy decided to keep the 7 states in the Shansa Empire, and also changed the name of the capital of Shansa Empire into Central Province, thereby appointing Alice as the executive governor for those 8 states. Yolanthy did not give Alice the title of a king, but asked her instead to do the job of a king. Of course, the executive governor did not have any military power. Alice stood there with a foolish look on her face for a long time. She did not wake up from the shock until Anfey patted her. She really did not understand why Yolanthy gave her such a high title and important job. Alice wanted to turn Yolanthy's offers down, but she could not do it at this moment, since things had just gotten really serious. Yolanthy had made it clear in the letter that he would try his best to treat everyone the same way, no matter which country they were from, once the 2 countries were united. However, the followers of Yolanthy did not obey his order. Instead, they acted as conquerors and did bad things to the people in the Shansa Empire. The best way to protect the people from the Shansa Empire was to pick a capable person who did not only know the Shansa Empire well, but who also had Yolanthy's trust. Besides these qualities, this person had to have some popularity within the Shansa Empire, or at least among the civilians and a few royals. Only someone with all these qualities and experiences could effectively manage the issues in the Shansa Empire. Alice knew she was the best pick, since she had everything Yolanthy wanted, but she was still not sure if Yolanthy really trusted her. Alice did not think 2 people could build their trust without even seeing each other in person. If Yolanthy wanted a different person other than Alice for this job, there was actually no other candidate who fit better. After Alice became the governor of the 8 states in the Shansa Empire, it became unnecessary for her to go back to the sacred city. Finally, Alice felt a little relaxed about it. A few days later, sensational news came from Sacred City. After Yolanthy gave out those orders to Alice, there were voices which rose up against it. Many officials and royals thought Yolanthy was deceived by Anfey, and they agreed to give the Shansa Empire to Alice. Generals in the Moho Empire felt they had contributed so much for the Meho Empire, but had returned with nothing. They did not find the meaning of joining the war at all due to this. Many royals got together and targeted Anfey as being the cause of the issues. They fiercely attacked Anfey, who got blamed for it, but in fact, he did not do anything. Royals had their different views on it though. Anfey and Alice were the founders, with powers of the League of Mercenaries. They had worked for a long time. Anfey had kept Alice's identity a secret for a long time. He did not give her identity out until now, so that she could get her reward from Yolanthe. Those royals thought Anfey even had asked Yolanthe to give the Shansa Empire to Alice. They believed Anfey and Alice had asked too much from the king. A large, newly controlled territory meant newly born royals, and an exponential growth in their land, wealth, and number of slaves. After the news of victory came back to the Manhwa Empire, all the royals were thrilled. They went around to get information about the states in the Shansa Empire. They were planning to build a paradise on the other land of the continent. Yolanthe's appointment hit them hard, knocking them off their game. The higher hopes they had, the more disappointment they felt. A person who wanted to claim all the benefits could not be tolerated, and should be taken out. Anfey did not know if he should laugh or cry about all these things. He had no idea what happened afterwards. After Anfey left the sacred city with his league, he had no information about the sacred city, unless a person was sent to him with urgent mail. Outside of the Stormberg, Barry gathered everyone, including Marino, to get them ready before they started their trip. Anfey ran away from the gathering, giving some excuses after he heard there was another meeting. He walked to the outside of the campground and saw Shin Bella supervising mercenaries and setting up tents. Alice hid herself behind a tree, peeking at something with a weird look. Anfey quietly walked over out of curiosity, careful to not make any noise. He even held his breath. After he stopped behind Alice and stuck his head out to look down at what was in Alice's hand, Alice suddenly noticed him. She immediately folded the paper in her hand. "Hey, what are you looking at so attentively?" Anfey asked. "Do you want to read it?" Alice asked. "Is it okay for me to read?" Anfey had seen clearly what was in Alice's hand. It was a letter. He was curious who would write a letter to her. Alice held the letter out to Anfey, who opened it and only read 2 lines before he folded it closed. "This is a love letter. I should not read it. Here you go." "What are you talking about?" Alice blushed. "The eldest Prince Wester asked someone to give me this letter." "Wester? Wester wrote you a letter?" Anfey asked. "What's wrong with that?" Alice asked. "Then I do want to read it." Anfey opened the letter again and started to read it carefully. "I did not know Wester was so talented." Alice smiled. "His writing is beautiful, isn't it? Are you kidding me? Beautiful?" Anfey skimmed the letter and looked up. "This is called flirty. It seems that he has known you for a long time. Besides, it is in question as to whether he personally wrote this letter." "Anfey, do you know Wester?" Alice asked. "I met him a few times in the sacred city," Anfey said. "What kind of a person is he?" Alice looked far in the distance as she asked this of Anfey. "Do you really want to know how I see him?" Anfey asked. "Yes," Alice said. "He is not a good guy," Anfey snorted. "He wrote you this letter without good intentions. Are you mad?" There was a big smile on Alice's face. She turned around to look into Anfey's eyes. "Mad?" Anfey did not think this description was appropriate. But when he thought about the intentions of Wester, he did feel angry. "Yes, I am angry. I cannot believe that bastard wants to play that game with me." Anfey took another look at the letter in his hand and tore it into pieces, tossing them on the ground. Alice did not try to save the letter. She only looked at Anfey with smiles. "Wester is the oldest prince. How could you call him a bastard?" Then, "Alice, I am not joking." Anfey sounded serious. "I know." Alice nodded. "I would not take these kind of things from others." Anfey blinked. This did not feel right to him. He immediately changed the topic. "Alice, who gave you this letter?" Alice lifted her chin up and pointed in a direction. Anfey followed her and saw Shin Bella. "Shin Bella?" "She found the letter outside of my tent," Alice said. "I cannot believe Wester's people are just around us." Anfey snorted again. Anfey seemed to show his emotion too much at this moment. He could not be blamed though. Wester had touched his buttons. He never treated Alice as his property, and he had many other reasons to be mad. Alice was not only his good friend, but also a good assistant. However, the situation had changed. Alice had become an executive governor for the 8 states. A governor would not help anyone to manage a mercenary group. Anfey felt upset and sad when he thought of this. He was not in a good mood already, and what Wester did had just made it worse. "It's nothing unusual," Alice said with a smile. Look over there. Thousands of people were over there. Isn't it easy for him to arrange few people to get in? Anfey frowned a little, without commenting. But if that person could get close to my tent, he must be an official, or Shinbila's mercenaries. Alice looked at Anfey and said, Do you really want to find out who put the letter outside of my tent? Of course, Anfey said slowly. If people could put the letter outside of your tent, then they could assassinate you too. Don't you remember the last assassination? Anfey regretted what he said right away. He should not have mentioned the last assassination. Unfortunately, he could not take his words back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Lost Magic. Chapter 524, Lost Magic. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The march was easy for the Manhwa army, and they did not run into any obstacles. The army was able to occupy the province of Mora within a week. The province was Marquis Ligoya's territory, but by the time the army arrived, Marquis had already fled. Marquis' departure was what made the occupation of the province simple. The League created a rumor that the Shansa Empire had lost to the necromancers. Everyone, including Edward VIII himself, had bent the knee to the necromancers, and Scarlet's revival was proof. Both Stan, a priest of light, and Fernando, a knight of light, began criticizing Edward VIII's behavior. The church was the authority when it came to necromancers. Stan and Fernando's ties with the church made the rumor more believable. Most of the Knights of Light did not join the initial battle but quickly joined forces with the League after the major victory. Both Fernando and Stan were siding with Yolander, but the church was still split on the matter. Even the Pope himself did not show a clear stance. One side believed that Yolander was poised to unite the entire world and siding with him would be the right move. The opposition believed that if Yolander took over the Shansa and Elazan empires, the church would not survive any longer. After the Shansa Empire's loss, however, it was made clear that there was no one standing between Yolander and global unification. The Druids joined the war and the church should not lag behind. Alice made her first appearance in front of the people of the Shansa Empire. She was well loved and well respected among the commoners. A lot of people would have chosen Alice over her father, Edward VIII. A dark figure approached a stately building in the province of Moro's capital city, Moonlight City. It was close to midnight, but the building was still heavily patrolled. The dark figure watched the building for a while, then chanted a spell quietly and disappeared into the night. A few minutes later, the door opened by itself on the third floor of the building. Inside the room, Susanna's eyes flickered open. She sat up in her bed, inspecting her room with a frown. She felt someone come into her room but could not see anyone. Then she yawned with a shrug and lied down on the bed again. After more than half an hour, the door opened and closed again. A few moments later, another door down the hall opened and closed. The person was clearly searching for something and did not want any attention. By the time he finished searching the 4 buildings, dawn was breaking. Another door opened by itself. A person was sleeping inside, and their face was concealed by the blanket. As if the person heard the door opening, they rolled over, revealing Shinbella. She did not wake up and kept sleeping. The person quietly turned to leave the room. Before he could close the door, he heard a soft thud. He turned and inspected the room, realizing there was another, smaller room hidden in the first. He hurried over and pushed open the door, peering into the smaller room. To his surprise and joy, he saw Alice sleeping inside. The person stepped into the room and hurried towards her bed. Before he could reach the bed, however, he suddenly ran into something. Before he could react, he was blinded by a sudden burst of light and the effects of the invisibility spell disappeared. A tall and thin man appeared in the room. The man frowned. As soon as he regained his mobility, a dagger appeared in his hand and he lunged towards Alice. A shrill howl broke the silence. An arrow flew through the window towards the man. The man raised his dagger and blocked the arrow but was struck by the wind blade attached to the arrow. The man's armor bursted into a light and he was unharmed by the wind blade. A few seconds later, Anfey broke through the window and swung his fist at the man. Shinbella hurried into the room. Seeing that Anfey was already there, she quietly left. Alice was lying in her bed and did not say anything. She trusted Anfey to protect her and she knew that running and screaming would have only distracted him. The man narrowed his eyes. He had heard of Anfey and what he was capable of, but he had a mission. The man's body began contorting in a strange way. He jumped back and fled towards the window. Anfey swung his fist, the loose elements that had gathered around him surged forward and broke a hole in the wall. The man hesitated for a second but did not slow down. Anfey chased after the assassin. He did not want to fight in Alice's room because she could have become collateral damage. He needed to drive the assassin out. The man suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to Alice's bed. He swung his dagger at Alice, who was sitting in her bed. Anfey spat angrily. He waved his hand, summoning a firebird. The firebird flew towards the assassin. He, however, did not stop. Anfey disappeared and reappeared next to Alice's bed. A moment later, he kicked her bed out of the way. The assassin's dagger narrowly missed her. He jumped out of the way of the firebird but was too late and it grazed his side. The assassin grunted in pain. He chanted a spell and disappeared. Anfey waved his hand and summoned a column of water. He slammed a fist into the water, sending droplets flying. The droplets allowed him to detect the location of the man. Then he summoned 3 firebirds quickly, sending the birds flying towards the invisible assassin. The 3 firebirds struck their target, turning a corner of the room into an inferno. Suddenly, Anfey heard a cry from Alice. He turned and saw her bed and nightgown had caught fire and she was stuck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Dragon Man. Chapter 525, Dragon Man. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Saving Alice was Anfey's top priority. Anfey slid fast to Alice, like a ghost, and grabbed her burning skirt. A revolving water ball showed on the fingertips of Anfey's left hand, as he pulled her up by her skirt. He tossed the water ball on Alice. Alice's sleep dress looked very strong. It looked like Alice's bottom hung in the air, while her body bent into a bow shape. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the dress was, it could not be on par with Anfey's power. With a tearing sound, the sleep dress was torn into 2 pieces at the waist. Thinking did take some time. Even though Anfey chose the most effective way, he pulled the skirt off Alice before he could put out the fire on her. He forgot to think of the consequences of doing so. Alice wore panties underneath her sleep dress, but they was the see-through kind. It was no different than as if she wearing nothing. Anfey was shocked, while Alice did not know how to react. She had dreamed of the same scene, but Anfey was more gentle in the dream, not as violent as in reality. Anfey did not know how to respond, until he heard the scolding from Susanna from outside. He immediately shook the blanket and covered Alice. The next second, he realized he had gotten Alice's skirt in his hand, which became evidence. It was not appropriate to toss the skirt on the ground, but he did not have time to burn it. The water dripped down from the skirt, while he knew Susanna could come in at any second. Anfey hurriedly tucked the skirt underneath the blanket. Alice saw the light in the darkness, and turned around to face the light by instinct. She looked into Anfey's eyes and immediately turned away, like she was being shocked. The tidy room became very messy. All the people who were supposed to be there were, including Barry, Saul, and Jacob. In order to not have any unnecessary problems, Barry had his squad stationed outside of the city. They had not even entered the city yet. There was a person with weak breath lying on the floor. They could not see his face clearly yet. A firebird exploded on his face, bombed it. His nose was gone, 2 eye sockets were without eyeballs, and his lips were torn, which revealed his whole gums. He looked terrible. Anfey, you should not have hurt him so badly. This guy looked like he was going to die soon, anyway, Barry said as he shook his head. He could make himself invisible. That scared me, Anfey said with a smile. I was afraid he would make other special moves to hurt Alice. I had to hit him hard. Anfey, why don't you let your subordinate try it? Saul suddenly asked. Are you talking about Eddie? Anfey asked. Yes. Saul nodded. In fact, I think I know who he is, but we'd better ask him to confirm it. Professor, who do you think he works for? Blavi asked timidly. He was on duty tonight, and then this just happened while he was on duty. If Anfey had not come in time, Alice might have died. Blavi felt ashamed. Edward Iiv, Saul said slowly. Killing Alice is the only way to regain the control of. But before he could complete the sentence, Saul had shut his mouth. Domingo jumped in from the window. Professor, Alice called. She had put on a new outfit. She indeed had good control of her emotions. It was hard to tell if she was scared a few minutes ago. Of course, the so-called scare was partly from the fear of assassination, and partly from Anfey. Lord, you. Domingo said. Master, I am Alice. You can call me by my name. Alice interrupted Domingo. She insisted that Domingo call her Alice, no matter how others tried to convince her otherwise. A name did not seem to matter much. Alice did not mind being called with any name. Anfey gave her the name of Alice. Alice became the name everyone knew and trusted, instead of Lord. It seemed to sound too distant if she was called Lord. Domingo looked at Alice. He used to like Alice as strongly as Saul had affection toward Christian. After they met, he felt differently, much more distant to Alice. Alice, are you hurt? Domingo followed what Alice asked him to do at the end. No, luckily, Anfey came in time, Alice said. Anfey, how did you notice the assassin? Saul asked. I did not sense anything. I did not notice, until he triggered Christian's magic array, Anfey said with a bitter smile. He patted Blavi's shoulder. Blavi, you do not have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Blavi gave Anfey an appreciative smile. Saul looked shocked. Then how did you save Alice in time? Professor, Anfey has told me that the harder we push Edward VIII, the more danger Alice would be in, Susanna immediately explained. After we came to Moro Province, Anfey has been protecting Alice every night. Anfey, did you already know Edward VIII was going to try to assassinate Alice? Barry said. I just felt it was the possibility, Anfey smiled. He had heard so many stories from his peers. Even though it was dirty to assassinate the most important person in the other party, it always received the best effect. For example, Zhu Gui and Yali changed the situation in their countries with just their individual efforts. If Jin Ke could assassinate King Qin, he could have rewritten their entire history. Saul, it looks like we are all getting old. Your good student thinks more thoroughly than us, Barry said with a smile. Anfey, why are you going out every day? Alice laid her eyes on Anfey. Obviously, she cared about a different issue. What is wrong? Anfey said with a smile. Thank you, Alice said it politely, but she was touched. Her eyes were moist. In fact, Anfey was a typical doer. When he wanted to kill a person, he would not be stupid enough to show his hatred toward that person. When he wanted to protect a person, he would not say it out loud. Instead, he would just go out to protect that person. Anfey, you hit him way too hard, Jacob commented. He had been squatting next to the attempted assassin. Jacob, let's change the topic. Anfey just explained. Didn't you hear it? Barry said. Do you know what this is? Jacob raised his hand. A cloak, or a cloth that looked like a cloak, draped down from Jacob's hand. It was dark red, with holes everywhere and some burnt markings. Do you think this could be the magic invisible cloak? Saul thought of the invisibility Anfey talked about before. It's not likely. This is the magic invisible cloak. Jacob shook it a few times and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, this magic invisible cloak is destroyed really bad, and has lost its magic power. You are an archchemist, Anfey commented. You are right. I am an archchemist. If you give me enough ingredients, I can make a magic sword. However, if you give me shards of a magic sword, do you think I could repair it? Jacob asked. Magic invisible cloak? Hold on. Domingo hurried over to the assassin. He checked him carefully, but his face was totally destroyed. There was no way to tell who he was. Domingo squatted down to undress the armor on the assassin, and kept undressing him to reveal the clothes underneath the armor. The chest of the assassin showed, revealing a red lizard-looking animal tattooed on his chest. Domingo gasped. Master Domingo, do you know him? Barry asked immediately. You should have not heard him. Domingo did not admit that he knew this assassin, but his face showed the fact clearly. Master Domingo, I don't think it is appropriate to say that. Anfey said casually. We did not hurt him. He should not have come here. Since he came, there is no point to discuss it. Anfey, you do not know about it. Domingo smiled bitterly. I heard you have a nickname, the Final Paladin? Well. Anfey shrugged. I do not know which bastard gave me that name. I have to say, you well deserve your reputation. Domingo laid his eyes on Saul. Saul, you know about Dragon Man, right? Dragon Man? Saul's face immediately changed. Are Dragon Men still alive? This Dragon Man, or Dragon Men, are they that good? Anfey asked casually. Dragon Men are the descendants of dragons and humans. We are talking about a group of people, but he is a Dragon Man, too. Oh, I see. He is a bastard, Anfey said. Anfey, it's not a good time to be sarcastic, Saul said. Master Domingo, I am just curious. Did we seek them out to fight? Anfey said casually. I am not a good person, but I have my own principles. If people do not offend me, I would not bother with them. However, if they offend me first, I will fight back. If dragon men want to work for Edward VIII, there is no point to continue this talk. They will be my enemies. If dragon men do not want to work for Edward VIII, and things like this assassination happen, they have given us no options anyway. There is still no point to continue this talk. At a corner, underneath the moonlight, two people looked up at the same time. They looked at the sunrise in the east. One of them asked in a low pitch, "It's getting bright. He is not coming back, is he, Adut?" "Anfey kills people without mercy. He would not let him go," the other answered. "In fact, I hope he could have made it," the first said. "Why?" the other asked. "I just feel that he is a fool, but a cute one." He paused a second before he continued. "We'd better not continue to wait here. We should go back and report to the king." They looked at each other and giggled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, Idol. Chapter 526, Idol. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Moonlight City was the capital of Moro Province and was densely populated. Even though the war had caused some of its residents to flee, it was still very crowded. Anfey walked through the streets, observing the city and its people. He was dressed in common garments in order to blend in. It was a large city and its inhabitants did not pay much attention to him. Know thy enemy, know thyself. Anfey knew better than to underestimate his enemies, which was why he just had a long conversation with Saul about the Dragonborn. He was deep in his own thoughts when he saw a familiar face. He looked up and saw Shinbella getting off of a horse. She gave her horse to a stable hand and disappeared into the building that housed the garrison. A few moments later, shouts were heard from the building. Anfey watched curiously. What could Shinbella have been doing with the garrison? He narrowed his eyes and used his mind power. With his mind power, he saw that there were a few dozen women gathered behind the building. Most of the women were young, but there were a few who were older. A few women stopped their practice and hurried over to Shinbella when they saw her. However, their conversation was clearly not very friendly. Shinbella was frowning and one of the women had her hand on her sword. Anfey frowned and hurried towards the garrison building. One of the guards stopped him and asked, "Who are you?" "Stand back," Anfey said in a low voice. The guards frowned but did not stop him. He hurried through the door and towards the back of the building. "Let our swords speak." Before Anfey could reach the back of the building, he could already hear Shinbella's voice. He hurried over and called, "Shinbella, wait." Shinbella was clearly surprised by Anfey's presence. Before she could say anything, however, the other woman snorted and said, "You don't have the confidence to defeat me, so you brought your boy toy as a backup?" Shinbella spun around and drew her sword angrily, ready to fight the other woman. Anfey grabbed Shinbella's arm and shook his head. Shinbella stared at him but did not say anything. Then, she lowered her gaze and returned her sword to its sheath. The other woman frowned. Clearly, she misunderstood Shinbella's action. "Why, don't tell me you're afraid to fight because your little lover is here." "Who is she?" Anfey ignored the woman and asked Shinbella. The woman was dressed like a mercenary but he had never seen her before. "You want to fight for her?" the woman raised her voice and asked. "You're crossing the line," a young woman nearby said. Lady Shinbella earned her position. "If you have problems, why don't you take it up with Lord Anfey?" "Stay out of this, Julie," the woman spat. "Who are you to this woman and her boy toy? Keep your mouth shut." Julie rolled her eyes. "Will you stop saying boy toy? Do you need a man that desperately? Please, if you are angry that you can't get laid, take it out elsewhere. Don't make a scene here." The woman spat and raised her sword. "Do you need me to teach you some manners? You don't like Lady Shinbella, well, I don't like you," Julie said. She walked out of the crowd and drew her sword. The woman glanced at her, then raised her sword and summoned her combat power. Before the woman could do anything, Anfey walked over and grabbed her shoulder. The woman turned around angrily and waved her sword, sending its radiant light towards Anfey. "Be careful," Julie called. She jumped up and dashed towards them. Anfey hesitated for a second, then jumped to the left. Julie waved her sword and her combat power crashed into the woman. The crash caused a puff of dirt, obscuring the two women. A moment later, the two women reappeared and were already engaged in a fight. "Wait!" A sudden call distracted both of the women. They turned and saw Anthony dash towards them. The two women stopped fighting and stood still, watching Anthony. Julie had several holes and gashes in her dress from the fight and the other woman was panting heavily. Anthony stopped in front of them. He was still limping from his wound. Before he could say anything, he saw Anfey and frowned. "What are you doing here, sir?" "I saw Shin Bella," Anfey said. "How are your wounds?" "My shoulder will be fine," Anthony said. "My leg will take a few more weeks." "What are you doing here?" "Lady Alice assigned me to come here," Anthony said. "She wants me to train them. But it's a hassle." "A hassle?" "They argue too much," Anthony said, shaking his head. The women around remained silent. They respected Anthony too much to say anything. "Did you talk to Alice about it?" "No," Anthony said. "It may be a hassle, but they still need a trainer." "I can get Susanna to train them," Anfey said. "Lady Susanna is occupied during the day," Shin Bella reminded him. "You're right," Anfey said, nodding. He thought about it, then turned to Anthony and said, "I'm free during the day. I can train them." Anthony and Shin Bella both frowned. Anfey smiled and asked, "You think I'm not qualified?" "Of course not," Anthony said. "But you're the leader of the league, sir. Are you sure you want to waste your time training them?" The women turned to each other and muttered among themselves. They had all heard of Anfey's accomplishments and were excited by the thought of training with him. Julie's eyes were wide and she was practically shaking with excitement. The only person who did not appear excited was the woman who challenged Shin Bella. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, An Important Assignment. Chapter 527, An Important Assignment. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Shin Bella, what are these people here for? Anfey asked in a low pitch, as he looked at the swordswomen in the arena. Master, didn't you hear about it? I thought I had told you about it, Shin Bella answered in surprise. Did you tell me about it? When? Anfey asked. Few days ago. Lord Christian. Shin Bella tried to explain. Oh, Christian. Anfey immediately remembered when Shin Bella mentioned Christian. Christian told Anfey that he felt it was not convenient for Alice to have male mercenaries as her safeguards. Susanna and Shin Bella could not be with her all the time, so Christian was thinking of forming a personal safeguard team with all women. Anfey thought Christian would pick some women from the League of Mercenaries, which was why he did not put those unfamiliar swordswomen together with Alice's safeguards. He paused for a second and asked, "Where are those swordswomen from?" Master, there have been a lot of mercenaries who came to us for help over the past few days. These women were the best of them all, Shin Bella said. A lot of mercenaries? It is just the beginning, Anthony said with a smile. No one knows better about how those mercenaries think than I. The country of mercenaries used to be under the control of 4 super mercenary groups. They collaborated, but also fought with each other, which left some room for medium or small-sized mercenary groups to survive in gaps. However, it is different than during old times. Smart people could tell that joining the League of Mercenaries was actually their only option. They knew that, the earlier they could join, the more benefits they could get. They knew they either could join the League of Mercenaries or leave the country of mercenaries. Anfey nodded. He got what Anthony meant. Anfey asked, Shin Bella, are you thinking of forming a safeguard squad with those swordswomen for Alice? You must be kidding me. I have talked about this with Master Alice. We know neither about those swordswomen's backgrounds, nor the reasons they wanted to join the League of Mercenaries. If we ask them to be Alice's safeguards, there might be trouble down the road, Shin Bella said. I am glad you see that, Anfey said slowly. What did Alice say about it, Master Alice said she had an idea about what to do, Shin Bella said. What does she mean? Anfey asked with a frown. Master, I do not know, Shin Bella said. Okay, I will go and ask her later. Anfey went silent for a while and asked, Shin Bella, do you know the woman who always gives you trouble? Master, do you suspect her? Shin Bella asked. No, usually, spies know they need to keep a low profile, to not attract others' attentions. Women like her, who make trouble everywhere, could not be spies, Anfey said. Master, you are right, Shin Bella said in a low pitch, I know her. Her name is Midoff. She used to be the commander of the Mars mercenary group. We had some conflicts when we were on assignments. We even had a physical fight. She is a senior swordswoman, pretty powerful, but she was at a disadvantage in a few fights with me. It was because... Shin Bella suddenly stopped before she could finish her sentence. Her face turned a little pale. Anfey patted Shin Bella's shoulder. He knew what Shin Bella was going to say. Back then, Manlin was still alive. When Shin Bella and Manlin fought together, Midoff was not a match for them. It looked like Shin Bella had healed yet. Isn't Mars a powerful name for a woman's mercenary group? Anfey changed the topic. Haha, it is nothing unusual, Anthony said with a smile. The weaker the mercenary group was, the more superior the name they gave themselves. Names like Dominator, Protector, or Invincible sound terrifying, but they could have less than 10 people in their mercenary groups. They are just jokes for others. Indeed. Shin Bella smiled. But Master, you did a great job on the name for our mercenary group, Anthony said. Me? Anfey was shocked for a second. Yeah. Anthony nodded. The League of Mercenaries. The word league showed your vision and your ability to take in others' opinions. It does not sound grand, but has a long-reaching meaning, Master Anthony, if I did not know about you, I would think you were being sarcastic. Anfey did not know if he should cry or laugh. I just randomly picked a name, because I did not want to spend time on it. If you gave it a lot of thought, it would have sounded pretentious. Anthony must want to keep kissing Anfey's ass. We usually could tell a person's true personality from whims. Anfey felt that he had totally lost this game to Anthony. He had to switch the topic again. He knew the answer of the question, but he asked it anyway. Shin Bella, did Midoff give you trouble because of the problems in the past? Yes. Shin Bella nodded. This should stop. We need to give them some real-life experiences to rough them up, which will help them grow, Anfey said with a frown. Master, do you really want to give them the training? Shin Bella asked. Yes, Anfey said. Master, it will be a lot of work, Shin Bella said. A lot of work? Not at all, Anfey said. Shin Bella blinked. She did not get what Anfey meant. Of course, she would never understand it. I am going to talk to Alice about it later. Shin Bella, can you stay and watch them? Anfey asked. What about the training? Shin Bella asked. It is easy. Ask them to run 100 laps around the arena first. If they finish it before I come back, then ask them to run another 100 laps. Oh, and they are not allowed to use combat power, Anfey said. What training is this? Anthony asked in curiosity. The highest level of those swordswomen was senior swordswomen. Anthony wondered how Shin Bella could ask them to run 100 laps. You will understand in a few days. Anfey smiled. Shin Bella, are there any wells in the garrison? There are 2 wells, Shin Bella said. Dump stones into them and block them. Are there any mages? Anfey asked. No. Shin Bella shook her head. Master, if the wells are blocked, where can they get water? I will ask Feller to send 2 mages over. Anfey thought about something for a while and said, and no one is allowed to leave without permission. If they leave, they will not be part of the league. Do you understand? Anthony and Shin Bella looked at each other. They really had no idea what was on Anfey's mind. Alice did not look too good. Governing 8 provinces was not the same as when she had managed the League of Mercenaries. Back then, she got Anfey's support, so she had ways to complete her assignments. Moonlight City was in a totally different situation. Marquis Ligoya left with a group of royals and city officials. There was a gap in the administration, having no one in medium or upper level administration. Orders from Alice could not get passed down, because of the gap. She wanted to fill the gap, but she could not find any people she could trust. Yolanthe reminded her several times that she needed to use people from the Shansa Empire to govern the Shansa Empire. The reason for this was to keep Moonlight City in order at this moment, and in the future. Alice knew Yolanthe was right. If she appointed non-Shansa Empire people to be in the upper administration, people from the Shansa Empire would not be happy about it, even if Edward III did not take advantage of it and make rumors. Barry and Saul insisted to follow Yolanthe's order. They were only in charge of military affairs. They had no business in administration. Alice took all the administration jobs upon her shoulders. Governing a province was a lot harder than managing thousands of mercenaries. She was not concerned a lot when she was in the League of Mercenaries. As long as she thought it was the right decision, she could insist upon it, because Anfey, Christian, and others could understand her. She had to think a lot before she did anything in Moonlight City. She was afraid of creating problems, because she was not able to take anything in consideration. The most important thing was that Yolanthe made the decision that she needed in order to take it easy and not be greedy. For every action she took, she had to be sure she could handle it. As it was said, before Alice could return the Morrow province to order, Barry's troops stayed where they were, to wait for the order. Yolanthe had another reason for doing this. Edward IIIV did not want to sit and wait. He had been trying hard to recruit people for his troop. Yolanthe wanted to give Edward IIIV enough time to let him try. Edward had already lost his feeling of security. He would try to take money from civilians and force young people to join his military. The more pressure civilians felt, the more Shansa civilians would want the Manhwa Empire to take over the city to save them. By then, nothing could change the fate of Moonlight City. Regular military officials might not understand the battle at the strategic level. Even if Edward IIIV rebuilt a troop with thousands of people, and had a general as good as Scarlet, he still would lose the battle. Every step Yolanthe took, he was sure he would succeed. He did not give Edward IIIV any chance to turn the situation around. If Barry could take over several provinces at once, Edward IIIV should have more problems back home. There would be some messy provinces and tens of thousands of scared civilians. No matter how capable Alice was, she could not put everything back on track in such a short period of time. Anfey walked to Alice's office. There were people everywhere in the hallway and rooms. The door of Alice's office was open. Susanna stood at the door, quietly watching the people. People could be quite different. Each of them had different facial expressions. Naya smiled before she said a word. Naya's smile was so genuine and happy. In Naya's eyes, people were generally good, except for a few. Alice always wore a smile, but the smiles were her mask, yet not everyone could tell they were just a mask. For example, Manlin used to be attracted to her, even wanted to dump his fiancée for her, and forgot how he became the commander of the mercenary group. Susanna did not like to smile, especially to strangers. Even though her smile could melt people's hearts, she always looked distant. People were scared to talk to her, even when they did not know who she was. Susanna's job was to protect Alice, so she was very sensitive to her surroundings. When Anfey stepped on the staircase with just one foot, Susanna had turned around to him. When she saw it was Anfey, her smile grew bigger and bigger on her face. It all started from her eyes, then mouth. The smile was so big and bright that it could melt snow. When people saw her smile, they might feel as warm as the sun shining in the spring breeze. It might be because Susanna was happy, satisfied, or for other reasons. She always smiled when she saw Anfey, even though they had been married for about half a year. Susanna smiled genuinely, not because she wanted to appease Anfey. Her smile was not a routine either, just a real smile from her bottom of her heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Reunion. Chapter 528, Reunion. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Is Alice inside? Anfey smiled and asked. Susanna nodded. She moved aside to let Anfey into the room and closed the door softly. Alice was speaking with another man inside and did not notice Anfey at first. Anfey coughed softly to catch her attention. Go, Alice turned back to the man and said, I'll speak to you again. The man bowed to her and left the room hurriedly. Anfey sat down on a chair across from Alice and grinned at her. You have a lot of visitors, he said. Are they all from the Shansa Empire? It doesn't matter where they were from, Alice said. It's only human nature to try and grasp every opportunity that presents itself. I doubt you are here to talk about opportunists. What do you want to talk to me about? Anfey smiled at her bluntness. I heard you want to create a team of female guards? Alice nodded. Why do you ask? I just visited the women you want to recruit, Anfey said. I don't know their history. I can't entrust them with your life. They won't be guarding my life, Alice said lightly. What do you mean? I've considered this myself, Alice said. More people show up each day, wanting to join us. Can you guarantee that every single one of them wants to join us because they want to help us? If you turn people away, will they just let it go? No, Anfey said, shaking his head. Which is why I'm creating a team of guards, Alice said. I plan on grouping together the newcomers. It's easier for them and for us. I see, Anfey said. Better to deal with the problem than to push it aside. Alice nodded in agreement. Another thing is that we are busy enough as it is. It's impractical to expand the army. They want to work for me, but I have requirements as well. Joining the league is the best bet for a lot of people. They will have a stable job that will not ask too much of them. I understand, Anfey said. What I'm saying is that we don't know anything about those women. I know. This is just a test of mine. I will only hire those who passed all of my tests. I am certain that those that pass will qualify. Alice grinned and glanced at Anfey. Now, when the people who want me dead hear that I'm assembling a team of personal guards, what will they do? They're going to try to become a part of that team no matter what. Alice nodded. Better to have a team of driven assassins than one of the lazy mercenaries, she said. If I keep them in the same place, it's easier to keep an eye on them. There's not much they can do when they're under constant surveillance. Anfey nodded. It seems like my worrying is unnecessary. Alice smiled. I'm assembling another team of male guards. Within those 2 teams of guards, there are at least 2 spies. And people who actually want to serve us, Anfey said. I don't want to let them go to waste. Anfey, Alice said, turning to him. If there's one thing the League has an abundance of, it's manpower. Plus, why do we need that much manpower when we have you, Anthony and Susanna? Anfey frowned then nodded. He had never considered how many powerful men and women were a part of the League. The 20,000 mercenaries we have right now are our most trusted men, Alice said. They've been with us for all this time. We don't have to doubt their loyalty. It pains me to think about losing those men. We've lost a lot, Anfey said with a sigh. There will be more battles, Alice said. We cannot trust the newcomers just yet. If something happens, we can always let the newcomers fight and try to preserve the mercenaries we know we can trust. Before Anfey could say anything, the 2 were distracted by the sound of Blavi's voice outside. Wei Wei, have you seen Anfey? Someone told me he came this way. He's with Alice, Wei Wei said. What happened? I'll tell you in a bit, Blavi said. A few seconds later, Blavi burst into the room. Blavi, what happened? Anfey asked hurriedly. Naya's here with Shally and Erder, Blavi said. Erder's injured. He may be dying. What? Anfey asked, surprised. Does Master Sol know? I don't think so, Blavi said. Naya came straight to us. Take us to him, Anfey said. He hadn't contacted Erder in a while because he had been occupied by the conflict with Scarlet and Manstally. However, he still valued him. Also, he knew what was under Violet City, so Anfey needed him. A dozen guards cleared the road quickly. Behind the soldiers were 3 carriages. Naya was sitting next to the first carriage driver. Her clothes were dirty and she looked exhausted. She kept glancing back at the second carriage and urging the driver to go faster. Anfey appeared to the right of the carriage. He dove down and landed near it. Naya stared at him for a few seconds, then she pointed at the second one and urged, hurry. He's dying. Anfey had never heard Naya sound so worried. He nodded and immediately hurried towards the second carriage. Inside the second carriage were 4 young elves. They were all sitting around a man who was lying on the floor of the carriage covered with clothes and blankets. The man was very old with a long, white beard and a bald head. Anfey recognized the elves but did not recognize the man. He was about to go and check the third carriage when something clicked in his mind. He poked his head back into the carriage and asked, Erder. Hearing his voice, the old man opened his eyes slowly. His eyes brightened when he saw Anfey. He opened his mouth but could not speak. Erder. What happened? Anfey asked. He jumped into the carriage and carefully lifted Erder off of the carriage floor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, Strategy. Chapter 529, Strategy. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey could clearly tell that Erder lost a lot of weight. Erder was merely a skeleton of now. Anfey felt as if he was holding bonfire sticks in his arms. Erder could not stop shaking. His eyes kept opening and closing. Obviously, it was hard for Erder to even raise his eyelids. Naya ducked in the carriage. She took a seat next to Anfey, leaning on his shoulder. The wagon stopped. Garrison and mercenaries from the League of Mercenaries were herding the pedestrians, so that they could set up the street barricade. Anfey saw that Erder could not talk for quite some time. He had to turn around to ask Naya what was happening. I do not know what is going on. Naya replied, looking confused. Erder has been missing for a long time. One day, he suddenly showed up in the marquee living room. He looked terrible and had lost consciousness. I had to ask soldiers to take him to the room. I did not yet know the horrible things which were going to happen. What horrible things? Anfey asked. Erder got old, so quickly. I could even see his hair and beard getting white, bit by bit, and then he lost all of his hair, even his beard at the end, even his teeth all fell out. I found priests and doctors to take a look at him. They only told me that his life had reached its end. There was no medical treatment they could provide. They did not know what made Erder like this. Erder slowly turned his hand and grabbed Anfey's hand. He nodded at Anfey. What happened afterwards? Anfey asked. Erder said he had something important to tell you. I asked him to tell me first, and that I would then pass the information on to you, but he would not listen to me. He said he had to tell you in person. Naya seemed helpless. Erder is so sick, and he would not listen to others. There was nothing I could do. I had to leave Violet City secretly, with little Shelly and them, to find you. Did you encounter any dangers on the way? Anfey asked. No. Naya shook her head. I met a few people fleeing from Shanxia Empire. The few maids of yours are really powerful. They killed them easily. What happened afterwards? Anfey asked. Nothing. We sought out information about you along the way. I came to Stormberg and met Master Mario by accident. He told us you were in the Moonlight City, so we came here, Naya said. There was screaming outside the wagon. Shelly, Sis. Little Shelly's giggling was heard. Even though it was Anfey's only sister-in-law outside of the wagon, and his only blood-related family, Anfey was not in the mood to get out of the wagon. Erder could die at any second. If Erder wanted to tell him secrets in person, it meant Erder must have some sensational news. He had to figure this out first. Anfey suddenly found Erder had laid his eyes on his dimensional ring. In fact, Erder did not used to be able to afford a dimensional ring with his salary. Anfey gave this dimensional ring to Erder as a gift, when he came to Violet City for the first time. Dimensional ring? Anfey asked in a low pitch. Erder slowly blinked. Anfey slowly lifted the left hand, the one with the ring. After waiting for a while, Anfey only saw Erder's hand shaking and moving, but he did not see anything showing up. He knew that Erder's life could wither away at any time. Opening the dimensional ring became a luxury. Master, is Master Erder important to you? Someone asked from inside of the wagon. Anfey did not realize it was one of the elves speaking. Anfey had had those elves for over a half year, but he never talked to them. He asked them to stay in the station. One of the reasons for this request was that he did not want Susanna to get jealous. The other reason was that he did not want rumors starting. Anfey had gone through thick and thin with his friends. He married Susanna and got few gorgeous elves, but Blavi and the other boys did not even date anyone. These differences could hurt their relationships. For Anfey, Master sounded very distant. He had paid all his attentions to Erder, and did not realize who was talking to him now. Master. The same elf had to call Anfey again. Anfey. Naya called. Yeah? Anfey turned around and looked at Paglia, who talked to him now. What? Master, is Master Erder important to you? Paglia asked. Yes, very important, Anfey said. Paglia went silent for a second. She turned her hand over. A purple crystal vase showed in her hand. Master, this is the water of life. Erder is losing his life. This water of life could not let him return to his youth, but it could prolong his life for a few more years. Anfey did not take the crystal vase immediately. He looked at Piglia, while the other three elves looked shocked. Jen, who liked to speak her mind, yelled, Piglia, how could you have the life of water? Bruzeriano asked me to keep it, Piglia said in a low pitch. Thank you. Anfey finally said something, I owe you one. If you are in trouble in the future, I would definitely help if I could. It was such a myth about Piglia. Anfey could tell she was a very sophisticated elf. If she wanted to save Erder, she had many chances, but she did not take out the water of life until this moment. She wanted a favor from Anfey. Of course, it was not a terrible thing to be sophisticated in her tactics. The key was whether she had good or bad intentions. Piglia was with Bruzeriano before. She should have good intentions, so Anfey was happy to owe her a favor. It was especially true that he had owed Bruzeriano many. It would not be a big deal to owe one more. Master, you are welcome. Piglia had a smile on her serious face. Even though Piglia called Anfey master, their conversation did not sound like one existing between a master and his subordinate. Master at this moment was just a way to address Anfey. Can you come here to help? I do not know how to use the water of life, Anfey said. Piglia pulled out the dark red cork from the vase. She flicked her little finger, and a drop of water of life flew out of the vase. That drop floated in the air toward Erder. The water of life looked no different than regular water, but it left a track of mysterious light as it moved in the air, which looked more like tiny comets. Erder suddenly looked worried, and tightened his lips together, while his thin body shook harder. He tried to turn his face away to avoid that drop of the water of life. It seemed to be worthy for Anfey to exchange his promise with Erder's life, but others might not think so. Others knew how much Anfey's promise was worth. Piglia knew it, too, and so did Erder. That was why Erder tried to stop this deal. Erder, what are you doing? Open your mouth. Anfey sounded very serious. Erder was not a match for Anfey. Anfey turned Erder's head over by force. That drop of water of life dropped into Erder's mouth. Master Erder might need some sleep. When he wakes up, he will feel better, Piglia said in a low pitch. In a short while, Erder closed his heavy eyes, and his head fell to one side. Anfey slowly laid Erder down. Anfey was still worried. Is that it? Anfey asked. Yes, master, Piglia said. Suddenly, Christian yelled from outside, Naya. Naya immediately lifted the curtain of the wagon and jumped out. She saw Christian, Blavi, and Rizka were all there. She did not have time to greet everyone, but put her index finger in front of her lips. Shh, lower your voices. What's wrong? Christian was shocked for a second. Erder needs some rest, Naya said. What is wrong with Erder? Christian asked. It seems he was cursed. When you see him later, you will know. Naya heaved a long sigh. Luckily, he is fine now. Naya, why are you here? Are the people in Violet City dumb? At least they should have told us about it. It's too dangerous, Blavi said in a low pitch. I asked them to keep a secret for us. Naya looked proud. If you did not know about it, those bad guys definitely would not know about it. It was safe. This was the first time Naya had used any strategy. She would not allow anyone to put her down. Christian and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The war had ended. Except for Barry, who could not leave, Saul, Stega, Ernest, Anfey and the younger ones did not have much left to do. If anyone went back to help Naya, the person could definitely protect Naya. This so-called hiding from everyone was not necessary at all. Not bad. Our Mississippi Naya knows to think now. Anfey walked out of the wagon, speaking this with a smile. Of course. Naya felt prouder. She always welcomed praise and compliments, but her smile soon went away. She put her hands on her waist and yelled in anger, Anfey, what do you mean? Was I not able to think before? The garrison nearby secretly tattooed with annoyance. They only knew Naya was an important person, but did not know who she was exactly. The current governor, Alice, used to be the assistant of Anfey. They heard Alice was very respectful to Anfey. They wondered who Naya was, and how she could be so arrogant in front of Anfey. Christian and the others tried really hard not to laugh out loud. No matter whether they were older or younger than Naya, they all treated Naya as if she was their innocent little sister. No matter how much of a higher title Anfey was going to have, or how powerful that he became, Naya still would call him Anfey. Her attitude toward Anfey would not change. She would still laugh or yell in front of Anfey, without holding anything back. She was a girl who always spoke her mind. Of course, usually, girls like Naya would end up in tragedy. However, Naya was very lucky, because she was the daughter of Saul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, First Move. Chapter 530, First Move. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. You must rest, Anfey said, pulling the blanket over Erder. My lord. I know, Anfey said softly. He patted Erder on the shoulder and said, rest now, and we can talk later. It's my fault, Erder said, shaking his head. I should have taken the wheel of life. Even after he drank water from the spring of life, he still appeared very old and withered. You held it for a moment and what it did to you. Anfey said, shaking his head. You wouldn't be here talking to me if you had taken it out of the labyrinth. He paused and sighed. How did Minos manage to use the wheel over and over again without dying? Maybe it's just because I'm too weak, Erder said with a frown. Perhaps, Anfey said. We will find out. Rest. I need your help. What can I do? Erder asked. His eyes widened and he perked up slightly. Anfey pursed his lips. Paglia had told him that even the spring of life could not restore Erder's life, only extend it by a few years. But if Erder did not have anything to do, perhaps he would have crumbled even faster. As you know, Alice was in charge of the League's internal affairs, but she has other business now, Anfey said. We need someone to fill the position she held. She wanted to appoint Hui Wei as her successor, but he is still too young. I'm worried that he may not be able to handle the job. I want you to work with Hui Wei to take care of the internal affairs. Erder was more qualified for the job, but his physical condition may not have allowed him to work as efficiently. My lord, I am honored, Erder said. But what is it? The mercenaries, my lord. I'm just a normal man. I can't fight. How can I earn their respect? That won't be a problem, Anfey said with a smile. Don't worry. You have my full support. But what about Violet City? How's Arabin? He's well, Erder said. I heard from Naya that he's still fairly healthy. Then we'll have to leave Violet City to him, Anfey said. With Joser dead, Violet City should be safe. I don't think he will have many problems handling it. Erder nodded. Anfey smiled at him and told him to get some rest. He left the room and closed the door slowly behind him. Outside, night had already fallen. He walked onto a nearby balcony and watched the city light. A few moments later, he coughed and Robert appeared. I have a limited number of trusted people, Anfey said. Susanna has to protect Alice. I will entrust Erder's safety to you. I will take care of it, sir, Robert said. What about the things I asked you about? The dragonborn Camlin is reclusive, Robert said. I didn't even know such a man existed. Luckily, the children had already made contact with the Shansao royalties. Do you remember young John, sir? Young John? You met him at the tavern once. What about him? He's not far from successfully seducing Edward VIII's youngest daughter, Robert said. I can see that they're doing well, but Edward VIII needs every helper he can get, Robert said. From what I've gathered, it is very hard for people like Camlin to have children. However, Camlin has 3. The only one who inherited the power of Dragonborn is his son. Who was the assassin? Robert nodded. I am confused, sir. Why? There are so many top-level powers here. Unless Camlin is a madman, I don't think he would send his son here to die. I don't think he was behind this. The child might have done this on his own volition. Or he was working with someone else, Anfey said. They're trying to get rid of Camlin through us. Could this be the work of Edward VIII? Camlin is reclusive. I don't think he is someone who would let such mundane conflicts bother him, Anfey said. Edward VIII can't get through to Camlin, so he tricked his son. No matter what, he will turn us against Camlin. A cunning move. Camlin should be smart enough to figure out Edward VIII's plan. What can he do then? Should I stop investigating Camlin? Anfey shook his head. I want to be prepared just in case Camlin doesn't see through Edward VIII's plans. I will keep investigating, then, Robert said with a nod. Master Saul told me that Camlin is a good friend of Shadow's. Shadow? His Majesty's Shadow, Anfey said. You're worried that Shadow may interfere? Anfey nodded. He isn't one I can cross, but if Camlin decides to be my enemy, I can't just let him go. It will be hard, Robert said. The blood of the dragon will give him some abilities we don't know about. I have my ways, Anfey said. How many dragonborns are there? Very few, Robert said. Good, Anfey said. I don't need dragonborns to come seeking revenge. Are you certain, sir? Somewhat, Anfey said with a shrug. Tell young John to keep an eye out. Edward VIII will invite Camlin to visit if he is willing. He just lost a major portion of his army and there are some nasty rumors about him. He will want to use Camlin to encourage his new soldiers. Anfey paused, then leaned closer to Robert and whispered something to him. He frowned and nodded. Are you certain you can control Camlin, sir? I don't want to control him, Anfey said, shaking his head. I just want to make sure he won't become a threat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Charm. Chapter 531, Charm. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. The arena was a chaotic mess. Dozens of swordswomen surrounded Shinbella. They screamed loudly. Even the garrison on the main street could hear them clearly. It looks like Shinbella lost her control over them, Anfey said slowly. All of them are very professional, proud, and mature. It is not going to be easy to tame them. I think you overdid it, Anthony said with a smile. Tame? You do not have to use such a filthy word. Anfey smiled. Let's go and take a look. Seeing Anfey and Anthony, the swordswomen started to quiet down. Some of them even lowered their heads, out of anxiety, and backed away a little bit. Shinbella, what is wrong? Anfey asked.
Master, they complain about me, saying I am giving them a hard time on purpose, Shinbella said in a low pitch.
Oh? Then why don't you guys tell me how Shinbella gave you a hard time? Anfey asked. Master, Captain Shinbella asked us to run along the arena every day. She did not give us any training.
What is more frustrating was that she filled the wells with stone and did not allow us to go out.
We were so sweaty after the run.
We could not shower without water, a brave swordswoman yelled.
Master, if you don't believe me, you can smell us. We stink.
The girl who was speaking did not mean anything sexual, but her audience were good at using their imaginations.
Some swordswomen giggled. What guts that swordswoman must have had to ask Anfey to smell their stink. You need water, right? Anfey smiled. Feller used to lack confidence when among others. He usually looked shocked when others talked to him. As time went by, though, Feller had grown more mature. After hearing Anfey calling his name, Feller had a devious smile on his face. He chanted and raised his wand. Bean-sized rain fell on their faces and heads. Feller had really good control when it came to the rain. Except for Anfey and Anthony, the swordswomen and half of the arena were all under the rain.
A few swordswomen released combat power to protect themselves by instinct.
They immediately noticed that Shinbella stood there without moving, quietly taking the hits from the rain.
Anfey turned around to look at them coldly. Those swordswomen got scared, and immediately stopped using combat power. The rain came fast and stopped fast as well, but it had already made all the swordswomen wet. Their daily assignment was training, not to join the battles. Most swordswomen did not wear armor. After they were rained on, their clothes stuck on their bodies and showed their curves. Of course, not all swordswomen were beautiful with great bodies. They had different shapes and thicknesses. People could fall really fast. Taking Feller as an example, when Feller was asked to go to the club to have a drink for the first time, he refused to go. Blobby and a few others had to carry him there, but after the first time, he agreed to go, and then wanted to go, and even began going on his own at the end. Feller underwent a huge change in less than half a year. He looked at the swordswomen without any embarrassment now. He even secretly gave them scores. He nodded sometimes, and shook his head at other times. Enough? Anfey asked casually. The swordswomen all went quiet. If they felt they were being played by someone, they might get all mad and do something at that moment. However, Anfey was different than the others. He was very special. This was especially true after he said he would give them training. They could not refuse that temptation. Everyone knew Anfey inherited the skills of the saint. It meant that they might have a chance to break through their bottleneck, or even reach to the highest level, if they could learn from Anfey. If you have complained enough, you can now continue the training. Run around the arena for 100 laps, Anfey said. Yes, master. A swordswoman named Julie answered first, and then started to run before everyone else. Anfey gave Shinbella a look and walked to the side. Anthony giggled in a low pitch. Running again? Master Anfey, do you really know how to train them? I do not know. Anfey shook his head. In Anfey's previous world, because of his profession, he had the chance to meet mercenaries and get to know some internal information. With the only information he knew, Anfey did not think he could train those swordswomen. In fact, he never thought of training anyone. Then, what are you doing to them? Anthony asked. I do know how to make people stronger and tougher, Anfey said. By not allowing them to shower? Anthony found it funny. Poor girls. They got wet today. If they are not allowed to shower, I think they will go nuts. Some people might not be able to stand it, but I am sure there are a lot of them that will hang in there, Anfey said. Why? Anthony asked. Alice told me she picked the good ones for this squad. A lot of them must be spies. I think Alice is right, Anfey said slowly. I agree with you. Anthony nodded. The ones who hang in there could be two kinds of people. One is the kind of people with strong willpower, while the other is the spies with a lot of responsibilities. Anfey smiled. The latter kind of people would not let any opportunity go to get close to Alice. The people who were in charge of planning were usually smart. The people who could take a lot must have a lot of responsibilities on their shoulders. The more they could bear, the greater the devious intentions they held.
You don't want to torture them for a long time, do you?
Anthony started to worry about himself. It was okay for him to hang around with people who were not able to shower for a few days, but he felt it would be a torture to be with people who could not shower for a few months.
This is just the beginning. Anfey smiled. In fact, I am curious who would hang in there to the end. If some of them could not take it anymore, and want to quit, what should we do? Anthony asked.
We actually could trust the people who quit, because they do not have any bad intentions or ambitions. Anfey watched those swordswomen who started to run as he talked.
I want them to do something different for me. Anthony followed Anfey's eyes. Master, I noticed that you showed interest in Julie. She is adorable. I do like her. Anfey smiled. Anthony was shocked for a second. Are you serious?
After joining the League of Mercenaries, he heard the rumors about Anfey and Alice.
No matter how cute Julie was, she was no match with Alice. It was hard to believe Anfey was attracted to her.
Of course, Anfey said casually. She made me think of an old friend.
An old friend? Anthony was confused.
People usually have a good memory when it comes to their dangerous past experiences. Back then, when I killed the grandson of Philip and had to run away from the sacred city, I was chased by the sacred flame knights. That old friend showed up and saved us. Even though, without her help, we would have probably been fine anyway.
Dean Steger had been protecting us in secret.
I really appreciate it, and would never forget what she has done for me.
Are you saying Julie saved you? Anthony asked in surprise. Feller seemed to be more shocked than Anthony.
He opened his mouth wide. Obviously, he was trying to recall what had happened before. Maybe, if my guess is right, she should be more powerful than what she showed, at least more powerful than Midoff.
Feller, shut your mouth. Anfey said in a low pitch.
Feller swallowed hard.
Anfey, do you really think that is her? Most likely.
I still remember her smell, Anfey said.
Are you suspecting her? Why? She saved us. Feller asked. Saving us does not mean she had good intentions toward us. She might think it was better to keep us alive back then. Anfey smiled. A necromancer saved us back then, too. Do you think that necromancer was trying to help us? Of course not, Feller said.
Neither did she, Anfey said in a low pitch. Besides, we saved her, too. It does not matter if she had a good or bad intentions back then.
The key is that you need to create more chances to work with her. If she were a pile of dry grass, your friendship would be a big fireball. You can light her up. Anfey, I do not think I am that attractive.
Feller smiled bitterly. It has nothing to do with charm, Anfey said.
If Julie is as Master said, she will immediately cling to Feller.
Then she must be a spy, Anthony said in a low pitch.
Anyone want to bet with me? Anfey asked. No, thank you. Anthony shook his head.
The reason he joined the League of Mercenary was because of Anfey's incomparable power. What he admired about Anfey the most was his horribly sharp sensitivity.
He would not bet with Anfey for anything.
If she is just as you said, what should I do?
Feller asked.
I will handle her if that is the case. I will try to steal her from you, Anfey said.
Do you need to try?
Feller smiled bitterly. I can totally see how miserable my life could be.
It's not definite.
Feller, you should have some confidence, Anfey said.
Anfey, don't play with me. Feller blinked. Anfey, I am worried there will be misunderstandings between Susanna and you. Maybe you should have Master Anthony try it. What do you think? That's you young people's business. Don't get me involved.
Anthony's face immediately changed.
He gave Feller a dirty look. Feller made it too obvious.
He had no confidence to compete with Anfey, but did have the confidence to compete with Anthony.
What an insult. Anthony had such pride, too. He was an archswordsman.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 532, History. Chapter 532, History. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
This has got to be the 10th time you've asked me about Camlin in the past 3 days, Saul said.
I already told you everything I know about the man.
I'm just worried, Anfey said. I want to know as much about him as possible, just in case.
Camlin is a good man, Saul said.
I don't think you have to worry about him much.
He is a little like Ernest, though a bit more temperamental.
He had a smooth early life, and that made him proud, which is why he went after Morgan with his wife all those years ago.
That was a mistake that almost crushed him. The necromancer? Saul nodded.
Morgan may appear young, but he is even older than Goldman, and he is a skilled combatant.
He is even more skilled than Goldman. What happened then? I don't know exactly what happened.
I only know that he went after Morgan without waiting for his friends. By the time they found him, his wife was dead and Morgan was nowhere to be found. Saul sighed and continued, after that, he became a recluse.
For real? Anfey asked incredulously. Why didn't he hunt down Morgan?
He made a choice, Saul said, because he learned firsthand how terrifying Morgan is. When Morgan first appeared in the country of mercenaries, Berzeriano and Slanbria made a pact to take him on, together. Followers of the Church of Light and the Druids aren't exactly on friendly terms, but they still work together.
We all know that we can't take on Morgan alone.
Even I have to find helpers, when it comes to Morgan. I know you fought with Dysphidia, but you need to know that Dysphidia did not use all of his strength, and Morgan is much more powerful.
He is a man to be reckoned with. I see, Anfey said slowly. One of Camlin's most important weapons is his skin, which is immune to almost all forms of attack. Of course, I've heard from Ernest that you are a natural warrior.
You may have a chance with Camlin.
You should tell him everything, Jacob said with a grin. Everything?
Ernest almost said that it's a waste that you're learning magic, Jacob said.
Anfey smiled, but did not say anything. He turned to Saul and asked, does that mean magic cannot affect him?
Saul shook his head. It will be hard, but he's not immune to everything, Saul said. Sure, magic cannot physically harm him, but he is not immune to its effects. Which means, I can't use magic on him, Anfey said with a sigh.
Saul frowned. I've noticed that you're not taking magic seriously, he said.
You're using it to assist you, but you aren't treating it seriously.
Why would you think that, Master? Anfey blinked.
You seem to be satisfied with just using firebirds, Saul said with a sigh. A mage that uses a few spells cannot understand the truth about magic. I'm sorry, sir, Anfey said quietly. What are you sorry for?
Anfey froze.
He was only admitting to the things Saul said, but he did not think too much about it. He did not expect Saul to ask him anything, and so, did not have an answer.
Saul sighed and shook his head. You already know everything I do.
I won't bother you any longer then, Master, Anfey said. He bowed and turned to leave. Wait, Saul said.
Anfey turned and looked at Saul, confused.
Saul sighed and said quietly, be careful.
Anfey blinked, then smiled and nodded. I will, Master. Don't worry about me. Jacob sat down next to Saul and watched Anfey disappear. He wants to take on Camlin. I don't think he'll wait for Camlin to come to him. He will go to Camlin. You and Anfey are so different, Jacob said with a grin. Saul nodded.
I don't agree with a lot of the things he did. Saul paused and shook his head. He never leaves room for any form of negotiation. The way he does things does not allow him to fail. He fails once, and he will lose everything. Jacob closed his eyes and sighed. A lot of the things he did were things that did not leave room for failure, Saul said.
He is very insecure. He doesn't like having potential threats.
Then why do you care so much about him? Everyone has flaws, Saul said with a shrug. I may not agree with what he did, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. I'm thankful for what he did for my students, my daughter, and my country.
Jacob smiled. Of course you would say something like that. Saul shrugged. I don't like interfering with my students' lives much. Now that he knows more about Camlin, what do you think he will do?
That's not our worries, Saul said.
You're not worried about Shadow?
I trust that Shadow will understand what is more important. He won't let his personal life get in the way of accomplishing what is good for his nation.
That's not what I mean.
Saul pursed his lips and shook his head.
Jacob didn't need a clear answer. He glanced at Saul and said, remember Tivanketchigen? What about him?
Tivanketchigen and Ottos fell from grace because of us.
Now it's our turn. Yeah. Michael and Manstali are examples. Now that he has turned to Camlin.
This is the beginning of the end for us.
Ernest said Anfey is wasted learning magic, Saul said. You're wasted learning alchemy. What should I do then? Jacob asked with a smile.
You should have been a minstrel, Saul said with a laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 533, The Assassination. Chapter 533, The Assassination. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Shin-Bella lifted up her head and looked at the sky. She was walking very quickly and felt a little anxious. It was her turn to protect Alice tonight, but just as she was about to leave the garrison, the two gangs led by Julie and Midoff had clashed, and had nearly erupted into fighting. The reason for the fight was pretty ridiculous. One of the female swordsmen had accidentally bumped into Midoff while she was walking, and Midoff had given her a tight slap in the face in reaction. The female swordsman could not take the humiliation of this, and had complained to Julie. So Julie stood up for her, and the situation escalated until it was out of control. Humans are social beings. When they are in a new environment, they will look for people whom they are comfortable with, in order to work together. In just a little more than 10 days, those female swordsmen had befriended one another and formed two gangs. As Midoff and Julie were more capable ones, they had been selected as leaders of the respective teams. It was getting very dark. There was no one else on the street other than Shin-Bella. The magic world could not be compared to the modern city. There were no streetlights, or any other facilities that could light the way. Although there was not total darkness, one could only depend on the moonlight and the lights that came out from the houses to make their way. Visibility was bad. Fortunately, Shin-Bella was a high-level swordsman. If it was an ordinary lady, she would have cried out of fear. After walking past a corner, Shin-Bella heard someone crying from the side of the street. She stopped and listened for a while. The sound came from an alley. If she had not been in a rush, she would have checked it out. However, she had to rush back for her duty, and that was the most important thing. After pondering for a while, Shin-Bella continued with her journey. Ah, no! A scream was heard from the alley. Shin-Bella stopped again. She heard very clearly. Other than the scream of a female, she could hear the disgusting laughter of a man. She raised her brows and walked back to the alley. Shin-Bella saw a lady lying on the ground at the end of the alley. Two dark figures were moving around. She had guessed what they were doing, even though she could not see clearly. Stop! Shin-Bella shouted. As she released her combat power, she could see more clearly. The lady's skirt had been removed, but her top was still intact. However, there were blood stains on her face. The left side of her face was swollen, and she had lost a few teeth. She looked desperate, humiliated, and enraged. Initially, Shin-Bella was a little suspicious. No ordinary people would leave the comfort of their homes late at night. Where did these people come from? However, after looking at the expressions of the lady, Shin-Bella dropped her suspicions. Given her experience, she could tell that the expressions of the lady were real. As Shin-Bella was about to dash forward, an arc that was hardly noticeable to the eyes flashed past her combat boots. Shin-Bella froze on the spot. Two slabs of earth element covered her feet and turned into rocks. The two men, who were in front, turned around, each holding a bow. As the sound of a bow being pulled back was heard, two arrows shot toward Shin-Bella's chest. The sword was Shin-Bella's forte. Although she could not move her feet, it did not hinder her from exerting her combat force. There was an explosion, and the wall behind Shin-Bella fell. A tall figure jumped out. Shin-Bella was tall, but the figure was taller. The two thighs were bigger than her waist. The figure was holding a long, terrifying battle axe, which he swung toward Shin-Bella's head. The whooshing sound of the battle axe made Shin-Bella feel suffocated. Shin-Bella's combat power was at its maximum. She moved her body and waved the sword against the battle axe. As the blows collided, Shin-Bella was nearly thrown to the ground. The figure moved backward a few steps before stabilizing himself. In terms of strength, Shin-Bella was more powerful. However, as she was restricted in her movements, she was unable to exert her full force. This left her at a disadvantage. The figure took a deep breath before taking another step forward. He swung the battle axe at Shin-Bella's leg. This was a vicious move. Shin-Bella could not run, as her feet were locked. He attacked her left leg, but as Shin-Bella was holding the sword with her right hand, this made it harder for her to make the appropriate moves. This was just the threat from the back. A swordsman, wrapped in a cloak, flew down from above with a long sword, aiming at her chest. The combat force was comparable to Shin-Bella's. Shin-Bella fixed her eyes sharply on the swordsman. She could not be bothered with the attack from the back at the moment. At this instant, someone dashed from the side, knocking himself against the axe warrior. Although the axe warrior's body was like a huge beast, he could not withstand the collision. He flew backward with a cry, knocking down a wall before crash landing on the ground. The ground shook, as though there had been a small earthquake. Shin-Bella's hands became a little weak. She no longer had the desire to fight.
This was because a figure had stood before her and was protecting her. This was not fetishism. This was a belief that she had built up through the many combats. No one had been able to hurt her before this figure.
The swordsman recognized Anfey and stopped the attack.
With a somersault, she landed 7 to 8 meters away from Anfey. She knew that this distance was still too close to Anfey, and that she was still in danger. She was shivering, and the tip of her sword was shaking even more. With a shout, the burly man who had crash-landed jumped up. He was stepping on a body that was dressed like a magician and was distorted in a weird manner. It was as though it had no bones, and bloodstains were all over the body. One could not tell whether this had happened when the burly man flew out, or if it was caused by the collision. The burly man looked adamant. He swung his long battle axe again at Shin-Bella. However, as he was badly injured, his movements were slower.
Shin-Bella had now freed herself from the restriction.
She squatted down, glided below the battle axe, and continued to move backward. She flung the sword with her waist.
This blow was powerful enough to disembowel anyone. However, as the burly man was too big, the blow could only cut the greaves of his leg. There was a deep cut on his leg, and blood was flowing out. Once again, the burly man let out a cry and fell on the ground. Shin-Bella immediately jumped, and as she landed, her right knee hit the burly man's spine.
She held her long sword downward, but her eyes were on Anfey. She did not know if Anfey wanted him dead or alive, so she dared not act rashly.
Anfey nodded.
Shin-Bella stabbed down hard on the burly man's neck, nailing him to the ground.
Not only did the burly man have strong willpower, he had a strong will to live.
He survived the blow. He waved crazily with his hands and beat around. However, the more he struggled, the more his wounds tore. Fresh blood spewed out from his neck, like a fountain, splashing onto his body and Shin-Bella. If it were Anfey, he would have moved aside, but not Shin-Bella. She was not bothered with the blood that was on her. She stared at the burly man's body and kicked his head. His wounds got worse, and more blood spewed out. The burly man gradually stopped struggling and began to twitch. "I feel sorry for you.
I am not against people who are ambitious."
"It is good to be ambitious, as it serves as motivation," Anfey said flatly.
"But, to assassinate someone to fulfill your ambition is something I cannot accept."
Having said that, he waved his arms and 2 phoenix shot out like lightning. Before the 2 men, who had quietly hidden themselves in the hole by the wall, could cry out, they were on fire.
You know me?" the swordsman asked with a trembling voice. The moment the swordsman opened her mouth, Shin-Bella recognized her voice. It was Midoff.
"There were more than 50 magicians spying on you on a rotating basis."
"Nothing can escape my eyes," Anfey said flatly. He had not wanted to destroy anyone.
As to what Alice had said, although these swordsmen were not trustworthy, they were indeed useful, and could serve as cannon fodder.
However, Midoff had gone overboard and acted willfully. She was the black sheep.
"You are too silly.
Compared to Julie, she is smarter than you.
She is ambitious, too, and knows what you will be doing. She has played along with you, and after you have left, she reported to Anthony that you snuck out. If Shin-Bella is killed, and your plot is being exposed, she will naturally become the leader."
Midoff shivered even more, either due to anger or fear, one couldn't tell. "You wish to live?" Anfey asked with a smile. Midoff was smart enough to catch what Anfey meant.
Without hesitating, she knelt on the floor and cried out, "Sir. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 534, Kidnap. Chapter 534, Kidnap. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
As the end approached, Edward VIII grew more and more reckless. He would spend most of his days drunk, and most of his nights with women. He stopped caring about his reputation, because he knew that he would not remain in power for long. His behaviors began affecting members of his court as well. The noblemen were even more crazy than their ruler. No one tried to stop Edward VIII, or tried to rule the nation. If all men must die, then they might as well do some things they won't normally do. Edward VIII was indulging in this madness because he knew that there was no point in struggling anymore.
The capital city, Diamond City, began following its monarch's descent into chaos as well.
The entire city had forsaken its duties in order to seek pleasure instead.
In the mansion of a nobleman, a feast was underway.
Except for Edward VIII, almost all the important government officials and noblemen were present. A few young men were chatting in the corner of the garden. Normally, these young men wouldn't be invited to a party like this. However, at this point, no one cared about formalities. Another reason for the invite was that these young men were very popular among the noblemen lately.
No matter what, these young men were smart.
Even if they lost in a battle against the Manhwa Empire, they could still manage to live comfortably. Once the Manhwa Empire's army arrives, the government officials and the nobilities would lose their positions and power. Commoners, however, would have more comfortable lives. Hence, being good friends with a few commoners was a good plan for these high-ranking officials. This was why these young men were receiving special treatment. A few young women walked over and waved at the young men in the corner. The young men glanced at them, but did not react. Seeing that they were not interested, the young women quickly moved on.
A man and a woman appeared around the corner.
The man was tall and handsome, the woman was petite and beautiful. They were very close, and were whispering to each other. As they passed the group of young men, the man suddenly stumbled, accidentally pouring his wine onto his date. The wine stained the woman's dress and got onto her face. The young woman gasped. She stamped her feet and slapped the man in the face, then hurried off, disappearing into the night. The young men in the corner giggled. One of them glanced around and said quietly, "The princess has a temper, doesn't she, young John?" Young John snorted and touched his face. "We'll see who's laughing at the end." "So this has happened before?" "Shut it," young John said, rolling his eyes. "The targets are on the bench to the east. You'll know who they are." The young men nodded. The group divided into two smaller groups, one heading east and another back to the feast. Young John hurried after the princess. He needed to calm her down. There were two young women sitting on the bench. They were dressed plainly, and were not exceptionally beautiful, which was why most people left them alone. The two young men glanced at each other. One of them walked over slowly, and asked gently, "Can we sit here, my ladies?" The two young women seemed to be surprised that someone was talking to them. They smiled shyly and moved over a little, but neither said anything. The young men sat down. One of them sniffed the air and said, "Smells good here." The two young women glanced around curiously. It was already summer, and the flowers were mostly gone. They did not know what the young men were talking about. "I'm talking about you," the young man turned to the two women and said with a wink. The two young women blushed and huddled closer together, obviously unsure of how to respond. "The entire feast smelled like cheap perfume," the young man said, shaking his head. "Thank God we found you." The young women glanced at each other and smiled, but still did not say anything. The young man licked his lips and asked, "Are you two mages?" "No," the young girl said. "We can't learn magic." "Are you a swordsman?" "How did you know?" the young man asked, feigning surprise. One of the girls smiled and pointed at the sword on his belt. The young man slapped his forehead. "My old friend betrays me," he said. "Old friend? How old are you?" 24, the young man said. "How about you?" He paused, then slapped his leg. "I'm sorry, my lady. I shouldn't have asked." The young girl shook her head. "Don't worry about it." "I'm 16, she said. The young man was very good at holding a conversation. Slowly, the two girls began talking more, and the tension melted away. The other young man did not say anything. He wasn't as good at holding conversation with women as his companion was. Because of this, he preferred to stay quiet. After a sudden surge of magic, the building in the distance burst into flame. The party guests in the garden, startled, stared wide-eyed at the building. All around, dark figures rose into the air and flew toward the building. This was not a natural fire. "Let's go check that out," the silent young man said, drawing his sword. "Wait," his companion said, grabbing his arm. "Don't you know? Anfey's in the city?" "What do you mean?" "Anfey probably wanted to round up everyone," the young man said. "Let's go find somewhere we can be alone, and hide there." He turned to the two girls and said, "Come with me." The two girls appeared terrified. They glanced at each other and, after a few seconds, got up to follow the young man deeper into the garden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, A Butcher and a Swindler. Chapter 535, A Butcher and a Swindler. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Sir!" Yi called out at the door. Anfey, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. "Come in." Yi pushed the door open and walked in. He bowed and said, "Sir, things are getting out of hand." "Oh?" Anfey jumped down from the bed and put on the long robe that was hanging by the side. "After you have deliberately slackened in your management, more than 10 female swordsmen became very active." They have befriended many people, but Julie, whom you have instructed me to observe, is well behaved. She has been practicing her swordsmanship and combat power all day long, and has never left the garrison, he said. It has been more than 10 days, I am worried. Could she have suspected something?
Anfey frowned, deep in thought.
Sir, you shouldn't have told Shinbella the truth. She is not suitable for this role. If someone has let the cat out of the bag and caused Julie to become suspicious, it must be Shinbella.
Have Shinbella and Julie fought with each other?
They need not fight, sir. Yi shook his head. A hostile or wary look, even just once, is enough to cause Julie to become suspicious.
Shinbella is very careful. I don't think she would make such a stupid mistake. Anfey said lightly. In this case, I don't understand why Julie is so careful.
Yi smiled wryly and said, It could be, you have made a mistake.
She is not what you think. I have a good memory. Yi shrugged and said, If you are right and Shinbella did not let the cat out of the bag, then what is the matter with Julie?
Let's wait for a few more days, Anfey slowly said. Probably, she can take her time to complete her task, which is why she didn't take the risk. But previously, she has reported to Sir Anthony. I think she is anxious to climb up the ladder, and at the very least, to replace Shinbella.
How is the relationship between Feller and Julie?
Julie is very warm toward Feller, but she keeps her distance.
I don't think she is interested in Feller. I am disappointed with him.
Sir,
how about getting Lord Christian to test her out? With his background in charm. Stop your nonsense. How can I let Lord Christian take the risk?
Anfey pondered this and said, Let's wait for a few more days and see how it goes.
I guess we will have to do that. Anfey nodded and said, Sir, one more thing. What? It's about Batusaman, Yi said.
He has joined us at a later stage, and has never contributed to the League of Mercenaries. Thus, you have never had any regard for him, or at least, he thinks that you don't appreciate him.
I have heard that he frequently complains to his men about you, saying you are being unfair and even. Even what?
Even says that you are a swindler, Yi said grudgingly. Sir, Batusaman is unhappy with you.
So? He dares to rebel against me? Anfey sneered.
He looked down on Batusaman. Before he had war with the Wolf King Manstali, the Reaper, Batusaman had sent a messenger to the League of Mercenaries and had promised to join forces with them with his troop. However, even after he had defeated Blackwater City, Batusaman was still procrastinating and had deployed only a small part of his troop to the war. It was Barry, who had crossed over the valley and wiped out the army of the Shansa Empire. When everything was over, and the army marched up to the north, Batusaman then led his troop to gather with the League of Mercenaries.
Batusaman did not contribute at all to the war.
In this case, Anfey could not keep the promises that he had made to Batusaman.
The makeup of the League of Mercenaries was very complex.
To unite everyone, Anfey had to be fair in his dealings with every team, refugee, and partner. If he had kept his promises to Batusaman, Batusaman would have been very happy, but to those soldiers who had fought together with Anfey, it would be unfair.
The Meho Empire will unify the continents. Batusaman dares not rebel, Yi smiled and said, but he can look for another chief.
Recently, he has been walking closely with General Shinj from the Roaring Dead Legion.
Shinj? Anfey was running the name through in his mind.
Sir, I have spoken to Lord Christian about this. He has asked Sean to check on Shinj's background, and they have found out that Shinj is Grandin's confidant.
Why have you not mentioned this to me before?
Lord Christian has told me to inform you later, Yi said softly.
Why?
Lord Christian said that your killing intent has been immense, and that, if you know about it, you will try to kill Batusaman.
Yi smiled wryly. Batusaman is only walking closely with General Shinj, and he has not done anything overboard.
When Lord Christian rewarded his subjects previously, Batusaman was on the list. Lord Christian was afraid that if you kill his subject in a rash action, there will be unrest in Sacred City.
My killing intent has been immense? What does Christian mean by that? Sir, have you forgotten?
Previously, when Sir Alice met up with you and Lord Christian to discuss the uproar the royal families who have been jailed have created, and the rumors their family members have spread. Yi was careful with his words.
Can you recall?
Anfey's expression changed.
He recalled the incident.
Alice had asked for their opinion, but before Christian could say anything, Anfey had said adamantly that they should be killed to avoid future trouble. Those royal families had lost their power.
No one could take this lying down.
As long as they were alive, they would create trouble. If Alice wanted to implement a new policy but they wanted to hold on to the old, there would be no compromise. Thus, Anfey felt that he was right in the matter. However, now that Yi had reminded him, Anfey realized that he had not handled the matter well. The prisons in Moonlight City and the few surrounding big cities were packed with people. One word from him, kill, would send many heads rolling. Moreover, the royal families ganged up together because their power had been taken away from them. In actual fact, they were the victims. They were different from those who fought in the war. Anfey had not been disciplined in his cultivation, and was behaving more and more like those small fries in the secular world. This was not what he wanted. Since Alice was the executive governor for the 8 provinces, she had the right to make decisions. Christian was the prince of the country, so he could also voice his opinion. However, for Anfey, although he was competent, and was the chief of general who was in charge of the army of the League of Mercenaries, he had no right to interfere with the internal affairs of the Shansa Empire. The funny thing was, as the executive governor of the 8 provinces, Alice was brainless. She immediately summoned Kumaragosha to carry out the task. Christian just smiled, and did not oppose. Given his character, neither did he support the idea. Alice was brainless? What a joke. If she was brainless, Yolanthe would not have had high regard for her. The League of Mercenaries would not come this far. Does Christian not have any plans? Impossible. If not, he would not have asked Yi to keep the matter about Batusaman from Anfey, who was no longer a greenhorn in politics. He knew that they had to go through certain procedures. Firstly, Alice, Anfey, and Christian had to come up with a reasonable countermeasure. Then, they had to discuss with Barry, Saul, Steger and the others, and agree on how they would carry out the plan and submit a proposal to Yolanthe. However, Anfey had jeopardized the procedures, stopping the flow at the first step. The crucial thing is, Yolanthe had adopted the policy of appeasement. In the provinces ruled by the people of the Shansa Empire, the people of the Meho Empire must not interfere. Yolanthe was also constantly asking if the army had harassed the people. Anfey had been autocratic in his behavior, and had violated Yolanthe's wish. A shiver ran down his spine. Anfey was never afraid of any opponents, no matter how powerful they were. However, if the threat came from within, he would, in essence, be his own enemy, which made him feel uneasy. Not just anyone could be an initiator. When Alice had wanted the League of Mercenaries to be more cohesive, she tried to paint a good picture of Anfey, praising to his ability. Anfey became the idol of a lot of people in the League of Mercenaries. Even if it were a lie, it would have become the truth once everyone began talking about it. Anfey was, in fact, capable. After having heard so much about him, no one had any doubt about his decisions, even if they could not understand them. Moreover, Saul liked Anfey a lot, and Yolanthe also had high regard for him. Although Barry, Steger, Meyerich and the rest were Anfey's seniors, they had never put on airs in front of him. They were like his friends. After the war at the Valley, Anfey and Unuamansu had become great friends. Anfey had the respect of his men, and support from his friends and many powerful elders, and these were enough to make a level-headed guy like him arrogant. Anfey also had sentiments, which he could not share with anyone. Sir! Seeing Anfey in a daze, he called out cautiously. Although he was cautious, he did not dodge his gaze. There was one more thing that he wanted to tell Anfey. He had discussed things with Christian, and they found that something was not right with Anfey's behavior. However, it was not convenient for Christian to bring this up to Anfey, so he had to do the dirty job. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Difference. Chapter 536, Difference. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. I see, Anfey said with a nod. About Batusaman, do as Christian says. Yes, sir, Yi said. Anfey's attitude showed that Ye's words had made an impression. He was also glad that Anfey was willing to listen to advice, and was not an overly confident man. Sir, someone outside called. What is it? Yi asked. We found those men, sir, one of the men replied. Did Alice put you up to this? Anfey asked. Yi shook his head. She knows what I'm doing, but she did not tell me to do anything. Tell me everything that happened. You haven't talked to anyone lately, have you, sir? I went to meet the guards, Anfey said. I didn't notice anything off. After those noblemen were executed, the families began spreading rumors to slander Lady Alice. Some of those families must have found an artist and paid him to do some paintings on a wall near the southern gate. The artist drew a picture of a woman performing sexual acts with demons, and the woman resembles Lady Alice. Anfey frowned. This showed blatant disregard and disrespect toward Alice and, by extension, him. He paused upon seeing his frown and added quietly, we destroyed those images as fast as we could. Does Alice know? I think so, Yi said. Lady Alice is popular among the commoners, and there is no reason for them to be so disrespectful toward her.
Batusaman has already apologized to Lady Alice as well.
Why did he apologize?
Yi sighed and said, the paintings were done during the night.
Batusaman's men found the paintings and, instead of reporting it immediately, they chose to ignore it.
It wasn't until midday that it was discovered by us. Anfey's frown deepened.
I don't think Batusaman has anything to do with this, though, Yi said hurriedly. He seemed very sincere when he apologized to Lady Alice.
Anfey walked over to the window and opened it, wanting to calm himself down.
He pushed on it too hard and the window slammed into the wall, attracting the attention of several mercenaries below. He looked to the distance and saw that Alice was still in her office.
Is she getting enough sleep?
She is busy, Yi said. She will only get busier.
Inside Alice's office, Alice was with Hui Wei.
Both had a large stack of paperwork on the table next to them, and were hard at work.
Susanna was sitting in a chair in the corner, staring at Alice. Did you hear that? Alice sat down and asked with a frown.
Hui Wei nodded.
Was that Anfey?
It was, Susanna said with a nod.
He sounds angry. Do you want to do check on him? Alice turned and asked Susanna.
I'll go when Shin Bella gets here.
But?
Don't worry, Susanna said with a smile.
He's not a child anymore.
I am sure he can take care of himself.
Does that mean that I am a child that can't take care of herself? Alice asked jokingly.
Of course not.
She's right, Alice, Hui Wei said. We can't risk it.
Sure, it's unlikely, but what if something goes wrong, and there's no one here to protect you?
We can't lose you. Alice sighed.
I'm just curious, she said.
What made him so angry? Has he been moody lately? Susanna thought about it and shook her head. Alice smiled.
Seeing how much he cares about you, I don't think he would let you know if anything's bothering him, even if he is extremely irritated.
Susanna blushed. Don't you have work to do?
Alice giggled and returned her gaze to the paperwork. A few minutes later, the door opened and Anfey appeared.
Susanna, honey, smile, Alice said without lifting her head.
Susanna rolled her eyes, but nevertheless grinned at Anfey.
Hui Wei looked up and smiled. Anfey, he said. I need to talk to you. How did you guys know it was me?
Because you're the only one who doesn't knock, Alice said.
What is it? Anfey looked at her for a few seconds, then said, Did Lord Barry say anything about executing the nobleman?
Of course.
Hui Wei said. Before he could finish, Alice frowned and interrupted him. Hui Wei, can you go fetch me Isaac? Hui Wei glanced at her, then sighed and quickly left the room. Anfey sat down in Hui Wei's chair and looked at Alice. You didn't want to tell me anything, he said.
Alice shrugged.
Didn't feel right, she said. Anfey turned to Susanna and whispered, Can you leave us alone for a bit? Don't let anyone come in.
Susanna nodded and left the room, closing the door behind her softly.
What happened? Alice asked with a frown. You should know. Batusaman came to apologize in person, didn't he? Oh, Alice said. You mean the paintings? Anfey nodded.
It's not a big deal, Alice said, shaking her head.
Not a big deal?
I know you worry about me, but this is inevitable, Alice said.
I won't let it get to me.
Anfey stared at Alice. He admired her sensibility, and was very impressed by how calmly she had handled this public humiliation.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 537, The Mission. Chapter 537, The Mission. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. If I have not influenced you, you would have used your own method, right?
Seeing that Alice was fine, Anfey heaved a sigh of relief.
Actually, you are right.
If I don't get rid of them now, they will create a lot of problems. Alice said with a smile.
I was too simple-minded previously.
What did Sir Barry say? He simply asked about it, Alice said lightly. Ever since we stepped into Morrow Province, Sir Barry has never interfered in the things that I do. This time around, I am too aggressive, which is why he is concerned.
Anfey nodded his head thoughtfully.
He picked up the document that was in front of Alice and flipped through it.
Isn't this?
It is Thompson's report. You are tied up with so many things, and yet you still have to worry about the League of Mercenaries.
This is tough on you. The League of Mercenaries is our fundamental concern. Moreover, Hui Wei is still unable to take up the responsibility. How can I not worry? Alice smiled and said. Anfey, something is not right with you today. Why are you being so polite?
Alice had noticed that Anfey was feeling apologetic toward her, as she had now been targeted because of him. However, she acted as though she did not know this.
Anfey smiled and did not say a word. At this moment, Susanna's voice was heard outside the door. Anfey, Ozzy is here. Bring him in.
The door opened, and Ozzy walked into the room. Hui saw Susanna standing at the door, so he knew that Anfey must be having a discussion with Alice.
He closed the door and chatted with Susanna. Sir Alice, is there anything I can help with? Ozzy smiled and asked. Sit down. Alice pointed to a chair nearby and asked, Ozzy, has Batusaman been looking for you recently? What have the two of you been up to? Yes, Ozzy nodded and said, nothing important, just chatting and drinking. Sometimes, we will go out and have some fun.
Sir, I feel that he has a motive in befriending me. This is normal, Alice said flatly. Among the leaders in the League of Mercenaries, you are the most experienced and have earned the most credit.
Moreover, you are the most trustworthy.
If he can pull you away from us, it will have a great impact on the League of Mercenaries. The very few most compliments earned from Alice made Ozzy feel elated. He smiled, but the next moment, his face stiffened.
What, pull me away? Yes. Sir, you mean, he is up to no good? Batusaman has been complaining about Anfey behind his back. What good can he be up to? Alice sneered. This is too much.
Ozzy took his sword, turned around, and walked out.
Come back. Alice shouted. Sir, this fellow is too much. Let me teach him a lesson. Ozzy said.
Ozzy had weathered the storms. He was not a rash person. He had reacted this way because, on one hand, he would not want to end up behaving like a clown, and on the other hand, he wanted to prove his loyalty toward Anfey and the League of Mercenaries. He was well aware that Anfey and Alice had summoned him to talk about Batusaman, not only for him to have no more dealings with Batusaman or to create animosity between them, it was more than that. However, to Anfey and Alice, Ozzy was not so smart. Being silly was no big deal. Anfey and Alice had been forgiving toward Ozzy because he was undeniably loyal. They had been showing him due respect as well. We cannot be rash in handling this, Alice said slowly. If Batusaman doesn't have anyone to back him up, he will continue to keep a low profile.
But now, he thinks otherwise.
He knows that we cannot hurt him openly, so he has become bolder.
Sir,
Batusaman is now very close to Shinj. I have heard that Shinj is Grandin's confidant, Alice said softly.
But I don't want hearsay, Ozzy. I shall give this task to you.
Continue to socialize with Batusaman, and don't let him get suspicious.
If you have to do it, you can talk bad about Anfey in front of him. Anfey, do you mind?
Anfey smiled and shrugged. When Batusaman thinks that the time is ripe, he will show you his true colors.
Everyone knows that you are Anfey's most trusted person. If the offer he gives you is not attractive enough, he will not be able to win you over. I understand, sir. Ozzy nodded and said. How shall I describe Batusaman?
Alice pondered, searching for a right word.
He is proud, Anfey interrupted.
He should have taken it slowly.
He shouldn't have placed his bet on Ozzy. This is a bad move.
He is trying to earn merit, Alice said with a smile. Ozzy is the most experienced leader. Other leaders, like Orsi, Tiger, and Elizabeth were old friends of Ozzy. Once he wins Ozzy over, he will be able to shake the foundation of the League of Mercenaries. Seeing that Anfey and Alice held him in high regard, Ozzy could hardly suppress his joy.
As he thought of Batusaman, he was filled with disdain.
How dare Batusaman encourage him to betray the League of Mercenaries? A carriage was speeding on the state highway. The coachman was whipping hard on the horses, so that they would travel at high speed. The horses were stained with blood.
The youth who was sitting beside the coachman found it unbearable and said, "Not so hard.
It will be the worst if the horses are hurt."
"It is all right. Someone will be coordinating right ahead."
At this moment, a man was heard groaning in the carriage. The youth was anxious and rushed in. Two girls were being tied up, and were resting against each other in one corner. They were quite well dressed, but they looked pale. There was another man, who was leaning against the carriage. He was frowning and continuously swinging his hands. His index finger and middle finger had become bloody.
"What happened?" the youth asked hastily. "I was kind enough to feed them, but they bit me."
"Andrea, be careful," the youth said in amusement.
"In this case, I will go out."
The youth moved out slowing from the carriage. Andrea took out a roll of gauze and started to wrap his fingers clumsily with it. He took the dried meat that was beside him and threw it into his mouth.
After chewing for a while, he glanced at the two girls and asked, "You really don't want the meat? You'll regret that."
"Pooh," one of the girls said in a cold voice.
"Don't be too happy. My father will tear you into pieces." I know, Andrea said with a smile.
"But you also have to know, before your father could tear me into pieces, you will have already been torn into pieces by me." The two girls turned and looked away from Andrea.
They knew what Andrea had said was true. Andrea took another piece of dried meat and moved toward them. "All right, ladies, it is pointless for you to throw a tantrum. How can you have energy to run away if you do not eat?"
One of the girls blinked her eyes and said shrewdly, "All right, I will eat." After saying this, she opened her mouth. Andrea was about to feed her, but when the dried meat touched her lips, he suddenly pulled back his hand.
"You must agree not to bite me again. It was my bad luck earlier to have been bitten by you. But now, since I have said this, you must not bite me again. If not, I will bite you back." Andrea opened his mouth and showed his white teeth. He deliberately chattered his teeth and looked shiftily at her body. He then fixed his gaze at her chest. He was obviously telling her that if she bit him again, he would bite her on the spot. The girl froze and shut her mouth. She was obviously up to no good. Since her ploy had been discovered, and she would not want to risk being bitten, she shut her mouth. Be good, be good."
Seeing that the girl was scared, Andrea tried to force open her mouth. He would not have dared to do this earlier. The girl desperately shook her head and refused to eat. As they were struggling, the dried meat fell out from Andrea's hand into her clothes.
"It is a sin to waste food."
Andrea sighed, placing his hand into her clothes.
What are you doing?" "Ah!"
The girl screamed and twisted her body crazily, like a big prawn being thrown onto the shore.
Andrea quickly shut her mouth.
A shout was heard outside the carriage. Andrea seized the girl by her throat, and the screaming stopped.
Andrea then took his time and searched around.
He took out the piece of dried meat that had fallen into the girl's clothes.
"You know what?
We have paid a big price." Andrea seemed to be talking to the girl, but at the same time, he seemed to be muttering to himself.
"In order to distract your father, a few of my buddies have volunteered to become the bait. As I was feeding you, they might be fighting for their lives. I must complete the mission. If not, I will be doing a disservice to my buddies. So, please be good and stop creating trouble. This is my last warning.
If you do it again, I will cut off your tongue and dig out your eyes.
Trust me, I will do anything in order to complete this mission." Andrea moved closer toward the girl, now speaking in her ear.
His words were clear, and the two girls heard him very clearly. They started to shiver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 538, Weaknesses. Chapter 538, Weaknesses. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
As flexible as she was, Alice had limits as well. If an order contradicted her personal beliefs, she would not obey it, even if the order had came from Anfey. Reorganizing the noble class was necessary, and she was confident in her abilities, which was why she did not care how she approached the matter. Anfey placed her in charge of the city because he was confident in her ability, and she wasn't about to let him down. In her original plan, she only wanted to punish the heads of the noble households.
However, because of the actions of some of the noble families, she decided to punish all those that decided to disobey her. The entire province was seized by fear, but there were still noble families that sided with Alice. When she first began imprisoning the nobility, she spared the families that had ties with the military. She did not want to upset any important military officials. Unlike the nobility, the commoners did not care what Alice was doing. Alice had been trying hard to improve the living conditions of commoners, and so she gave some power back to them. This made her very popular and well respected. This was why the rumors that the noble families invented about her did not travel far. Inside a small tavern in Moonlight City, two men were sitting in the corner drinking. One of the men was Ozik. Sitting across from him was a man in his mid-50s, with peppered hair and a long beard. "Heard Anfey gave you a hard time today," Batusaman said. Ozik sighed. "Bad luck, I guess," he said. "Lord Anfey's been in a bad mood lately." "I know," Batusaman said. "Don't you think he's getting overbearing?" Ozik frowned and put his mug on the table. "Don't say anything like that." "No?" Batusaman said with a smile. "What you said to other people is even worse than that." "What did I say?" Ozik asked with wide eyes.
I heard that you said he is dictatorial, and that he forgot all the things you did for him and the League.
Didn't you also say that you should have worked with Manlin instead? Ozik's eyes widened and he shot up from his seat. Calm down, Batusaman said. Do you think I would be telling you this if I wanted you dead? How did you know? Someone told me, of course. Who? I can't tell you, but don't worry. He won't betray you. Ozik frowned. Clearly, he did not believe Batusaman and his promise. Fine. Here.
I will say something as well, Batusaman said. He cleared his throat a few times and said, Anfey is an ungrateful man, who did not deserve our aid.
Now, are we even?
Ozik narrowed his eyes, then sat down slowly.
Fine, he said. No more of this. Are you scared of him?
Of course I am, Ozik said.
And you're not?
If you're so brave, why don't you say that to his face?
That day will come.
Ozik pursed his lips. He understood the underlying meaning of Batusaman's words, and that made him very uncomfortable.
What exactly do you want? He lowered his voice and asked. Wait, Ozik said, shaking his head. I don't want to know. Whatever you want to do, leave me out of it, do you hear me?
If you try to push me, I will go to Anfey and tell him everything.
Trust me. He will take my word over yours.
Working for him has turned you into a coward, Batusaman said with a sigh.
Maybe I am, Ozik said.
I value my life more than anything. He finished the beer in his mug and stood. I think it's better for both of us if we stop meeting, he said curtly, then turned to leave. He has a weakness, you know, Batusaman said.
Ozik stopped, but did not turn to look at Batusaman. Batusaman did not appear bothered.
He took another sip of his beer and said, Susanna.
You're mad. Ozik said. She's a top-level power. You can't take her on.
But she has a weakness as well.
Batusaman smirked. Shally.
Ozik paled. He understood what Batusaman wanted to do, but he could not be a part of it.
He turned to leave again. Let me ask you one last thing, Batusaman said hurriedly. If Susanna and Anfey are both dead, who will you side with?
Lord Christian, Ozik said with a snort.
So we can get rid of traitors like you. So you don't have an ounce of faith in me? Batusaman asked.
Even if Anfey and Susanna were dead, Alice and Christian are still here. Barry is Christian's uncle, and he would never turn down Christian's request for aid. I am not about to commit suicide.
I'm not going to attack anyone, Batusaman said.
My God, Batusaman, Ozik said.
Just tell me your plan.
I'll be honest with you, then, Batusaman said. I'm working with His Royal Highness Prince Wester. There's no future for you if you work for Christian, Ozik.
Even if he can take the throne, he won't spare anything for you. He cares about Susanna and Anfey way more than you.
If you work for His Royal Highness.
Well, think of all the glory in the world, and 10 times more.
I will do no such thing, Ozik said, shaking his head. Christian has support from Saul and Barry.
Who does Wester have?
He does not stand a chance against Christian.
You underestimate His Royal Highness, Batusaman said. Christian only began planning for this a year ago. His Royal Highness has been planning to take the throne more almost a decade.
There are people working for His Royal Highness all over the world, including here.
Ozik's face darkened. Batusaman was right.
Wester was older than Christian, and must be more prepared.
I already told you everything, Batusaman said. You can make the decision for yourself. Ozik sighed and sat back down in front of Batusaman. Are you sure about this?
Of course.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 539, The Adulterous Couple. Chapter 539, The Adulterous Couple. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
In a small building at the southern part of Moonlight City, Batusaman lay naked on a double bed. The bedroom was splendidly decorated with precious stones.
The owner was obviously not an ordinary person. Batusaman was making eyes at a woman, reluctant to shift his gaze away. It was summer and the room was getting warmer.
As she was in her bedroom, the woman was scantily dressed. The thin material of her undergarments was translucent, revealing her private parts.
Hana, come here. Batusaman patted the bed as he said it.
When he had first met Hana at the feast held by Alice, Batusaman was mesmerized by her, but Hana was not interested in this old man. It was only by chance that, when Hana was harassed by some thugs, Batusaman had come to her rescue.
Hana's impression of him changed after that.
Batusaman had expended much effort in trying to impress her with his capabilities, status, and wealth, before he could finally capture Hana's heart.
Are you still able to do it? Hana looked at him seductively. Ho, come here, and you will know if I am still able to do it. Batusaman gave a cheeky smile.
At this instant, the sound of a carriage was heard at the forecourt.
Hana turned pale and jumped up. Oh no! My husband is back.
Batusaman was shocked at first, but after a while, he calmed down and sneered.
So what if he is back?
Before he hit on Hana, Batusaman had run a check on her husband. He was just a powerless, wealthy merchant. Batusaman had never had any regard for such a person.
You must leave quickly. Hana panicked.
She held onto his arm and tried to drag him out of the bed. However, she did not have much strength. Instead of dragging him out of the bed, she nearly fell onto the bed.
What are you afraid of? Of course you are not afraid. What can he do to you? But it is different for me. After you leave, what will happen to me? Hana was so worried that she nearly cried. Don't worry, baby. I will take you with me, Batusaman said, as if it was no big deal. You?
When the door opened, someone walked slowly into the bedroom. Without looking at Batusaman, he went straight to a chair and sat down. Before the door opened, Batusaman looked calm, but Hana looked flustered. However, after the door opened, the situation changed. Hana smiled, but Batusaman was so shocked that he jumped up from the bed.
You, sir, why are you here? What have you done? Anfey said flatly. It is so late now, but you keep me so busy. Sir, why are you handling such a small matter? Batusaman smiled cunningly, rolling his eyes. He was thinking hard. Small matter? If your wife commits adultery with another man, would you still consider that a small matter? Anfey smiled. Of course, if your wife is of your age and uglier than you, no man will take a liking for her. I mean, if it is so. Sir, that Eddie. According to what he had found out, the name of Hana's husband was Eddie. Did Eddie know Anfey? Or did he know one of Anfey's men, and has asked Anfey for help? Come in, Eddie.
After Anfey called out to him, Eddie walked in, looking calm.
He walked steadily and stood tall.
He had a steady gaze, and did not look like one who had been made a cuckold. It was not surprising, as he was not related to Hana. At most, they would be considered as colleagues.
Hana had quietly walked past Batusaman, and now stood behind Anfey.
Seeing that Anfey was shaking his wrist, as though he was tired, she massaged his shoulders. From a seductive woman, she instantly shifted to behaving like a maid. Batusaman felt a cold chill run up his spine.
Not only did Eddie know Anfey, Hana knew him as well. Something was not right.
The sounds of people quarreling outside the room ultimately turned into screams. After a while, he stood at the door, and there was the smell of blood.
Sir, have you gone overboard? Batusaman whispered.
He knew that misfortune had befallen his men.
Batusaman, you have been plotting against Alice, and you dare to say that I have gone overboard? Sir, I don't know what you are saying. Batusaman felt more and more chilled. Has something happened to Ozik? If not, how could Anfey have known about it? Do you think that I dare not lay my hands on you? Anfey said with a smile. Sir, we are all serving the Manhwa Empire. I am not your enemy. Batusaman forced out a smile. Moreover, Lord Wester. Do you think you have Wester to back you up? You are that naive.
Even if Wester is here, I can do whatever I want with you, Anfey said softly.
Sir, I am the Earl of the country.
You have no right to lay your hands on me. When he heard that Anfey would do whatever he wanted with him, Batusaman knew that he was in grave danger. He had to make this last attempt.
People die of many reasons. I am an expert in this aspect. Why would I create trouble for myself? I will not lay my hands on you. Whatever happens today is very simple. A man's wife has been violated, and he has no choice but to fight back. This has nothing to do with me. Batusaman was in utter despair. He shifted his gaze to one side of the room.
When he was having foreplay with Hana, he needed another knife, so he had thrown his long sword toward the dressing table.
His sword was only 5 meters away from him. If he was fast enough, he could take it out from the sheath.
However, standing before Anfey, 5 meters could be a matter of life and death. Even if he could get back his sword, he did not have the confidence to get out of this place alive.
Hana, what has happened during the past few days? Anfey asked. No one in the room seemed bothered by Batusaman, acting as though he was invisible. A female swordsman was here, sir. Julie must be one of Wester's men. I have heard them talking about her, Hana replied, bending down to whisper into Anfey's ear. Good job. There is a limitation to what magic can do. With the eyes of Sky, we can only see where they have gone, and who they have met up with, but we are not able to hear their conversations. They have come into contact with so many people, and I can't possibly arrest all of them. Moreover, the moment they enter a building, the eyes of Sky would lose sight of them. Anfey smiled. If not for you, I would have to wait a few more days. Haha, but now, it is time for action. Thank you for your compliments, sir. Hana smiled seductively. Batusaman stared at Hana like a venomous snake. The smile that he was previously captivated by now looked evil. However, it was too late for regrets. He could not do anything but watch. Batusaman, you have done a good job as well. At least, Lord Christian has one doubt removed. Anfey turned and looked at Batusaman. Am I right, Christian? Christian appeared behind Yi, and Yi stepped aside to make way for him. Anfey, what do you mean? Christian smiled wryly, as he moved toward Anfey. Because this has nothing to do with Grandin, Anfey said. Previously, when Grandin was unaware of your status, he tried to get close to you, because he has taken a liking to Naya. If I say that you have no feelings for him, that will be a lie. Haha, do you feel better now? I knew much earlier that Grandin has nothing to do with this, Christian shook his head and said. Although Grandin is now prejudiced against me, to threaten us with little Sholi is something that he will not do. He knows his boundaries. It is good to know your opponents, Anfey said with a smile. He was, in fact, trying to hint to Christian that, no matter what he thought of Grandin, they could only be opponents and never friends. Christian knew what Anfey meant, but he did not say a word. He only let out a sigh. Batusaman started to move suddenly. He did not attempt to retrieve his long sword, but he dove toward the window. As he was about to jump out of the window, he froze. Susanna was standing in the courtyard. Although Susanna looked beautiful, she was more frightening than a demon. Batusaman moved back a few steps and fell down weakly on the bed. Sir Anfey, you are really good to me. Batusaman, it is better for you to die than to live. Even if we do not kill you, Wester would, Anfey said flatly. We have thought that Shinj is one of Grandin's men. Now, it seems like we are wrong. Your stupidity has not only betrayed you, it has betrayed Wester. Do you want to escape? Where do you think you can run to? Can you escape from the continent? Sir, having said so much, are you forcing me to kill myself? Batusaman was very direct in this question for Anfey. If it were in the past, you would have been dead by now. But now, I need to control myself, Anfey said flatly. I will give you a chance. To live, or to die, I will let you decide. Are you not afraid that I will betray you one day? Shinj will definitely die. Who are you going to seek refuge with? Who will forgive you? Anfey laughed. Moreover, I am only giving you a chance to stay alive. I will never trust you, so how are you going to betray me? Batusaman was stoned and suddenly shouted, All right. Sir, I am willing to serve you, but I have a request. What request? I want her. Batusaman pointed at Hana. Hana turned pale. She could tell that Batusaman hated her. If she were to fall into his hands, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, Talents. Chapter 540, Talents. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. What? Anfey asked, caught off guard by Batusaman's request. He had spared him because he wanted to learn how to control his temper. He had expected Batusaman to be grateful, not to be making requests. Yi drew his sword and walked toward Batusaman. He leveled the sword at the man's chest, then glanced at Anfey, waiting for his order. Batusaman did not look at Yi. He kept staring at Anfey and said, If you can give that woman to me, my lord, this life is yours. Anfey walked over and stopped next to Yi. He looked at Batusaman and sighed. Even if I don't give you anything, your life can still be mine. He grabbed Ye's hand and thrust the sword forward. The sword plunged into Batusaman's chest. Batusaman's eyes widened. He did not expect Anfey to value the life of a woman over his. Yi pulled his sword out. Blood sprayed onto the ground and Batusaman stumbled backwards. He gasped a few more times and slumped against the wall.
Anfey turned to Eddie and nodded at him. Eddie came forth and whispered a spell under his breath. A cloud of dark fog enveloped Batusaman's body. Christian frowned in disdain and moved away from the front. "Let's go," he said to Anfey. Anfey nodded. "Let's go check on that team of guards." "You wanted to go see Julie?" Anfey nodded. "I heard she's improving quickly. She defeated Midoff, and the women are seeing her as their leader instead of Shinbella." "I thought you sent Midoff there." "I did," Anfey said. "That's why I need to go check on Julie. I need Midoff to have more room to do her thing. Eddie, can you head over to the garrison building after this?" "I'm not sure how long this will take, though," Eddie said, without lifting his head. "We'll wait for you, then." Anfey and Christian walked out of the room and toward the yard, to wait for Eddie to finish his work. Even though Anfey wanted to create some fictional couple to take the blame, there was really no need to make it a secret, because no one would investigate it. As the two of them left the building, Robert appeared. He glanced at the man. After he recognized Robert, he turned his gaze away. "I have news, sir," Robert said quietly. He leaned over to Anfey and whispered something to him. "When will they arrive?" Anfey asked, smiling. "They must have already landed by now," Robert said. 3 or 4 days, at most." "Landed?" Robert nodded. In order to escape, Andrea didn't follow the original plan. He headed toward the northeast and rented a boat to throw off anyone on his trail. "His name's Andrea?" Anfey asked. Robert nodded. Kidnapping Camlin's daughters was a difficult task, and he knew how much effort Robert put into completing the mission. However, he only ever talked about 2 people. Young John and Andrea. Clearly, these were 2 of his best men. Anfey was very impressed by the work of Andrea and young John. People in Diamond City were searching the roads to the west of the city, but not the ocean to the east. Taking a boat was a good choice. He had requested this mission, Robert said with a wide grin. "I was worried, but now it seems that was unwarranted." "Well, young people would never grow up if they didn't go through hardship," Anfey said. Robert nodded in agreement. "Send some men to aid him," Anfey added. "I don't want something going wrong now." "I already did." "Good," Anfey said. Robert bowed and quietly disappeared. "What are you planning to do?" Christian asked, curious. Anfey sighed. "It seems like Wester and I are not that different, after all." "What do you mean?" "He tried to use Shally as a leverage against me," Anfey said. "Now I'm using Camlin's daughters against him." "So you really did send people to Diamond City? Didn't you hear what we just said?" Anfey asked with a smile. "What are you planning to do with the girls?" "I'm not sure," Anfey said. "If someone tries to use Shally against me, I don't think I can make the choice. I want to see how Camlin will react." "Does Master know?" "I think so," Anfey said. "He didn't say anything." He paused and glanced at Christian and Yi. "Don't tell anyone about this. This will stay between the 3 of us. Camlin is a good friend with Lord Commander. I don't want to anger him in the process." "Of course," Christian said. "I understand. You want Camlin to disappear quietly." Anfey nodded. "Master, Barry, Steger are all near the city. Anthony, Susanna, and I are inside. I don't think Camlin can take on so many of us alone." "I don't think you need to worry, though," Christian said. "I'm sure Lord Commander knows what is more important." "You can't be sure." "I'm pretty sure." "Have you met him? Do you know him well?" "I've met him, sure," Christian said with a shrug. "But if he wants, he can find out what happened to Camlin with no trouble. He had been working with His Majesty for years." "I'm sure he knows what he should do," Anfey said quietly. "But if he knows that I killed Camlin, maybe he won't do anything, but he will not like me. If we make Camlin disappear, and spread the rumor that Camlin was working with Edward VIII, I don't think Lord Commander will want to investigate." Before Christian could reply, Eddie and Hannah appeared. Anfey turned and asked, "How was it?" "I don't think he knew much," Eddie said with a sigh. "But he did mention a swordswoman called Julie. I think she had some connection with Wester. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 541, Cleanup. Chapter 541, Cleanup. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey looked puzzled. Midoff had deliberately drawn close to Julie and isolated Shinbella. Julie was not the only spy.
Those few female swordsmen, who were always following behind Julie, looked suspicious as well. If Julie was being killed, Midoff would naturally be the next candidate. Wester would try all means possible to get Midoff on his side. Anfey would then meet his objective. However, there was a condition attached to it. Julie was only a bit player. If Julie was close to Wester and held a higher position, Wester would have to send another trusted aide, should Julie be killed. He would not place his bet on Midoff, who had just joined their gang. Anfey? Susanna, who was filled with killing intent, walked toward him. Batusaman had brought more than 20 men with him. He had killed 4 of them, and the rest had been killed by Susanna. No matter how good-tempered one is, there is a limit. Susanna was enraged that someone was plotting against little Shuli. Susanna knew of Anfey's plan for the night. He had intended to kill Batusaman and then proceed to the garrison to kill Julie. Alice would find an excuse to throw a feast and invite the generals of the Roaring Dead Legion. She would do her best to hold Shinj back. When the feast ended, it would be the end of Shinj's life as well. Alice would not let him return to the campsite alive. As she knew that Anfey had a compact plan, Susanna was worried when she saw that Anfey was buried deep in thought. Susanna, don't worry, Anfey shook his head and said. Since Wester has struck, he would have been well prepared. He will be sending another batch of men over, since these people have been killed. He will use crazier means. Ha ha, let's trick him and make him believe that things have gone according to his plan. Then we can take it easy. When the time is ripe, we can make use of these people to torture him. Then, should we leave these people alone? We still have to deal with these people. If we leave them alone, there will be more trouble. As long as we constantly remove this trash, we can then get what we want. Anfey said softly. I have discussed with Master about Shinj, so Grandin will get wind of it. Guess what he will be thinking? At least he can't blame us, Yi smiled and said. Sir, there is nothing great about Wester. He is so silly. He has offended 2 people in a row. We can just sit back and relax. Someone will deal with him. He has failed. Anfey shook his head. What if he has succeeded? Shinj is Grandin's man. Who do you think we will hate? If he can attack us, and can create a feud between us and Grandin, do you still think that he is silly? But he shouldn't have asked Shinj to take action. It is not easy to plant someone by Grandin's side. Now, he has lost everything. Wester is unable to find a more suitable person. Although Batusaman is not smart, he is not stupid either. He doesn't simply trust anyone. Shinj is General Sean's right-hand man, and General Sean is the deputy head of the Roaring Dead Legion. Many people think that when Marshal Barry passes on one day, General Sean will take over his role as the leader of Roaring Dead Legion, and then pull Shinj along. Shinj has used these things to persuade Batusaman to work with him. Anfey looked up at the sky and said, enough of this. It is time for action. Susanna, you will go with Christian to the garrison. I will go to Southern City to stop Shinj. Anfey, why have you decided to take action suddenly? Christian asked inquisitively. This is because I have looked upon Julie as a smart person for the time being. Batusaman has been killed for adultery, and Shinj has been assassinated on the same day. If you were Julie, what would be going on in your mind? Everything will be exposed. It is not a good thing to leave behind an opponent who is wary. It is better to have her killed. Anfey pondered this and said, Susanna, I want her alive. Try not to hurt her. Eddie, you will go with Susanna. I will go to Southern City by myself. By the way, Yi, you make a move first. Let Shinbella tell Midoff about it, so that she will be more courageous at the critical moment. All right. Susanna nodded. On the streets of Southern City, a few hundred knights were moving toward the city gate. More than 20 people, who were leading the way, were dressed in ordinary attire. Following behind were a few hundred warriors in bright gray armor. Barry was extremely strict with his army. He had given instructions that the people must not be harassed. Thus, as the deputy head, Sean dared not create trouble. After quartering beside Moonlight City for such a long time, the generals had been bored to death. This night, the executive governor, Alice, had used fellowship as an excuse, and had invited some of the generals to the feast. Those who had been invited were elated, but those who had not been invited were filled with envy. They had quarreled over things like spare tire or replacement. Barry knew of these, but he did not interfere. Alice was extremely generous. She had her guests served with wine and other delicacies, and had invited ladies and escorts to keep them company. The funny part was, Alice had overestimated the army. During peace, they were not conscious.
She had told Anfey that she would do her best to detain Shinji, but in actual fact, none of the generals had wanted to leave. In fact, it was hard to get them to leave. If Sean had not shown his displeasure, the generals would still be drinking till dawn.
Anfey stood quietly at the city wall. He was holding onto a bow.
The fine bowstring radiated a red light in the dark. Although Anfey still retained the instincts of an assassin, in terms of vigilance, sobriety, acumen, etc., he had lost touch with his former profession.
Anfey had to be vigilant.
If a venomous snake hid itself among the bushes, waiting for an opportunity to attack a sleeping tiger, the act was similar to assassination. However, if a tiger followed cautiously behind an ant and attacked it while it was not paying attention, it would be absurd.
Absolutely absurd. Anfey's current ability was supreme.
Only Morgan, Disvidia, and a few other talents were qualified to be his targets.
Even Goldman was still not qualified.
Very often, an ox cleaver had been used to kill a chicken. However, Anfey had to do it, as he preferred to get his hands dirty. Anfey was 500 to 600 meters away from Shinji.
He slowly drew his bow.
In this magic kekai, the speed of a magic bow was faster than the sniper rifle.
It was especially so with the magic bow that was used to loose the wind blade. It could go against the wind.
The only thing is to aim correctly. Vision and feel could not compare to technology.
A small discrepancy would make a great difference.
Although Anfey could sense the surroundings within the radius of dozens of miles, to be on the safe side, he had to let the target get within 500 meters, since he had chosen to use the bow.
Finally, Anfey released his grip on the bow and a black arrow shot out. Sean, who was leading the way, looked up, but he did not dodge it. He saw the arrow shoot past him and charge toward Shinji, who was behind him. Shinji looked as though he was punched by a giant, and was thrown back. He crash-landed on the ground.
If he had not had his stirrups on, he would have been sent flying. The battle steed that he was seated on reared in terror. As the battle steed was about to take flight, Sean displayed the disposition of a swordmaster.
In the blink of an eye, he withdrew his long sword and slashed down hard on the neck of the battle steed. Its head spun off.
The headless battle steed kicked and fell weakly onto the ground.
"There is an assassin!" Sean shouted.
He found it a pity that Shinji was Wester's man. On a personal level, he liked and admired Shinji.
However, he had to kill him.
The army would only give their support to two princes, Grandin and Christian. Wester was not on their list. At the garrison, Julie stood in the field, looking pale. She fixed her gaze sharply on Susanna, who was standing before her. However, she did not have the courage to take Susanna on.
Shinbella had instructed them to remove their armor in the name of training.
It would be impossible to take on a sword master barehanded.
"Madam, what mistake has Julie committed?"
Having said that, Midoff stepped out from the crowd.
All the female swordsmen were stunned. Everyone knew that Susanna was Anfey's wife.
Given her special status, it would be impertinent of Midoff to question Susanna.
Julie turned more ghostly pale.
Although she was grateful to Midoff for speaking up for her, she knew that the situation had spun out of control. She quickly turned and signaled Midoff with her eyes to stop talking. However, Midoff was very loyal to her friend.
Instead of retreating, she stood in front of Julie and looked at Susanna with animosity. "Back off," Susanna said nonchalantly. "Madam, may I know, what mistake has Julie committed?" Midoff asked again with dignity. Midoff was overdoing it.
Yi felt a little helpless. Anfey had wanted Midoff to be more courageous, but to question Susanna before so many people, even Anfey had never done that before.
Midoff was not qualified to do that.
Seeing that Susanna was enraged, and had laid her hands on her sword, Yi quickly stepped forward and shouted, "What are you doing? Julie is a spy from the Shansa Empire."
"Back off."
Midoff was not afraid of Susanna, but she was afraid of Yi. She was puzzled, but since Yi had spoken, she lost her courage and timidly stepped back.
"Arrest her."
He waved his hand, and a few soldiers from the inspectorate quickly moved forward.
Susanna was here to hold the fort.
She did not have to do the job herself.
Julie grasped her fists and suddenly let go.
She shifted her gaze to Feller, who was standing to the side. She had been on good terms with Feller.
If she needed someone to help her, that would be Feller. However, Feller turned and looked away from her.
Seeing this, Julie cursed in her heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 542, Treatment. Chapter 542, Treatment. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey and Wei Wei were walking together and chatting about something. However, Hui Wei's mind did not appear to be on the subject they were talking about. Noticing this, Anfey frowned and asked, "Is something wrong? You've been acting strange lately." Hui Wei sighed and said, "There is something, dot." Before he could finish, Robert appeared and nodded at both of them. "I'll tell you later," Hui Wei said. He glanced at Robert and continued, "I have to go." Anfey nodded. He was curious, but he did not want to push Hui Wei. Hui Wei nodded and left in a hurry. "I hope I didn't interrupt anything," Robert said, looking at Hui Wei. "Don't worry about it. How are things going?" "Everything is prepared," Robert said. "And the news?" "Yes, sir," Robert said. "But something went awry." "What is it?" "One of the children was killed before they could do anything," Robert said. "He didn't even get to draw his sword." "You mean it's Camlin's work?" "I must be," Robert said with a nod. "Judging from his wounds, Camlin must have tortured him for information. He died of a shattered skull. As if something had squeezed his skull so hard that it just shattered." Anfey stopped and frowned. He knew how strong human bones were and how hard it must be to shatter someone's skull. "The child is one of mine and knew about the plan. If Camlin was behind it, he may already know where his daughters are now." "Will your men talk?" "I have faith in them," Robert said. "They won't say anything." "Where did this happen?" "About 50 miles east of here," Robert said. "Some of the children were wearing common armor, some were dressed up as merchants, some were wearing the League's badges. Only those who were wearing badges were attacked." "When did this happen?" "Around sundown." "Sundown? How did you get back so fast?" "I asked for help from the Druids," Robert said with a smile. "Then Camlin must be close by," Anfey said with a frown. He expanded his mind and began searching through the city. His mind was very powerful, but in a place like Moonlight City, he would still grow tired very fast. He knew his limits, and although he tried to comb through the city thoroughly, but he did not notice anything strange. "Camlin's goal is to save his daughters. He won't do anything before he finds them," Anfey said. "Just in case he wants his own hostages, we still need to prepare ourselves. Tell Susanna to stay with Alice for the night. Send Shinbella and Anthony to protect the mages, and declare a curfew. No one can be in the streets except for the patrols." Robert nodded. He turned and waved his hand. 2 men appeared, and he whispered a few orders to them. The 2 men nodded and disappeared again. "Thankfully Naya and Shally are with Master Saul," Anfey said, glancing at the sky. "Camlin exceeds our expectations," Robert said. "We have an image of him, and I had asked Lord Kumaragosha to keep an eye out for him. I didn't expect him to be able to get so close to the city. He must have left Diamond City earlier than we had expected." "Let him come," Anfey said. "I'm prepared." "We still cannot underestimate him, sir," Robert said. "Should I?" "Don't worry," Anfey said. "Susanna and I can take care of it. Plus, Anthony is still here. There is no way Camlin can take on so many people at once." He paused, then added quickly, "I'm going to greet Andrea tomorrow when he arrives." Robert nodded. By the time Anfey rounded the corner, Robert had already disappeared again. Anfey walked into the yard of a small building and saw that Yi was already waiting for him. "Sir," Yi called, when he saw Anfey. "Did you find out anything useful?" Yi shook his head. "She's a tough one. I haven't gotten anything particularly useful so far. Take me to her." Yi nodded. "Sir, pardon my intrusion, but I think handing her off to Eddie is our best bet." "It's still too early for that," Anfey said, shaking his head. "What if we change our plan?" "What are you thinking?" "If we release her, she will surely go find help. If we follow her with the eye of the sky, we can find out who she is meeting with." "I don't think she will fall for that," Anfey said. "Julie is close with Wester. She is likely the handler of all of his spies. She is too smart for that." Yi frowned but nodded. He led Anfey into a room in the small building. Inside, Julie was tied to the wooden post, guarded by 4 mercenaries. Seeing Anfey, she quickly lowered her eyes to the ground. Anfey sat down on a chair and stared at her. Her hair was messy and her clothes were in tatters, but she had almost no blood on her. Clearly, Yi had followed Anfey's order and not tortured her. Julie looked confused at first, but after a few minutes of silence, found herself staring into Anfey's eyes. "You already know me, don't you?" Anfey said. "I don't know what you mean, sir," she whispered. "You're not worth my time," Anfey said, shaking his head. "I came to ask you one question and one question only. Do not try to fool me.
Julie bit her lip and lowered her eyes.
I don't want to do this to you, Anfey said. Because I know. I remember. You saved my life once. I really don't.
Julie stuttered.
I see, Anfey said.
He stood and walked over to Julie, who straightened herself to look at him.
Back then, we were weak and vulnerable.
You don't want to work with us because you still see us as children. He grabbed a mercenary sword and stabbed Julie through the arm with it.
I'm here to tell you that you're wrong.
He thrust the sword, sending it through her other arm, nailing her 2 arms behind her.
Julie's chest heaved with pain, but she still did not say anything.
Anfey grabbed her shoulder. Listen, he said, staring into her eyes.
I don't care if you saved me once. If you try to hurt people I care about, if you try to hurt my family, I will make you regret ever being born.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 543, A Despicable Duel. Chapter 543, A Despicable Duel. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The heavy footsteps had disturbed the tranquility of the mountain peak. A shadow walked out slowly from the woods. Anfey was leaning against an old tree at the mountain peak, enjoying the view at the foot of the mountain. He had heard the sound of footsteps, but he did not turn around. He looked calm, and his eyes were bright. His long, white, magic robe was fluttering, making him look graceful.
The footsteps sounded steady and heavy.
It was as though the body had been made from iron and steel. The shadow stopped when he was more than 10 meters away from Anfey, and said in a deep voice, "Do you have a letter for me?"
"Yes." Anfey smiled amicably and took out a letter.
"Here it is." The man glanced at Anfey and walked slowly toward him. Anfey could hide his strength well, and even Saul, Ernest, Barry and the other top-level powers had been deceived. This man must have been deceived as well, but he was very cautious. When he was 2 meters away from Anfey, he stopped and took the letter from him. Anfey smiled and continued to look at the foot of the mountain.
The man could not sense any animosity from Anfey. Moreover, he was confident of himself.
Anfey seemed to be a low-level magician, and his power was extremely weak, so he took only 1 step backward and quickly opened the letter. There were only a few words on the letter: "Your daughter has been killed by Anfey." The man turned pale and squashed the letter.
The thin paper tore in two. Suddenly, he frowned. He felt that something was amiss.
Anfey had expended much effort in capturing his daughter from Diamond City, so he would not have killed her so suddenly. As the man was frowning, Anfey had taken action. He was indescribably fast. To a bystander, Anfey had just moved his shoulders, but he was already close to the man. His fist was about to hit upon the man's face.
The man was quick, too.
He stepped back and countered with a backhand.
He had wanted to block the blow and seize Anfey's fist.
The punch and the palm met, and there was a loud bang. The man's hand had been pushed back a few inches. He had wanted to seize Anfey's fist, but he ended up grabbing into the air. Anfey had borrowed strength from the force and had now retreated.
"Your palm is very warm and moist. Did I give you a fright?"
Anfey said with a smile. He was professionally trained to put on a deceptive smile. Other than those who knew him, the rest of the people would have thought that he was smiling like a big brother. To Camlin, Anfey did not look like a big brother, but rather an energetic youth.
"What do you want?" Camlin asked coldly.
He was puzzled. Although he was shocked by the punch, he perceived that Anfey was only testing him, and had not wanted to attack him.
"Your reaction is quick and your strength is superb. You do have a chance to save your daughter." Anfey smiled.
"From where do I save her?"
Camlin asked anxiously. "Here, Dot." "Here?"
Camlin was stunned for a while, and suddenly said coldly, "You mean here?"
"That's right, here."
Anfey scanned the surroundings and said, "Look at the sunset, clouds, mountain peak and strong wind.
This is such a beautiful and exciting place.
You can die here without regrets."
"You are Anfey?" Camlin shouted. He was of a bigger build than Anfey. With the shout, he seemed to have grown even bigger. "Bingo," Anfey said flatly. "But, if you strike now, it will be to your disadvantage. You should be standing there."
Having said that, Anfey pointed toward the cliff.
"Why?" Camlin said coldly, while he kept glancing at Anfey.
He had heard that Anfey was terrifying, but he could not see how terrifying Anfey could be. Since his track record had shown to be so, Camlin had to be careful.
"Since your daughters are there, and you want to protect them, shouldn't you be there?" Camlin took a deep breath. He stood frozen to the ground, and after some time, he slowly walked past Anfey, moving toward the cliff. When he was a few meters away from the cliff, Camlin suddenly lost control of himself and pounced forward. His hands were on the edge of the cliff, and he looked down. This should be the best time to attack. But Anfey stood firm and did not move. He found it interesting. It was a rare opportunity to watch the performance of a top-level power. Moreover, the top-level power was lying down there, like a dog. Anfey felt entertained. Camlin's right foot was deep in the mud, and his back muscles bulged. The most valuable thing about this was, Camlin had stopped breathing. He was ready to attack. He had pretended to lose control in order to deceive Anfey into attacking, a decoy of sorts. Holding one's breath could condition the body into tip-top condition. Anfey had known this since he was young. When one stopped breathing, his punch would be at its quickest and most powerful. His senses would be at their sharpest, and he would be very focused. It was like jumping down from a high place. Before landing, one would naturally stop breathing. If he had deliberately started to breathe in or out, he would suffer internal injuries. After a while, Camlin slowly stood up and turned to face Anfey. He looked puzzled, but at the same time, angry. "Did you see it? Sir Camlin, what do you think, under such a situation, a father will do?" Anfey put on a devilish smile. However, since he was a gentleman, he was a polite devil. It did not bother Anfey that Camlin was agitated. He had been well entertained. The sky was getting dark, and the moon would soon be out. Anfey was not affected by the darkness. If Camlin was not used to the dark, he would definitely lose out. This was all about timing. There were only a few old trees on the mountain peak. However, the foot of the mountain was thriving with woods. It was summer, and the rich smell of nature was enough to replenish the energy that Anfey had lost when he was using his mental strength to spy on Camlin. The cliff was behind Camlin. Anfey would not use magic. Even if he were in danger, he would have stayed put. To prevent the mountain from destruction and causing rockslides, he would not exert full force. This was his topographical advantage. The two daughters of Camlin had been tied up to a long rope, which was hung somewhere at the foot of the mountain, over 30 meters away. Should Anfey get into danger, he would attack the rope in order to turn the situation around, forcing Camlin to save his daughters. At the very least, he was in an unassailable position. This was about people. Anfey had all three elements to his advantage: timing, topography, and people. His preparation was much more than these. "Anfey, we need to talk." Camlin controlled his anger and tried to speak calmly. "Talk? Of course." Anfey nodded and said, "If I release your daughters, you must pledge your loyalty to me and kill Edward VIII. You?" Camlin grasped his fists, and his body made sounds, similar to the popping of popcorn. "Is the deal off? Camlin, are you qualified to question me?" Anfey said with a smile. "Lord Yolanthe will definitely unify the continents, but you chose to go against the Manhwa Empire. This is your first mistake. In order to save your daughters, you have snuck into the Razin province. Now, you can only depend on yourself. This is your second mistake. Your third mistake is that you don't understand me. This is a grave mistake. You said that I have gone overboard. Ha, I like to go overboard. What can you do to me?" Camlin maintained his composure, but the nerves on his neck had protruded out. He was obviously enraged. "Camlin, I think my request is reasonable. I will let you and your daughters off, and have only asked of you to pledge your loyalty to me." "Is this asking too much?" Anfey raised his brows and said, "Do you have other means to save your daughters?" "Alright, even if you manage to kill me and save your daughters, where can you go to? After Lord Yoland has unified the continents, there will be no place for you. If you have surrendered then, will you not become a laughingstock?" Finally, Camlin's expression changed. What Anfey had said was true. "Moreover, if you kill me today, do you think that Lord Yolanthe will take you in if you surrender in the future? My master will be heartbroken, Lord Christian will be heartbroken, all those people who serve the Manhwa Empire will be heartbroken. Frankly speaking, Camlin, the only way out for you is to submit to the Manhwa Empire. You have to do it now. If not, your life will end here. You can't even save yourself, let alone others." Camlin stood still, without saying a word. The sun had set, and the sky had gradually darkened. After some time, Camlin said in a hoarse voice, "Anfey, if I pledge loyalty to you, will you release my daughters now?" Camlin seemed to have come to a decision. With Anfey around, it would be impossible for him to save his daughters. Even he was in danger. The only way out for him was to compromise. That's right. Anfey nodded. All right.
Camlin said reluctantly, and slowly knelt down on one knee and said, I, Camlin, swear to Dragon God that I will pledge loyalty to Sir Anfey from now on.
Ha ha ha. Anfey suddenly broke out into laughter. Sir, why are you laughing? Are you insulting me? Camlin lifted up his head and said. Ha ha ha.
Anfey suppressed his laughter and said, Camlin, you don't understand me, but I know you well.
I have heard that you have been living in seclusion for a long time.
It is a pity. I think it suits you well to lead such a life.
You shouldn't have come out.
You really shouldn't have. Sir, what do you mean? No matter how well you have controlled your emotions, or how sincere your words sounded, they will not help you gain my trust.
It is your choice that counts.
Anfey sighed and said, You are stubborn, strong, and courageous.
My master has told me that you are a valiant warrior. I don't think so.
You are stupid enough to bring your wife to challenge the master necromancer, Morgan.
I don't think you will submit to me and serve me. You are doubting my sincerity? Camlin slowly stood up and said. Why don't you tell me, how can I prove my sincerity to you? I am not doubting you, I just don't trust you at all. Anfey laughed. I have said, I know you well. You are very particular about your reputation.
After your wife had been killed by Morgan, you were too ashamed to face anyone, so you chose to live a secluded life. If you have rejected my offer and promised me that you will bring your daughters to live in seclusion and no longer involve yourself with the matters of the Shansao Empire, I would have probably believed you.
Given your character, this is what you would have done. Camlin's cheeks twitched, and he chose to remain silent. Camlin, you know how to bargain, don't you?
If you had wanted to compromise, you would have come up with various solutions to preserve your dignity, and at the same time, to save your daughters. Anfey said slowly, It is a pity that you have been thinking of ways to deceive me instead. You have placed your energy at the wrong place. This is why you have not realized that not bargaining with me was a mistake.
Sir, you. Camlin opened his mouth, but could not get out a word. One more thing, you have never mentioned someone. The kid that you have sent to assassinate Alice was the descendant of Dragonborn. Why have you not mentioned it? Are you worried that I will doubt you? Anfey laughed out loud.
Since you have not mentioned it, all the more, I will not trust you.
You have withdrawn from your seclusion and worked with Edward VIII to avenge your child, haven't you? Camlin moved suddenly, and like a crazy wild ox, he barged toward Anfey.
His hair and clothes had been straightened by the strong wind. Anfey continued to smile, and lifted up his hand to release magic. A blazing meteorite appeared in the air, and with a hiss, it dropped down.
Camlin was stunned at first, but quickly turned around and pounced toward the meteorite.
The meteorite will fall to the foot of the mountain, and Camlin knew now who Anfey was planning to attack.
Camlin's skin was immune to fire.
The weight of the meteorite was not a threat to him. With a wave of his backhand, Camlin sent the meteorite toward the side of the mountain.
Have you been exposed? I was testing you earlier.
It is a pity that you did not pass the test, Anfey said with a smile.
Camlin was stunned. He felt like vomiting.
When Anfey had pointed out the mistakes that he had committed, and had mentioned that not understanding Anfey was a grave mistake, he had thought that Anfey was bragging.
However, Anfey had now become a devil to him. He did not know when Anfey was telling the truth. Even at this moment, he did not know if Anfey was testing him, making fun of him, or ridiculing him. When he was on his way up the mountain, he was calm. When he saw his daughters being hung at the foot of the mountain, he was composed. However, he was now confused. His thoughts could have been led by Anfey, or the confusion could be due to the teasing and sneering. Regardless of what it was, he had to fight. Camlin roared and stabbed toward Anfey. Anfey lifted up his hand. He still had the smile on his face, he had maintained his posture, the magic was still there, and the target remained unchanged. Camlin could only repeat his earlier actions, which were to stop abruptly and then pounce toward the back. Anfey, as the heir of the sacred level, you could only attack the innocent? Camlin shouted. He could not explain how Anfey was able to release the meteorite. He only knew that if they continued to fight, he would be at his mercy. What do you mean by innocent? When I first learned magic from my master, I was innocent. But, I have been framed. I have wanted to remain innocent, but after a few days, Philip's grandson, Zeta, barged into the master's house and wanted to kill me. He was ruthless. Was I not innocent? After that, I met a high priest. I respected and trusted him, but what did I get? Anfey sneered. Everyone is innocent. Anyone can hurt another innocent person, so why can't I? Bullshit. Camlin shouted. If you are a man, have a fair duel with me. Only an idiot will have a fair duel with you. Anfey smiled sarcastically. When you were after Morgan's life, did you go with your wife? When the people asked you to be fair, were you being fair to them?
At this instant, a magic signal was sent from the foot of the mountain, which took Camlin by surprise.
Anfey said knowingly, "It seems like you have gotten yourself help." "What a pity, they will not be able to help you."
"Great, you think you are great."
Camlin's eyes gradually turned red.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 544, Stubborn. Chapter 544, Stubborn. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey observed Camlin carefully. The Dragonborn's eyes changed to a dark red color as the shape changed as well. Camlin suddenly lunged at Anfey, swinging his fist. He was too far away to do any physical harm, but as he swung his fist, a ring on his hand suddenly burst into light. The light caught Anfey off guard, forcing him to turn his head away so he wouldn't be blinded by it. As Anfey turned his head away, Camlin moved closer. In order to reduce any noise, he slowed his speed and movement. He only picked up his speed when he was very close to Anfey. Anfey jumped back, shielding his eyes from the light of the ring. He was slower than Camlin, but he summoned his axe in time to block his punch. Camlin's fist slammed into the axe, sending both Camlin and Anfey flying backward. Anfey stumbled and landed, gripping the axe in his hand. As Camlin landed, he immediately pushed himself off of the ground and dashed towards Anfey again. Anfey gripped the axe in his hands. He knew that Camlin must have had a backup plan and was ready for it, but he still fell for the Dragonborn's trap. Camlin walked around Anfey and was very careful with his movement. He knew how powerful his ring was and knew its effects. He had time and he knew there was no need to rush into a decision. Normally, a blinded man would start attacking randomly. Mages tended to resort to levitation spells. Without his sight, Anfey couldn't use his mind magic and couldn't attack Camlin's daughters anymore. Anfey stood firmly with his head down. Camlin frowned, then moved towards Anfey slowly. When he was close enough, he swung his fist at him. Last time, Anfey was able to detect his movement. This time, any wind current his attack caused would have been blocked by Anfey's clothes. Anfey did not move until Camlin was very close to him. He suddenly leaned forward, letting go of his axe. A burst of flames appeared in his hands and flew towards Camlin. As soon as the flame left his hand, Anfey reached over, grabbed the falling axe again. The flame flew towards Camlin and struck his face, exploding into a burst of blinding red light. Camlin took a step backward instinctively, caught off guard by this unanticipated change. He suddenly saw the axe through the red light and it was flying towards him. Not only was his skin immune to most magic, it was also able to protect him from physical attacks. That was why he was able to become very powerful without being able to use magic or combat power. However, Anfey's attack was too sudden and too close. He couldn't risk taking a hit that could have injured him. He took a few steps back to block the hit. As Camlin was retreating, a wall of fire appeared under his feet, enveloping him. A few moments later, Anfey appeared through the fire and swung the axe at him. Anfey was taking a risk by fighting Camlin while blinded, but Camlin did not want to take the risk too. He kept retreating, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the axe. With a rumble, a wall of earth appeared behind him, blocking his path. Both Camlin and Anfey were very fast. In a fight like this, a moment of hesitation could have meant life and death. The wall of earth made Camlin hesitate. By the time he recovered, Anfey's axe was already too close for him to duck. With a loud thud, Camlin bursted into golden light. The axe clashed with the light, sending him crashing through the wall of earth. Anfey walked towards Camlin slowly, his eyes still closed. He wasn't planning on using magic in the fight, but he remembered Saul's words about how magic wasn't all about hurting and attacking. Camlin stood up, staring at Anfey with a frown. He raised his axe and took a deep breath. Before Anfey could attack again, the image of a creature appeared behind Camlin. The creature expanded and did not stop until it was towering over both men. Then, it suddenly disappeared and Camlin's skin deepened to a dark blue. He took a deep breath, slumped to the ground. Anfey was very sensitive to magic surges and he could detect a strange surge around Camlin. He guessed about the creature that appeared behind Camlin. He must have summoned a dragon. Anfey disappeared from where he stood as the strange surge reached him. Then, he reappeared above Camlin and slammed down his axe. Camlin jumped back to distance himself away from the axe. Anfey did not chase after him. He knew he was faster than Camlin, but not by much. Until the strange surge disappeared, he did not want to return to the ground. Camlin inched closer to the cliff.
He knew how difficult it was to fight someone who used teleportation. He still needed to go save his daughters.
Camlin glanced at Anfey, then turned and jumped off of the cliff. A pair of dark blue wings appeared on his back. Anfey frowned. He chased after Camlin, summoning firebirds and lightning. However, he was too slow compared to Camlin, and his magic could not do him any harm. Camlin dove down from the sky, grabbing the rope that bound his daughters. He broke them and gathered the two girls into his arms. He flew towards the ground, holding his daughters. Suddenly, he felt something dragging him the ground. He was strong, but it was still hard for him to carry two people as he flew. The gravity spell just made it even harder. Camlin was stubborn and never would have abandoned his daughters for his own safety. Suddenly, Anfey appeared above Camlin and his axe caught him in the back. Camlin grunted and his daughters, upon seeing blood, fainted.
Camlin fell from the sky to the ground, blooding trailing in the air. Anfey chased after him, determined to make sure that his opponent did not get back up again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 545, Apology. Chapter 545, Apology. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
After dinner, Alice returned to her office, as usual. However, she felt unsettled. One moment, she was flipping through her documents, and the next, she was pacing up and down the office floors, or looking out the window. Hui Wei, who was sitting opposite her, felt strange. After a while, he could no longer hold back, and asked, "Alice, what is the matter with you?" "Anfey is not back yet." Alice gently opened the window and said. "Do you think something has happened to them?" "I think Anfey, Susanna, and Anthony went together. I think they should be fine," Hui Wei said with a smile. With Anfey's ability, and Susanna and Anthony to help him, no one in the continent should pose a threat to them. "I know they went together, but..." Alice hesitated for a while and said, "I have a bad premonition." "Oh?" Hui Wei went blank, and just as he was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Shinbella, who was standing outside the office, said, Sir Anfey is back." Hui Wei nearly broke out into laughter. Alice was just telling him of her bad premonition, and someone immediately reported that Anfey was back. This was funny. Hui Wei suppressed his laughter, and looked through the documents that he was holding onto, and acted as if nothing had happened. Alice's face turned slightly red, and she quickly went back to her seat. She shuffled her documents and said, "Come in." Shinbella opened the door and looked in. She could not understand why Alice had asked her to come into the office, when she was just notifying her. Why did she have to go in? Alice was flipping through a document, and was scribbling and circling something on it. One moment she was frowning, and the next, she was relaxing. She looked as if she was seriously looking through the document and was in deep thought. Hui Wei covered his mouth and looked at Alice in amusement. Why was she working so hard now, when she could have done this earlier? After a while, when no one spoke, Alice lifted up her head in surprise and asked, "What is it? Where is Anfey?" "Sir Anfey is not here yet." "Did you not say that he is back?" "Sir, I have sent someone to wait at the city gate, since you have asked me a number of times today. The moment I received news that Sir Anfey is back, I rushed here immediately to report to you," Shinbella smiled wryly and said. Alice was stunned for a while, then broke out into laughter. She had thought that Shinbella was telling her Anfey had come to the office. However, Shinbella was merely informing her that Anfey was back. What is wrong with me? Although she felt stupid about her actions, she did not try to cover this up, but laughed at herself instead. She knew that the more she attempted to cover things up, the more embarrassed she would be. Hui Wei merely observed and pretended not to have heard anything. Alice threw down the document on the table and said, "That is all for today." She then stretched out and said, I am feeling sleepy." Alice had put on silk clothes, as it was summer. When she lifted up her arms, the sleeves glided down, showing her fair skin. "Sir, this is so unglamorous," Hui Wei said with a wry smile. Having assisted Alice for a while, this was the first time that he saw her stretching out. "Does it matter?" Alice chuckled, then walked slowly to the window. "If there is nothing else, can I make a move first?" Hui Wei asked. Yes, Alice nodded. Hui Wei stood up and started to pack the documents on the table. Alice let out a sigh and sat sideways on the windowsill, humming a song. Hui Wei hesitated for a while, as though he wanted to say something. However, he decided not to, and let out a sigh. Sometimes, one must pretend to be muddle-headed. Take Anfey, for example. Saul, Barry, and a few others knew what he was up to, but they pretended not to know. Everyone knew what Alice was thinking, but other than pretending to be ignorant, they could not do anything.
No one could interfere in such a matter. Anfey patted Shinbela's shoulder.
Having seen that it was Anfey, Shinbela quickly stepped aside.
When Anfey saw Alice sitting on the windowsill, he was shocked and asked, "What are you doing?" To Anfey, Alice was a helpless woman.
What she was doing was dangerous.
Anfey. Alice was both surprised and glad to see Anfey. She looked at him and said, "Are you all right? What can happen to me?"
Anfey shook his head and said, "Come down, don't sit there. It is dangerous.
If you feel bored in this room, you can change to another room. How about shifting to the 4th level? There are a few rooms with a balcony. You can take a rest in the balcony when you are tired." Having said that, Susanna and Anthony walked in.
Alice regained her posture and slowly made her way to her seat. A woman would become stupid or crazy under certain special situations. When Anfey had said that it was dangerous, a thought flashed across Alice's mind. She had thought of pretending to have lost her balance and falling out of the window, so that Anfey could save her. However, when Susanna showed up, she gave up the idea.
"Anfey, you can have this seat.
I am going to look for Ozic to discuss some matters with him." Huiwei gave up his seat and said, "Oh, Alice, I have something to tell you."
"What?" Alice was stunned. "I will never trust your premonitions anymore." "Ha ha ha." Huiwei walked out, laughing. Alice stared at his back, laughing as well. "What premonition?" Anfey asked curiously.
"Who knows what this guy is talking about?"
Alice changed the topic and asked, "Anfey, has everything been settled?"
Susanna visited the office every day, so she made herself comfortable by sitting down on a chair.
However, it was the first time for Anthony to visit the office.
When he saw the documents on the table, he was amazed. There were 3 big stacks of documents, a meter high, on the table.
When would she be able to finish reading them? Yes. Anfey nodded, as he sat on Huiwei's seat. "Alice, I met Yi at the city gate. He said, we will be having war soon." "So soon?"
"We are already behind schedule," Alice said with a smile. "Our Lord had wanted to end the war before winter. We have sent our army in spring, and it is now midsummer, but we have only captured 1 province.
If we delay it further, we will have to drag the war out to the following year.
You have not been resting for 2 months.
If this continues," Anfey said softly, "you may not be able to take it." "What to do?"
"Although our Lord has never hastened me, I know that everybody is waiting. Everybody is waiting for the situation in Maro province to stabilize.
I can only fight on."
Alice looked helpless and said, "But things will get much better. In these 2 months, I have around 300 people coming to me on a daily basis, looking for opportunities. Some have been recommended, and some came of their own accord. There were also some who were the relatives of the officers. There were quite a number of talents.
Of course, this is a rough gauge.
In terms of their capabilities and personalities, we will have to leave it up to time to tell us.
My objective is to put the framework in place, so that Moro can function properly."
"I am thinking, our Lord could be testing you," Anfey said slowly. "That is why, our Lord has instructed the army to stay put in Moro province.
If you are unable to handle a single province, then our Lord."
Alice pondered this for a while, and lifted up her head to look at Anfey. She had been too busy to consider other things. What Anfey had said had enlightened her. Our Lord is amazingly patient. Although he has decided to end the war before winter, he has waited patiently for me for 2 months.
What if I fail to handle this well? No, you have handled things very well. No one has done a better job than you. Anfey said this with a smile. As for our Lord, haha, he has waited for donkey years, what is 2 more months to him? Alright, let's not talk about this. Please continue with what you have to say.
I will keep half of the talents that have been selected, and the rest will be sent to Yellowstone Province.
You mean you intend to let them manage Yellowstone Province? Yes. Then what about those people in Yellowstone Province?
They will be resentful if we are not getting the locals to manage them, Anfey said with a frown.
We can promote some of the locals and let them work together. As for the rest of the people, I will send them to another province.
In this way, I can set up the framework within a short period of time, Alice said.
The greatest problem that we are facing now is that there is no suitable candidate. Once we can get this person, the rest will be easy. What will happen to the remaining ones? Anfey, have you been to the sacred city? Are there many royal families? Needless to say.
It is the same with Diamond City.
Alice smiled. I have a premonition that, when we step into Diamond City, there will be bloodshed. A lot of people will be wiped out, and their positions will be enough for our people to fill. Premonition? Hui Wei has just said that he no longer trusts in your premonitions. Anfey teased her. We are talking about a serious matter.
Alice was annoyed and amused at the same time. She turned over and said to Susanna, Susanna, you need to take him in hand.
Me?
Susanna was stunned for a while, and then said with a smile, sorry, Alice.
Anfey always speaks his mind.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 546, Refugee. Chapter 546, Refugee. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Barry and Kumaragosha's forces had swept over almost half of the entire Shansa Empire.
Edward VIII had not made any moves to defend the other provinces from invasion and instead concentrated all of his troops near Diamond City. As more and more cities fell to the Meiho army's invasions, Edward VIII was forced to ask the Elizan Empire for help.
The Elizan court became divided on the matter. Half of the court supported sending troops while the other half did not. The Elizan Empire was not doing well while not under invasion either. It had lost several important mages and did not want to get involved in another war, especially not against the Meiho Empire. Many of the generals in the Elizan Empire believed that Yolanthi wanted to see how the Elizan Empire would have reacted, which was why he didn't make any further moves after he took the Moro province. He must have had a plan on how to deal with the Elizan Empire if it ever decided to help the Shansa Empire. The nobles knew that the only hope they had was Scarlet. She had the support of the Church of Light, the mercenaries, and the Druids. The Shansa Empire provided everything to fight the last battle. Scarlet was the only one that was able to halt the invading armies of the Meiho Empire. Without her, there was no hope for the Shansa Empire. The Elizan nobles were well aware of this, which was why they did not want to help the Shansa Empire. For the mercenaries in the League, it was less like a war and more like traveling. The League was met with little resistance, and any resistance was easily repressed. Before anyone realized it, summer was nearing its end. At dusk, Anfey strolled through the yard of the house he was occupying. Forels heard him coming and hurried out into the yard. You're back, sir, Yelbavin said with a small bow. Dinner is ready.
Anfey never had servants, and the sudden addition made him uncomfortable.
However, what happened a few weeks ago changed his mind.
A few mercenaries got drunk and tried to assault the elves. Luckily, they were easily subdued and caused no further damage.
Verzeriano was around when it happened.
When he heard about it, he was offended and asked Anfey to do something about it. Anfey was very interested in Paglia and decided to let the elves live with him for a while so he could keep an eye on her.
Is it the same thing as yesterday? Anfey asked.
The elves had a routine and did not like deviating from it.
This meant that dinner was the same every single day.
Elves were very close to nature and the food they prepared reflected it. The dishes were made of fruits and flowers and were not seasoned. Luckily, he did not need to eat that often, so he did not need much food.
Yalbavin hesitated and nodded. Would you like to switch it up, sir? Anfey sighed and shook his head.
Don't worry about it, he said. He went inside and saw dishes of fruits and jars of honey sitting on the table. There were 3 chairs around the table, and a unicorn occupied one of them.
Seeing Anfey made the unicorn snicker happily. Anfey sighed and sat down in one of the chairs. He grabbed an apple and played with it. He knew Alice was holding a feast. Maybe he should have gone to check out the feast. As he was about to take a bite out of the apple, he realized something was off about the fruit. He turned it around and saw it was missing a chuck. He frowned and checked the other apples on the table and realized all the apples were missing a chuck or two. He knew the elves would never have served food like this. He turned to the unicorn. Did you do this? He asked, shaking his head. The unicorn stood up on its hind legs and stared at Anfey with its bright blue eyes. Did you steal food again? One of the elves came up and asked, giving the unicorn a light smack on the head. The unicorn whined and swung its legs. It was becoming anxious and wanted to eat. He's getting smarter, Anfey said, patting the unicorn's head. At least he knows how to hide his crimes. Yalbavin smiled. Of course, she said. He will grow into a top-level magic beast. Anfey pushed his dish over to the unicorn. Eat, he said. Hopefully I will live to see that day. The unicorn snickered happily and delved into the food. Anfey turned to the elves and asked, Do you not need salt? The elves shook their heads. Anfey smiled. It seems like we are very different, after all, he said. I can't always eat food with no flavor.
I will speak with Lord Feller tomorrow, Paglia said.
Maybe he can find you a few cooks, sir. Anfey nodded and smiled at Paglia. Just then, someone came into the yard.
Yalbavin hurried out to greet the newcomer.
Welcome back, my lady. Is Anfey back? He is inside, my lady. A few moments later, Susanna came into the room. Anfey smiled. Come join me, he said. Susanna glanced at the food and frowned.
You have the unicorn, she said. She was a swordsman and needed actual food to sustain her.
The elven food was far from enough to do so. Come on, Anfey said. Please.
Never, Susanna said, rolling her eyes.
You're back early, Anfey said, standing up. Alice has a feast tonight, Susanna said. I wasn't needed there. I will go back later.
She paused, then said, another thing.
Duman's students got out of Diamond City. His students? Susanna nodded. They just arrived. 6 of them to be exact. They have information. Alice and Dumange are speaking with them. What about? Edward VIII is focusing all of his armies on Diamond City, Susanna said. He has a lot of food and magic crystals prepared.
She sighed and shook her head. This war has created many refugees.
They are heading this way as well. Susanna, what do you mean those students got out of Diamond City? Edward VIII kept them as prisoners after Dumange joined us. Anfey sighed and shook his head. Come on, Susanna, he said. I want to go talk to them. Maybe we can get some real food as well. Susanna glanced at the untouched food on the table and giggled. All right, she said. Let's go.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 547, Carrot and Stick. Chapter 547, Carrot and Stick. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Diplomats usually used the carrot and stick approach. In normal circumstances, one would first apply the stick approach. If one first gave out a carrot, he could be looked down upon.
The stick approach would then be ineffective in the future.
Alice was applying a similar strategy. In the Moro province, after she had killed many people, she mellowed.
The situation in Moro province was very different from the other provinces. Moro province was at the border of the Manhwa Empire.
As it was their native land, some of them could not bear to leave, whereas some could not make it on time to leave. Most of the royal families had stayed in their feudal estate, and there was chaos. After the royal families had heard about the situation of Moro province, they were afraid.
Many had escaped to Diamond City.
They were running for their lives, and could not be bothered with dealing with their properties. Those who had decided to stay put were disappointed with Edward VIII. They were looking for other opportunities. In fact, they were looking for a new master.
These people need not be treated harshly.
Alice had arranged a cocktail party for a purpose. She was trying to break the ice between the two parties, so that they could get comfortable with one another. In other words, form a united front. Alice had reaped the fruits of her labor.
The atmosphere was cordial.
The generals of the Manhwa Empire and the royal families were chatting happily with one another. The royal families were looking forward to making themselves a place in this new world.
They did not want to be abandoned by this era.
The generals in the Manhwa Empire had no personal feud with them. As for state hatred, since Lord Yolanthe did not pursue the matter, it was pointless for them to do so.
Everyone knew that, by having more friends, it would open up more opportunities for them.
Anfey was leaning against the railing at the balcony.
He was observing the people below.
He was very sharp and caught sight of Dumange, who was walking out of the backyard.
He was surprised and said, Dumange doesn't like to attend banquets. Why is he here today?
He should be here to pave the way for his students, Susanna said softly.
Not bad, you have improved. Do you think that I am stupid? Susanna stared at Anfey.
Anfey was about to say something, when he saw Barry following behind Dumange.
Marshal Barry is here too.
At dusk, Alice sent someone to invite Marshal Barry. It seems like she wants the students of Dumange to hand over the information to Marshal Barry personally.
Seems like you are right. Dumange is paving the way for his students, Anfey said with a smile. Ever since we stepped into the Shansa Empire, Dumange has never taken any action. Do you believe that? When we attack Diamond City, Dumange will volunteer to participate in the war.
I guess Dumange has remained silent because he was afraid that he might do something drastic that will cause Edward VIII to lose his cool and vent his anger on Dumange's students.
It is hard on him.
As the great magician, he still has to defy his own wishes and do the things that he doesn't like.
Susanna understood what Anfey meant.
Doomenge would not only volunteer himself, he would give his best, in order to pave the way for his students.
I can understand. How has the master been treating us? Doomenge is also a good master.
Anfey smiled and said, moreover, he has to make it up to his students, as his betrayal has put his students in danger. They have been imprisoned, and that has made Doomenge feel guilty. At this instant, Alice appeared in the courtyard with 5 to 6 people in magic robes. They ranged in different ages. They gathered around Alice, as though she were a star.
Alice was very warm toward them, and chatted happily with each.
They are the students of Doomenge.
Susanna saw that as well. Alice is Doomenge's student.
It seems like they have known each other for a long time.
Anfey suddenly frowned.
I find it weird that, when Alice was being forced to marry into the mercenary country, they did not stand up for her. Probably they were not in Diamond City, or, their words do not carry any weight. Nothing would have changed, even if they had stood up for her. The presence of the host made the atmosphere even better. Now and then, the royal families would go up to Alice and greet her. Alice would always reciprocate politely, and introduce the people who were beside her. Anfey had computed that Alice had been held back more than 20 times, when she moved from the courtyard to the main hall. She had also said the same words more than 20 times. Doomenge, who was in front, was surrounded by people as well. He looked extremely friendly, and was high-spirited.
He was chatting happily with the people. However, Barry was being neglected.
As the number 1 in the Mayho Empire's army, and Marshal of the Empire, he was more useful than Alice and Doomenge. However, the royal families dared not go near him. They were not qualified to do so, as well. If the generals of the Mayho Empire were to go to the Marshal and talk rubbish to him, that would be digging their own graves. There was no one around Barry. When the royal families of the Shanxia province saw Barry walking toward them, they would smile and step aside. For the generals of the Mayho Empire, they would stand upright, and after Barry had walked past them, they would quickly sneak to the side.
Since the host is here, why are you still up here? Susanna asked softly. Why should I go down? Anfey shook his head and said. I am just a Kalefair. Those few elves really are. Susanna felt helpless and said. I think there is a slave market here. I will go there tomorrow and get you 2 maids.
These elves are not capable of taking care of people.
Forget it.
Anfey looked at Susanna with a smirk and said, who knows, someone may get soft-hearted later and let them go. Although your husband is now filthy rich, you can't possibly buy all the slaves in the entire continent, but.
Susanna's face turned red.
When Anfey had been confirmed as Earl, someone had told her that it would seem improper not to have a few servants to serve Anfey. Susanna had thought that it was a good idea to have a maid around, to take care of the house and of Anfey when she was not there. She had then gone to Violet City and bought a maid from the marketplace.
Out of curiosity, Susanna asked about the girl's life.
She found out that the girl was from the Mayho Empire and had been captured by the army of the Shanxia Empire. She was later captured by the soldiers of the Mayho Empire. When she told the soldiers that she was from the Mayho Empire, the soldiers told her to keep mum, and threatened to kill her if she told others about it. After that, she had been sold as someone from the Shanxia Empire. There are black sheep everywhere.
For the sake of money, the soldiers could not care less. This was detestable. Susanna took pity on her, and knowing that the girl was from Blackania City, she gave her some money and let her go. Susanna tore up the slavery contract on the spot, and told Anfey about it.
Anfey laughed about it, and when Susanna had wanted to buy another slave, Anfey stopped her.
No one in the world would want to be a slave.
Every slave had her own sad story.
Once Susanna let one go, there would be a second, and a third. It would be pointless to buy a slave. Moreover, Anfey preferred not to have someone to disturb the 2 of them. Susanna also liked the idea and agreed with Anfey, so she gave up on getting a maid.
However, since the 2 of them were digging up the past, she felt a little embarrassed.
I am only showing my concern for you, Susanna said angrily. Be good, don't be angry.
With one hand, Anfey held onto Susanna's waist, and with the other, he pinched her cheek and said, Marshal Barry saw us. When Anfey had said the earlier sentence, Susanna was still pouting when she looked at him. However, upon hearing the latter, she quickly moved away from his arm and looked down. Barry was smiling as he looked at her.
Susanna felt embarrassed.
She stamped her foot and said, You are so bad.
You know that someone is watching, and yet you.
Barry had reached the balcony.
Anfey, why are the 2 of you still up here?
This is a good spot, Anfey said with a smile.
Sir, those few people, can the students of Doomenge be trusted?
This is not important.
Anyway, Edward VIII cannot play any tricks now. He can only make his last-ditch defense in Diamond City. Barry suddenly frowned. But, there are 22 mage towers in Diamond City.
Edward VIII's Palace Mage Group has never taken part in combat, so they did not suffer any losses. If he is scared, this will pose a problem.
We will not be able to capture Diamond City before winter. Anfey, you are lucky and full of ideas. Any suggestions? Sir, what suggestions can I have? Anfey smiled wryly.
Previously, when I suggested assassinating Scarlet, you were being implicated.
Till now, I am still. Don't say this, Anfey.
Barry waved his hand. No one expected Scarlet to have the Ring of Immortal.
It was just an accident. Why? Just because of one incident, you dare not speak out now? I am not good at military operations, so what suggestions can I have? Anfey shrugged. But, if you need me to kill someone, you can just tell me. Wherever you point to, I will just go. Ha, I am not asking you to give me any suggestions now. Do think about it, though. We still have 2 more months to go. Barry laughed loudly and gave Anfey a pat. Barry's laughter attracted the attention of the people.
They saw Barry talking happily to a young couple. Ever since Anfey had buried the Dragonborn, Camlin, he had been keeping a low profile.
The royal families did not know Anfey.
They were whispering to one another and making speculations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 548, Mysteries. Chapter 548, Mysteries. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
A few moments later, Alice and a mage walked onto the balcony.
Alice smiled at the mage and asked, "What are you doing here? You don't want to see me?"
Of course not, Alice grinned. She turned to Anfey and said, "This is Vincent, Master Doman's best student."
She turned to Vincent and said, "This is Anfey. I know you've been wanting to meet him."
"It's great to finally meet you, sir," Vincent said with a bow.
"You're too kind," Anfey said with a smile. Barry patted Anfey on the shoulder and said, "I'll leave you to it." He paused and lowered his voice. "Think about what I just said." Anfey nodded.
His reputation preceded him, but that was not always a good thing. With Barry, Saul, and Steger there, he did not have to take the risk. Alice glanced at Barry curiously, but she did not want to ask with Vincent there. She turned back to Anfey and said, "Vincent is a good friend of one of our mercenaries."
"Really?" Vincent nodded.
"I was a part of the Jagged Rose mercenary group. I didn't return to my home nation until 2 years ago."
"You know Shinbella?" Vincent nodded. "I heard what happened between Manlin and Shinbella. It was truly unfortunate."
"Manlin was the one who invited me to join the mercenary group, but the more time I spent there, the more I realized that Manlin isn't who he says he is. Shinbella, on the other hand, was righteous and treats everyone with respect. I wanted to warn her about Manlin when I left, but I knew she wouldn't listen to me."
Vincent sighed and shook his head. Alice sighed as well.
"Poor woman," she said.
The young people clearly got along very well.
They spoke of everything from lives of mercenaries to the current situation to Domingue's past.
Domingue was downstairs at the feast and could see the 4 speaking on the balcony.
He smiled as he watched them as they were engaged in a long conversation. Alice was in charge of several different provinces. Christian was participating in a war that would decide the future of the world.
Both Alice and Christian would one day become rulers. Anfey was the leader of the League and the one who bound everyone together. The 3 of them together would one day shape the world. In order to stabilize the chaotic situation, Yolander had to rely on Alice. Anfey was well respected in the country of mercenaries and was Saul's student. Yolander knew better than to get rid of Anfey and Alice, but if he wanted to choose Grandon or Wester to be his successor, he had to. Saul was always worrying about the future, but Domingue knew better. He knew that Grandon was hoping to gain Saul's support by marrying Naya. However, Naya and Grandon were separated at the moment and it would not have been hard for Anfey to ruin Grandon's image in Naya's mind. That way, Naya would not have wanted to marry Grandon. Domingue knew that his students had to maintain good relations with Saul's students. People like him and Saul were powerful, but they were growing old. Soon, they would have to give up the stage for the younger generation. Anfey was cruel, but he would never harm his friends or people who stood neutral grounds. He noticed that Vincent was already acting more natural and the conversation was flowing without him trying. As long as his students tried to befriend Anfey and his friends, their future would be bright. After a while, Vincent politely excused himself and went downstairs to rejoin his teacher.
Alice remained on the balcony, leaning against the railing.
What do you think? Anfey asked her.
Vincent is a good man, Alice said.
That's why I brought him to meet you. You're saying the others may not be? Anfey asked.
Alice shrugged. He's the only one I know, she said. My status limited my freedom.
I don't know the others.
You just said Master Dumange inspired you when you were young, Anfey said.
Was that true?
Of course it was.
But you've never said anything about him.
Because I decided to leave my past in the past, Alice said. There's no need bringing up my past.
Plus, if I keep talking about my teacher, you'd have thought I was threatening you.
Anfey smiled at her but did not say anything. When I was young, I thought I was inherently better because I was royal, Alice said. We have wealth, strength, wisdom.
We were born to be noble. Born to rule.
I thought the peasants were greedy and lazy, and without us, they would destroy the world.
It was Master Dumange who taught me that was wrong. Alice paused and smiled. I realized some are just unlucky. Even peasants can prove themselves to be great men and women. Master Dumange was a peasant once.
So was I, Anfey said.
You are luckier than he was, Alice said.
He achieved everything by himself.
And I didn't? Anfey asked with a frown. Do you believe that?
Anfey froze. Alice was right. Without the heart of nature, he would have never achieved what he was able to. And without Saul, he wouldn't even know what the heart of nature was.
Master Dumange also gave me my aunt's belongings so I could study from them. Princess Victoria? Alice nodded.
He gave me some of her diaries and some journals.
Why did he have her belongings?
I'm not sure, Alice said.
I think it was because he was one of her suitors. And they couldn't marry because of status? Anfey asked.
Suddenly, as if he had just remembered something, he frowned.
More like age, Alice said. What's wrong, Dot?
Dumange was one of the princess's suitor and Barry killed her, Anfey said slowly.
Alice said.
You're thinking too much, she said.
You really think they haven't worked it out? What happened wasn't as simple as we thought, Alice said.
There were people in the Shansa Empire who wanted her dead. They betrayed her.
What are you talking about?
She was the princess regent. She didn't need to go to that meeting, Alice said. Our spies had already warned her of Barry's ill intents, but she still didn't bring any guards. She also had Griffin Knights guarding her, but she was still killed.
None of it adds up. Anfey nodded.
Alice was right. He was worrying too much. Surely Barry and Dumange had already worked out their differences. I'll ask him about it one day, Anfey said.
What's the point? Alice asked, shaking her head. Just think. If one day someone asks you about how we met, do you think you would want to explain everything? No, Anfey said. The past is in the past. The past is in the past. Alice nodded in agreement. So you'll understand they won't want to talk to you about it. Why are you talking like you're old? Anfey asked with a grin. We're still young.
For now, Alice said.
Soon, we will grow old just like the others. Wait, Anfey said, interrupting her. Wait. Let's not delve into that. Let's go back to the feast.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 549, Jailbreak. Chapter 549, Jailbreak. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
It was getting dark, and the banquet was coming to an end. As the guests were bidding farewell to one another, a ray of dazzling white light shot toward the sky. It exploded, raining down light.
A powerful magic surged throughout the city.
Anfey, Susanna, and Alice turned pale, and the guests were whispering to one another.
It was obviously a magic signal.
Please calm down, Alice said aloud.
Both she and Yolanthe wanted stability. She did not want anything to disturb the cordial atmosphere.
Susanna, you stay with Alice and protect her, Anfey said in a low voice.
He then walked out promptly, looking calm. Susanna was about to say something, but Anfey had already left. She let out a sigh.
There was a limitation to the message being conveyed using the magic signal. There were a few magic signals in the League of Mercenaries. Red represented emergency, and white represented that enemies had been spotted, and that someone had been killed. When the guards, who were at the door, saw Anfey, they stood upright. Anfey's body turned into multiple residual shadows and shot past them, causing a strong wind that made them lose their balance. They had to release their combat forces in order to balance themselves once more. The strong smell of blood was everywhere. More than 30 mercenaries in the courtyard had been killed. No one had realized it, however, until Yi brought some men to arraign the prisoner. After Yi had sent out the signal, the first person to arrive at the scene was Anthony. It was his turn to patrol. Both of them looked pale. A thunderous voice was heard from afar, and they saw Anfey, flying low in the air, heading toward them. As Anfey was approaching them, he lifted up his hand and created a magic wall. He stepped on the wall and it collapsed. Anfey slowed down, and with a somersault, landed gently in the courtyard.
Anfey scanned his eyes around and then said in a low voice, "How many people have been killed?" He did not ask about the enemy. When he left the banquet, he had released his mind power to sense the city. He had sensed Yi, who was checking on the dead bodies, and Anthony, who was rushing toward the scene. He did not find anything amiss. Yi had stayed put at the scene, and he did not find anything amiss either. 33 of them. Yi was not one to easily show his emotions, but he was now in deep grief. Those people who had died were his right-hand men.
"Are you the first to arrive?"
"Yes. I am here to arraign Julie."
I could smell blood from afar, and then.
Yi paused for a while.
"Sir, Julie has escaped."
Anfey was stunned. "Show me around."
The cage that Julie had been locked up in had been destroyed.
It was empty.
6 mercenaries had been killed. Although they fell down in different positions, they had all been cut in the throat. There were blood stains on the floor and wall. Anfey touched the stains, twirling his fingers. Although he was not a forensic expert, he had some knowledge in terms of conjecturing on the timing of death, based on the viscosity of the blood. 11 of them, who were sleeping in the backyard, have been killed as well, he said in a low voice.
"These guys are ruthless." Anfey walked to the cage and gently touched the clasped mark with his fingertip. With his backhand, he drew off the long sword from the dead mercenary, who was now before him. He then carefully placed the blade onto the wound, slowly thrusting it in. The wound opened up when the blade slanted to one side. After a thorough check on the wound, Anfey went to 6 other dead bodies and did likewise. He shook his head and said, "This must have been done by the same person."
"Same person?"
Yi was stunned. "Sir, it is impossible. There are more than 30 men here. If there was only one enemy, the rest would have sent out the magic signal." "Have the rest been cut in the throat as well?" Instead of replying, Anfey asked the question. "Yes." Anfey lowered his head and went into the cage. He looked around and saw the broken chain and rope on the floor. There were blood stains on them, but judging from the color, the blood stains had been there for a long time. "Whose blood is this?" Anfey asked softly. "It's Julie's." "Has she been badly injured?" "How should I say?" He hesitated for a while and said, "Yes, very badly." "What is this for?" Anfey found 2 sharp pieces of ironware under the chain. They looked like giant nails, and the blood stains on them had turned black. "Has this been specifically used by Julie?" "Specifically used?" "Sir, this is just an instrument of torture," he said with a wry smile. "Understood," Anfey nodded and said, "Tell me, can Julie move around freely now?" "Impossible," Yi said confidently. "Both of her legs have been crippled. Even if she takes several decades to recuperate, it will be impossible for her to stand up. Unless she has the help of a high priest." "Have you not rushed over to arraign Julie? It has been so many days, and yet, you have not collected any useful information?" "Sir, you don't know how stubborn Julie was," he said helplessly. "When she could not take the torture, she would divulge a little, and when I stopped to interrogate her, she refused to say anything again. The cycle kept repeating, and I did not push her too hard, as I was afraid that I would kill her accidentally." "You should at least have some information. Show it to me." He took out a roll of paper from the dimensional ring and passed it to Anfey. Nothing much had been written on the paper. The statements were scattered and meaningless. Anfey took a glance, then handed it back to Yi. "Send some men to guard the city gate tomorrow. Julie has been crippled, so it will be inconvenient to move her around. They may use the carriage. You don't have to bother about those entering the city. However, for those who are going out, a thorough check must be carried out. Sir, if your conjectures are right, and our men have been killed by one person, then he must be very powerful. Even if Julie is unable to move, it will not be difficult to bring her out of the city." "Will he get her out of the city in daylight?" "Not during the day, but during the night. Turn off the lights at the city gate and city wall at night. Withdraw all the men. No one should stay there. Sir, Are you deliberately letting them escape? After that, then we.
No, he dares not escape, Anfey said with a smile.
Susanna, Anthony, and I will be in the city.
Master, Barry, Steger and Bruzeriano are still outside the city. No matter how powerful he is, he could not possibly fight against us.
He will be extremely careful.
Although it seems safer at night, he will not dare to escape then.
Sir, is he being careful? He has killed so many of our men.
Yi said with a wry tone.
Think hard.
He has killed so many of our men. I can give you another reason, Anfey said flatly. It is possible that he hates us, and he is very close to Julie, but...
You mean?
Yi pondered for a while and said, to disregard his own safety in order to save her shows that they are very close to each other. If he sees Julie, or hears anything about her, he will not be able to control his anger.
That's right, Anfey said softly. Moreover, only our men and Julie are here.
His target is very obvious.
He is here to save Julie. Sir, what should we do now? Since he is so concerned about Julie, it will be easy.
Anfey paused for a while and said, first of all, we must keep them in the city.
Julie will need to be treated. And we know how many doctors, pharmacists, and priests there are in the city, don't we?
Sir, I will send the men out now.
No. The mercenaries of the inspectorate are extremely unruly. They will let the cat out of the bag.
Anfey shook his head and said, I have a candidate in mind. A figure flashed across Ye's mind.
Anfey must have chosen Robert. Yi, tidy up the place and then, bury them.
Anfey pondered for a while and said, go to Huiwei for the pensions.
Remember, don't disappoint our men.
Although Anfey rarely handled such matters, and had delegated the task out, he had his own principle, never let his men shed blood or tears. Whenever his men were injured or killed, he had to repeat himself.
Yes, sir, Yi replied with a nod.
Anthony was still looking at the corpse, and was lost in contemplation when Anfey walked toward him.
Sir Anthony, have you found any clues? I have seen a similar corpse before. Anthony looked at Anfey. Where? In the country of mercenaries? Yes. Anthony nodded. But, I was very young then. What has happened since then? It has been a long time. I can only remember that I was with Chanteller and Davidson.
We were on our way back from the wild prairie and passed by the campsite of the mercenaries. As we were very young then, and liked to make friends, we had thought of going over to chat with the mercenaries.
However, we found dead bodies in the campsite. Anthony spoke slowly.
The wounds on the mercenaries were exactly the same. They had been cut in the throats. We found it weird, as the possessions of the mercenaries were still intact. We had even found 9 magic crystals. One would usually kill for the sake of money in the wild prairie.
If not for money, then it must be for hatred.
The hatred must have been very deep to have the mercenaries in the entire campsite killed.
Anfey frowned.
In every society, there would be people who could not blend in with the current civilization. They would choose to be in seclusion. As it had been said, the greatest hermit would retreat into the noisiest fair, and the small-time hermits would hide in the mountains. Regardless of the former or latter, many of them had great capabilities. Minisi was a dreadful representative figure. Even after his death, he held the world in disdain, and had caused the people in the continent to live in fear.
According to Anthony's conjecture, the opponent could be someone who was inactive. Such people would pose a problem, as not much information would be available about them.
They would not know anything about this person, but he would know everything about them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 550, Mole. Chapter 550, Mole. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The inspectors lifted the dead mercenaries onto the stretchers. Their movements were very careful, as if they were trying not to disturb the corpses. The League didn't have rules like a standard army, but the bonds between the mercenaries were much stronger.
Anfey exchanged a few more words with Yi and left with Anthony.
2 carriages were already waiting by the door.
Anthony could tell Anfey was in a bad mood and that he was thinking, so he simply nodded before disappearing into one of the carriages. By the time Anfey got back to his place, it was well past midnight. Surprisingly, the elves were still awake. They were already waiting for him in the yard when he got off of the carriage. Is Susanna home? Anfey asked softly. Yalbavin nodded.
My lady is waiting for you inside, sir.
I see, Anfey said. Go get some rest. The elves nodded and Anfey hurried into the building. Susanna was sitting on the bed.
She was staring at the air in front of her, thinking.
Seeing Anfey walk into the room, she jumped off of the bed to greet him. What happened?
The prison was attacked, Anfey said.
We have some casualties. It's not that big of a deal, but... But what?
But Alice may find it difficult.
I need to talk to her tomorrow. If I'm right, we need to investigate this in secret. Alice will find this difficult? Susanna asked, surprised. Anfey nodded.
We can do whatever we want back in Morrow Province. But here, we have to be careful.
You saw Alice's feast. She's trying to create an illusion of peace. We can't let her work go to waste.
But we were attacked, Susanna said, frowning.
I know, Anfey said. Which is why the city will already be on lockdown if I'm in charge. You see, neither of us is the right candidate for this.
For what? To be in charge, Anfey said. We have to go through with the plan to invade the Shansan Empire, for Christian's sake. But when we're done here, we can always go back to the country of mercenaries.
Anfey, Susanna said quietly. You know what I miss? What? Back when we were still in the forest of magic beasts, Susanna said, wrapping her arms around Anfey's neck.
Sure, it was difficult, but we were together and we didn't carry any burden.
For you, Anfey said with a smile. For them, those days were the hardest. Do you remember how excited they were when we got to Sacred City? Were you?
Of course, but for different reasons.
Why is that? Because I met you, Anfey said.
He wrapped his arms around Susanna's waist and held her close.
Susanna giggled. Good, she said. What did Alice do after I left? Anfey asked suddenly. Not much, Susanna said. She asked for Hui Wei.
Which means she already knows, Anfey said.
I have to go speak with her.
I don't want her to lose sleep over this.
Is this that serious? Anfey shrugged. I think she's more afraid I'm going to mess things up.
Anfey patted Susanna's shoulder and added, let's go to bed.
Before Susanna could say anything, they both heard Ye's voice. Is Lord Anfey inside? He just got back, Yalbabin said. What's wrong? Susanna asked, glancing out the window. I don't know, Anfey said, frowning.
I'll go check. I'll come with you, Susanna said hurriedly.
Don't worry, Anfey said. I'm sure it's nothing serious, otherwise you would be standing in front of us right now. He hugged Susanna and said, don't wait up for me. Seeing Anfey, Yalbavin and the elves bowed and disappeared into their rooms.
Midoff wants to speak with you, sir, Yi said in a hushed voice.
Right now? Yi nodded. She's outside.
Anfey followed Yi out onto the streets and saw a lone carriage parked not far from his place. There were no guards or carriage drivers. Anfey smiled at Ye's caution. Midoff was a sensitive person and it was best that she wasn't seen with him. Anfey poked his head into the carriage and saw Midoff sitting inside. Sir, Midoff said with a quick bow.
No one saw you? Anfey asked, getting into the carriage.
No, Midoff said. They trust me.
You're doing well, I reckon. Anfey said. Still not listening to Shinbella? As you ordered, sir, Midoff said. Don't overdo it, Anfey reminded her.
I don't want to make things too difficult for her, but...
I understand, sir, Midoff said. I can't always keep an eye on you, Anfey said. But that's because if someone finds out you are working with me, you will be in danger. I hope you won't disappoint me.
Of course, Midoff wouldn't be in real danger, but it could stop Wester from contacting them. Anfey wanted Midoff to find out more secrets, which was why he was giving her so much freedom. I won't let you down, sir, Midoff said sincerely.
Good, Anfey said. Now, you said you needed to speak with me? Midoff nodded. Something happened here, didn't it? How did you know? Did Yi say anything? Midoff shook her head.
I heard it from Barbara. She said she saw a group of mercenaries on the streets when she was out for a walk. She's lying, Anfey said with a frown. I remember clearly that there wasn't a single passerby on the streets at that time.
Midoff frowned. Barbara, was it? Anfey asked.
She must know something.
Is that it?
No, Midoff said hurriedly.
It's because Barbara seemed happy when she told us this.
She also said that Sacred City had sent people and...
What else? Midoff glanced at Anfey.
She took a deep breath and said, she said that you are going to start running into walls now.
Is that it? Anfey asked. Tell me everything.
This is it, Midoff said. When she mentioned people from Sacred City, she seemed very respectful towards them.
I figured it's someone important. Anfey nodded. Someone took Julie.
What? I'll find them, Anfey said. I'm not worried about Julie, of course. She may have some connections, but she's not a threat anymore. Which is why I need you to save her when we find her captor.
Me? Save her? Anfey nodded. Don't worry. I'll make sure no harm comes your way. Julie is important. Her friendship will help you in the future. I see, sir.
As for Barbara, she's not important enough, Anfey said. He paused, then donned a serious expression. In the future, don't contact Yi unless it's something important. If someone sees you, everything we've done so far will unravel too quickly. If Wester tries to recruit you, say yes. If you have to fight us, do what you have to do.
My mercenaries don't know who you are. Understand? Midoff nodded hurriedly.
I understand, sir, she said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 551, An Accident. Chapter 551, An Accident. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
As the saying goes, one word from the top and those below would be kept busy. As the future leader of the continent, whatever actions that Yolanthi took would have a great impact upon his subjects.
Early in the morning, Yolanthi had announced his decision through the transmission portal.
Barry, who had just awoken, immediately sent his man to the city to invite Anfey, Christian, and Alice to meet up with him. Thereafter, he sent another man to invite Saul and the rest to a closed-door meeting.
Susanna did not go with Anfey.
She was a simple person, or to say it simply, she preferred to lead a simple life. This had nothing to do with her intelligence.
Before Anfey left, Susanna was a little hesitant.
She had wanted Anfey to bring Shelley back, but it had been decided against in the end. The current situation was a bit unusual, and she and Anfey would not be able to take care of Shelley. Should anything bad happen, it would be too late for regrets.
Moreover, Shelley was not alone. Master Saul had had a hard time keeping an eye on Naya.
If Anfey were to bring Shelley back, Naya would follow suit, and it would only create more problems. Usually after breakfast, Anfey would be out, going about his business, and Susanna would be at the City Master Manor to protect Alice.
However, since Alice had gone to the meeting, Susanna had nothing to do.
She felt bored, as Anfey was not around. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, she decided to go out on the streets. As the people in charge of the League of Mercenaries had only temporarily lived in the area, no one was walking on the street. At the corner, after walking past the checkpoint that was guarded by the mercenaries, the street scene became more normal. Alice had used a relaxed approach in Yellowstone Province. Regardless of ranking among the top or lower levels, no one felt any difference beneath the ruling in the change of hands.
Life went on peacefully as usual.
The street was filled with people, and shops selling different merchandise were everywhere. Other than the patrol that was formed by the mercenaries, everything else in the city remained the same.
Strictly speaking, Susanna was neither naive nor romantic.
Since she'd been young, she had gone through brutal training. When Darius lost his power, she was on the run with her little sister, Shelley. It was only after she met Anfey that she could be herself again. Her nature, which had been suppressed, gradually returned to her.
Susanna could now behave like any ordinary girl. For example, she could enjoy shopping.
When men shopped, they had already decided what to buy. They shopped because they needed to buy something. Whereas, for women, they simply wanted to shop. It was a pity that Susanna could not have her wish fulfilled.
Both she and Anfey were usually busy.
When they finally had some time, they would have to move to another place. Susanna leisurely looked at the shops on both sides of the street surrounding her.
She should get Shelley some jewelry. She should get something for Anfey as well. Anfey's magic robes were mostly white.
Although he looked good in the long white robes, they were a single color. As Susanna walked along, she was imagining Anfey in the various colors robes she now saw in the shop windows. At the other section of the street, a middle-aged woman, about 40 years old, was walking quickly toward her. When she saw Susanna, she quickly shifted her gaze away. Her eyes lit up, and after searching through her body, as if she had forgotten her things, she quickly turned back to where she came from.
Susanna was only thinking about her purchases and had not noticed her. The sun was now high in the sky. When it was about noon, Susanna had walked from the north of the city to the south. The social productivity in this magic world was underdeveloped. Even the business development in the capital of the province was limited. There was only one commercial street in the entire city.
Two large markets were located in the southern and northern parts of the area. Yet, to these people in the magic world, this was a thriving place.
Susanna walked out from a jewelry shop and looked at the sun. Anfey should be back by now.
As she saw a carriage from the League of Mercenaries coming toward her from the south, she stepped forward and called out to the coachman.
At this moment, the sound of a salesperson caught her attention. Magic mirror. Magic mirror that has been handed down from the palace. Susanna turned around and saw a man, about 30 years old, holding a mirror that was the size of a basin. He was walking toward her from the street at the other section. Susanna found the mirror to be familiar.
The man kept shouting, but no one seemed to be interested in the magic mirror.
He looked disappointed. "Madam, you?" the coachman asked oddly. "Please wait a while."
Susanna put her things into the carriage and walked toward the man who was selling the mirror. Although she was rich, she was not in the habit of ordering others around. If she had brought her elf-maid along, she would not have to carry all her things, but...
"How much is the mirror?" "Miss, do you wish to purchase it?"
The man looked happy, and started to whistle.
Susanna was not paying attention to what he was saying.
She was looking carefully at the mirror. When she was in the Grus Principality, she had only a few things. This mirror looked like the mirror that she had used before.
"Can I take a look?"
"Of course," the man said with a smile. Susanna held up the mirror and looked carefully at the front, then turned it around.
After a while, she said with a smile, "Did you say that this is a magic mirror?" "This is indeed a mystical magic mirror." "Show me how mystical it is." Susanna's smile broadened.
The mirror was worn out exactly at the same spot as her mirror had been.
Even the frame was twisted at the same angle.
This was the mirror that she had used before. Susanna would definitely purchase it as a souvenir, but she would not want to be made a fool of. After she had exposed the man, she would give him some gold coins.
"Miss, please hold it."
The man enthusiastically started his incantation. As compared to the volume of his voice, the magic surge was so weak that it made it look funny. When the people, who were walking on the street, saw someone chanting spells in the public, they stopped out of curiosity to watch.
After the incantation, a bright light shot out from the mirror.
A puck, with a diameter of about a ruler width, appeared in the air. It bound the mirror to Susanna's hands. Two figures came out from the crowd and hurried toward Susanna. Two long swords flashed under the sun. One was stabbing toward Susanna's brain, and another was aiming at her chest.
Susanna was taken by surprise.
Although she had released her combat power in time, her hands had still been tied. Her enemies were standing before her. The man selling the mirror was still smiling, but he now held a dagger in his hand.
He stabbed toward Susanna's left rib cage with a smile. To him, Susanna had already lost. If a swordsman could not hold a sword, she would not pose a threat. There were not many top-level powers in the continent.
These few people were fairly good in their planning acumen, but they did not have any experience in dealing with the top-level powers. If they had, they would not have been so insolent. All the top-level powers had become stronger through their many life and death struggles. Even if they were unable to use their combat power, their reactions would still be quick. Previously, without using his combat power, Ernest was able to deal freely with Anfey, even though Anfey was holding a gun. This was enough to prove this point.
Susanna had crossed over the top level when she was very young.
Not only was this due to her talent, but she had also put much effort and had gone through much pain.
When the dagger was about a foot away, Susanna countered the attack.
She did not bother herself with the dagger, but instead pushed her hands to the side with lightning speed.
The puck hit hard onto the opponent's face, smashing it into a now bloody, smirky-looking face.
Following this, Susanna moved to one side in order to duck away from the sword that was now attacking her brain. She retrieved the puck, which was before her chest. There was a loud bang, as the long sword that was stabbing toward her chest hit onto the puck.
Susanna stood firm, but her opponent moved back a few steps.
It was a pity that the puck was not destroyed. A wave of magic surge moved toward Susanna, and rows of sharp spikes pointed out from the ground.
Susanna's body was sideways now, and she had jumped up into the air.
A few onlookers, who were slow to react, were unfortunate. Magic recognized and was a respecter of no one.
7 to 8 people were killed by the spikes.
The two people who had attacked Susanna did not bother to worry about their partner. They dashed toward one direction in the same instant.
Swordsmen are not magicians.
They would not be able to stay in the air for too long. When Susanna landed on the ground, they would still have the opportunity to attack her. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and hit Susanna.
However, Susanna hung miraculously in the air.
Her protection combat power had been released to its maximum. As long as she did not feel numb, she would not be affected by the lightning. In the next instant, a pair of wings spread out on her back.
Susanna turned into an arrow and shot out 200 meters away, heading toward a figure that was standing on the roof.
The magician was shocked. Bolts of lightning had dropped and struck Susanna.
Something had gone wrong. When struck by the electric magic, the chances of getting numb were very high. However, Susanna was still nimble.
When the magician was about to release the arc, Susanna had dashed toward him and smashed the puck on his head.
With a loud bang, the magician's magic shield had been destroyed.
The arc that he had released had struck Susanna. The injury caused by the arc was negligible, but the numbness effect would be great.
However, Susanna lifted up the puck again and continued to attack. No! The magician let out a desperate cry. He lifted up his staff and tried to ward off the blow.
When a magician pits his strength against a swordsman, one can imagine the consequences. The staff had been broken by the puck, and the magician flew away like a leaf. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 552, Explanation. Chapter 552, Explanation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. I want vengeance.
Vengeance, a shrill voice cried in the night.
Nonsense, another voice said.
You'll kill all of us. I don't care, the shrill voice cried.
I don't care. Send me back. Take me back. You, the man was clearly getting angrier.
He took a few steps forward and raised his hand. Julie, who looked more like a ghost than a person, raised her head and stared at him. The man looked at her arms. His hand shook and he could not bring himself to do anything. He knew what had happened to her after her cover was blown and he did not blame her for wanting revenge.
Julie, you have to realize, the man said with a sigh. Times are different now.
The situation is not looking good for His Royal Highness.
There is only a dozen of us left and you cost us 4 of them. Do you want us to lose everything we've worked for?
Julie stared at the man, her eyes burning with hatred.
I want revenge, brother. The man sighed. You don't understand, do you? Do you remember what I said before you left? Anfey is a dangerous man. You underestimated him. You want revenge, all right. You will avenge yourself, but now isn't the time. We have to wait. Wait for the right time. Do you want us to challenge him publicly? Do you want me to? Say it and I will go. Brother,
Julie whispered. She choked on her words and started sobbing quietly. The thought of her brother was the only thing that supported her. The only reason she was still alive was her brother. She couldn't send him to his death. Julie, the man said, holding her in his arms.
I know what you went through. I promise you. I won't let this go. Just give me some time.
Julie nodded, her eyes filled with tears.
Get some rest now, the man said.
He patted her shoulder and tucked her in carefully.
Wait, Julie called. Wait. Do not trust them, brother.
Of course not, the man said.
Don't worry about me.
He walked out of the room and said to the 2 guards, keep an eye on her for me. The 2 guards nodded. The man walked down the hall slowly. Another man in his 60s was waiting in the lobby.
See him, the old man frowned and said coolly, I need an explanation, but...
You know what she went through, Mr. Douglas, the man said.
She made a mistake. I promise this won't happen again. Douglas smirked. That's fine by me, he said.
It's not my men who died. I just came to tell you that the plan will be postponed.
Postponed? Why?
Douglas's eyes widened in shock that the man did not understand.
How can you not get it, he asked. Your sister's behaviors have startled Anfey.
Mr. Douglas, can't we take him on if you and I just work together, the man asked, holding his anger back. I think we both know the answer to that, Douglas said, leaning back into the chair.
You see, it won't be just Anfey, will it? Have you forgotten Barry, Saul, and Stager?
It will be difficult, but I am not afraid.
I'm not either, Douglas said. I'm not planning on returning without having done anything. The man smiled. That's all I need from you, he said.
He was working with Douglas and he could ignore Douglas's rudeness as long as their goal remained the same.
Douglas frowned and said, I think the plan should change. I am an assassin and you are not that different. We should try a method that works better for people like us. You mean? It's funny, Douglas said, shaking his head.
If I knew Anfey would be this much trouble, I would have taken care of him a long time ago.
I had a man called Brufit.
When Anfey fled Sacred City with the Knights of Sacred Flame on his heels, he was among those who saved him.
If I am not mistaken, your sister Julie helped him as well. The man nodded. No one knew what he could do in the future.
I am sure His Majesty sent them to protect Christian and Naya. It's scary how fast things can change, Douglas said with a long sigh.
I remember Brufit, the man said.
His Majesty trusted him, yet he left Sacred City without a word.
Does His Majesty really trust him?
Douglas said, shaking his head.
Brufit believed he was in mortal danger. He's paranoid.
Paranoia isn't that bad of a thing to have, Douglas said. He turned to the man and said, now, let's talk about the future. The man chuckled drily. Your people attacked Susanna, which is enough to provoke Anfey, Douglas said. Which is why my people are leaving this place.
If you get into trouble, I won't be able to save you.
Of course,
if I get into trouble, you are not obligated to do anything. Do you have to say things like this?
Better say it now than later, Douglas said, getting up from the chair.
If I knew your sister's cover would be blown, I wouldn't have chosen to work with you.
But there's no need to talk about that now.
The man frowned but did not say anything.
Even if they were working towards the same goal, he was still getting angry at Douglas. He needed Douglas to take on Anfey and he had to keep Douglas happy. Take that as a lesson, Douglas said.
Don't try to provoke him anymore. We have to have a clear plan. What's good does killing Susanna do? Don't forget your priorities.
The man took a deep breath to calm himself, then asked, you said our plan will be postponed.
Until when? Be patient. Until we are no longer Anfey's priority. When? A month?
A year, the man asked quietly.
How long do we have to wait? We've startled him, but will he really forget about us?
Douglas frowned.
The man was right.
Anfey was a very patient man and it would take a long time for him to forget something.
What do you want to do, then? Give him an explanation, the man said. A convincing one. That way, we don't have to wait too long. I think we both know that we don't have much time.
Douglas frowned.
He knew what the man meant.
He wanted to give up a group of men, the more powerful the better. This way, Anfey would think he had taken care of the moles and would lose interest.
But it wasn't Douglas who made a mistake. Why should Douglas give up his men?
That's one way, Douglas said quietly.
I'll wait for your words. What? The man frowned. He only had a dozen people. He didn't have anyone to give up.
Your sister caused this mess, Douglas reminded him.
Shouldn't you clean it up? Hearing no other words from the man, Douglas turned to leave. The man stared at Douglas, stone-faced. After a few moments, he angrily muttered under his breath, who do you think you are? You're just Goldman's dog, Douglas. You bastard.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 553, A Guest. Chapter 553, A Guest. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The incident, whereby Susanna had been attacked, did not create any uproar. The people and mercenaries had carried on with their lives as usual. At dusk, a carriage, which was not as new, stopped before the courtyard in the northern part of the city. Yi got out slowly from the carriage.
Ye's appearance represented a command.
More than 10 figures that were nearby slowly rose up to the sky. A few hundred mercenaries suddenly appeared on the street, and dashed toward the courtyard, surrounding it. 7 to 8 half-elf archers jumped up to the roofs to form a circle. They had their bows and arrows ready, and were searching for their targets.
Shinbella followed after Yi, jumping down from the carriage. Anfey was the last to appear.
He looked calm, and was staring listlessly at the courtyard.
There were many ways to express one's anger.
To make a ruckus was being too shallow. This was not his style, and it was unfit for his status. He had to be here, as the one who had saved Julie was extremely powerful. The traces that he had left behind denoted that he could be a top-level power. Anfey could not take any chances, he had to ensure the safety of his men. The mercenaries had smashed the door of the courtyard and dashed in. No combat sound was heard. Yi said with a wry smile, "Sir, you are right. They have left.
We can't be making a wasteful trip."
"Let's go in and take a look," Anfey said flatly.
As he stepped into the courtyard, a few mercenaries walked out. He was hopeful and asked, "Have you found anything?"
Sir, no one is inside, and there are only a few things around, one of the mercenaries replied.
They could not have wasted their time to pack up the things?
Yi found it unbelievable, and dashed in. There was a 2-story building in the courtyard that was made of wood. There were 9 rooms in total, and Yi searched through them all, including the kitchen and cellar. And just as the few mercenaries had said, the things left behind were few. There was no firewood in the kitchen or backyard. The kitchen looked as though it had seldom been used. Most of the rooms were empty, except for 2 that had beds in them. As for the furniture, other than a big mirror, there was nothing else. Yi felt helpless. Susanna had been attacked, and that was worse than the jailbreak of Julie. This was an upfront challenge to the League of Mercenaries. He was determined to get to the bottom of it. Susanna had killed the 2 assassins, and the other 2, after Eddie's interrogation, had divulged secrets. However, Yi could not decipher what their secrets were, as their appellation and records were unique. Yi needed time to look into it. The only useful information was their foothold. If he could not find anything here, there would be no other clues. He could not be sitting around, waiting for their next move. Anfey was not surprised. An agent would call this a broiler. When he took up assignments previously, he would use different identities and appearances, and rent a place near the target. He had to take precautions. Although this was different from his previous occupation, the nature of the work was similar. Whatever the other party could think of, Anfey had already thought of it, unless there was a vast difference in the intelligence. If things were too obvious, the other party must be up to some tricks, as the styles did not match. Yi, get a few men to guard this place. The rest can leave, Anfey said softly.
Guard this place? Will they be coming back?
I don't think so, but there might be some unexpected surprises.
Yi pondered for a while and nodded, all right. Go and check up on the owner of this courtyard. But, don't hope too much. If you can't find any clue, then forget it. Forget it?
Yi asked in shock. He had not expected Anfey to not care a whit about it.
Yes, Anfey nodded and said, I will make a move first. I will be meeting a guest. You can go back later. HMNN, all of you must be careful during this period. Especially you, Shinbella. You like to act alone. Please change this habit. Oh. Shinbella replied. Sir, who is this important guest? Yi was curious. He knew that Anfey was either going through the formality by his presence, or he was here to prevent a mishap from happening. You will know later. Anfey smiled. In a residential area near the city master manor, Hui Wei was pacing up and down, looking pale. He looked as though he was waiting for someone. What he feared would happen had happened. His master had written him a letter, instructing him to arrange a meeting for him with Anfey. He was thunderstruck when he received the letter. He did not want others to treat him differently, and in order to maintain the friendship, he had to keep the secret to himself. However, his master kept pressing him and caused him to be in agony. He had looked for Anfey many times, but he always changed his mind. However, he could not drag on any further, as his master had consecutively sent letters to him, and sounded more harsh each time. If he chose to tell Anfey himself, at least he would have taken the initiative to make a confession. However, if he waited for his master to arrive, then he would be exposed. He dared not think of the consequences. Finally, he decided to tell Anfey. To his surprise, Anfey only thought for a while before agreeing to his request. He had not even asked who Hui Wei's master was. As the appointed time was approaching, Hui Wei felt increasingly uneasy. He even blamed his master. His master had told him before that he had only hoped for Hui Wei to acquire his knowledge. He would not force Hui Wei to do things against his wishes, but he had gone back on his word. Moreover, whatever Hui Wei had learned from him was not practical. Out of the blue, people were after his life. Although his master had given him some magical instruments for self-protection, including the shattered will of God of War, his power was limited. In the end, he had to flee to the magic beast forest and associate himself with the orcs. As Hui Wei's mind was wandering, Anfey had appeared before his eyes. He quickly stepped forward and said, Anfey, my master, has arrived. I know. Anfey nodded. I can sense his breath. The air was filled with a breath that brought discomfort. Although it was very weak, Anfey was still able to sense it. Hui Wei was searching for the right words, but when he heard Anfey's reply, he grew paler. He stuttered and asked, You know, who my master is? Of course. When Anfey saw Hui Wei's uneasy look, he patted him on the shoulder and said, Hui Wei, I appreciate your efforts in getting your master here to meet, instead of me going to meet him. Although Anfey was not explicit, what he meant was clear and simple.
If the other party had come to meet him, Anfey would still have the upper hand. However, if Anfey were to go and meet him, that would put Anfey in danger.
Anfey, you.
Hui Wei was at a loss for words. Your master has shown his sincerity by risking his life to be here. Don't worry, we will not have conflicts, Anfey said with a smile, then strode up the stairs. Hui Wei let out a long sigh of relief, and looked gratefully at Anfey. In fact, Anfey was grateful to Hui Wei, too. Ever since Saul had appraised the combat force of Morgan and Disvidia up front, Anfey was aware of the possible crisis. He did not want to have clashes with the three master necromancers, at least, not now. What Hui Wei had conveyed to him was a great opportunity. As long as the other party was not here to do him harm, Anfey would not provoke him. Anfey had a family, and he had people whom he cared for. It would be irrational for him to go against those old bachelors who had no qualms about killing. Unless he had been forced into a corner, Anfey would not want to do so. Anfey stood at the door of a room and knocked gently. Is Mr. Goldman there? Please come in, Sir Anfey, you are the host. A husky voice came out of the room. Anfey opened the door and walked in. Goldman had stood up and politely extended his hand to signal Anfey to sit down. This was a friendly gesture. Anfey broadened his smile and sized Goldman up. Apparently, Goldman was an ugly necromancer. He looked like a skeleton, with a heap of skin stretched over him. Heap was the right word, not layer. There was a strange red light flickering in his eyes. It sent shivers down one's spine. When a woman aged, her breasts would sag. For Goldman, who was of a great age, even his nose sagged. As he spoke, his nose swung along, side to side. After you, Anfey politely said. Goldman did not waste time on such trivial matters. He sat down slowly, the red light in his eyes flickering. Sir Anfey, it seems like you are not worried at all. Worried? You mean? After all, I am just a notorious necromancer. Aren't you afraid that others will talk behind your back if they know that you are seeing me? I have heard Sir Barry talk about you. I can tell that he respects you. Although you and the High Priest, Stan, should be at loggerheads with each other, he does not dislike you. From them, I have discovered many truths. Anfey said with a smile, I don't think they will say anything. As for the rest, I can't be bothered with them. Truth, this is an enticing word. A long time ago, I started this journey because of this word. From his expression, one could not see his inner world, but his voice sounded gentle. Not many people can accept the truth. Sir Anfey, are you able to accept the truth? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Cooperation. Chapter 554, Cooperation. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. That depends on you, sir, Anfey said softly. Goldman frowned and didn't say anything. He did not know, nor trust Anfey, which was why he did not know where he should begin the conversation. Everything Goldman did, he did for a reason. He chose Scarlet because he wanted to groom her into a ruler so he could challenge Midas and give necromancers a place to exist. He wanted to end the control Midas had on necromancers because that was the only way he could free them. Since Scarlet was dead, he had to find someone else to cooperate with. Judging from the global affairs at the moment, Yolander was his best choice. He was an acquaintance of Barry's, but the two were not on friendly terms. Speaking with Anfey was easier than speaking with Barry. Having Hui Wei there also helped Goldman. Anfey could tell there was something on Goldman's mind. You came all the way here to speak to me, despite the danger, he said quietly. To me, that's a sign of trust. You can speak your mind here, sir. Goldman smiled. There wasn't much danger, he said. You see, I am not your enemy. It will do you no good killing me. If you do, you risk me using the Death Armageddon spell. Even if I don't, Morgan and Disvidia are still out there and can instead. We are blessed with long lives, and I am sure they will avenge my death, not just the people who killed me, but their families as well. You have a point, Anfey said. Even if he could kill Goldman, he didn't want to. Barry wanted to kill me once, Goldman said. But he didn't. People who spare my life tend to become my friends. Anfey nodded but didn't say a word. He knew that the best thing to do was to keep quiet. Despite what you may believe, we are not evil, Goldman continued. We were all humans. Despite our decaying bodies, we still have human emotions. You know Morgan is the man who killed dozens of top-level powers over the years, but you do not know that most of the time, he only kills out of self-defense. Most of the time? Sometimes he kills to relieve his frustration, Goldman said. I am sure that if you were hunted constantly, you would become frustrated as well.
Like I've said, we have emotions as well. Anfey nodded.
He remembered that he first met Berzeriano because he was there to hunt Morgan.
Camlin became a hermit because he lost his wife while hunting down Morgan. It seemed like hunting Morgan became a goal shared by all top-level powers.
I know we've made a bad impression on you, Goldman said.
But you do not hate us the way others do. You shouldn't, either. What do you mean? Anfey asked. The power you use. It is not from our world, is it? I've never met someone else who uses it, Anfey said.
Your mind magic is even more powerful than your teacher's, Goldman said.
It is very interesting to me. Because I have a different way of practicing it, Anfey said.
This is just a word of advice, but you shouldn't use mind magic as much as you do, Goldman said. If you keep using it this often, trouble will find you.
Just like Morgan.
Goldman narrowed his eyes, which were blinking with red light.
Really? Anfey asked, surprised. That's what my first teacher told me. You mean, your first teacher taught you your mind magic? The supreme power? Goldman asked.
He did not believe what Anfey said because he knew his own abilities. Scarlet's death might have influenced him, but Goldman knew he would never make a mistake while using his mind magic.
Anfey had to be lying. He did teach me that, Anfey said. But that was too long ago.
I cannot remember if he was a supreme power or not.
Goldman sighed.
He had brought up mind magic because he wanted to see Anfey's reaction. He decided to move on because this was a conversation, not an interrogation. He was there to find a partner, not the truth. As long as Anfey could work with him, Goldman did not care who Anfey really was or where he came from. I'm sure you didn't just come here to warn me, sir, Anfey said with a smile. He didn't show it, but what Goldman said had made an impact.
Clearly, Goldman knew about the secret he was keeping.
He only kept calm because that was how he dealt with things.
Of course not, Goldman said. I came here because I have a proposal for Yolender. Anfey frowned. This was even more important than he thought. This wasn't something he could decide.
Not even Barrier Saul could make a decision on such a matter.
Working with necromancers had fouled Edward VIII's reputation. Would Yolender take the risk? This is just the general outline of the plan.
We can work out the details at a later meeting, Goldman said.
In order to show my sincerity, I have something for you. You must know of Evil Mist. Anfey smiled.
Of course. When I first arrived here with Master Saul, we were attacked by people from Evil Mist.
You must be talking about things that happened recently.
About 2 years ago.
Goldman nodded.
By then, Evil Mist was no longer under my control.
Why is that? I've had the organization for 200 years, Goldman said. After I betrayed Minos, the organization fell apart. Some people didn't know the organization was controlled by necromancers. Those people left after learning the truth.
The others knew I was behind the organization, but since I have no power or money, there was no reason to follow me.
So you no longer control the organization?
I can control those that chose to remain with the organization, Goldman said.
He paused, then continued, You were attacked at Tumun, weren't you?
Yes.
That must have been Douglas, Goldman said.
He was always in control of that place. He was the son of the head of the Tumun Commercial Union, Saizen.
Saizen didn't want to be controlled by the Mayho Empire and declared independence.
Soon after, his entire family, save for young Douglas, was brutally murdered.
Because of this, Douglas hated Yolender.
For him, Evil Mist is just another tool to get revenge.
I kept him around because he is brilliant. Anfey frowned. He had never heard of Douglas, but if Goldman said he was brilliant, he must have been. You see, I am willing to give up my organization as a sign of sincerity.
Even if Evil Mist is divided, I will still control a significant chunk of it. I can aid him in his effort to unite the world.
How so? It's easy, Goldman said. A small-scale plague is all I need. Think about what losing their farmers and merchants will do to the Elysian Empire. Why didn't you do that for Scarlet? Anfey asked, curious.
Scarlet was young, Goldman said with a sigh. I wanted Barry to be a trial for her so she knows how to take on a strong enemy by herself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 555, Get Even, After the Fall. Chapter 555, Get Even, After the Fall. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
When Anfey arrived at the campsite of the Roaring Dead Legion, it was late at night.
Although the soldiers on duty recognized Anfey, they still stopped him at the door. Anfey knew that Barry was extremely strict. He also knew the importance of the army regulations and discipline, so he waited patiently outside. After a while, the soldier, who had gone in to report, came back with a military order. The soldiers quickly made way for him. The soldier ushered Anfey to Barry's tent. This time around, no reporting was required. The guard, who was standing before the tent, lifted up the curtain for Anfey. Anfey was surprised to see so many people in Barry's tent: Stager, Sean, Dalmatian, and the others. The tent was filled with people whom Anfey knew, as well as strangers. One thought came to Anfey's mind. There would be a war soon. There were 7 provinces in the Shansha Empire, and they had captured 3. If they were to continue to move forward, it would be into the Shinwa province. The capital of the Shansha Empire, Diamond City, was located between the Shinwa province and the Shawa province. Are they planning to attack all 3? Anfey, this way. Saul signaled with his hand, and a guard immediately brought a chair, placing it beside him. Anfey had intended to greet Sean and the rest, but they were having a meeting now. It would not be appropriate for him to do so. He just smiled and nodded his head, and walked toward Saul and sat down. Anfey waited only for a while before the meeting came to an end. The generals took their leaves, and Sean and Dalmatian came over to chat with Anfey before they left the tent. Seeing that most of the people had left, Barry said with a smile, "Anfey, what brings you here today?" Anfey looked around and winked at Barry. After Barry had signaled the guards to leave the tent, Anfey released the soundproofing enchantment. Barry and Saul looked at each other grimly. It must be something serious, since Anfey was behaving so mysteriously. "Goldman has looked for me," Anfey said openly. Although Barry and Saul had prepared themselves, they still looked shocked. After a while, Saul frowned and said, "Did he do anything?" "Anfey is standing before us now." "Goldman must have meant no harm," Barry said with a smile. "Anfey, what did he say?" "Collaborate." "Collaborate?" Barry quickly asked. "Collaborate how?" Anfey repeated their conversation in detail. He had a very good memory, and did not miss a single thing. However, he did not mention the part about mental roaring. Barry and Saul were silent for a long while. Barry paced up and down, and Saul closed his eyes in order to ponder what he'd just been told. After a long while, Saul suddenly said, "What does Goldman want, Dut? He does not expect us to recognize their presence. He only wishes to have a small piece of land where no one can trespass." "Goldman has said this before." "After so many years, his wish remains the same," Barry said softly. "If it were only the ordinary people, it would be beyond reproach to ask for the right to survive. However, for a necromancer, it is different. Although they did not have to be wary about Goldman, the rest of the people might still be. Even though Goldman might keep his promise, his students might not. No one knew for sure what an ordinary person and a necromancer would do. The ordinary person would consider the necromancer to be scheming, possessing the desire to conquer the world. The latter would consider human beings as shameless and ungrateful. Regardless of who was in the right, the two parties had accumulated tons of hatred with each other, and it would be difficult to re-establish trust. That was why Goldman had said that he would not ask for recognition. "For this matter, let His Majesty decide," Saul slowly said. In fact, he was not interested in the fact that Goldman had volunteered himself. When the Shansa Empire had become history, the Elazan Empire would not be able to do much on its own. Even if Goldman managed to send a plague to the Elazan Empire to weaken their strength, they would not be able to fight against the Meho Empire. The main concern was, if they rejected Goldman's offer, the 3 master necromancers would definitely seek refuge with the other side. Having a few more powerful friends was likened unto putting icing on the cake, but to have a few more powerful enemies, that would spell trouble. "I agree." Barry nodded his head and sat down to write a letter. As he was writing, he said, "Anfey, the day after, we will be attacking the Shinwa province. Go and discuss this with Alice, and let me know immediately if there is any problem, Previously, before they attacked, Barry would have waited for Alice to voice her opinion. However, this time around, Barry had made a decision. Anfey knew that there must be a reason behind it, but he found it inappropriate for him to ask, as this concerned military affairs. He said with a wry smile, "We still have many things to settle on our end." "What's the rush?" Wester and Grandin had left Sacred City for the battlefront. Saul sighed and said, "My plan is to launch the attack after they have arrived. However, Marshall refused to listen to me. What can I do?" "What?" Anfey was shocked. However, he immediately knew the intentions of Wester and Grandin. It was a pity that they could not participate in the war against the country of mercenaries. They had to participate in this round to destroy the country.
If they did not do so, they would not be able to vie with Christian, who had almost reached the pinnacle of prestige. He would then become the successor. Those who were interested in the throne must not miss the opportunity, so Wester and Grandin had to go. Saul related to Anfey how Wester and Grandin had repeatedly requested for participation in the war. Initially, Yolanthe did not accede to the requests, but out of the blue, he agreed. It was more than 20 days after they had left that Yolanthe informed Barry about it. A large group of the royal families had gone with Wester and Grandin. They had the same objective, which was to go to the battlefront, for show. If it was only Grandin, it would be fine to wait a few more days. Wester, ha! Barry, who was writing the letter, suddenly interrupted. Barry, it has been decades. Can't you just forget about it? This is so unlike you. Saul laughed and said. Anfey blinked his eyes. What does Saul mean? Anfey had found something amiss a long time ago. Barry was nice towards Grandin and Christian. As for Wester, he treated him differently. All of them were his nephews, but why this different treatment? Saul, don't be sarcastic. You were not the one being imprisoned, Barry said angrily. Seeing Anfey's curious look, Saul hesitated for a while and said, Wester and Christian are half-brothers. Wester's mother is Elizabeth. Elizabeth's family had been a great help to His Majesty back then, but when His Majesty was enthroned, Elizabeth's family was against the restructuring. They even threatened His Majesty. Sigh, it has been such a long time. It is pointless to tell you all the details. In the end, His Majesty had no choice but to punish them as a warning to the people. It was not appropriate for Elizabeth to continue to be the queen then. Is Elizabeth still alive? She is. Although Elizabeth supported her family, after all, they are husband and wife. His Majesty could not bear to harm her. Oh. Anfey blinked his eyes again. Although he would like to find out who Yolanthe had married after that, it would involve Barry's sister. He dared not ask, as no one had ever mentioned it. Saul had also never mentioned his wife. He could sense that something bad must have happened back then, which caused Yolanthe and Saul to lose their wives. Master, does Wester visit Elizabeth frequently? I have no idea. Elizabeth, I have not seen her for more than 10 years. She has never shown herself in public. Let's not talk about the past. Anfey, go through my letter and see if I have missed out anything. Barry put down his pen and handed the letter to Anfey. Saul, His Majesty has allowed Wester and Grandin to leave the sacred city. What do you think? Me? Saul was stunned. There is only Anfey here. Are you telling me that you are treating your favorite student as an outsider? You? Saul let out a wry smile and asked him back, what do you think? Be polite. I have asked you first. Saul pondered for a while and said, His Majesty is ready to strike. It should be more aggressive than the one that took place a few months ago. I think so too. Barry nodded in agreement. Strike? Anfey, who was reading the letter, looked up. Yes, Saul said softly. His Majesty was unable to do a thorough job previously. At the critical moment, the royal families will push Wester and Grandin to the front, to act as their shield. Now that Wester and Grandin have left Sacred City, His Majesty is without scruples. Saul, do you think His Majesty is a little too impatient? Back then, His Majesty had stopped the restructuring because there were strong enemies without. He would not, and dared not, allow political unrest. Saul slowly said, His Majesty has been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Those who had supported him, and those who had gone against him, he remembers them all. Now. Get even, after the fall? That's right. Get even, after the fall. Saul paused and said, Fortunately, we are not in Sacred City. If we were, it would spell trouble for us. What trouble will you have? Barry said with a smile, back then, when you supported His Majesty with the restructuring, you had laid off your servants, given freedom to your slaves, and even offered more than 10 manors to the empire. Were these not enough? Fortunately, Naya is not calculating. If she was, she would have hated you. Not this. Saul shook his head and said, Many people back then had been lining up to look for me, begging me to plead with His Majesty. Now, I don't have to bother myself with such things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Trusting. Chapter 556, Trusting. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Alice stood on the balcony, looking at the night sky.
Barry and Kumaragosha had already left Yellowstone Province with the army a few days ago. Perhaps it was because of the place's proximity to her home, or maybe it was because of the refugees, but she stayed behind. The entire mansion was silent. The mercenaries had left with Anfey, and the only ones that stayed with her were Shin Bella and the mercenaries Shin Bella had trained to keep Alice safe. "Alice?" Susanna called as she walked out onto the balcony. She wrapped a shawl around Alice's shoulder and said, "It's chilly outside. You need to stay healthy." "Thanks, Susanna," Alice said quietly. Susanna sighed. She didn't like how uptight Alice was. Despite how long they'd known each other, Alice still refused to let go of her manners. "The rumors of Anfey?" Susanna nodded. "If they want to do something, they will do it soon." "Be careful," Alice reminded Susanna. "Don't worry about me," Susanna said confidently, patting her sword. "I have this." "You are the one that should be careful." "If they are really working for Wester, they won't do anything to me," Alice said, adjusting the shawl around her. "I may be bait, but their goal is you and Anfey." Susanna frowned and nodded. "You have to be careful," Alice said, turning to Susanna. "I know. I will," Susanna said, taking Alice's hand and squeezing it. "Let's go inside." Just outside of Alice's mansion, in a small commoner's house, were two groups of men in dark clothing. The two groups were clearly hostile toward each other. "Douglas," one of the men said quietly. His voice was quivering, clearly enraged. "We had a plan. Why are you backing out at the last minute?" "I never said I'm backing out," Douglas said. Even though his face was covered, he was clearly smiling. "Volty, I said you should clean up the mess you made. As far as I can tell, you didn't do anything. What does that have anything to do with this plan?" Douglas sighed and shook his head. "Volty, you are letting your anger get to your head. Anfey knows we exist. He didn't know anything before, but thanks to your sweet sister, his guard is up. I want you to do damage control, but you didn't do anything. Do you really think Anfey is stupid? He knows that we exist, but he still left Yellowstone Province. Can't you tell? You're walking into a trap." "I am not stupid, Douglas," Volty said coldly. "My men reported back to me already. Anfey is indeed in Shinhwa Province with Barry, Saul, and Steger. No matter what they're planning, Susanna is the only one here. With the two of us, we can take on Susanna. Anfey is only a human. He makes mistakes as well." "Fine," Douglas said with a shrug. "Go, then. I will stay here, so you can enjoy the glory yourself." "You!" Volty spat angrily. Susanna was a threat to him, but assassinations were not simple. He had to end the fight as fast as possible. If he startled Shin Bella and her mercenaries, it would be a much harder fight. He knew the mercenaries trained to guard Alice. Despite the moles he had planted, those guards will still be a threat. "What about me?" Douglas said, shaking his head. Volty's actions had made him very angry. That rescue plan Volty had already startled Anfey and his men. Douglas almost had a heart attack when he heard Julie sent her men in for an assassination. Douglas wanted to lay low for a while, so even if the plan didn't go as planned, they could still strike a damaging blow. Now the plan would go to waste. "You really are going to back out?" Volty asked. He was getting impatient. Julie was Volty's only family. What Julie went through in Anfey's hands made him angry already. Today was the day he would get his revenge. "You're threatening me now?" Douglas asked incredulously. "You want to force me to help you kill someone?" Douglas shook his head and chuckled. Volty glanced at Douglas again and turned to leave. He was stopped by the sudden sound of crows. Volty's breath hitched, and his hand flew to his sword. "It's my people," Douglas said coolly. "Don't stress over it. You told people about this place?" "It won't be a secret after tonight," Douglas said. A few moments later, a man in a mage's robe walked in. He was young and handsome, with the badge of a senior magister on his robe. "Brufit," Douglas said. "Good news or bad?" "Good," Brufit said. He glanced at Volty and said, "But it made me more confused." "Why is that?" "Anfey is indeed at Shinhwa Province right now," Brufit said. "I just don't think it's normal, sir. He is not a careless person. Barry and Kumaragosha's army is more than capable of taking Shinhwa Province. He is not needed there. Why didn't he stay here?" Douglas and Volty both frowned. Brufit had just asked the question Volty had been wondering. He couldn't allow himself to overthink this. He had to keep his ultimate goal in mind. What's even weirder is that Anfey took Saul's students with him, Prophet said. He commanded several battles. He is even more busy than Barry. It's almost like he's purposely keeping himself busy.
I know what he's doing, Volty suddenly said.
What?
Douglas asked, surprised.
He wants the glory.
He wants more, which is why he is there with the army. Barry is the general, and Christian's uncle.
He wouldn't fight for glory with them. Anfey and Christian want more glory, which is why they are with Barry's army.
I can see that, Douglas said.
How's Anfey behaving in Shinhwa province?
He made several appearances, Prophet said. It's almost like he's afraid people don't know he's there as well, which is why I thought someone else was impersonating him.
That has to be it, Volty said.
He wants to scare us, make us think he's still here.
But why didn't he take Susanna with him?
Why keep her here?
Because Anfey doesn't know who we are, and who our target is, Volty said. He needs someone to stay behind and protect Alice. The only people capable of that are Anthony and Susanna. Susanna is the better choice between the two.
Douglas nodded, his frown slowly disappearing. He knows that we exist, but he doesn't know what we're capable of.
He thinks Susanna and Shin Bella are enough to stop us.
To him, he's not taking a risk. Douglas turned to Volty and back to Bruffett, who thought about it, then nodded.
It makes sense, he said.
There had been multiple attempts on Alice's life.
All right, then,
Douglas said, putting his mask on. He had always trusted Bruffett and his judgment. However, he did not notice the small smirk on Bruffett's face as he left the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 557, Quit. Chapter 557, Quit. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was getting late. The security in Alice's mansion was still very tight. There were mercenaries patrolling the outer courtyard, as well as female swordsmen, all taking turns to guard the inner courtyard. If a bird would have flown past, it would have attracted the attention of many people. In the southern part of the inner courtyard, two female swordsmen were walking in the alley.
The one taking the lead suddenly stopped.
The female swordsman behind her was curious and asked, "What happened?"
"I seem to have heard something just now." The female swordsman taking the lead grabbed her sword with one hand, and with the other, took out a magic scroll.
"Don't be silly," the female swordsman walking behind said hastily.
"Don't alert, sir.
If it is a false alarm, can you bear the consequences?" The female swordsman taking the lead felt that her partner was right. Once the magic signal had been released, all the mercenaries and guards would be alerted. Should everyone rush here to find out that it was a false alarm, she would be ridiculed. The female swordsman kept the magic scroll and walked to the side.
However, as she moved forward, she felt a sharp pain on her back. A cold hand came around, covering her mouth tightly. She then heard the shivering voice of her partner, "Don't blame me.
You asked for it." Susanna and Alice were chatting in the upper floor.
Although Alice had a very tight schedule and had wished to be able to stretch out her time, her energy was limited. She needed to rest at times. Chatting had become her way of resting. A maid gently opened the door and brought in a plate of fruit and a pot of tea. Those who burned the midnight oil would know that they would get hungry in the middle of the night if they were awake. To ensure the quality of her work, Alice had developed the habit of taking supper. After the maid had placed the plate of fruit on the table, she made tea for them. As she was putting down the teapot, she accidentally knocked against the cup, sending the hot water splashing onto Alice. The maid turned pale and quickly wiped it up with her sleeve.
"Alice, have you been burned?" Susanna was shocked and immediately stood up. Susanna and Alice were entirely different. To Susanna, the speed of her sword was faster than her brain. Most of the time, she had used her sword based upon her instincts. For Alice, she could think fast, but her actions were slower. She had been tense, and waited for the enemy to act. The maid moved forth toward Alice and speedily backed away. Alice's speed was too slow. The moment she lifted up her head, a dagger was at her neck. "Don't move!" the maid shouted sharply. "If you move, I will kill her." Susanna had withdrawn her long sword, but she stood rooted to the spot. Although she was confident of killing the maid, she dared not take the risk. "Lajusha, has Arunjay instructed you to do so?" Alice said flatly. She looked relaxed, but she felt remorseful within. Alice had 5 maids on rotation to take care of her daily needs. The selection process was extremely strict. Not only did Alice do a check on them, Anfey would personally do a background check on them. They had been very loyal to Alice.
Recently, Lajusha and Arunjay had been very close to each other. Alice had been told that both of them were sleeping together in the storeroom. She had brushed it aside, as she thought that it was nothing unusual. Now, she knew that she had been wrong. Only a woman could make a man change so drastically. Likewise, only a man could make a woman change so drastically. It must be Arunjay who had instructed Lajusha to attack Alice. Sometimes, it would not be a good thing to be too lenient to the servants. The more they come into contact with the outside world, the more hopes and desires they would have. Lajusha was a typical example of this. "Shut up!" Lajusha screamed again. She had hidden herself behind Alice and was staring at Susanna nervously. As Alice's maid, she knew who was the most terrifying person. At this instant, fighting sounds were heard from the ground floor. The outer courtyard was in an uproar as well. The assassins had acted efficiently and effectively, especially with the help of their spy. From the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard and middle floor, the sentries and patrol had not been alerted. However, Lajusha's screams were loud, and they had awakened the female swordsmen who were sleeping in the outer courtyard. They carried their long swords to check around, and saw the group of people in black. A fight ensued. The door had been kicked open, and 5 to 6 people in black dashed into the room. They looked at Alice, who had been held hostage, and Susanna, who was standing to the side. One of them dashed behind Alice and pushed Lajusha away, snatching away her dagger. He said coldly to Susanna, "Madam Susanna, we mean no harm. We just need your cooperation. Please put your sword down." Susanna slowly took a few steps backward, and held on more tightly to her sword. The magic signals had been sent, one after another, toward the sky. Now, not only were the people in Alice's mansion being alerted, the entire city had been alerted as well. "Madam, I don't have much time. I hope you will cooperate with us." The man in black glided the dagger along Alice's neck and said, "Unless you want her dead." Alice's heart was heavy. Her instinct was right. They were targeting Susanna and not her. Since they had been discovered, reinforcements would be on the way. If they were targeting Alice, they would have acted earlier. They would have either killed her, or held her hostage and escaped. They would not have made Susanna disarm herself. "Put down your weapon." The man in black was impatient and shouted. He made a cut on Alice's neck. "No!" Susanna said in a hurry. She finally loosened her grip. Regardless of her faults, Alice was not an evil woman. At times, she would put her interests aside. Should Susanna meet with any mishap, it would do Alice more good. The assassins were Wester's men. The day before, Wester had written her an ebullient letter, ensuring her safety. Moreover, Anfey would be here soon. Just a while more, and everything would be fine. Alice did not let her thoughts run wild. There was an emotion known as gratitude. Initially, people would be on guard with one another. As time went by, the relationship became more cohesive. Susanna was Anfey's wife, and she could be considered as the first lady of the League of Mercenaries. However, she had become her bodyguard for the past few days. As for Christian, regardless of his weariness from the day's work, he would ensure that he would personally go to Alice's bedroom to cast a magic array to protect her. As the chief of general, Anfey had been on sentry for a long period of time, to ensure her safety. All these things, and what many others had done, had taken root in her heart. It was a great blessing to have people with whom she could entrust her life. Alice dropped her right finger to the floor and slowly shook it. She twisted the pendant of her cloak with her left hand. Her right finger was pointing at Susanna, hinting to her. When Susanna had brought the cloak to Alice after nightfall, the target in their conversation was referring to Susanna. Seeing that Susanna had wavered a little, Volti put his hands behind his back and moved closer to her. The closer he was, the more careful he became. He did not want to irritate Susanna. He had nothing in his hands. He stopped when he was less than 3 meters away from Susanna. He removed his mask, and with a gentle smile, said to Susanna, "Madam, please hand me your sword." Susanna took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" She asked for the sake of buying time. "Madam, please trust me. We mean no harm," Volti said with a smile. The fighting sounds were getting nearer, and Volti was getting impatient. His men had obviously been unable to hold back the mercenaries led by Shinbella. They had failed on the previous attack, as Susanna had a magic prop that had enabled her to fly up to the sky. He had to disarm Susanna and try to control her. At the least, he had to throw out a deadly attack before Susanna could fly up to the sky. "If I disarm myself, you must not hurt her," Susanna said slowly, pointing at Alice. "Of course. I swear." Volti's heart was beating fiercely.
All right. Susanna hesitated for a while and gritted her teeth.
She handed over her sword to Volti.
Upon seeing this, Alice nearly fainted. She crazily twisted her body and tried to warn Alice. However, she was too slow to act. The man in black, who was standing behind her, covered her mouth and said, "Stop moving." "Sir, let me."
A pale-looking hand was placed on Alice's shoulder. A thick, iron blue color was released from Alice's shoulder and spread out to the surrounding area.
Even Alice's hair turned iron blue. Alice stood frozen to the ground and could not move.
Douglas let go of his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Brunfett smiled slyly and said in a low voice, "Sir, we cannot delay any further.
We have to end it fast." "Don't worry." Douglas slowly took a few steps forward and was ready to attack with Volti.
Volti tried to suppress his emotions and slowly stretched out his hand. As his finger was about to touch the edge of the sword, Susanna's expression suddenly changed. Her helpless look had turned into a sharp look. A bright combat power shone out, and Susanna's sword shot forth like lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 558, Lesser. Chapter 558, Lesser. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
In a fight between two very powerful people, a small mistake can be detrimental. Susanna already had her sword drawn, but Volti did not even draw his weapon. However, he was very fast.
He easily ducked Susanna's attack and grabbed his sword.
Susanna gripped her sword and lunged at Volti, who drew his own sword, and the two clashed with a loud crash, sending bright sparks flying. Susanna stumbled backwards and steadied herself. Volti was sent flying backwards and crashed through a nearby wall, finally landing in the courtyard. The mercenaries outside quickly surrounded it.
Suddenly, Volti's sword lit up brightly, then turned into dozens of arrows. The arrows made of combat power flew outwards toward the mercenaries. The mercenaries did not know who they were fighting, and it was already too late by the time they realized. Dozens of mercenaries were struck by Volti's combat power and fell to the ground.
Susanna's eyes widened in shock. Swordsmen's combat powers were more or less the same, but Volti's control of combat power was unheard of.
Even Ernest was not this good. "Out of the way," Susanna called, jumping down into the courtyard.
Volti turned to her, sneering. The two lunged toward each other, bright white combat power and golden combat power clashing. A moment later, Volti fell to the ground, stumbling. Susanna, however, did not attack again. Instead, she kept herself floating in midair, staring at Volti's hands. It may not seem like it, but she had almost fallen for Volti's trap.
Douglas was creeping toward the fight.
Just as he was about to attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and swung a large axe at his head.
Douglas was forced to jump back and duck the attack.
He raised his sword, blocking another blow from the axe. He was fast, but he was still slower than his opponent. He was able to block the axe with his sword, but the floor under him could not handle this much force. Before Douglas could do anything else, he found himself falling down through a hole in the floor.
The figure with the axe chased after him.
By the time Douglas reached the next floor, the figure with the axe was already upon him. Douglas bellowed angrily, as he raised his sword to block another attack. Swordsmen all had similar combat powers, but there were small differences. People like Susanna and Ernest focused on strength, while Douglas focused on speed. He had almost never been outmatched in speed. By now, Douglas already realized who he was up against. The second time his sword made contact with the axe, he changed the angle of his sword, so he wouldn't fall through the floor again.
He pushed off of Anfey's axe and landed near the wall.
"What are you doing here?" he asked.
"Aren't you in Shinwa province?" Anfey pursed his lips and did not say anything. He jumped toward Douglas, swinging the axe at the man's neck.
Douglas waved his hand, and a large, black net appeared in the air. The net was made of a dark, flexible metal and had large spikes all over it. As the net fell toward Anfey, Douglas began moving toward him as well. Instead of using teleportation, Anfey suddenly leaned back and fell onto the ground. He slid toward Douglas, swinging his axe at his leg. Douglas jumped off the ground and moved toward the ceiling, summoning his combat power.
Douglas didn't want to fight with Anfey. He had no reason to fight with him. He wanted to get back into the other room, because that was where his real target was. He needed to get to Alice and use her as a leverage. He knew that Shin Bella must have already arrived with her men. He needed to get to Alice to get himself and his men out alive. Douglas crashed through the wooden ceiling and returned to the room above. The men he brought were already lying on the ground, dead.
A few mercenaries were also lying on the ground, dead as well. Brufit, the only survivor, was sitting on the ground and panting. All the walls in the room were covered in black. Thuds could be heard from other side of the wall. Clearly, Brufit had managed to seal off the room after getting rid of the mercenaries. Douglas dashed toward Alice, who was standing quietly in the room.
Anfey jumped into the room from below.
Douglas raised his sword to Alice's neck and said, "Don't do anything, or it will end badly for both of us."
Anfey looked at Douglas calmly. Douglas frowned, feeling uneasy. He had expected Anfey to react to what he was doing, so he could tell what Anfey was thinking. However, Anfey was only looking at him, not showing any emotions. Just then, the entire building shook with the sound of an explosion. Then Douglas heard Volti's voice, "Mauso, Berzeriano, goddammit." Douglas' breath hitched. Brufit has sealed the room off, and he could not see what was going on outside, but he knew what would happen to Volti. Volti may be powerful, but not powerful enough to take on Mauso, Berzeriano, and Susanna at the same time. Anfey gripped his axe and started walking towards Douglas. "Stay where you are," Douglas called loudly. "I may not be powerful enough for you, but if you do anything, I will kill her." Then he grabbed Alice and pushed his sword closer to her neck. "Whatever you say," Anfey said with a shrug, but did not stop moving. "Whatever?" Douglas repeated, his eyes wide. "Good, then. Fine. Do what you will." "If you say so," Anfey said. He suddenly lunged forward, swinging his axe at Alice. Anfey was very fast, and did not leave much time for Douglas to think. His axe went through Alice and struck Douglas in the chest. Normally, Douglas would be able to get away, but he was too close to Alice. He also didn't think Anfey would actually do anything to harm Alice. He had gathered a lot of information and knew how important she was to him. A ball of dark energy struck Douglas in the back, causing his combat power to disappear. Douglas bellowed in pain as he fell to the ground, his sword also falling. "It will be easier if you just give up, my lord," Brufit said quietly. Douglas turned toward him with wide eyes. "Why, you?" "I have a teacher as well, my lord," Brufit said. "That is all I can tell you." The spy, Lajusha, stood and walked toward Anfey. As she walked, her appearance and clothes started to change. "It's just a small mirror spell, my lord," Brufit said, noticing Douglas' eyes on her. Anfey sighed. "You shouldn't have done this," he told Douglas, as he brought the axe down on the man. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 559, The Hero. Chapter 559, The Hero. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. "Sir John, they are coming over," a knight said fearfully. "As though I can't see for myself." Little John said softly. "Stay vigilant." "Sir, that is the Roaring Dead Legion." The knight's voice trembled as he spoke. "What is the big deal?" Little John asked with a prideful smile. The knight dropped his jaw, wanting to say something, but ended up keeping mum. He did not know where to start, as he had too much to say. Little John seemed ignorant and proud. During the night, the mage army had been utterly destroyed. The Griffin aerial unit had also ceased to exist. The Roaring Dead Legion was the only remaining powerhouse, and it would be impossible to defeat them with only a few thousand new infantries and more than 200 knights. They would be courting their own deaths if they were to attack the Roaring Dead Legion. However, commands must be obeyed. He could only lament his fate, and the fact of having such a chief commander. The army was approaching them. Although there were only about 700 to 800 of them, and the fact that they were not moving in unison, the soldiers still exuded an overpowering killing intent that only elite troops possessed. "Sir, we should retreat." The knight made one last effort to dissuade Little John. "I just wonder how you became a knight." Little John sneered at him and said, "Pass down the order and get ready." "Yes." A voice came out from among the shrubs, sending chills up the knight's spine. The soldiers from the Roaring Dead Legion had reached the foot of the mountain. For the past few months, they had not met any powerful enemies, thus they had slackened. The soldiers formed ranks that stretched a mile long, and there were more than 40 prison vans with them. Every van was filled with prisoners. There were males and females, young and old. All the prisoners were well dressed, and they seemed to be the royal families from the Shansa Empire. Little John turned and gave a signal to one of the magicians, who softly chanted a spell and released a bellicose incantation. More than 500 soldiers of the Shansa Empire had been affected by the incantation. Little John jumped onto his battle steed and pointed his long sword toward the sky, shouting, "Comrades, let's charge." Having said this, he took the lead and dashed downhill.
The soldiers who followed after Little John were the ones affected by the incantation. Courage could be contagious. The other soldiers hesitated for a while, following behind. Their chief commander was in the front line, and they had no reason to back away. Moreover, they would have been severely punished if they had retreated. The soldiers of the Roaring Dead Legion were taken off guard.
Oh no, we have been ambushed.
Let's run for our lives.
Leave the prisoners behind. Let's leave. Following the cries, the soldiers fled desperately in a panic.
Initially, the Knights of Little John were slacking behind the soldiers, but after seeing what had happened, they were elated, and urged their battle steeds forward.
However, it was too late for them to take credit. Little John had dashed into the chaotic array.
Those soldiers, who had been affected by the bellicose incantation, followed closely behind. A general from the Roaring Dead Legion clumsily urged his battle steed onward, but it refused to move. Little John dashed toward the general and slashed the general's neck with his long sword. A bright sword ray flashed across, and the general's head flew up to the sky, sending blood spewing all over.
Charge! Little John shouted. Charge!
When the soldiers of Shansan Empire saw that their chief commander had killed the general of their enemies, their morale was boosted. A few thousand soldiers rushed down from the top of the hill and filled the valley. Many soldiers from the Roaring Dead Legion fled for their lives. More than 30 of them lost their directions in their panic states, not knowing where to flee. Little John pushed his way around and wielded his sword.
He was like the invincible god of war. Every time he wielded his sword, someone would be killed.
As he was dashing past one of the prison vans, Little John suddenly stopped.
Is that not Duke Rhine?
He gave up his plans to pursue after the enemies, and quickly dismounted from his battle steed. With great force, he broke the chain around the cage with his sword.
He went into the prison van and helped an elderly man exit. Good, well done.
Duke Rhine had lost hope, not having expected to see such a courageous general in the Shansa Empire. This general had fearlessly challenged the Roaring Dead Legion.
That was a close call for Duke Rhine.
He was moved to tears and could not say a word.
Charge!
The soldiers of Shansa Empire dashed past the prison vans in pursuit of the enemies that had fled. To beat a drowning dog was a pleasurable feeling for the soldiers. Only some of the soldiers remembered to break open the prison vans and rescue the royal families. However, they were too slow to act, as compared to Little John. After saying a few comforting words to Duke Rhine, Little John had rushed to the other prison vans with his sword. Within a short period of time, he had broken the chains of more than 20 prison vans, and rescued many royal families.
The combat ended very quickly.
Although the cowards in the Roaring Dead Legion did not have the courage to fight, they were quick in escaping. It might have been due to the lack of training of the Shansa Empire soldiers as well. After pursuing the enemies for a few miles, not only were they unable to catch up with them, but they became exhausted. It was especially so with the soldiers who were influenced by the bellicose incantation. After the magic power had lost its effect, they were left panting hard. Having received their freedom, the royal families sat on the grass. After being cramped up in the prison van, they needed a rest. Some were praying, some were bursting out in tears, and some were filled with gratitude and were talking to Little John. Little John was like their god.
However, Little John smiled humbly, speaking politely to them. He had left a good impression on the royal families.
After mingling around, Little John came back to Duke Rhine. Although all were royal families, there were different rankings among them. Duke Rhine was a good friend of Edward VIII. Even if all the royal families had gathered together, they would still not be as important as Duke Rhine. At this instant, the knight, who had tried to dissuade Little John earlier, came forward. He said excitedly to John, "Sir, the enemies have been pushed back. We have killed a total of more than 30 enemies, and one of them is a general. We have a great victory."
How many enemies have you killed? Duke Rhine coughed, while asking this in a dignified voice.
He had now recovered, regaining his composure.
We have killed more than 30 enemies, including. Duke Rhine lifted up his hand and gave the knight a tight slap. He lowered his volume and said, "You are stupid like a pig." He felt deeply grieved. Why? Why is there no intelligent man under such a courageous general? Sir Duke. Little John was taken aback.
There were more than 5,000 men who were escorting us, but you have killed only a little more than 30 soldiers?
Do you consider that a great victory?
Duke Rhine pointed at the knight's nose and said, "I have seen the whole process with my own eyes."
It was such an intense fight, and you have only killed a little more than 30 people? You fool, have you seen correctly?
Little John and the knight just stood there, dumbfounded.
5,000 people? Who has seen wrongly? Duke Rhine waved his hand and said, "I am not old. I have seen clearly. We have killed more than 3,000 soldiers in this battle.
The knight scrunched his face up, and after a while, looked elated. Little John had killed half of those people, including the general. To share the remaining credit among the soldiers would be pathetic, that is if they had killed only a little more than 30 people. However, if they had killed more than 3,000 soldiers, the situation would be quite different. He might be accredited for killing more than 10 people. The knight suddenly lifted his hand and slapped himself. He shouted, "Sir, I am a fool, I am blind. Please forgive me. This place is filled with dead bodies. There are about 5,000 of them." "Nonsense," Duke Rhine said with a straight face. "How can you report to your superior with an estimated number? Go and check again. Remember, I want a definite figure." "Yes, sir." The knight saluted excitedly at Duke Rhine, turned around, and dashed out. Little John finally managed to calm himself down. He had been around Diamond City for some time, and knew that the royal families had been deceiving their superiors and subordinates, and that they were corrupted. However, he did not know that military merit could be exploited in this manner. Suddenly, Little John noticed a longing look in Duke Rhine's eyes. After pondering this for a while, he said softly, "Sir, the greatest credit goes to you. If you had not disrupted the deployment of the enemy's army from within, I would not have succeeded." Since Duke Rhine had amplified his credits, Little John had to give the greatest credit to him. "Ha ha ha." Duke Rhine laughed aloud. He patted Little John's shoulder and said, "Young man, you have a great future ahead of you. I like you. I am honored to be recognized by you." Little John bent with respect as he spoke. Duke Rhine held Little John's hand warmly, lifting it up. He shouted, "Who has saved us from our suffering? Who has given us the chance to live again? Who is our hero?" Many of the royal families knew Little John's name by now. Moreover, they had to give due respect to Duke Rhine, so they shouted, "John, John." Their shouts grew louder, and in the end, many soldiers joined in the shouting as well. If the Manhwa Empire was a tiger, then the Shansa Empire would be a timid rabbit. The rabbit would hide in its burrow, shivering. Shansa had been longing for a hero to stand up and take control of the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Helpless. Chapter 560, Helpless. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Barry's Roaring Death Legion, Shield of Light Legion, and Blacania City's city guards combined with Komaragosha's Shansa army, the Church's knights, and the Druids, had made a very large and impressive army camp outside of Diamond City. Barry only blocked off 3 of the city's gates, leaving the eastern gate wide open. This way, if Edward VIII leaves through the eastern gate, it would be easy for the army to attack him. Not only was Edward VIII's army severely outnumbered, the sheer amount of top-level powers gathered outside the city was enough to make anyone pale in shock and fear. Despite having the upper hand, Barry did not attack the city immediately. Yolanthi wanted occupation, not destruction. In order to take over the city, the most important part of the plan was not outside the city, but within. The Ranger's Little John had already risen to the rank of general, leading several attacks on the Roaring Death Legion's supply army. He had won Edward VIII's trust with his victories. Edward VIII named him the deputy general, who was in charge of the southern part of the city, under Duke Rhine. However, the Duke barely had any interest or experience in leading an army, leaving most of his work to Little John. Another part of this equation was Domage, and whether or not he could convince some of the court mages to join his side. He was once the head of court mages, and was very well respected. If he could convince some of the mages, he could render Edward VIII's mage towers useless. Without the mage towers, it would be very hard for Edward VIII to do anything. A lot of Mayho soldiers wanted to march on the city and capture Edward VIII. Even though the Shansa Empire barely had any defense, they still wanted to attack the city. Sitting and waiting was far from their idea of a war. However, to Barry, he was happy to wait. He was getting older now, and he did not need any more glory. All he needed was victory. What was ironic was that Yolanthi had accused Edward VIII of working with necromancers, yet his own men were really the ones working with necromancers. No matter where, the ruling class must find a way to control the people they were ruling. Yolanthi may be a good ruler, but he was still a ruler. He needed to control what was reaching his people, and how his people thought in order to stay in power. Anfey closed Morgan's letter. He turned to Brufit and said, "Go tell Master Morgan that I understand." "The throne is almost ready," Brufit said softly. "We do not have a lot of time left." Master Morgan said 6 months in his letter, Anfey said. "I won't be participating in another battle after this. I think I can find the place where I grew up.
Ellison Empire is a mess now, Brufit said, shocked. It will be an easy victory. Are you sure you won't participate? Once they take Diamond City, the supplies in the city will be theirs.
That, combined with the supplies the armies took from the nobles over the year, would be enough to support the entire army for months.
The Ellison army didn't stand a chance against such a large army. It would be an easy victory and another accomplishment.
If I'm right, His Majesty will ask Christian to go back to Sacred City after this, Anfey said.
Brufit blinked and immediately understood what Anfey was saying.
Anfey was only leading the mercenaries into battles because Christian was there. If Christian was gone, there was no point.
His Royal Highness has a long list of accomplishments, Brufit said. Surely His Majesty will ask him to participate in the war with Ellison Empire.
Unless His Majesty has already picked Christian as his heir, he won't send him into another war, Anfey said, shaking his head.
He needs to maintain a balance. He can't let any of his sons get too powerful or influential.
Then it is His Majesty's own decision, Brufit said.
We have no part in it. Anfey glanced at Brufit and chuckled. He knew what Brufit was implying. If he leaves immediately after Christian leaves, it may seem suspicious. However, he also knew that Yolanthe wasn't the paranoid type. Even if he leaves, he had proven his loyalty to Yolanthe and to the Manhwa Empire plenty of times. He wasn't worried. Brufit nodded. He believed that Anfey knew what he was implying, and that was as much as he could do. Anfey will make his own choices, and he can't change that.
Brufit coughed a few times quietly, to break the awkward silence.
Well, I should be getting on my way, he said. It may not be good for your reputation if other people see me here. I trust you to give the letter to Master Saul. Don't worry, Anfey said. I will deliver it. Brufit nodded and left the tent quietly. A moment later, Susanna poked her head into the tent. What were you two talking about? We need a new plan, Anfey said with a sigh. What plan? Why haven't you said anything?
It's not going to work, anyway, Anfey said. He held up the letter in his hand to Susanna and said, the Throne of Bones is almost complete. It will give Minos the power he needs to receive a new life. We need to unite against him, or else it will be the end of everything we know. I don't know what the throne is, exactly, but if Gulman, Morgan, and Disvidia are all afraid of its completion.
I don't think I want to know what it is. Anfey sighed.
He knew that Minos was very powerful, but he did not know exactly how powerful he was. After he started working with Gulman, he learned many things about the necromancers. Now, he knew exactly what Gulman was afraid of, and he was afraid of Minos' power as well. Gulman was willing to put his hope in a man Anfey had made up, showing that Gulman, too, had tried everything he could. If we all unite, there's no way Minos can defeat us, Susanna said quietly.
Hopefully, Anfey said with a sigh. He took Susanna's hand and drew her to his side. He looked at her, as if studying her face. Susanna frowned. She could see the sadness and longing in Anfey's eyes. It was as if he was saying goodbye to her. When she opened her mouth, her voice quivered. What's going on? She asked. Is everything all right? It is, Anfey said with a small smile. I just think maybe we should have a child. Really? Susanna asked, surprised. When have I ever lied to you? Anfey asked, holding her closer. He knew that if he was to fight Minos, he must be even more powerful. He could not find the supreme power, because the man didn't exist. The only thing left for him to do was to become a supreme power. However, that would come at the expense of losing things that made him human. For the first time ever, he felt helpless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, Friendship. Chapter 561, Friendship. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The curtain had been lifted, and Robert walked in slowly. Due to the nature of their work, he and Yi could see Anfey without going through the notification of the guards. Susanna was shocked and her face turned red. She quickly stood up from Anfey's lap and nodded at Robert. She was familiar with what Robert was doing. Her father, Darius, had had men like him before. Their tasks were shady. Yes? Anfey asked softly. Sir, Wester and Grandin have entered the Moro province. They are traveling at great speed. Given their speed, they should be able to reach the Naho province in 5 to 7 days. Anfey was in deep thought, and after a long while, he asked, Is the information reliable? Yes, Robert nodded and said. Sir, shall we let young John and his men take them by surprise? No. That will be too obvious.
Anfey rejected Robert's suggestion and said, "Do not think that we can take things into our hands just because Marshal Berry is unhappy with Wester. Being unhappy and having admiration are the attitudes of an individual. If we take Wester by surprise, it will not be a matter of attitude." "It is." At this point, Anfey smiled wryly. "Sir, what shall we do then? Is Alice with Master Dumange?" "I have no idea. I have just returned." "Go to Alice. If you see Master Dumange with her, let me know immediately. If he is not there, tell Alice that I would like her to find an excuse to get Master Dumange there." "Yes, sir." Robert quickly walked out. "On your way out, ask Yi to come in. I need to talk to him," Anfey added. "All right." After Robert had left, Susanna frowned and said softly, "Is Robert crazy?" He had wanted to attack Wester. Susanna had used the word crazy to appropriately describe Robert. Regardless of his conduct, Wester was Yolanthi's son. Only Yolanthi could decide his destiny. To lay hands on Wester would be going against Yolanthi. When Wester had sent the assassins, he only targeted Anfey and Susanna. He dared not hurt Christian, although Christian was his biggest threat. The Rangers are used to disassociating themselves from the world. Other than their own people, they would not show concern for the others, even if he is the king. If they are being pushed into a corner, they will do anything. Anfey paused and said, "Actually, this is one of the reasons that I trusted them. Should things turn out badly for us in the future, they will be the only ones whom we can trust." "Why is this so?" Susanna was shocked and asked. "I don't know why I say this," Anfey sighed and said. "Maybe, this is unnecessary." "Maybe. Do you mean we cannot trust Christian and Alice?" "They can be trusted. What I mean is, if the situation gets really bad." Anfey smiled and said, "Of course, I will not let such things happen, Dot. What you have said makes me feel uneasy. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about the present." Anfey changed the topic. "Christian is too meek. If we capture Diamond City only when Wester and Grandin have reached this place, they will try to take credit for it. Christian will not refute this. He is happy as long as the Empire gets stronger and he can be of service. I have been trying to urge him to fight for power, but his performance has not been satisfactory." "Christian is too kind," Susanna said softly. "This is not a bad thing. If he gets power, he will be a good king whom the people will love. But the problem is, before he gets power, the responsibility is on us. What do you intend to do?" "We must not give them any opportunity, but at the same time, we cannot attack them. What we can do is to start the war soon." But Marshal Berry wanted to launch the attack on. "In fact, we have the upper hand." Marshal Berry was just waiting for an opportunity. "We can decide on the timing," Anfey said softly. "It depends on whether young John can hold the forte at the city gate, and upon the number of magicians Master Dumange can persuade. If Dumange and I share the same view, Marshal Berry doesn't need to follow according to plans. You can say that, even if Marshal Berry knows what I am thinking, he will not make things difficult for me." At this moment, he lifted up the curtain and walked in. "Sir, are you looking for me?" "Yes," Anfey nodded his head and said. "Wester and Grandin will be here soon. Have you found out anything yet?" Yi looked awkward. He shook his head and said, "No, but Volti should be Wester's maternal relative." "Should be? How sure are you?" "At least 70 to 80%. Anfey pondered this for a while and said, "Have them killed tonight. If not, we will not know what will happen when Wester is here. HMNN, hang the bodies of Volti and Julie outside the campsite. Write down clearly their names, as well as the crimes they have committed. Get it?" "Yes," Yi said with a smile. "I am looking forward to seeing the expression on Wester's face when he sees the two corpses. No matter how Wester tries to put on a false front, since he has sent his men to deal with Susanna and me, that proves that he could not take the threat from Christian any longer," Anfey slowly said. "This is expected. He is still young and rash, and this is normal. Since he can no longer take it, why don't we agitate him?" "Sir, are you not young, too?" Yi said with a smile. "But I am old here." Anfey pointed at his chest and burst out into laughter. "By the way, Yi, do the soldiers think well of me?" "Of course. Who are you?" "You have the sacred inheritance, and you have fought for the Empire, killed." He seemed to be in a good mood. He seldom spoke, but now he just rattled on. "Stop your nonsense." Anfey interrupted him and said, "Send some men to patrol the area. Spread the news that Susanna has been attacked and have a target placed on Wester. It must be logical and persuasive.
Sir, do you want to ruin Wester's reputation? Yes, Anfey nodded and said. The fact that Wester is here to take credit is a big mistake.
For Grandin, it cannot be helped.
When he was 14 years old, he was already an inspector in the army. He has qualifications and a reputation.
Even if I slander him, it will not have much impact.
As for Wester, who does he think he is? He has to come.
If he doesn't get the support of the army, it will be his greatest drawback, he said with a smile.
It is late, Anfey sneered.
Sir. Robert's voice was heard outside the tent.
I have informed Sir Alice. She would like you to go over now. That is all for now.
Anfey stood up slowly and said, Oh yes. Try to think of a way to make the corpses decompose faster, so that Wester can get more emotional.
Understood, Yi replied. Anfey took a few steps and suddenly stopped.
I nearly forget about this.
Don't kill Douglas. Gulman needs him for experiments. It is a rare opportunity to use a top-level power for experiments.
What about Volti?
Volti's body is meant to be exposed. Anfey smiled. By the way, you have misunderstood me.
When Gulman left Minissi, Douglas was the first to betray him, and he had pulled along with him quite a number of men.
Gulman misses him a lot. I cannot imagine Volti's and Douglas's destinies. Whose will be better? It is up to you to decide.
Anfey laughed and said, If you are interested, you can let Volti die a more horrible death.
Alice's tent and Anfey's tent were not far from each other.
They were located at the center of the campsite of the League of Mercenaries. After walking for a while, Anfey reached Alice's tent. He could clearly hear that Alice and Dummage were happily chatting away.
Alice, Anfey called out. This was redundant.
Having seen Anfey, the female swordsman, who was guarding Alice's tent, had gone in to report to her.
Come in, Alice called out. Anfey lifted up the curtain and walked in.
Alice was sitting opposite Douglas, and Shin Bella was standing guard at the side. Anfey said with a smile, Master Dummage is here.
What a coincidence. Am I disturbing you? When have you become so polite? Alice asked inquisitively. Are you blaming me for not receiving you? Ha, you are the Duke. I don't think anyone, including Marshal Barry, holds a higher position than you. Who dares to trouble you? Duke. Anything given can be taken back. As compared to this, I put more trust in things that will not change easily, for example, friendship.
Alice signaled to the chair beside her and said, Anfey, you don't seem to be in a good mood.
What has happened?
When Alice brought up the topic of friendship, she seemed to be overdoing it. However, she had not meant it to be for Anfey's ears. It was meant for Dummage's. Anfey had been smiling, but she could tell that Anfey was not in a good mood.
This was amazing.
She was actually using this to segue to her topic.
Anfey sighed and sat on the chair.
He openly said, the first prince, Wester, and the second prince, Grandin, have reached the Moro province.
So fast?
Alice was shocked. Her future was tightly knit together with Anfey's and Christian's. She was very sharp, and knew immediately what Anfey was driving at. Seeing that Alice was looking a bit odd, Dummage put down his cup and started to listen attentively. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 562, Flags. Chapter 562, Flags. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Thousands of fireballs appeared in the air, emitting a bright light. Other than the fireballs, hundreds of lightning bolts crackled through the air, striking the ground with loud thuds. In the distance, a tornado was forming, moving closer to the city at a slow but steady speed. The ground rumbled under the effects of so many magic spells at the same time. Diamond City was a beautiful city, but with so much magic ready to attack it, it was as if the gods had delivered all the possible plagues onto the city. When Diamond City was first built, there were only 3 mage towers. As the city expanded, the number of towers expanded to more than 24.
Then, those towers were taken down and replaced by giant mage towers.
Now, the city was protected by more than a dozen giant mage towers. As long as the towers still stood, and the supply of magic crystals remained ample, the city would not fall.
Steger began his chanting.
As his voice grew louder, a red swirl began to form in the sky above the city. He raised his voice, and the swirl became larger and started to glow, outshining even the lights in the sky.
As the swirl grew blinding, hundreds of meteorites fell from the swirl and onto the city.
The meteorites clashed into the protective shield that had been placed over the city by the giant mage towers. The mage towers were very powerful, enough to block the effects of any spell, including forbidden spells. Soldiers in Diamond City cheered as the meteorites exploded on the shield. However, Stager's attack was meant to be blocked by the shields. He was not as experienced as Saul, and did not know the city like Doomage. He was only stalling so that the mages in the city could have a chance to damage the towers. Anfey stood in front of the swordsman, observing the city. He was staring at the city calmly. His emotions were no longer something that bothered him. The rumbling ground did not move him. Behind him were the elites of the Roaring Death Legion, the Suicide Attackers Squad. When Barry first started this squad, he told his soldiers that being in the squad requires determination, and that they must be prepared to be the firsts to die. These soldiers would follow every order, and were always ready to fight. The rumbling of the ground did not affect them either. Normally, Barry was the only person the Suicide Attackers Squad followed. However, Barry no longer cared about accomplishments and glory. He knew why Anfey had asked him to lead the charge, and he trusted Anfey. A strange wave of magic surge radiated out from the city. The shield that protected the city began to shrink quickly. Lights on the giant mage towers that were standing by the south gates were alright dimming. In a building close to the south gates, Little John finished off the last mage who was guarding the towers and breathed a sigh of relief. He was in charge of the southern part of the city, and he had to make sure this part of the city lost its magical protection. Sensing the surge, Anfey suddenly rose into the air. Elements pulled themselves around him, creating a storm of elements as he shot toward the city. The soldiers guarding the south gate were shocked. Anfey was in the air, but it was impossible to set up magic arrays in this short amount of time. The mages were not present, either. The commanders were intimidated, but they still jumped into the air, trying to block Anfey. However, there were not nearly enough of them to stop him. He landed on the city wall, leaving 3 bodies behind him. The soldiers around him scattered. Once their commanders were gone, there was nothing holding the soldiers there. They could tell the difference in strengths, and they were not looking to get killed. Anfey ignored those fleeing soldiers. He turned and swung his axe, cutting down the flag bearing Shansa Empire's symbol. Seeing him cutting down the flag, Susanna swooped down from the sky and grabbed the flagstaff from his hands. She tossed the flag to Christian, who gripped it in his hands tightly, then beginning to wave it, then stopping. Susanna was circling above Christian, protecting him. Seeing the flag, the soldiers in the Roaring Death Legion were the first to react. They knew that this was the signal, and began charging toward the city. A moment later, more soldiers began charging at the city. The soldiers of the Roaring Death Legion were joined by the elites of Sacred City's City Guard, sent by Yolenfi. Mage's magic allowed them to bypass the magic arrays on the ground, but the soldiers would set it off. Soldiers began dying as they stepped into the magic arrays, but nothing could stop them. With Christian ahead of them, waving the broken flag, the soldiers charged without stopping. The glory of taking the flag was reserved for Christian, and it did not matter who actually cut it down. To the soldiers, it was Christian that took the flag and started the battle. The southern gate was already open, and members of the Suicide Attacker Squad and the Sacred City Guards charged into the city. The nobles that were still in the city were terrified by this turn of events. Some were pacing in the room, trying to find a way out of the city. Others had already given up, resigned to their fates. Some nobles dressed their daughters and wives up, hoping that would be enough for the conquering armies to spare their lives. Some nobles began hanging banners on their doors, welcoming Alice's return to the city. For these nobles, in moments like this, staying alive was much more important than being loyal to their country. More soldiers streamed into the city. The ones that couldn't reach the gates began to scale the city wall. Christian kept waving the flag, despite his arms growing tired and sore. After all, he was a mage, and did not have as much stamina. He wasn't a competitive person, and he did not want to fight with his brothers. However, he knew that if he didn't fight for the throne, his friends would be in trouble as well, once his father died. The flags bearing Shansa Empire's symbols were all broken, but Christian did not stop waving the flag. He knew that he could not turn back anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, The Providence of God. Chapter 563, The Providence of God. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The massacre that was expected to cause a great fear over the royal families of Shansa did not take place. The talents that Alice had recruited in Moro Province and Yellowstone Province had been put to good use. With the help of the soldiers of Shansa, under Kumaragosha's command, they patrolled the area, suppressed the riots, and brought assurance to the people. When it was dawn, Diamond City had resumed its peace. What Alice had experienced was similar to the experience of Grandin from the Mayho Empire. Alice had entered into politics when she was young, and Grandin had become an inspector when he was a teenager. However, being an inspector was only a role in name. The power was still in the hands of the chief commander. Alice frequently made public appearances and got along well with people from all trades.
She was more mature than Grandin.
Alice had no problem maintaining the normal operations of the city. As for the ministers of her predecessor, she was well aware of the ones whom she could keep, and whom she had to eliminate.
No one could sleep this night.
Barry had to supervise and reorganize those new soldiers of the Shansa Empire. They did not have strong combat force, but there were many of them. Saul, Steger, and Dumange were searching for the remnants who might create trouble.
Bruzeriano and Mauso were in charge of the reinforcements.
They had become firefighters. They would be deployed to wherever there was danger. Even the High Priest, Stan, and the Knights of the Light had been assigned duties.
No one would do a better job than them in reassuring the people.
Regardless of the conduct of the individuals, in the eyes of the people, they were upright and kind. Outside the palace, Kumaragosha held his sword and looked back.
Anfey nodded his head lightly, and Kumaragosha turned around and wielded his sword.
A sword ray blew open the magnificent door, and Kumaragosha took the lead and dashed in.
In any political governance, there would be lots of ambivalence, including fights.
If they were working toward a common goal, it would be easy to work things out. However, to remove the estrangement among them, it would be impossible.
As long as people were involved, there would be ambivalence.
Kumaragosha had led the soldiers in surrounding the palace, as he had his own agenda.
If Diamond City was the icon of the Shansa Empire, the palace would be the icon of Diamond City.
Behind the magnificent door was the accumulation of years of wealth of the empire, and many other things.
Kumaragosha did not want the place to be looted. Moreover, he had one more motive.
He wanted to take revenge for his family, who had died terrible deaths. However, Edward VIII was Alice's father, so he felt uneasy. After gaining the approval of Anfey, he finally made up his mind. However, Kumaragosha had measured the stature of great men by his small yardstick. A talent remained only a talent.
Kumaragosha was merely a talent.
As there were no better choices, he had taken up the responsibility as a vanguard. Barry was a renowned marshal. The soldiers in the Meho Empire had not stepped into the inner city, so Barry had given Alice and Kumaragosha free play.
I was expecting bloodshed. Stan stopped behind Anfey. He said softly, "This is so unexpected."
Yolanthe is indeed a benevolent king. His Majesty is magnanimous, Anfey casually replied, going along with Stan. Anyway, the one being complimented was not around.
But, not many people know about his benevolence. What they are feeling right now is only fear. Warner, let the people forget about their hatred for one another.
Yes, sir.
Warner replied, but he was looking at Anfey. Warner had been under the mentorship of Stan.
His look and dressing were becoming more and more like a priest. However, he felt a bit uneasy when Anfey was around. Anfey winked at Yi and said with a smile, "Warner, go ahead and show me what you have learned."
Yi immediately took the hint and whispered to a mercenary. The mercenary then went to look for Blavi.
Eddie, who was leisurely sitting with the mercenaries, was looking at what was happening at the front. Suddenly, a magic shield was in the sky and covered him.
Eddie was taken by surprise and said, "Sir Blavi, what is this?"
Blavi rolled his eyes, he could not be bothered with Eddie. He did not have a good impression of Eddie, but since they were of the League of Mercenaries, he had to give him a helping hand.
God protects his people.
As Warner chanted, he flew up to the sky. He looked pious. As he lifted up his hands, a bright light rose from his palms. As the light got brighter, the beams got bigger.
It engulfed Warner, who was dozens of meters below it.
In the end, a soundless explosion took place. The huge beams rained down and covered Diamond City. The Book of Life, which had been enlarged thousands of times, stayed in the air. The shape of the book, and even the tiny words written on the pages, could be clearly seen. As the pages were being flipped, chanting sounds came from the sky.
Warner has improved tremendously. Anfey was impressed.
Light rained down within the range of his senses. He had not expected Warner to have such magic powers.
It was impressive. He has great potential.
It was a pity that he did not make good use of his time previously, Stan said with a smile. He then added, "The Book of Life has been a great help to him."
Anfey was silent.
Warner could break through, because he had received the Heart of Nature. Since Warner had the help of the Book of Life, it was not a surprise for him to achieve such great advancement. To the top-level powers, like Anfey, rains of light were simply the energies of the light element. They had strong willpower, and they would not be affected by it. However, to the men on the street, rains of light were filled with peace, making one feel warm and safe. The two contradictory magics of light and darkness could easily touch the hearts of the people. Some would open up their windows to receive the blessings, and for those who were braver, they would run down the streets. The warriors, who were holding onto their weapons, were affected as well. They looked excited. After the excitement, they just looked blankly at the sky. Although Kumaragosha was not as powerful as Anfey, the hatred within him was so deep that he was not affected by it. He looked up at the sky and sneered. After kicking the soldier who was staring blankly in front of him, Kumaragosha shouted, "Search around. Why are you in a daze?" The soldiers then regained consciousness, rushing forward in different directions. Warner slowly landed on the ground. Other than the treatment that the people had received, the magic that he had released would not have any other effect on the people. However, the impact that he had created was significant. The soldiers of Shansa and the mercenaries were looking at Warner differently. The mercenaries used to look down on Warner. He had been enduring the shame and trying to please the people around him. However, after the conversation with Anfey, his attitude changed and became tough. The mercenaries had thought that Warner got into Anfey's good graces by bootlicking. Outwardly, they appeared to respect him, but inwardly, they despised him even more. This day, Warner had gained the acceptance of the people with his own ability. "Sir Stan, you should have been the one to release the magic," Anfey suddenly said softly. Stan smiled. He was smart enough to catch the sarcasm in Anfey's words. "Sir Anfey, I am different from Slambria. I like to be frank. The entire continent has changed completely. If I wish to pass down my teachings, I need to change my approach as well." "Oh? You can say that there are two paths before us. One is the old school one, which is to hold on to power and status. The other is to take a step backward and assist in consolidating the royal power. Do you understand what I mean? You have chosen the latter?" "Yes. I do not want to take any risk. Even the two country bumpkins, Mauso and Bruzeriano, who have been wandering in the forest, know what to do. We should be smarter than them." Stan looked at Warner and said, "From now on, Warner is qualified to set up a hall in Diamond City. As long as Yolanthe is around, Sir Alice's position will not be threatened. With Warner's help, ha ha ha. Sir Anfey, I sincerely wish to assist you." "Thank you," Anfey said with a smile. Stan and Slambria were indeed different. It was not that Stan had higher moral character, but he was very open, preferring to thrash things out. As to what he would do if he could not come to an agreement with the other party, that would be another question. It seemed that Kumaragosha must have encountered resistance, as there was a loud battle cry in the palace. Anfey suddenly remembered something and said, "Sir Stan, I need your help." "What is it?" "Tell me. Alice and I are partners. I do not want to stain my hands with the blood of her father or family. These mercenaries must not get involved either," Anfey said softly. "Can you help us settle these before Kumaragosha strikes?" Stan was stunned for a while, and then smiled wryly and said, "This is not an easy task. I will offend." Yolanthe judged his men by their talents. He was very pleased with Alice's recent performance, as she had met his expectations. Her position could not be shaken. No one would want to offend her. "Please," Anfey begged him. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 564, Challenge. Chapter 564, Challenge. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. A group of men were fleeing east on the highroad, with Edward VIII among them. Even though he had fled Diamond City successfully and was now safe, he appeared to have lost all hope. He did not know where he should go. He did not have anything to live for, and did not know why he had left the city. Now, he would have rather perished with his nation. The men around him were all heavily armored knights. One of the knights in the group had white hair and beard, and his hands were full of wrinkles. However, his lance did not quiver as he rode. The other knight was young and followed the older knight closely. Since Edward VIII did not care where they were going, the two knights became the leaders of the group. However, even they were lost. They had fled the city, but where should they go? Suddenly, the griffins circling the air above them suddenly dove down, screeching. The knights halted, quickly forming a circle, with Edward VIII in the middle. Normally, only half of the knights would stay, while the other half would keep going with Edward VIII. However, there were too few of them, and it was safer to stay together. If Edward VIII was alone, anyone could take him to the Mayho army. These knights were loyal, but they were not sure about anyone else.
As soon as the knights set up their formation, two figures appeared down the road. Both were old and wearing mage robes. The mage in white did not look at the knights. Instead, he glanced down at the road, as if ashamed. The other mage appeared very calm. His gaze swept through the knights, finally stopping on the old knight. The old knight sighed. "Dumenge," he said with a nod. "This must be Saul. Your reputation precedes you." The knights around him shuffled and murmured in shock. Dumenge alone was able to take out all of them. They did not stand a chance against both Dumenge and Saul. "You must be Schurberger, the Golden Knight," Saul said. "Pleasure." "So you didn't bring Anfey with you," Schurberger said quietly. Saul smiled. "He's young," he said. "He has a reason to slack off a bit." Saul knew why Schurberger had asked about Anfey. The Meho Empire was powerful, but the Shansa Empire and the Elizan Empire had always worked together. Lately, in every single battle that ended with the Meho Empire as the victor, Anfey was there. Of course, it was wrong to give Anfey all the credit, but it wouldn't be an overstatement to say he was instrumental. He and Alice were able to build up the League of Mercenaries and quicken Yolanthe's plan of uniting all the nations. He was also young, which meant he dared to do things more experienced people, like Barry and Saul, did not want to do. This was why Yolanthe trusted Anfey, even though they had only met a few times. "Wait," a shrill voice suddenly broke the silence. Edward VIII jumped up and was trying to push through the knights. However, he was not strong enough and could not get through them. "Wait," he called, tumbling off of his horse. "I surrender." "Your Majesty." Schurberger called, his eyes wide. He jumped off his horse, trying to help him up. "Move," Edward VIII said angrily. He raised his hand to swat Schurberger's hand away and caught him in the face. Schurberger did not back away from Edward VIII. Instead, he grabbed his shirt and tried to help him up. "Let me go," Edward VIII said, struggling. "I surrender, you hear me?" Seeing the king he had served his entire life like this, tears swelled in Schurberger's eyes. He turned to Dumenge and spat angrily, "You see what you did?" Schurberger's voice was loud and clear. Hearing his voice, Edward VIII stopped his struggling and sat on the ground, staring ahead emptily. Dumenge pursed his lips and glanced at Saul. Saul sighed. Yolanthe had ordered that he must kill Edward VIII. Keeping him would be a hazard for both Yolanthe and Alice. If Edward VIII acted well after the surrender, he would only bring more trouble. Alice's enemies may want to work with him, and the nobles would prefer to have him as a ruler instead of Alice. If Edward VIII remained alive, there would be loyalists that opposed Alice's rule. "Your Majesty is no longer fitting, sir," Saul said. "All of this is his own doing. Had he not sent Alice to the country of mercenaries, he would not have ended up here." Schurberger took a deep breath, but did not say anything. He was loyal to Edward VIII, but he also knew that he was not the best ruler. "You are a golden knight, Schurberger. Who was it that imprisoned you in your own home for 20 years? "The past is in the past," Schurberger said sternly. "That does not mean anything. He will surrender." "What do you say?" Saul was silent for a few seconds, then whispered, "I'm sorry." "Of course," Schurberger said with a long sigh. He turned and glanced at Edward VIII, then he jumped onto his horse and raised his lance. "I challenge you, Saul." "You're challenging me?" Saul asked. He knew his own strength, and also knew Schurberger was no threat to him. "You're a true knight, sir. Are you willing to serve such a weak king? Don't you want more in life?" Schurberger shook his head. "I didn't know mages talk so much," he said. He turned to the young knight behind him. "It is my honor fighting with you, father," the young knight said with a nod. "Good boy," Schurberger said with a chuckle. "Wait," Dumenge said, taking a step forward. "Think about it. Are you willing to let your child die for a king like that? You're willing to see your family perish?" "My country is gone," Schurberger said. "There's no point. I do not want my king to be alone when he goes. Do you understand? Move, Dumenge." Schurberger raised his lance, which exploded in light. He gripped his reins and dashed toward Saul. Dumenge stepped aside, his eyes downcast. Saul sighed as Schurberger approached. Even a king like Edward VIII had such loyal followers. Edward VIII should be satisfied. Schurberger turned to the knights behind him and said, "Let us show them that not all of us are cowards." "Shansa Empire forever," the knights bellowed. Even though there were only 24 of them, it was as if there were thousands of them charging at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Real Family. Chapter 565, Real Family. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey sat quietly by the window and watched Alice, who was in the building opposite of his room. They had captured Diamond City the day before. However, since then, Alice still had not rested.
Saul and Dumange had returned earlier than expected.
Although Anfey had not asked, he could tell from their expressions what had become of Edward VIII. No one knew what Alice was thinking. Many things could be attended to a few days later, but Alice had been pushing herself to finish them now.
This behavior was abnormal. Sir. Yi opened the door and walked in. Sir Stan is here.
Show him in, Anfey said softly.
We. Yi hesitated for a while and said, Sir, must we do it? What do you think? Anfey raised his brow and asked flatly.
Yi attempted to say something, but he refrained and walked out instead. After a while, the high priest, Stan, walked into the room and smiled wryly. He openly complained, Sir Anfey, I was sincere in collaborating with you.
But, look, what have you asked me to do? Yesterday.
Anfey did not defend himself, but instead extended his hand. His gaze was bright and firm. Although he did not say a word, he was clearly sending the message that, since Stan had helped him, he will repay him back.
Stan stopped complaining and looked seriously into Anfey's eyes.
He then slowly extended his hand and shook Anfey's.
Given a choice, I would not have done it, Anfey said softly.
This is the command from His Majesty.
I have two choices, one is to defy his order, and the other is to obey. Yes.
That is why, as the holy priest, I have to take on this murderous task.
Stan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He then turned to walk out. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and slowly said, Sir Anfey, please don't make me regret the decision that I have made this day. You have my guarantee, Anfey reaffirmed.
The night was getting darker, but Anfey was like a statue, standing in front of the window. After a long while, at the northern part of Diamond City, a fire was being lit in a corner. The fire became brighter, and ultimately, lit up the entire sky. Alice, who was working in the house, had noticed it as well. She was stunned for a while, and after that, stood up and shouted. Ozzik walked into her room, and after speaking to her for a while, left the room. Alice sat blankly, and suddenly, she crazily took all the documents and threw them on the floor. She then lowered her head onto the table. Shinbella quickly pushed open the door of Alice's room. She had found something amiss, and had gone in to check it out. Alice sat up again, she was waving and shouting. Anfey could see the tears on Alice's face and heard her cries from where he was. Shinbella was shocked. She quickly stepped out and closed the door. In this magic world, the effects of natural disasters could be reduced to the minimal impact. Leave alone those magicians who had followed the army, even if the mage group of the League of Mercenaries had gone out in full force, they would have easily put out the fire that had spread to the entire city. However, the strange thing was, although the fire in the northern part had been burning for a long while, the magicians in the city were nowhere to be seen. No one had gone out to extinguish the fire. Sir, this is too cruel to Sir Alice, Yi muttered. Do you have a better suggestion? Anfey asked flatly. Yi was dumbfounded. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir Alice has not rested for 2 days and 1 night. If this continues, I am afraid her body. Go and get Warner. No matter how powerful is the magic of light, it will not be able to heal the heartache. Sir, just do what you have been told. Anfey shouted. Remember, you are the leader of the inspectorate. You are not a poet. Yes, sir. Yi held his head high up and replied. After taking a deep breath, he turned and walked out. Just before he reached out for the door, footsteps were heard outside the room. Shortly, someone banged on the door, and Shinbella barged in and anxiously said, Sir Alice. I know. Anfey coldly interrupted Shinbella. Shinbella was stunned. She then noticed that Anfey could clearly see what had happened to Alice in the building opposite his room. Shinbella, let's go out. Yi gently held Shinbella's arm and said in a low voice, Sir is not in a good mood. After Yi and Shinbella had left the room, Anfey turned to check on Alice. Time passed, but Alice did not calm down. She became more agitated, and finally, her shoulders twitched severely and she lied motionless on the table. Anfey was shocked and quickly opened the window. Like a meteorite, he shot out. After crossing over dozens of meters, he landed beside Alice and lifted her up. Alice looked pale, and her eyes were shut. After seeing that she was still breathing, Anfey let out a sigh of relief. He placed Alice flatly on the table and put some documents below her head. He then pressed on her philtrum with his thumb.
After a while, Alice came around.
When she saw Anfey, she cried out uncontrollably. She was like a child who had lost her favorite toy. She hammered her fists in agitation on Anfey's body. Although she had an unbearable past, the truth remained. Blood would always be thicker than water. When Alice was in the country of mercenaries, she had thought of taking her revenge. She wanted to punish the people who had dumped her and cheated her. However, she had not thought of the punishment that she would mete out upon them. As she was approaching Diamond City, she had felt uneasy. She had numbed herself by drowning herself in work, so that she did not have the time or energy to think of other things. The fire woke her. She had called Farazik to find out what had happened. After finding that the place on fire was the prison where they had kept the royal families of the Shansel Empire, Alice came to a realization. She had not decided how she would take her revenge, but someone had made the decision for her.
Anfey looked quietly at Alice. Just as Yi had said, he was in a foul mood. If he could help it, he would not want to hurt Alice's family.
They did not have a direct conflict, but Yolanthe had given very clear instructions. Prince Jarek was found missing in the country of mercenaries, and was yet to be found. This posed a latent danger to the empire, and Yolanthe did not want to have more of such dangers. For the sake of the war the following year, Yolanthe had not been too heartless. Other than the 3 princes and 1 princess that he had specified, the rest of the royal families would be spared. After a long while, Alice, who had cried her heart out, gradually stopped. She rested weakly against Anfey and said in a hardly audible sound, "You have done it, haven't you?" "No."
Anfey shook his head. He did not lie.
If one had used the knife as a weapon, the one who had committed the crime was the man and not the weapon.
Is it, His Majesty? Alice, you and Christian have the same problem. You are too soft-hearted at times. Anfey let out a sigh and said, "Don't blame His Majesty. You know your siblings. You should have known what will happen when you lead the army in. Although you have no intention of hurting them, they may not think likewise."
"No.
They will hate you. They will hate you to the core.
If they have the chance, they will take revenge on you."
"Alice, I do not want to see you relive the tragedy." "My father."
"Yes."
Anfey nodded. He knew what Alice was about to ask. "What about my mother? She is harmless. Is His Majesty wary of her as well?"
"Alice, don't let your imagination run wild," Anfey said softly.
"When you have been forced to marry, was she sad for you? When Kumaragosha captured her in the palace, do you know what she was doing?"
"She was fooling around with a few young guards. More than 10 soldiers have seen it, and news must have spread around."
"What is the point of keeping her? Does His Majesty intend to?" "No.
His Majesty has no time for a woman like her."
Anfey felt helpless.
He knew that Alice wanted simply to seek solace. However, he was unable to provide it to her. After letting out a long sigh, Alice tried to sit up, but she felt faint and fell onto Anfey.
"You rest," Anfey said softly. "No."
Alice shook her head and said, "Now then, I realize what kind of person I am."
"What are you saying?" "I am a traitor. I am shameless and cruel. I have led the army of the enemy and barged into my country. I have killed my father and brothers. Enough." Anfey was fuming with anger.
He carried Alice and strode toward the window. Alice's cries had caught the attention of many people. Although Anfey and the rest were young, they had won the hearts and respect of the mercenaries.
Many mercenaries were gathering at the courtyard, sighing and whispering. Shinbella was standing among them, looking up anxiously.
When Alice appeared at the window, all the mercenaries looked at her.
Anfey's voice hammered into Alice's ears, "Do you have to cry for those who do not care about you? Look at these people. They are your real family. Should you meet any danger, who will protect you at all cost?"
"It is not those princes or the princess.
It is them."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 566, The Cost of Lying. Chapter 566, The Cost of Lying. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Anfey was having a small-sized secretive meeting with a few others in the League of Mercenaries' temporary station.
Anfey had built his political sense with experience and time.
He thought Yolanthe was very likely to call Christian back to Sacred City after Shansan Empire was conquered, unless Yolanthe had decided to have Christian inherit the throne. If this were not the case, Christian would not be able to join the battle against Elazan Empire.
Yolanthe's order had arrived in the morning, asking Christian to go back to Sacred City. Of course, this alone was not enough evidence to guess Yolanthi's thoughts.
Anfey might guess it right, but he did not really know the real reasons why Yolanthi made that decision. All the commanders in the League of Mercenaries came to the meeting, including Anthony, who did not have a specific position in the League anymore. Today was a very important meeting for the League of Mercenaries, since it could decide the future of the League of Mercenaries. The door was pushed open.
Late, Alice walked in with a smile. She was smart and could figure things out fast. Anfey's scolding woke her up.
The League of Mercenaries had been her real family after she joined the League.
What happened before was just a nightmare for her. She was loved and trusted in the League. She felt warm and felt protected within it. The League had kept anything dangerous away from Alice. Wasn't it enough for her? Alice had acted normal today.
She greeted everyone with a smile and took the seat saved for her.
Alice, why are you coming so late? Susanna asked. Komaragosha had some trouble. I went to help him. Alice looked apologetic. Alice, I think he has told you the reasons why we are having this meeting. What suggestions do you have? Anfey asked in a low pitch. Alice gave it a little bit of thought and asked Anfey back. What do you want to do? Christian needs to go back to Sacred City.
He has to have people go with him, so I want Orzik and his first unit to go.
Rizka, Blavi and Zubin will go back with them, as well.
Anfey laid his eyes on Yi.
Yi, can you handpick some people to go to the Sacred City?
You are very thorough. I would not worry too much if Christian has you.
Anfey, you seem to have forgotten a person, Alice said with a smile. Are you talking about Bro Entos?
Anfey paused a second before he continued.
I have not talked to him yet. If he wants to go back with Christian, it would be perfect.
I think Bro Entos will agree to it, Blavi interrupted. Yesterday he told me he has been quite bored. It seems very possible to convince him.
Anfey smiled.
What other suggestions?
Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Anfey looked more serious. Christian, after you go back to Scared City, you need to keep a low profile. To be honest, we have done great.
Even Wester, Grandin, and Master Berry could conquer Elizan Empire in a short time. They are only drinking the water we used to wash our feet. The truth is they would not have an opportunity to attack Elizan Empire if Shansai Empire were not conquered first. Christian, we do not have to fight at this point.
It will be okay, as long as we do not make mistakes. I understand. Christian nodded. Alice, you need people to protect you. I am thinking of keeping Shinbella and her second unit here. Anfey went quiet for a while and said, Do you know Little John? The general who opened the city door for us? Alice asked. Yes. Anfey nodded. He is a ranger. If you have anything that you could not do openly, you can have him take care of it for you. I have watched him for a long time. I think he could be great. You can talk to him when you get a chance.
Okay, Alice answered. I do not think I need to worry about your safety. With the protection from Master Domingo and his students, no one can hurt you, as long as you are careful, Anfey said.
Anfey, are you going to the country of mercenaries? Alice asked. She looked a little nervous. I have not decided yet. Anfey smiled. Master Anthony, Alice cannot manage the League of Mercenaries right now. I am thinking of having you take the position of CEO. Master, are you kidding? Anthony was shocked.
His son, the commander of Glory Mercenary Group, was even more shocked.
Audiobooks will go to Sacred City, while Shinbella needs to stay in the Diamond City.
Blavi, Rizka, and a few other mage counselors need to leave as well.
If you were not the CEO, no one would have the control of these naughty guys. Because of Yi, they did not dare to make trouble. If they know Yi is leaving, they might have a party to celebrate that. I have to have a capable, respectful person with a high reputation to manage the league. Hearing what Anfey said, Anthony felt warm in his heart.
He remembered the day when he handed his Glory Mercenary Group to his brother Santeller. Everybody knew Anfey founded the League of Mercenaries. The League of Mercenaries was an independent military force, and the essential force that Anfey had. The reason Anthony could hand the Glory Mercenary Group to Santeller was because he trusted Santeller very much.
Anthony wondered what it meant when Anfey asked him to be the CEO of the League of Mercenaries.
Master, if you trust me, I can try, Anthony said in a low pitch.
He did not try to turn it down. It would have been a different issue if he did not want to be the CEO.
If he wanted to do it, but tried to turn it down on purpose, it would show no decency in him.
Any hypocritical action was an insult to Anfey's trust. Huiwei, can you take over Christian's job and be the vice CEO? Feller and Sante, you will be the vice commanders for Inspectorate. You guys will help me manage the league, okay? Anfey said. Anfey, where are you going?
Not only Alice had noticed something unusual, the rest of them noticed it now as well. Based on the new appointments, the League of Mercenaries was divided into 3 sections. Each of them had their own responsibilities, but Anfey did not seem to be part of it. Anfey and I will travel around the Pan-continent, Susanna said in a low pitch.
Travel around? What's so fun about that?
Blavi complained with confusion. There is news that is spread around, but you guys have not heard about it yet.
Alice suddenly interrupted.
Minus the First has been hiding on the Greenwich Island, commanding many necromancers and death spirits to build a skull throne for him.
This skull throne is almost built.
When it is completely built, Minus the First will have the force to be reborn and develop as the King of Skulls, even more powerful than the Saints.
His force will be unimaginable. Anfey, are you going to fight with Minus the First? Is that why you are not going to manage the league? Alice, how did you know? Rizkat asked in surprise. Rizkat and others knew nothing about it. Master Domingo was invited.
He told me, Alice answered.
You do not have to worry about it. If you can do your job in the league, it would be great. Anfey smiled. The air became dead.
Anfey was right and very objective, but they could not take it, or in other words, refused to agree upon it. Anfey and Susanna had been running and fighting before everyone else, ever since the League of Mercenaries was founded. They fought for their survival. Anfey met the biggest danger at this moment, but they could not offer any help.
They felt bad about it. No one said anything for a while. Anthony looked shocked a few moments ago. It seemed that he just found out about it as well. If Anthony, a master swordsman, was not invited, others would definitely not be invited. It seemed pointless to say anything at this moment. Anfey, did you decide when you will leave? Alice broke the ice in the end. Tonight.
I will go back to Violet City first for some business, and then travel a little bit to see if I can find my childhood house, before I go to the country of mercenaries, Anfey said slowly.
That soon? Alice's face changed. She looked upset. You guys? Anfey shook his head with a smile. Don't make it like it is a farewell. You don't have to worry about me.
I am not the only one fighting with Minus the First. As far as I know, our Professor, Steger, Jacob, Manso, Bruzeriano, some palace priests, Knights of Light and 3 master necromancers will fight together against Minus the First. We should win for many reasons. Besides, if I could find my childhood house, maybe we will not even have to fight, since there will be someone who could fight Minus the First for us, Anfey said.
In fact, Anfey lied.
They had to fight on their own against Minus the First, if they wanted Minus the First to die. There was never a secret person with superpower, at least no one that Anfey knew of.
After telling a lie, it usually had to be covered with more lies. Anfey did not know any other ways to cover himself.
Even if you could not find your childhood house, Minus the First would not end up good. As the Skull Throne is about to finish, the elements in the world will become chaotic.
That saint can definitely notice the change in elements. He will come on his own, Hui Wei said slowly. Anfey smiled, but did not comment on anything.
Among the top powers who were invited to fight, Saul, Steger and others were quite optimistic about the future. They had the same view as Hui Wei's. As long as that saint could notice the abnormality in the elements before the Skull Throne was built, they could combine their forces to fight Minus the First, then Minus the First would not be their match.
However, Anfey was not as optimistic as them, because he told a lie.
Anfey carried the hope of the whole Pan-continent on his shoulders.
He was stressed. Anfey, couldn't you leave a few days later? Alice asked in a low pitch. I cannot. I have decided to leave tonight. Anfey lied again. He would not leave tonight. He only wanted to disappear from the league. Wester and Grandin were about to reach Diamond City.
Before Anfey left the league, he needed to handle the trouble on his own. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 567, A Duel Between Men. Chapter 567, A Duel Between Men. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
An elderly man with white hair and beard was walking slowly from the other side of the horizon beneath the starry night. His white hair was brighter even than the moonlight. As his hair blew in the wind, it gave one a strange feeling. In the softness was power and loneliness. Long ago, there were 2 top-level powers in the Meiho Empire and Shansa Empire. They traveled around the world, holding it in disdain. They had been described as the lions. The lion of the Shansa Empire was the Gold Knight, Schurberger. The lion of the Meho Empire was the Master Swordsman, Philip. It's been said that time and tide wait for no man. The Gold Knight, Schurberger, had aged over the years. Although he was still a lion, he was a toothless and clawless lion. In order to protect Edward VIII, he had died in the hands of Saul. Schurberger and Philip were about the same age, and they had achieved their fames about the same time. However, what was Philip now left with? Philip could see Anfey in the distance. As they moved closer to each other, Philip started to feel distressed. He knew that the odds were against him in this battle with Anfey. However, he had no other choice. He had waited too long for this day. Your Excellency, you are indeed a man of your word. Anfey smiled. However, his eyes were not as friendly. There was no bad blood between Anfey and Philip, but there was also no mercy in politics. Anfey had now advanced to another stage. Anfey was not surprised that Philip had not brought anyone with him. He had no one to turn to in this place. Wester was preoccupied with his own problems, and given Philip's arrogant character, he would not put down his dignity to ask Barry or Saul for help. Whether he was a good man, that was beside the point. At the very least, Philip had upheld his dignity to the extent of giving up his own life. Where is Susanna? Philip asked coldly. This is a duel between men. I do not want others to be involved, including her. Anfey was sizing Philip up, and finally, he rested his gaze on Philip's hand. Veins and age spots were all over it. This showed that Philip had been going downhill for a long time. You are very bold. Are you not afraid that I will tell Barry that you have asked me here? Philip pointed out and said, how are you going to answer to him? Your Excellency, you should know that I mean well, Anfey flatly replied. I am still young. My power and understanding of the rules and regulations of the world have been improving constantly. But, what about you? You are different. The longer you wait, the weaker you become. This is unfair to you. Am I right? Anfey sounded hypocritical. He was not trying to be fair to Philip, but he had to deal with him in view of the future. When the top-level powers joined forces against Minas the following year, Philip would be excluded from them, as his power had weakened. On the other hand, when the top-level powers gathered at Greenwich Island, he would be at rock bottom. Should he lose control of himself then, he would pose a great threat to Christian. Anfey had thus decided to get rid of this latent danger this instant. Philip did not reply to Anfey, but instead just held his sword. In fact, I do not need to be here. Time will do the job for me. I can wait, and I can afford to wait. Anfey laughed and said, but, you are a warrior. A warrior should die in the battlefield and not lie on the bed in battle with sickness. I am trying to help you. Are you not happy? So, should I thank you? Philip sneered and said, should I also thank you for killing my grandson? Of course. Anfey nodded and said, are you not aware what kind of person Zeta was? The princes are now having severe conflicts. Even if he is still alive, he would be stupid enough to be used by them. Bullshit. Philip had a fiery temper and was immediately enraged. He drew out his long sword, and as the white-hot combat power exploded, a sword ray shot out and slashed toward Anfey's chest. Anfey had his arms folded in front of his chest. He slanted his body and took one step to the side, to avoid the sword ray. He smiled flatly and said, have we officially started? I shall kill you. Philip shouted. He jumped up and pounced toward Anfey. He realized that this was a wrong move. He was no longer young. By releasing the sword ray, he would deplete his energy and combat power more quickly. Anfey lifted up his right hand, and a huge battle axe appeared in it. He swung the battle axe to counter the attack from Philip. As the battle axe and sword hit against each other, there was a loud clash. The combat power dispersed all over the place. Anfey remained in his spot, but Philip had moved 7 to 8 steps backward. If this were to happen 3 months ago, I would have only made you move 3 to 4 steps backward. Anfey said flatly, this is our difference. I am the rising sun, whereas you will soon be going down the horizon. In terms of strength, Anfey had the upper hand. He did not have to trample on Philip's confidence, but this was his habit. One could attack the opponent not only with weapons. Back off. Philip looked ferocious. Once again, he pounced toward Anfey. The fact that he had met Anfey alone was enough to prove that he was truly a lion. In the natural world of the lions, they would often come across wandering lions. However, even if they were no match for their opponents, they would not back off. They would fight to the end for their rights. Philip was such a lion. However, he was not doing it for power, but for his dignity. The shining blade let out a sharp whistling sound as Philip attacked with full force. His body was encompassed by the combat power, and his face could no longer be seen clearly. The only thing that stood out was his white hair. The recognizable trait of Ernest's swordsmanship was its destructive power. Although the trait of the swordsmanship between the two were similar, Ernest's was more profound. Philip's was massive, and he displayed a fearless might. Philip rained down sword strikes, but Anfey remained unscathed. He moved around, as though he was taking a stroll. The element was in turbulence and did not take its form, which meant that Anfey had not exerted full force. The battlefield created by Anfey and Philip was surging within the radius of 1,000 meters. The sand and stones that were hurtling about had been crushed by Philip's sword ray. To an onlooker, Anfey seemed to be at the losing end, but only the two of them knew the actual situation. After a long while, Anfey suddenly shouted in a low voice. He lifted up the battle axe and swung it against Philip's long sword. It was a weird feeling. It was as if a wild dog that had been barking crazily had been choked in the throat. The torrential attack suddenly stopped. Philip stepped backward more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. In fact, I have my reservation, Anfey said with a smile, but until now, no one has come to stop this duel. This tells us that they have accepted the fact. Do you understand what this means? His Majesty has given up on you. Philip's beard flew up, and he shot toward Anfey like an arrow. He did not hear what Anfey was saying. He only wanted Anfey dead. Anfey looked emotionless as usual. He turned around to avoid the attack, swinging the battle axe hard on Philip's neck. Philip's wrist quivered. He pointed his long sword at Anfey and gave it his all. When Anfey's battle axe landed on his neck, his sword would have stabbed into Anfey's chest at the same time. Philip was giving it his all, but not for Anfey. He withdrew his battle axe and disappeared before Philip's eyes. In another instant, he appeared behind Philip. They were only 1 foot apart. Anfey did not look back. As Anfey withdrew the battle axe, the blade hit Philip's lower back. Philip had used up most of his energy and combat power during the earlier combat, so his reaction was a bit slow. Moreover, Anfey had struck at the perfect time. Just as Philip was about to react, the blade of the battle axe had destroyed his protection combat power and stabbed into his lower back. Philip let out a cry. He suddenly turned around and thrust the long sword at Anfey's upper back. Although the blade of the battle axe was sharp, it was not as sharp as the sword. Since Philip had the protection combat power, the blade had stabbed in only slightly more than an inch. However, when Philip turned forcefully around, the blade cut across his lower back, causing a blood groove. Fresh blood spewed out like a fountain. Philip had gone insane. He could not be bothered with his own injury. Even if he were to die, he was determined to take Anfey along with him. Anfey did not turn around. He wielded his battle axe and hacked into the air. As Philip's long sword was about to pierce into his back, Anfey disappeared once again, then reappeared behind Philip. He hacked down hard on the back of Philip's head with the battle axe. Anfey had not only moved at the perfect time, but his movements were also swift and compact. He had also grasped hold of the timing of Philip's movements. From the time since he had decided to kill Philip to when he ended the unfair battle, it was within such a brief period. Although Anfey's stroke did not seem to be as powerful as Philip's, or as swift as Susanna's, what he did possess was a skill that could definitely kill a person. Philip leaned on the battle axe to balance himself. Fresh blood spewed out from his back and colored his white hair red. His armor turned red as well. As he tried to turn to take one last look at Anfey, his body fell down to the ground uncontrollably. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Giving. Chapter 568, Giving. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Usually, when Anfey was out with Susanna, Susanna would be the center of attention, because of her beauty. When the two of them entered Violet City, however, it was Anfey who was the center of attention. Everyone who saw him felt a strange pressure and was intimidated. However, Anfey didn't do anything. He looked at the crowd on the street, silencing the people with a single glance. It wasn't until he was far gone that the crowd regained its vitality. Soon, the mansion sprang into view. Anfey jumped off his horse and walked up to the stairs. The guards did not move to step forward to stop him. One of the guards walked up and said, "Welcome back, my lord." Anfey nodded at the guard. "Is Arabin inside?" "Yes, my lord." "Should I go and tell Lord Arabin you're here?" "No need," Anfey said. "Take me to him." Arabin's office was not far from the lobby. He was the former city master of Violet City and had just retired.
However, Naya was forced to ask him to resume his job after Erder went missing.
Naya thought it was cruel to ask Araben to come out of his retirement, but Araben was glad he could find something to occupy his days. Because he was getting older and his body grew fragile, he needed a lot of helpers. When Anfey and Susanna went into his study, they saw half a dozen people sitting inside, listening to Araben and scribbling on papers. One of Araben's secretaries stood up when he saw someone coming into the room. When he saw Anfey, he grew quiet and sat back down. Araben looked up from his desk. His eyes grew wide when he saw Anfey. "You're back, my lord." He wanted to stand up and greet Anfey, but because he was too frail, he could not manage to get up and fell back into his chair. "Don't," Anfey said, hurrying to his side. "How are you liking the chair?" "It's wonderful," Araben said with a smile. He was very grateful to Anfey for making him this chair. The chair not only made his life much easier, it also showed how much Anfey cared. It also was part of the reason why he was working so hard to govern Violet City in Anfey's absence. One of the secretaries stood up and gave his seat to Anfey, who nodded at him and sat down in the chair. "Leave us," he said. "I have to speak with Lord Araben alone." Before Araben could say anything, the secretaries all stood up quietly. They bowed to Araben and hurried out of the room. They didn't know who Anfey was, but they could tell he was important from how Araben treated him. "My lord, what are you?" "I have to take care of something," Anfey said after a moment of hesitation. He trusted Araben, and he knew it would be better if he just told Araben what would happen. "Get some more guards over here tomorrow. Something may happen in the coming days, but no matter what happens, no one can step foot in here without my permission." Araben nodded. He was very smart, and knew better than to ask the reason for Anfey's order. "How are you doing?" Anfey asked. "Much better," Araben said with a smile. "Since you're back, my lord, I should move back to City Hall. It will be easier." Anfey thought about it, then nodded. "Another thing, my lord," Araben said. "I heard you defeated the Archmage in the country of mercenaries. Are you now?" Araben was just a commoner, and was not very sensitive to elements, but even he felt there was something different about Anfey. "Are you uncomfortable?" Anfey asked, but he did not answer Araben's question. After the seal was removed, he found it easier and faster for him to summon elements. Everything he did could cause the elements around him to change and shift. The way Anfey practiced magic was different from a common mage. Before common mages learn how to summon elements, they are just a group of normal people with an affinity for magic. Anfey, on the other hand, wanted to be even closer to the elements. What he wanted was to become one and the same with the world. Someone who does not need spells to control elements will be very powerful, but will lose the ability to conceal the surges of elements around him. This was why Araben was able to sense the change around Anfey. Araben was right, in that Anfey was not able to hide element movements around him anymore. Behind Anfey, Susanna frowned. However, she did not say anything and remained still behind him. Susanna did not know how to use words to make promises. She preferred using her actions. She was willing to stand before Anfey when he needed her strength, and stand behind him when he needed her support. She had never regretted this decision, and would never regret it. A little, Araben confessed. He trusted Anfey, and knew that even if he was honest, Anfey would not think too much of it. Araben raised his hand and summoned 2 servants. "I will leave you and my lady alone, my lord," Araben said. "They will pack up my belongings so I can move to City Hall tomorrow." "How many servants do you have?" Anfey asked, glancing at the servants. "Around 20. "Take all of them," Anfey said. "Are you certain?" Araben asked, surprised. Anfey nodded. "I'm sure." "All right, my lord," Araben said with a nod. He was very curious, but he knew very well when he should ask questions, and when he shouldn't. Araben disappeared around the corner with his servants, leaving Susanna and Anfey alone in the room. Susanna turned to Anfey and asked, "This is where the entrance is?" Anfey nodded. "We only have a few days. Goleman's arriving in 3 days. I'll go down there and check it out, once everyone's gone." "What about me?" "Stay here," Anfey said. "I need a lookout, Dot." "But I want to go with you," Susanna said. She rarely contradicted him, but she was very worried about him. "Don't worry," Anfey said. "Nothing will happen. Erder has told me everything. Plus, what if someone comes in here?" "No one will," Susanna said. "You gave the order yourself." "Better safe than sorry," Anfey said. "This is our secret. I can't let anyone know. Erder said minus left a lot of things behind.
I have to go through them. I don't want Gulman to have everything. Then you'll need help. Anfey sighed.
If I don't finish going through everything, I need you up here, so you can stall for a bit. What he wasn't telling her was that he was afraid of what the Wheel of Fortune would do to him, especially after seeing what it did to Erder. He could risk his life, but he couldn't allow Susanna's life to be in danger.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 569, The Secret. Chapter 569, The Secret. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Anfey smiled at Susanna and jumped down into the entrance.
This place no longer posed a threat to him. Erder had made the necessary arrangements. Moreover, Anfey had strong radiesthesia, which had nothing to do with the brightness of the light. As long as he had the heart of nature, he could see clearly, although he might be in total darkness in the maze. Even the dust particles could not escape his eyes.
Anfey walked along the corridor. The air stank. In every dozen of meters away, there would be a dim light emitting from the magic lamp. Erder was very thrifty.
To save on the magic crystals, he had dimmed the magic lamps. A huge white arrow was drawn on the floor of every junction in order to give direction.
Upon reaching the first junction, Anfey looked at the direction that the arrow was pointing.
After looking at the other corridors, he lost control of himself and burst out into laughter. Probably, there was loophole, even in spiritual wisdom. No matter how careful Erder was, he would still do silly things. Given his thriftiness, he would not place magic lamps in a dead end.
The arrows on the floor would not serve its purpose. As long as Anfey followed the lit corridor, he would be going in the right direction.
After passing through many corridors, Anfey saw a vast space at the end. There was a magic array in the midst, but the air smelled different.
There was an overwhelming stench.
7 to 8 dead bodies were lying in front.
Erder must have been too busy to take care of the bodies.
Anfey looked at one of the bodies and saw that one of its arms was missing. Someone had placed the magic lamp, which was supposed to be on the wall, onto the floor. A few bones of different sizes were laying beside the magic lamp.
Anfey had no problem with dead bodies.
He walked slowly toward them and smiled wryly. Erder was really vicious. He had disappeared for a few days, and then suddenly reappeared. No one knew what had happened, except for Anfey. He could put the pieces together after seeing the scene before him. After Erder regained consciousness, he had become very weak and haggard. He had left the palace and was in urgent need of replenishing his energy. To get out of the maze, he needed food. Erder had chopped off the arm of one of the bodies and barbecued it with the magic lamp. The rest was history. The scattered bones explained themselves. Anfey was shocked, as he was unfamiliar with the magic world. There was no humanism. For most people, they needed a master who they could pledge loyalty to. On a positive note, this was loyalty. On a negative note, this was also slavery. Anfey was a master to Erder. If Erder had lived for himself, he would not have gone to such an extent. Even the most evil necromancer would not have taken a dead body as food, let alone a normal being. However, Erder would do anything to prove his loyalty to his master, and to let his master take this as a warning as well. When Anfey trusted in him, and they shared the same secret, he lived longer for himself.
Anfey sighed and walked slowly to the magic array.
A bright light flashed across, and Anfey disappeared. In the next instant, he reappeared in a big palace. He slowly scanned his surroundings. Erder was not as powerful, which was why, when he had gone to the treasure island, he came back empty-handed.
Anfey was different.
When he had been transported over, he had sensed the movements of the elements. Anfey released his radiesthesia, taking note of the important places speedily. The Wheel of Fortune that Erder was terrified of was hanging in the center.
Anfey did not have time for it.
He was here in search of the treasures of Minacy, although it included the Wheel of Fortune. He would also like to know how Minacy broke through the final obstacle.
Comparatively, the latter was of more importance.
By using his radiesthesia, Anfey's search became easier and faster. Very quickly, Anfey had focused on a few places. What had captured his attention was an inconspicuous side gate, which was shut. Anfey was unable to see through it with his mind power, but he felt a strong attraction to it. He opened the side gate and saw a corridor. There was a room on both sides. At the far end, there was another room. All the doors of the 3 rooms were opened, so Anfey could clearly see their furnishings. There were all sorts of books in the rooms. Anfey, following his instincts, moved straight ahead. The room that Anfey had selected had a long table. There were bookshelves on both sides. The maze was filled with dust, but the palace was in spick and span condition. Even the carpet looked new, which made it look abnormal. It should be under the protection of a certain magic array. The long table was stacked with diaries. A red diary was placed in the center, and when the magic lamp shone upon it, a bright ray of light was reflected. It seemed that the owner of the diary had just left the room. After Anfey had touched and confirmed that the diary was not corroded, he took it up and turned over its pages. Anfey's initial intention was to take a look and search for clues, but after taking the diary, he had no wish to put it back. When Minos was still alive, he had used different means to get a hold of the treasures and the knowledge left behind by the ancients. His understanding of the rules, discernment of the world, foresight and insight were way beyond Saul's and the others. Although Minos had lost a large part of his memory, he was still able to train 3 master necromancers. That was the gap between the two. Minos was only a man. He was not a god, and he had his restrictions, problems, and even fears. Anything could be written in the diary. Minos had used it to record his experiences and his perception of things. He had even used it as an outlet for his emotions. What Anfey could not agree with was the loneliness. With Susanna around, Anfey was not alone, but he was lonely. Minos' loneliness was far beyond Anfey's. Minos did not have friends or enemies. His imaginary opponents were too powerful. Even if Minos could live a few hundred or 1,000 years more, he would not be able to beat them. This made him even lonelier. Anfey was not simply cultivating the path, and neither was he practicing magic. The path that he was on had not been trodden by the ancients. Thus, he needed the experiences of the ancients. What Minos had written would be Anfey's spiritual food. He slowly sat on the chair and absorbed whatever he needed, trying to put them into memory. No one could beat Anfey in terms of perseverance. Even if he were to compete with Saul on the hours that Saul spent in meditation, Anfey would have won. Anfey tirelessly read the diaries, and as he read on, Minos' past life became vivid to him. According to his deductions, Minos had a mental disorder. One side of Minos did not want to demean himself, whereas the other side would give up all that he had in order to obtain power. Caught between the struggles of the two different personalities, Minos' ideal became the deciding factor. Minos' idea was to go against the gods. With his power and insight, he could feel the kekai of God. He was not convinced, and he felt that the gods had treated men like animals. He wanted to fight back. What Hui Wei had said before originated from Minos. It was a pity that Minos was getting weaker back then, and he was near his deathbed. Although he had laid off his servants and passed down a grave command, the Minos who wanted to gain power took over, suppressing the Minos who did not want to demean himself. Anfey did not know how the story ended. Probably, he had not reached the page yet, or it would never be recorded. Moreover, Minos was capricious in his writings. Sometimes, he would sound vicious and cruel, and his writings were gruesome. At other times, he would sound graceful and full of compassion. He even pointed out that he was not in a good mental state, and that the best and only solution was to destroy himself. Toward the back of the diary, Minos' writing style changed rapidly. This showed that his mental disorder was getting more serious. After Minos wrote about his preparation of the magic array for his cremation, nothing more was recorded in the diary. Anfey closed the diary. Minos must have failed in his plan to cremate himself. Spending a day in the mountains was the equivalent to 1,000 years on Earth. Anfey did not think that he had spent much time there. As he read through Minos' diary, he was searching for his own direction and inspiration. Susanna, on the other hand, was waiting restlessly for him. She paced around, ate, and slept in the living room. She had thought of dashing down to search for Anfey, but she remembered his instructions and gave up on the idea. When one went into a special state, the perception of time seemed to change. This could be an illusion. Anfey found that time had passed by too quickly, whereas Susanna felt that time had passed too slowly. The sun had set once again, and the moon had risen. A dark shadow floated into the living room. Goldman gently removed his cloak and politely asked, "Madam, where is Sir Anfey? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 570, Will. Chapter 570, Will. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. As winter approached, the world became more stable. Barry led his roaring Death Legion into the country of mercenaries and settled near the Elizan Empire. The Mayho army to the north turned to the Elizan Empire as well. It was apparent that the Mayho Empire was gearing up for one last conflict, and that unity was not far away in their future. In a situation like this, not much could be done. Other than sending out diplomats and expanding its army, the Elysian Empire couldn't do anything else to change their situation. The core members of the League were scattered.
Even though no one knew what Anfey was doing, the members were even more tight-knit than before.
This was possible because they now had a greater, common goal. Christian went back to Sacred City with Saul's students. He remembered what Anfey had told him and maintained a low profile after his return to the city. Even if he didn't do anything, he would still receive the credit for the decisive victory at Diamond City. If he didn't keep a low profile, his brothers would feel too threatened. After occupying Diamond City and the palace, the Mayho army found a huge amount of magic crystals in the mage towers and the palace vault. Even though Barry took more than half of the crystals, there were still more than enough remaining. Antos used the crystals to set up 3 transmission arrays, one in Diamond City, one in White Mountain City, and the third in Saul's mansion.
This allowed Christian, Alice, and Anthony to communicate very easily. In case of an emergency, they could even teleport straight to those places. Despite the sensitivity of having non-government-issued transmission arrays, Yolanthi did not say anything about it. A few members of the court tried to take the issue up with him and failed. After Anthony started working with Anfey in the League, he maintained a low profile, even handing his position off to his son. This was because he knew there was no point in creating more conflicts. Now that Anfey trusted him with more important things, like being in charge of the country of mercenaries, there was no point in keeping his head down anymore. After he returned to the country of mercenaries, his mercenary group, Glory Mercenary Group, officially became part of the League. After speaking with Christian and Alice, he found Marino and asked for help in governing the country of mercenaries. Anthony was very generous to mercenaries who joined the League willingly, while he applied pressure to those who wanted to stay neutral. When it came to those who wanted to fight against him, he was ruthless in eliminating them. Because of Anthony and the League's reputation, more than 200,000 mercenaries soon joined the League. As the mercenaries gathered under one banner, the merchants became more alert. Now that the mercenaries were united, it made it harder for the merchants to trade. However, Anthony did not do anything to harm the merchants' benefits. Yolanthi needed stability, and the merchants would not like it if Anthony did anything to harm their interests.
Having high prices for magic crystals would also interfere with the daily lives of the mercenaries, and it would harm the country of mercenaries. When Anthony first proposed his plan, Alice told him to stand down and not cause any conflicts. She also told him that he needed to start stocking up on food, because that was one of the biggest disadvantages of the country of mercenaries. Because of Wester's close ties with the merchants, if a trade war did occur, he could blame Wester for the damage. Compared to Anthony's, Alice's approach was much gentler.
After Christian left Diamond City, she got along very well with both Wester and Grandon.
Wester had once spoken with Alice about appointing one of his men to be in charge of Diamond City.
However, this was contradictory to Yolanthi's plan.
Yolanthi wanted someone who knew Shansa Empire's people and culture to be in charge. He knew that having someone from another country governing the capital may cause discontent among the people. Wester only asked in order to see how Alice responded. He did not expect Alice to agree. However, the man was only in charge of the city for 3 days before Alice executed him.
Wester was very angry about it, and went to demand an answer from Alice. Alice, however, was ready. She gave him many evidences of the man's corrupt and indecent behavior. She told him that she wanted to help him, but that he had chosen the wrong man for the job. Wester was still angry, and asked her why she had come after his man, when everyone else in the world was doing the same thing. Alice grew angry as well, and accused Wester of being ridiculous. This was a well-timed ploy by Alice. A lot of important people, including Saul and Grandon, were present and heard the exchange. The people of the Mayho and Shansa Empire had a relatively peaceful winter. The only thing that caused some unrest was the presence of necromancers in the small castle located 200 miles east of Sacred City. Every resident of the castle was killed by the necromancers and turned into zombies. When daylight came, all the zombies perished under the sun. This event sent a shock wave through the nation. Meyerich was sent to investigate it, but not much came out of the investigation. After Wester received the news of what had happened to his mother's family, he fell ill. After learning the news, Alice was glad. Christian, on the other hand, kept the low profile he had been maintaining. Even though Wester's mother's family was far from being the center of politics, they were not powerless. Volti and Julie were both proof of that. It was better to eliminate the threat early. Even though his actions may have caused Yolanthi to distrust him, Anfey did not care much. If he couldn't defeat Minos, it didn't matter who became the king. If he did, no one would remember the family he murdered. Anfey respected Yolanthi, but he had his own plans. His and Susanna's future was not the only thing he needed to protect. He also had to protect Christian and Alice, and all of his other friends.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 571, The Source of Power. Chapter 571, The Source of Power. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Manhwa Empire's attack in the spring would be an undeniable success.
Meyerich, who had returned to the Sacred City a few months ago, had set off again, acting as the chief commander of the Northern Corps. He would be waging the final war with Marshal Berry, attempting to unify the entire continent. The destruction of Dark Moon Magic Legion had caused the Elizan Empire to lose many of their magic elites.
Although they had used 1 year to recuperate and rebuild their strength, in terms of quantity and quality, it was a far cry from the Empire's heyday.
Ever since the chief royal archmage, Nuyoheim, had been seriously injured by Saul, he had been unable to move around. The great magician, Michael, had died at Anfey's hands. Out of the 4 pillars of the Elizan Empire, only 2 were left.
The outcome of the war was very obvious.
In the center of Greenwich Island was the huge skeleton mountain. Bluish-green flame continuously spewed out from among the bones found there, causing great fear among the people. A few hundred necromancers stood at the foot of the mountain and looked fearfully at the bones that were being burned.
Minos had changed.
He used to look ordinary. Had it not been for the oppressive feeling that he inflicted on the people, he was no different from the rest of the ragged, old bones.
Minos was holding onto a crystal jade bone staff. He was dressed in a long, white magic robe, and had a bright red cloak over him. The combination of the colors gave him a sinister appearance. A crown was placed on his head. There were 7 grayish magic crystals, half the size of a fist each, on the crown.
Minos had used a few of his precious magic crystals to make the crown. He had even destroyed a phantom dragon that was most inferior, in order to carry out this long-awaited ceremony. Minos slowly raised the bone staff in his hand. The bluish-green flame was burning even more fiercely now. The bones that had been burnt let out crackling sounds. As the bones were large in quantity, their crackling sounded like huge waves when the sound traveled outward. Greenwich Island was not big, but neither was it small. It had the radius of about 100 miles. One could stand anywhere on the island and clearly hear the sound.
The few hundred necromancers became groggy, due to the vibrations.
However, the most powerful man in the continent, Minos, stood steadily and remained unaffected. He raised the bone staff once again, releasing again a bluish-green flame that splashed out. The flame shot up to the sky, 100 meters high. Gray ashes that were impervious to the eyes rose up and covered the island's bone keki. The blue sky gradually turned gray, and the ashes continued to spread out across the great sea and land. By the side of an unknown lake, Goldman, who looked uglier than Minos, was looking at Susanna.
He spoke in a slow, low voice.
He seemed to be both persuading and warning at the same time.
Susanna, I have unlocked the chain to the element. But, it is best that you do not use the sword. Never use it. Susanna looked at the mithril chest and did not speak a word. She did not seem to be listening to Goldman.
The element chain that the grand alchemist, Jacob, had found naughty, was nothing to the gifted Goldman. To reach the peak was difficult enough, but Goldman's achievement was amazing. This had to do with the number of years he had lived. Ordinary people lived up to 100 years, but Goldman had lived a few hundred years.
The blood chant had too much resentment in it.
From what I know, those who have used the blood chant ended up being evil and lost their minds. Goldman added, among the epic weapons, not many can harm the gods, but the blood chant is one of the exceptions that can do so. About 100 angels had been devoured by the blood chant, and this alarmed the gods.
If you withdraw the sword, the gods will be alerted. The freedom that we have enjoyed would then be destroyed by you. Susanna, remember, never use the blood chant. Would I care if there is no future for Anfey and me? Susanna smiled sweetly. Moreover, since you are against the idea, why have you helped me unlock the element chain? Whether we will have a future, I have no answer.
But if you use the blood chant, we will definitely not have a future. Goldman let out a sigh and said, as long as we have hope, you have to control your emotions.
I think you understand what I mean.
Susanna pondered this for a while, then slowly nodded her head. As Goldman was about to speak again, he turned and saw gray ashes surging from the east. Then, the entire sky turned gray.
Goldman shivered and said, finally, it has begun.
Anfey laid on a green cow stone, in the center of the lake. He closed his eyes and seemed to be relaxing, like a shepherd taking a rest. When the sky turned gray, it made one feel suffocated.
Anfey frowned and waved his hand. A gentle breeze swept across the lake and rippled the surface.
As the wind got stronger, it became a tornado, speedily sucking in all the ashes.
The sky turned blue again. Although Anfey seemed very relaxed, it was not so.
He had been practicing hard for a few months. He had read the Book of Life before, and it described how the world had been created. From one element, other elements had been created, and ultimately, formed the world.
Anfey had not taken it to heart back then. However, after reading through Minus experiences, he understood now what it meant.
When one gathered the different elements proportionally together, the one element would once again appear. That was the source of power, the power that had created the world. This was the difference between a saint and a top-level power. When a great magician released his magic, the power of the element would disperse at the appointed time. When a saint used the source of power to release magic, the power of the element would diminish over time. Take the wall technique for example. A great magician could only let a wall exist for more than 10 minutes, but the wall released by a saint would stay on forever. The wall would diminish over time, but it would not suddenly disappear. Saints at this stage were near to deities. They had obtained some secrets. Although they could not create the world, they could change the outlook of the world forever.
Anfey had strong mind power. He had gathered the different elements proportionately.
To others, it might be a difficult task, but not to him. He had a good understanding of the different magic of nature. The seed of light that Slambria had left behind was in his body. He also had the Book of Darkness, which Jaeger had left behind.
Anfey had everything that was required for his cultivation.
As for the death magic, it was a different form of magic derived from life.
It did not belong to the first element. Given Gullman's intelligence, he could not understand what the tornado meant, unlike Anfey.
He was far from understanding the source of power. It was likened unto a high-level magister, who would never be able to see what a great magician saw. He did not understand the source of power, thus, he was unable to differentiate.
Gullman looked at the center of the lake.
After Anfey had released the magic, he went into a deep sleep. After waiting for a while, Gullman let out a sigh and said, "I need to go, Susanna.
You stay behind to keep Anfey company. I hope you can make it on time."
The gray ashes spread very quickly. In the battlefield of the Elysian Empire, both troops felt suffocated and had stopped fighting. In the center of the city, the great magician of Elysian Empire, Iregli, was having his meal. When the ashes passed over, he was shocked at first, but shortly after, became elated. He quickly swallowed his food, and as he was about to stand up, when he suddenly grabbed his throat. The food in his mouth had come alive. Before he could swallow, it had slithered down to his stomach. A cold aura surged up from his stomach to his chest. Iregli was the number 2 great magician in Elysian Empire. He was ranked behind Nuioheim. He had great experience in combat, and was good with physical enemies. Yet in dealing with abnormalities in the body, he was helpless. "Master Iregli, for the future of the entire continent, let's join forces. If you choose not to do this, you can choose instead to sacrifice your life for the Elysian Empire." A soft voice sounded in his ears. Iregli was stunned. He looked around and said in a bitter tone, "Morgan." Throughout the year, no one in the Elysian Empire had rested. They knew many secrets. The top-level powers in the continent had joined forces against Minas, and Saul, Steger, and the rest had played a part in it. Elysian had waited a long time for this opportunity. After Saul, Steger, Jacob, Dumange and the rest had left, the Elysian Empire would have the upper hand in magic. As long as they carried out a good plan, they could turn the table around and defeat the Maho Empire. It was a pity, though, that whatever they could think of, Yolanthe had already thought of it. With Morgan joining them, it was like sounding the death knell for the Elysian Empire. They had lost their high-level power, so there was not much else they could do. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 572, First Battle. Chapter 572, First Battle. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
The 3 master necromancers stood together, watching the windswept Greenwich Island. Saul, Dumange, and the others stood behind them, watching them carefully. Despite working together, the stigma attached to necromancers still caused them to isolate the necromancers. It was hard to say who was the leader out of the 3 master necromancers.
Gullman was well-read and knew everything there was to know about the world's history. Morgan was an incredible mage, and even his name was enough to make even the most powerful power go pale. However, because of his reclusive nature, he was not the leadership type. Desvidia was even less like a leader. He was always quiet, and rarely appeared in public view. However, that was also what made him dangerous. To the others, Morgan was the most interesting. He was very different from what they had heard of him. Right now, his back was facing them.
This showed that Morgan was confident enough in his own abilities, and confident that no one would attack him. The Archmage Ellery from Elysian Empire glanced at Morgan and chuckled. He had fought with Morgan, and he knew that even if Morgan didn't use any tricks, Morgan still would win. If Morgan really was as violent as the rumors said, there wouldn't be any top-level powers left in the world.
Morgan enjoyed traveling around the world. However, because necromancers were so hated, as soon as he was discovered, many top-level powers would try to find and defeat him. In reality, Morgan only killed when he was attacked by others. Most people, however, were not willing to hear his side of the story, because he was a necromancer. Most top-level powers attacked Morgan, because they wanted to go down in history as being the ones who eliminated him. Another reason was that they wanted the fight to help them level up again. However, no one had succeeded so far. Finally, Goldman broke the silence. "What will you do if you see Annunciata?" "I will not let anyone stop me," Morgan said with a cool expression. Goldman lifted a brow in surprise. The others standing behind them could not understand him either. It was commonly acknowledged that Annunciata and Morgan were always working together. Where Annunciata was, Morgan would not be far. No one wanted to attack Annunciata, because they were afraid that would anger Morgan. Now it was clear that Morgan and Annunciata did not have the relationship everyone thought they did. "Do you think Midas will trust someone who cares for nothing?" Morgan asked with a small shrug. "So you did it on purpose," Goldman said with a grin. "As long as Midas thinks I care for her, he will think he can control me. He thinks that as long as he has her, I won't do anything. That's why I know things you don't. And to think, what you did to save her." Desvidia's voice trailed off, and he shuddered. "Wait," Morgan said, staring at the dark clouds over the island. "It's starting. Desvidia, why don't you go first?" "This is revenge?" "If you think so," Morgan said. "You scared, Dot. One of you is a mage, another isn't even equipped to fight," Desvidia said. "I'm half a fighter. How can I turn that down?" Desvidia laughed, and his body suddenly grew a few inches. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back and he rose into the air, flying toward the island. "Goldman, stay here," Morgan said, his tone softening. "If we fail, at least some hope remains." The corner of Goldman's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. No matter what the world said about the three master necromancers, their friendship was as strong as anyone's. Desvidia said that one of them was not equipped to fight, and told Morgan that Goldman should stay behind. Saul and Dumange both smiled bitterly, looking at Morgan. Despite the reputation that necromancers had, they could be more open than humans. In situations like this, Saul and Dumange would hold back and let someone else charge first. No one thought Morgan and Desvidia would charge first, without any arguments or discussion. The entire Greenwich Island was shrouded by a dark fog. It became very hard to see anything. Saul and the others summoned magic shields to protect themselves. Even Morgan and Desvidia were affected. Desvidia had landed, and was walking slowly. As if sensing intruders, the howling winds suddenly quieted down. The magic shield around the island started turning, countless bones, hanging in the air, starting spinning, until it was impossible to discern anything. The shield descended on the island. Goldman, however, did not stay behind. He followed Saul onto the island. When the wind stopped, he suddenly said, "Stop. Something's wrong." By then, everyone had sensed the pressure from the sky. "Let me go see," Ellery said, rising into the air. Necromancers were difficult opponents, because they were rare. Everyone knew the effects of a fireball, but it was hard to say what a necromancer's spell would do. Considering the dark fog and the unknown nature of necromancer's magic, Ellery's movements appeared to be a little reckless. He rose into the air quickly. The bones that made up the shield around the island hit his magic shield and disappeared. However, Ellery's shield disappeared as well. Luckily, he had another layer of shield inside the outer shield. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly teleported. When he reappeared on the ground, his forehead was covered by a thin layer of sweat. Saul and the others glanced at one another, shocked. Desvidia suddenly stopped, glancing around. A silvery ghost dragon suddenly appeared through the dark fog, trying to bite Desvidia. "Jimung!" Desvidia cried in shock, recognizing Minas Mount. He jumped back, away from the dragon's jaw. The dragon snapped its jaw angrily, and swept its wings toward Desvidia. Desvidia was very fast, but the dragon was too large. Seeing that it was impossible to get away from the dragon, Desvidia raised his arms to protect his head. At the same time, he became covered by dark scales. The dragon struck Desvidia, sending him flying backwards. However, such an attack could not hurt Desvidia when he was in this state. The ghost dragon's eyes started glowing red. With a strong wave of magic surge, Dysphidia's body shook. Small wrinkles appeared on his forehead and were deepening quickly. The ghost dragon hurtled toward Dysphidia, clawing at his head. Morgan hurriedly waved his hand, summoning a pair of large hands from the ground. The hands grabbed the dragon's tail, as large bone walls appeared in front of Dysphidia. However, Jimang was an evolved ghost dragon, and was a tough opponent. Its tail slammed into the ground, smashing the hands. It dashed forward, crashing through the bone walls easily. Dysphidia retreated as fast as he could, but he was under the aging spell. His speed was greatly reduced, and it was almost impossible for him to get away from the dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, True Unity. Chapter 573, True Unity. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. A silvery white light shot out toward Dysphidia, originating from where Saul and the rest were stationed. Dysphidia ducked off speedily, barely avoiding the attack from the phantom dragon. From first being angry, Morgan soon became embarrassed. He was now alert. At the critical moment, the high priest, Stan, who was standing behind him, had released the absolute purification. Morgan was aware of the danger that absolute purification would pose to a necromancer. He nearly attacked Stan, which was why he felt embarrassed. He was alert enough to notice that the purpose of magic of light was meant to purify the curse of senescence on Dysphidia. It would not harm Dysphidia. Although this ingenious way of controlling the magic was not comparable to Morgan, it was not far removed from him either. If Stan had cultivated other forms of magic, his achievements would be comparable to Saul and Doomage. After escaping from danger, Dysphidia was enraged. He had deliberately kept a low profile, but that did not equate to having a lack of dignity. To suffer before everyone was a humiliation. Dysphidia's black pupils turned red. After a severe magic surge, the phantom dragon that had attempted to continue with the attack froze. The gigantic body had multiple cracks on it. The aging incantation was visibly taking effect. Dysphidia let it have a taste of its own medicine, as casting a curse was Dysphidia's forte. Morgan waved his hand, and a huge bone spear appeared in the air, stabbing into the chest of the phantom dragon. The second, then third bone spears appeared and continuously attacked it. After the first bone spear exploded on the chest of the phantom dragon, the second bone spear appeared. Although the bone spear was much smaller than the phantom dragon, due to the aging incantation, the defending power of the phantom dragon had diminished greatly. The three bone spears that Morgan had released hit on the same spot, creating a big hole in the phantom dragon's chest. Bone dust spilled down to the ground. The phantom dragon screamed, but this was not the end. Stan performed the prayer incantation on the phantom dragon. If a Knight of Light had been affected by the prayer incantation, his attack and defense would take longer before effect. If the target was a death spirit, it would suffer harm over a long period of time. The Grand Knight, Fernando, had broken out of the V formation. A priest in white robe, who was standing beside Stan, lifted up his hands and released the prayer incantation. The combat power released by Fernando shot up, its speed becoming faster and more powerful. It was comparable to the force of the phantom dragon that was struggling in the halo of the prayer incantation. In the next instant, Fernando sped past Morgan, like a lightning bolt, shooting toward the phantom dragon. Although a huge body had its advantages, it had disadvantages as well. Moreover, Fernando was too quick for the phantom dragon. It could only fan its right wing at Fernando. Fernando was fearless. He lifted up his left arm with the Golden Knight shield, smashing down hard on the bony wing. There was a loud bang, and Fernando moved back more than 10 steps. The phantom dragon was left with only 2/3 of his right wing. Bits and pieces of bone flew out all over. It had been badly hurt. Dysphidia spread his wings and flew up into the sky. At the same time, he released the dilatory curse and retardation curse. The dilatory curse could slow down the speed of the phantom dragon, whereas the retardation curse was more vicious. It could slow down the reaction of the phantom dragon. Speed in reacting was the deciding factor when dealing with the top-level power. A deep howling sound was heard from afar, and the phantom dragon spread out its bony wings as it escaped pathetically toward the back. Fernando attacked continuously with the wheel-lock gun that he was holding onto, and Dysphidia flew toward the phantom dragon and attacked it. Morgan continuously released the bone cage incantation and bone spears. He was very skillful when he released the magic. Whenever the phantom dragon spread out its bony wings and was about to leave the ground, the bone cage would pin its body down. When the phantom dragon forced its way out and spread its wings again, it could not fly. It could only run on its feet, like a clumsy low-level magic beast.
Morgan aimed the bone spears at the feet of the phantom dragon. Whenever its feet touched the ground, the bone spears would fly toward it and cause the phantom dragon to shift its center of gravity. It stumbled and fumbled, and was in bad shape. Having a huge body was advantageous. Although Morgan, Desvidia, and Fernando had joined forces and attacked the phantom dragon, they could only break its bones, but remained unable to inflict mortal injury upon it. If it hadn't been for others, they would have died on the spot.
Finally, the phantom dragon escaped into the dark.
Desvidia had vented his anger and did not pursue after it. After hovering around, he landed beside Fernando. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles encompassed many unspoken words. If they had been in a different setting, they might have become arch-enemies. However, they had chosen to join forces to combat together. This was the great spirit of mankind. There would be conflicts, disputes, conflicts of interest, and even hatred among men. However, when they had a common enemy, they would bury the hatchet and unite together.
It was like the ancient times during the invasion of the ogres. These top-level powers were more broad-minded than the ordinary people. They were not only representative of mankind, they were the pillars. If they had been petty and were shirking responsibilities, there would be no hope for man. It was tough to debate on whether or not a necromancer belonged to mankind. Regardless of what others thought, Morgan, Goldman, and Desvidia had their memories, yearnings, and experiences.
The determination that they had exhibited was not inferior to Saul or the rest.
Minus is testing us, Goldman said softly. I know.
That is why I did not retaliate. The priest in the white robe, who was standing beside Stan, said with a smile. You have used the prayer incantation.
Is that not retaliation? Stan smiled and said.
Let's think of how we should deal with minus bone Kekai, Iregli said, having now recovered from the defeat. Stan hesitated for a while before looking at Saul.
Their thinking process was different from the ordinary people.
They could release the holy Kekai to pit against the bone Kekai.
However, what should they do with Morgan and the others?
They would not be able to enter the holy Kekai. If things got out of hand, it would be wasting the magic power. Stan would not make such a silly mistake.
Minus had used up much time and energy to create the bone Kekai.
If we use magic against the Kekai, it would be too difficult. Saul smiled. Let's use our wits. Having said that, Saul released a fissure incantation. The fissure incantation was a middle-level earth magic. It was not powerful, and had been used to attack walls that were not protected by magic Kekai. It was an inferior magic. Seeing the deep crack before him, Jacob immediately understood what Saul meant. He took out a grey potion bottle, and as he opened the cap, the potion had transformed into glitter and splashed on the two sides of the cracks. That was the element solidification potion. It could prolong the magic's effect. After their first combat, they felt more comfortable with one another.
Everyone moved under the crack and stood together.
Although the light aura and death aura clashed and caused discomfort, as top-level powers, they were able to bear it.
The gap between the lower crack line and the upper crack line was about 30 meters high.
It was safe for the time being. The bone Kekai had rotated rapidly to the surface of the ground, causing a creepy, screeching sound.
Everyone was looking at the top cautiously.
If Minus releases the forbidden spells now, we will be in hot water, Bruzeriano laughed and said.
We still gain. We have used a dimensional sanctuary scroll in exchange for a forbidden spell.
Saul said softly, moreover, I have brought 6 dimensional sanctuary scrolls.
How many forbidden spells can Minus release? All of them laughed. Saul was obviously well prepared for the war.
Other than the 6 dimensional scrolls, he had brought other scrolls along with him. In fact, all of them had prepared well. There was no way they could lose. However, Morgan and the other two were not laughing. They had followed after Minus for a few hundred years now, and they knew how terrifying he was. Although they should be more optimistic, they were unable to relax.
Sir Stan, is the Pope here? Goldman asked softly. If the long-awaited mysterious saint did not appear, Minus' greatest threat would be William the Pope. Goldman had to know. Don't worry. Stan nodded solemnly. That's great. Goldman let out a sigh of relief.
Immediately, he had a strange feeling. In the past, every pope who assumed office happened to be the enemy of the necromancers. All the priests and knights of light wanted to get rid of Minus. Similarly, all the necromancers had wanted the pope dead. However, they now sought for the protection of the pope, which seemed ironic. As they were talking, the bone Kekai at the top stopped rotating, and had raised up slowly into the air.
I will go and take a look.
Before Mauso finished speaking, he had turned into a giant eagle and had flown upward. The gap between the two cracks was about 10 meters, but it did not affect the excellent flying skills of Mauso. After Mauso had flown out of the crack, there was a sharp squeaking sound.
Bruzeriano was stunned and anxiously said, "Let's get out quickly."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 574, Honor. Chapter 574, Honor. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Seeing Bruzeriano's expression, everyone realized that something must have gone wrong and quickly backed away from the crack.
In the distance, an army of skeletons was fast approaching. Steger summoned the Eye of the Sky with a wave of his hand.
Due to the thinning of the dark fog, it was easy to see the skeletons.
The skeletons in the army of skeletons were completely different from what normal skeletons looked like. These skeletons had gleaming, pale heads. They were all wearing smooth bone armors that were clearly very strong. Each skeleton was equipped with a longsword that was sharp and wide. All of these skeletons were weaponized to the teeth. Normal skeletons did not have eyes, but these ones, however, had glowing red eyes. What was even more shocking was the speed of these skeletons. They were moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see their individual legs.
They were almost as fast as a master swordsman. Mauso was called the Observer because of his excellent senses.
He already sensed coming danger when he flew out of the crack, which was why he sounded the alarms.
Morgan's eyes widened as he noticed the black swirl under each skeleton's feet.
Morgan, who rarely lost his composure, paled at the sight of it.
"It's impossible," he whispered, desperation creeping into his voice.
"Impossible. The throne, the effect of the throne of bones."
Hearing his voice, everyone froze in shock.
Even though Morgan didn't say exactly what the swirls were, it was clear that Morgan was terrified. The throne was already complete.
"We're wrong, then," Goldman said quietly, his voice quivering.
"We only thought about how strong Minus is, but we forgot how smart he is. We all know he's the weakest now."
He must have expected something. "So what?" Morgan asked angrily. "This can't happen. Minus is not powerful enough to finish it before the planned date. This must be a trick. Morgan, haven't you noticed?" Goldman asked quietly. "Ever since we got onto this island, we haven't seen a single necromancer. There must be at least a few hundred on the island. Where are they?" "Goldman, are you saying that Minus absorbed them?" Desvidia asked quietly.
"I can't think of another explanation for this," Goldman said, glancing at the darkening sky. He started to sound desperate.
With the Throne of Bones, Minus was practically a god already. No one can defeat a god. Even if a supreme power appeared now, it would be too late. "No," Morgan said, shaking his head. "This can't be. It must be a trick."
He was trying to calm everyone's nerves, but he could not even convince himself with his words.
He, too, sounded desperate.
Just then, a skeleton climbed out of the ground. It jumped out and dashed toward Bruzeriano, who was standing in the front.
Fernando called out for Bruzeriano and lunged at the skeleton. The skeleton did not back away from Fernando. The two clashed with a loud thud.
Fernando stumbled back a few steps, while the skeleton was thrown back and crashed into the ground. A moment later, the skeleton climbed off of the ground and dashed toward Fernando again.
It was as if the clash did not do any damage to the skeleton. Fernando raised his lance.
A ball of bright light flew toward the skeleton, followed by the lance. The lance pierced the skeleton's armor and buried itself in its chest. The skeleton let out a shrill scream. Fernando released his lance and jumped at the skeleton. He raised his shield, slamming it down onto the skeleton. With a sickening crunch, the head of the skeleton broke off of its shoulder and tumbled to the ground. The body jerked a few times before falling to the ground.
Fernando took a few steps back, staring ahead emptily. He had one, but it made everyone even more hopeless. If a Knight of Light's lance could only barely pierce the skeleton's armor, what would they do when the entire army reached them? What awaits them once the army arrives? The scrolls Saul had spent days making would be useless. Even if they teleported, they would have to reappear somewhere, and as soon as they did, the skeletons would be upon them. Another group of skeletons appeared in the Eye of the Sky. They wore similar armor as the first group, but all the skeletons in the second group were equipped with large bone shields and long knives. Behind them was a third group, with bows and arrows. The skeletons were marching in tight formations and straight lines. These two groups were not as fast as the first group, but were just as intimidating. The army of skeletons drew closer, and the image in the Eye of the Sky changed again. More skeletons marched into sight.
These skeletons all held bone staffs, and were wearing mage robes made of smooth pieces of bones. These skeleton mages had bumps on their heads, and the red glow of their eyes were particularly vicious. After the skeleton mages, came 24 Knights of Death. Each one of those knights was riding a large bone horse with large wings. It didn't matter how strong these Knights of Death were. If their mounts could fly, they would be that much more dangerous.
Lastly, came 6 ghost dragons, led by Jimung, minus mount. When Jimung fled, it had been injured. Now, it was completely healed and repaired. As if sensing the eye of the sky, it raised its head and blew some dark fog at the eye, obscuring the view again. If Minus wants to defeat us with this army, I'm afraid he will be disappointed, Saul said. He had regained his wits, but Morgan was still staring. You're right, Domingue said with a small grin. Let's show him what real mages are made of. Stager whispered a spell and waved his hand. A wall of earth appeared. He turned and summoned 3 more walls, forming a small fortress. Jacob used his strengthening potion to make sure the walls held longer. In the middle of the small fortress, a tall earth spike formed a temporary mage's tower. Everyone present was a top-level power, and could immediately tell the weakness of the skeleton army. Saul summoned several eyes of the sky, observing the entire island. We need to get Mauso down here, Domingue said to Berzeriano. Berzeriano nodded and released the signal. Seeing the signal, Mauso circled around a few times and dove down. Domingue began chanting quietly, and an invisible magic shield began forming. The most dangerous parts of the skeleton army were the Knights of Death and the Ghost Dragons. Domingue was willing to use the anti-flying ward, because he knew the danger. As long as he was alive, the dragons and knights would have to approach on the ground. Berzeriano jumped onto the wall of the fortress and waved his hand. The ground around the fortress burst into green light. Countless vines started growing out of the ground, covering the walls of the fortress. Morgan watched the mages at work, and was very impressed by how well they worked together. He looked at the mages and said with a long sigh, "It is my honor to be fighting with you all today." He was terrified, but he was proud. If he was to die, he would die fighting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, The Power of Chaos. Chapter 575, The Power of Chaos. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. It is our pleasure to be able to combat with you, Stan said with a smile. The atmosphere became weird. If it had been someone else who had made this comment, it would have been different. As the High Priest of Holy See, Stan should be an archenemy of Morgan. However, he had taken the initiative in agreeing with him. This change in attitude took everyone by surprise. The many years of animosity shared was no laughing matter. A man must be able to adapt to his circumstances. This was easier said than done, but Morgan and Stan had proven it to be possible. In the next instant, Stan flew up into the sky. His chants spread out in every direction. As his feet landed on the shabby mage tower, a bright curtain came down from the sky, covering the small city with holy light. Iregli had released a mini magic Kekai. He had alienated Morgan, Disvidia, and Gulman, to prevent them from being illuminated by the holy light. Gulman nodded at Iregli with a smile to show his appreciation. The sea of bones had smashed against the city wall. The wall, which was about 30 meters high with a width of more than 10 meters, suddenly shook violently. It was like a wriggling earthworm. Broken branches and leaves spattered all over, and very quickly, new ones sprouted out. The earth element continuously fell apart, and deeply rooted vines welded the earth element together once again. From far in the distance, the entire city wall looked shaky, but it did not collapse. Everyone was right to be cautious. If Staker had not completely released the wall technique, Jacob had not solidified the earth element, and Berzeriano had not used the vines to add on to the protection of the wall, the city wall would have collapsed. The Grand Knight, Fernando, had challenged a mutated skeleton, which required much strength. The power of the mutated skeleton was comparable to a high-level professional. To be blunt, the mutated skeleton army could wipe out the entire continent. Stan continued with his chanting, and the holy light became brighter. The dark spirals beneath the mutated skeletons grew dimmer under the holy light. The movements of the mutated skeletons became slower as well. When the dark spirals finally vanished, the skeletons that were on the front line turned into ashes. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They realized that the magic of light could kill most of the death spirits. The death spirits had received their destructive powers from the throne of bones. Given time, they might even have the chance of winning. There was a hoarse scream, and the mutated skeletons that were banging crazily against the city wall hurriedly backed away.
The skeleton archers that were standing some distance away drew their bows and aimed at the figures on the city wall. They then shot out multiple arrows. But the top-level powers were not intimidated by such attacks. Saul and the rest were worried that they would be surrounded by the sea of bones without any protection. Should this happen, they would be devoured by the death spirits. The skeleton archers were smart. They were targeting Stan, who was standing on top of the mage tower. When the skeleton archers drew their bows, the Hawk King Mauso had perceived who they were targeting. He spread out his wings once again and brought Fernando up to the top of the mage tower. Fernando held up his knight shield and stood in front of Stan to protect him. After a futile attack, the skeleton archers gave up trying and spread to two sides. A few hundred skeletons with staffs in their hands moved up from behind them to the battlefront. Dominj and the rest held their breath and waited patiently. They were not afraid of the mutated skeletons. Logically speaking, when more than 10 middle-level professionals join forces, they would pose a threat and could kill a top-level power. However, in an actual situation, it was not always so. A top-level power was highly skilled in killing. They would not stand still in one spot and fight with the opponent. There were many ways to combat. Although the combat force of the mutated skeletons was powerful, a simple wall technique was enough to reduce their attacks greatly. The difference was not only in terms of strength, it also involved intelligence and experience. As the skeletons with staffs moved closer, even Morgan became anxious. They knew that the middle-level mutated skeletons and the few phantom dragons were a threat to them. After walking 600 meters, the skeleton mages stopped moving. The gems on their foreheads emitted a dim light. The elements surged crazily between the heaven and the earth, giving one a suffocating feeling.
Oh no! Dominj gasped. Gulman, how do these skeleton mages replenish their magic power?
Saul, who had been busy, placed the last magic crystal on the magic array. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and stood up. From the throne of bones.
Do they take long to replenish?
At a moderate speed, Gulman said softly, but their mind power and magic power are very limited.
They can only do a few attacks.
This is the best piece of news that I have heard today, Saul said with a smile. There was a sudden silence in the heaven and the earth. A black ball flew out from the staffs of each of the skeleton mages. The balls kept expanding and merging together, and ultimately formed a powerful black current that rushed toward the city wall.
Stan lifted up his hands, then let them down again.
He had wanted to release the holy Kekai, but the attacks of the skeleton mages were too astounding.
There were too many of them.
The holy Kekai would not have much effect on them, and it would be a waste of the magic power. The black current hit the city wall, and the greens on the wall immediately withered.
The wall fell apart and collapsed. As the chanting was going on, a mirror appeared in the air.
From the front view, it was dozens of meters large, but from the side view, it was not visible at all.
The black current hit against the mirror and disappeared miraculously.
The dimensional mirror released by Saul was very powerful. For weak magic, it would bounce back when it hit the mirror. For powerful magic, the mirror would bring it to an extra-dimensional space. The dimensional mirror had its weakness, which was its long cooling time. Otherwise, no one would be a match for Saul.
Get ready, we are shifting, Saul said slowly.
All of them knew what Saul meant and moved toward him.
Stan had left the mage tower, and Fernando jumped down now.
The Knights of Death were ready to charge. Although they had lost the ability to fly, due to the influence of the Throne of Bones, they were very quick in launching their attack on land, which stunned Fernando. One after another, black dots charged forward, and as they came nearer, one could clearly see their ferocious looks. Behind the Knights of Death were two phantom dragons. Their bodies were huge, and every step they took allowed them to traverse more than 10 meters.
600 meters to them was insignificant. Saul was very firm and steady. He stood motionless.
When the first Knight of Death approached the fallen city wall, and the skeleton mage released another round of magic, he then released the magic scroll in his hand. A white light flashed across, and Saul and the rest disappeared. It was difficult to kill a great dimensional magician. Moreover, Saul had not only brought the magic scrolls for shelter, he had brought along the dimensional door and the great dimensional sweep.
Even if they were no match for the opponents, they could at least escape. The intelligence of the death spirits was limited.
When they saw that the human beings had disappeared, they were stunned. At this moment, a strange fire shot up to the sky.
The entire Greenwich Island shook violently.
A mushroom cloud, formed by sand, stones, dust and bones, whirled up to about 1,000 meters high. It created a big hole, a width of about a few miles wide, in the bone Kekai, which was on the upper part of the island. The shockwave, which was previously targeted at the small city, dispersed all over. The mutated skeletons, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages, including the phantom dragons, had all been encompassed by the shockwave. It was like the leaves in the strong wind that had been threshed and thrown about. The small city that Steger had created had disappeared, leaving behind a big hole about 50 meters deep and 500 meters wide. Saul and the rest had appeared on the other side of the island. A shockwave, about 100 meters high, was moving toward them from the distance. Saul released the fissure incantation. This was the second time that he had released it. Not that he liked this incantation, but it needed the least magic power, which made it the most appropriate for the current situation. Without saying a word, the rest speedily hid themselves within. The last to enter was Steger, who released the frozen kekai and sealed the cracks on both ends with solid ice. Before Steger could reach the lower end of the crack, the shockwave had swept over the icy surface. The solid ice started to crack, and bits and pieces of ice fell down together with the sand and stones. Dumange released a kekai that enveloped everyone. Beautiful. Morgan took a deep breath. With his sharpness and experience, he knew what Saul was doing, but he had never expected such a good result. "We should thank Anfey," Saul said with a smile. He had mentioned the power of the chaotic magic array. Jacob and I had taken note of it. During this period, we have been thinking of ways to increase the power of the chaotic magic array. But, I have never expected it to be so powerful. "Saul, how many magic crystals have you used?" Dumange asked softly. 48 top-grade crystals. 48 pieces? Top grade? Dumange was shocked. Yes. Saul nodded and said, "I have intended to present this as a gift to Minos. It is a pity, although I can use the remaining magic crystals to set up a few more chaotic magic arrays, the quality was not as good, so the magic arrays will not be as powerful." At this instant, a hoarse scream was heard from the center of Greenwich Island. It sounded eerie and sent shivers down one's spine. "Minos is angry," Gallman commented. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 576, Judgment. Chapter 576, Judgment. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. After the shock wave, Greenwich Island had become a mess. Not only was the skeleton army on the ground affected, the bone kekai was affected as well. In several places, the kekai was almost broken. Minos' skeleton army was almost gone. Over half of the Knights of Death and the Ghost Dragons perished in the explosion. The ground was littered with broken pieces of bones. Only a few Ghost Dragons were left on the field, including Minos' mount, Jimung. Jining's wings were missing, and its body was riddled with holes. A dark figure rose into the air and flew toward the battlefield. The figure was very small, but as it approached, everyone felt a strong sense of pressure. Jiming pressed its head to the ground and whined loudly. The other Ghost Dragons were not even able to move under such strong pressure. Minos floated in mid-air, observing the destroyed army. The bone kekai shook as he approached, showing how angry he was. Minos had been focusing too much on completing the Throne of Bones, and did not pay attention to other things. He ignored the top-level powers that were present in the world, and did not think they would be able to find him. If he had managed to eliminate some of the top-level powers, he could have sat upon the throne without anyone trying to stop him. Of course, Minos did not have any reason to worry. He did not expect anyone to find the island, and with the throne, he was practically a god himself. With that kind of power, there was no reason for him to worry about mere mortals, even if they were top-level powers. He absorbed the power of the necromancers residing on the island, and finished the throne before the planned date. He had hoped that the skeleton army was enough to hold off any attacker for a few days, so he could have time to properly recover. Once he recovered, no one could stand in his way anymore. Minos raised his hands and chanted, "In the name of gods." A strong wave of magic surge swept through the battlefield. Dark gray light radiated out from Minos. The broken bones touched by the light suddenly regained their vitality and started moving again. As Minos revived his skeleton army, 4 newcomers appeared in the center of Greenwich Island. The leader of the small party wore a long robe and a crown of thorns circling his silver hair. The old man was followed by Ernest and 2 glowing Knights of Light. As soon as he stepped through the portal, Ernest drew his sword and formed into a triangular formation with the knights, protecting the old man. The mountain of bones Minos had built had now disappeared. What remained was a large swirl. The swirl was slowly spinning, and the center of it was right below the center of the bone kekai. "But, didn't he open the gate?" the old man asked curiously. "Maybe he's not powerful enough to overpower the master of the Land of Repose," Ernest said with a frown. "Luckily for us, he won't have the chance," the old man with the crown of thorns said.
He raised his hand and summoned a glowing shield that protected all four men. In the distance, Saul and the others had fled the crack. They turned around and saw that a large pillar of light had pierced the bone Kekai. The pillar of light dissolved into countless sparks, both red and gold, which fell down through the air. As the sparks fell onto the bone Kekai, the Kekai began to dissolve. Even though the Kekai could regenerate, there were too many sparks. The rate the sparks were dissolving the Kekai was too fast, and the rate of regeneration could not match it. The skeletons, ghost dragons, and Knights of Death had just revived, let out a wave of shrill screams. As soon as the sparks touched the skeletons crumpled to the ground. Creatures created with death magic could not block the effects of the judgment. Minus let out a distorted scream. Even though the red sparks didn't do anything to him, the gold sparks could attack his soul. Necromancers were immortal, because they had gotten rid of their bodily restraints and relied solely on their souls. Even though Minus had summoned a shield, it was still not enough to block out the gold sparks. As the shower of sparks came to an end, the top-level powers stepped out of the dimensional sanctuary Saul had created and began heading toward the center of the island. The judgment did not weaken Minus' power. Instead, it seemed to have grown stronger. It was confusing, but now was not the time to think. They must reach the Pope as soon as possible. Pope William closed the Book of Doom. After he used the spell, he appeared older, and his face was flushed. He bent over and coughed a few times. Pope William knew that the Throne of Bones was much more than a mere chair. It was something that could enhance the power in all creatures of death. It could also open the gate to the land of repose. This was why he needed to destroy the chair and prevent Minus from summoning creatures from another dimension. Because of the Pope's spell, the swirl was becoming unstable, and started spewing dark fog. As the Pope was deciding his next move, he suddenly sensed something. A skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him, its eyes glowing intensely. Despite not having expression, it was clear that the skeleton was angry. Minus, William said with wide eyes. He hurriedly waved his hand and released a shield of light. Minus raised his hand and summoned a large bone lance. Before the lance even reached William, the magic attached to it pierced through the shield of light. The bone lance crashed into the shield of light. The shield flickered a few times and disappeared. The knight to William's left raised his lance to stop the bone lance. The bone lance clashed with the knight's lance and threw the men backwards. Ernest lunged over and grabbed William, pushing him out of the way. The lance left a cut on William's robe and struck the ground, leaving a large crater. The Knight of Light struggled to his feet. His lance was broken and his shield had a large dent in it. His left arm was clearly broken. He tried to use his shield to block the attack, but Minus was too powerful. Saul and the other top-level powers, who had just arrived, witnessed this as well. Everyone felt a sudden wave of despair. Minus was more powerful than they had ever anticipated. "It's the throne," Gallman whispered hoarsely. Morgan and Disvidia both sighed. They could feel their own power growing significantly as well. If their power has grown this much, how powerful must Minus be now? "So you're all here now," Minus said coldly. Even though he was angry, he had lived long enough that he knew how to conceal his emotions. He raised his hand and summoned hundreds of black balls of light, sending them hurtling toward William. In the distance, his army of skeletons reappeared, and was heading toward them quickly. The skeletons created with the Throne of Bones were stronger and smarter than normal skeletons, and much more loyal. Minus couldn't risk William destroying his army again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, A Pseudo-Saint. Chapter 577, A Pseudo-Saint. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When Minus attacked, Saul and the rest immediately reacted. Saul had released a dimensional mirror before William the Pope. Jacob let out a magic scroll, and a tin man, about 20 feet high, appeared in the air. It opened out its arms and protected William, who was behind it. Iregli chanted a curse and pointed his magic staff at William. A dazzling stream of fire enveloped William. It was the flame shield. Under the different defense magic, its power was secondary to the magic shield. However, since no one could add on to the power of the magic shield, Iregli had chosen to use the flame shield instead. Everyone was on their feet. They had a taste of Minus power. To defeat him, they needed the power from William. Should anything happen to William, they would be in grave danger. The dimensional mirror that Saul had released directed part of the black ball into an extra-dimensional space. The remaining black balls hit the Tin Man and created a loud bang. The death magic could do great harm to any living organism, but not to a soulless Tin Man. The Tin Man shook for a while,
but other than some cracks on the chest and shoulders, it was not badly hurt. William turned over his right hand and released the light Kekai. Following that, the Book of Doom raised up from his hand again. Minus let out a shriek of laughter. He raised the bone staff up high. Black vine-like plants speedily sprouted up from the ground at the feet of William, twirling around him. The light Kekai had been utterly destroyed by the black plant. Ernest, who was 5 meters away from William, wielded his long sword and dashed over. William had been covered by the black plant, and without guidance from him, the light from the Book of Doom dimmed, now only hanging quietly in the air. It is the death coil. Be careful, Minus is going to attack us. Goldman exclaimed aloud. As an experienced necromancer, no one was more familiar in death magic than him. The death coil was a forbidden spell in death magic. It could trap an individual and harm it continuously. William would only be harmed by the death coil. All other attacks, including Minus, would be blocked by the death coil. It was impossible for Ernest to save William. The speed at which Minus attacked was too fast for Goldman to warn the rest. Before he could finish speaking, Minus had sent 3 attacks within a super short period of time. The first bone spear hit the waist of the Knight of Light, who had been injured. Although the spear was not sharp, the powerful shockwave cut his waist in half. The second and third bone spear hit another Knight of Light. Although the Knight of Light had lifted up his shield, the force was so powerful that he flew off like a stone. He crash-landed on the ground after flying 100 meters. He was still alive, but was unable to stand. Minus did not bother himself with Ernest, but dashed toward Saul and the rest. He was sharp in his judgment. He knew who would pose a threat to him. As long as he could kill the Priests of Light and Knights of Light, the rest would be easy to handle. Minus and the Sea of Bones were approaching. It was a good opportunity for Saul and the rest to destroy the entire army of mutated skeletons. However, against Minus, all the tricks that they used were useless. Jacob took a deep breath and disappeared. In the next instant, he reappeared in the air, on top of the skeleton army. Livid silk threads spread out from him in all directions. When the mutated skeletons touched the livid silk threads, they turned into statues. However, given their inertia to attack, they hit on one another and broke down into pieces. Jacob released the top-level alchemy magic, solidification. The Grand Alchemist could create artificial magic crystals, whereas solidification had the magic power required for creating the artificial magic crystals. As solidification could solidify all living and non-living things, a Grand Alchemist could put together the same element that had drifted away to form a magic crystal. Since the magic power could last only a few seconds, Jacob had to strike at the right time. However, he did not have sufficient time to fully release the magic power. Minus had already turned around and pointed the terrifying bone spear at Jacob. The dictum incantation. After Minus released the dark force and death coil, he released another forbidden spell. The last 3 magics had been released, one after another. Jacob's body had turned black. Not only had he been trapped, even the magic power of the forbidden spell that had backfired had been trapped. The effects of the death coil and dictum incantation seemed similar, but there was one vast difference. The dictum incantation was harmless. The crucial thing was that Jacob could not move, but the others could. In a split second, Jacob was killed by the Sea of Bones. A few bone swords flew around and cut his body into pieces. But no one had time for sorrow, as Minus had not stopped his killing. With a backhand, he threw another bone spear toward Stan. Mouso shrieked out, and in a side-sweeping motion, he spread out his huge wings and flew toward the bone spear. He knew the power of the bone spear, thus he did not block it up front. He had only wanted to change the direction of the bone spear. As the huge wings and bone spear hit against each other, Mouso seemed electrified and dropped down to the ground. His right wing was now deformed, and multiple feathers rained down. Bruzeriano released the transfiguration incantation. A huge polar bear blocked the bone spear, waving its right arm against it. There was a loud bang, and only those who were sharp enough would notice that the bone spear had changed its course. However, the change in Bruzeriano was even greater. His right palm bounced up high, having been torn by the bone spear. As the bone spear brushed past his shoulders, a big piece of flesh had been cut off, causing a fountain of blood to spew out. Desvidia roared. He dashed up at the crucial moment and punched on the bone spear. Due to the influence of the Throne of Bones, his combat force had increased tremendously. The bone spear nearly went through Stan's chest, but at the crucial moment, had been diverted by the punch from Desvidia. Well done, Minus said coldly, before throwing his bone staff at Desvidia. As everyone was moving toward Desvidia to support him, Saul, who was about to attack, suddenly felt his body harden. It had turned black, just like Jacob's. Following that, 3 bone spears shot toward him. The dictum incantation was a terrifying kind of magic curse. The dictum incantation released by Minus was even more terrifying. If they had fought with him individually, everyone would have been killed within seconds. The magic guard, light kekai, flame shield, frozen armor, and other magic halos all lit up on Saul's body. Those who could attack had struck. No one wanted to see Saul being killed, but they were unsure of what the outcome would be. All of them had lost confidence, and were now struggling to put up a fight. At this moment, a dazzling fire sped toward them from the distance. The moment that they sensed the magic surge and saw the fire, it was already before them, hitting against the 3 bone spears. The trio then smashed into pieces and flew all over in the burning fire. Saul was engulfed by the shock waves of the explosion, but he had been protected by the multiple defense magic that he had put on. Such attacks could not harm him. The wind disappeared suddenly, and the clouds stretched out quietly in the sky. The rugged bone kekai stopped rotating, and even those mutated skeletons that were dashing over had stopped moving. The few phantom dragons had carefully kept their bony wings. All between the heaven and the earth was total silence. A man in white appeared in the air. Minus turned, and both of them looked each other in the eye. Minus and the man remained motionless.
Is it Anfey?
Stager found the back of the man to be familiar.
It is Anfey,
Ernest said confidently.
He seems to have changed. Goldman was hesitant.
As one moved higher in the air, the wind should be stronger.
However, Anfey was at absolute rest, and even his clothes were not moving, seemingly molded to the sky.
Yes, he is different. I cannot even sense his presence, Morgan said. He could see Anfey, but he could not sense him.
He felt strange.
It was as though he saw a person beating the battle drum, but could not hear the sound.
You can only release death magic.
Minus, you have lost the source of power.
You are just a pseudo-saint.
Anfey's voice was very soft, but everyone could hear it clearly.
Ho ho. Minus laughed hoarsely.
He pointed at Anfey, but at this instant, Anfey punched with his right fist. A magic surge flashed across, as Anfey had withdrawn his fist. A few residual bones speedily disappeared. Seeing that the bone cage had been destroyed by an unknown force, Minus' voice changed.
Who are you? After I have removed your mask, I will let you know.
Before Anfey could finish what he was saying, he had turned into a streamer, shooting toward Minus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 578, Thai. Chapter 578, Thai. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Minus' speed was very fast, as well. He raised his wand and aimed it at Anfey.
Minus' greatest strength was his ability to use forbidden spells, without any cooling periods. He was most skilled in curse-based forbidden spells, which were almost impossible to block. Even though there were 2 powerful priests of light present, who could cancel out the effects of any spell, it may not be enough. Anfey suddenly disappeared and reappeared several hundred feet away from Minus.
He waved his hand and summoned a few firebirds. The white-hot firebirds streaked through the air toward Minus.
As the firebirds flew past, the air became distorted by the heat.
Minus's mental focus was cut off, but that wasn't enough to make him panic.
He summoned a bone shield as the firebirds drew close.
The firebirds crashed into the shield, shattering into bright sparks, obscuring Minus' figure.
A few bone lances appeared in mid-air and flew toward Anfey.
Anfey quickly jumped in his direction to avoid the bone lances.
His speed increased and he came slowly toward Minus. When he was a few hundred yards away from Minus, he raised his hand. Lightning poured down from the sky and struck Minus, breaking his shield. It was a very strange lightning spell.
Normally, serial lightning had a set range and would strike everything in it.
The serial lightning Anfey had just summoned struck only Minus. The lightning formed a large cone as it streamed toward him. Anfey flew forward, through the lightning. 2 firebirds joined the lightning, as they flew toward Minus.
Minus could not react in time, and was struck by the firebirds. Anfey was getting very close to Minus.
However, he suddenly hit an invisible wall and almost stopped. The white robe he was wearing turned into a dark gray. Minus had set up a trap that was very hard to detect, even with the heart of nature.
Anfey only hesitated for a second before pressing on toward Minus.
Anfey knew very well when he should back off and when he should risk his life. Now was a time he deemed reasonable to risk himself.
Anfey's right fist burst into light.
The light grew larger and stronger, and finally became a ball of pure light elements.
Anfey thrust his right fist forward, sending the ball of light elements flying toward Minus.
The ball of light flew true and struck Minus' chest.
Light magic was a necromancer's worst enemy.
Being struck by such powerful and pure light elements had caused Minus immense pain. He opened his mouth and let out a distorted scream. As he was struck by the light magic, the numbing effects of the serial lightning disappeared.
Dark vines appeared from the ground and flew toward Anfey. Above Anfey, dozens of large white bones appeared and started extending downwards and trapping Anfey.
As soon as Anfey is trapped, a dozen bone lances appeared in midair and flew toward him.
At the same time, wrinkles started to appear on Anfey's cheeks. Anfey disappeared from where he was and reappeared a few hundred yards away.
He could not teleport as far, because of the effects of the spell. Perhaps it was because of the aging spell, but it took him much longer to reach to Minus.
Minus roared as he summoned another bone lance and threw it at Anfey. Anfey jumped aside and smashed his fist into the bone lance.
The lance was smashed into pieces and Anfey was thrown backwards.
"Thanks," Anfey called with a laugh. Minus spat in anger, realizing he had missed a chance, as Anfey flew out of the range of his Kekai. The fight had temporarily ended.
The entire fight started with Anfey approaching Minus, and ended with Anfey getting out of the range of Minus' Kekai. It was very fast, and was over before any of the top-level powers could interfere.
Both Minus and Anfey were injured, and neither was winning.
The top-level powers watched with wide eyes. Even though they were top-level powers and had years of experience, they had never witnessed anything like this. The priest next to Stan was the first to react. He raised his hand and Anfey burst into light. He had used a cleansing spell to cancel out of the effects of the aging spell, and the prayer spell to increase Anfey's ability. Stan raised his hand as well, and chanted a spell, healing his wounds and replenishing his stamina. The others soon followed suit. They all started chanting spells, summoning protective shields around Anfey.
Countless spells appeared around Anfey.
The light from these spells was so bright, it was almost impossible to see the man who was in the middle of it all. Anfey raised his hand, and a large crack appeared in the ground below him. The crack created a barrier, making it impossible for the skeleton army on the ground to cross it.
The ghost dragons could cross it, but they could feel the strong magic surge coming off of Anfey. Without Minus' order, they would not try to attack him.
"I'm filled with strength," Anfey said, landing on the ground.
"This is the advantage of having friends, you see. You're so alone, Minus. Don't you feel sad about it?" "Sad?" Minus repeated mockingly with a chuckle. "No. I do not need friendship from the likes of you. You cannot understand my greatness."
"I don't need to understand your greatness," Anfey said.
"All I need to understand is how to end your miserable life." He landed on the ground and pushed off, shooting back into the sky.
He sliced through the air as he hurtled toward Minus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 579, The Fatal Stroke. Chapter 579, The Fatal Stroke. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Everyone came from afar to Greenwich Island to save mankind. They did not want to be heroes and would not reject additional help. Seeing that Anfey's power was comparable to Minus, their morale was greatly boosted. After taking care of Anfey, they turned to Minus. Saul, Domingue, and Iregli started to chant. They wanted to release the forbidden spell. Mauso and Bruzeriano had released the shapeshift at the same time. One of them approached Minus from the sky, and the other, on land.
Anfey did not wish to be a hero either.
He did not reject help from the rest, but tapped into the extra strength and attacked fiercely. His hands were flipping like a butterfly. Every time he flapped his hands, a phoenix would shoot out.
As the frequency was very close, the phoenix soon became a huge beam, penetrating toward Minus. The throne of bones allowed Minus to recuperate quickly. However, as compared to the instant result of the magic of light, it was still inferior. Moreover, Anfey's power had increased tremendously. It would be to his disadvantage to take on Anfey at the moment.
As Minus moved backward, he released a defense Kekai and bone shield to buy time.
Anfey suddenly disappeared, and in the next instant, reappeared behind Minus on his right.
He had a huge battle axe in his hand, which he swung at Minus' neck.
Although Anfey had grasped hold of the source of power, he could not continuously release instant transportation.
However, the recovery incantation released by Stan had not only allowed Anfey to regain his strength, it had nullified the cooling period of all the magic power.
This had allowed Anfey to have free play. Anfey's attack was quick and fierce.
His angle was also tricky. Logically speaking, a magician would find it hard to avoid such a lightning attack.
However, Minus waved his bone staff backhandedly, and at the critical moment, blocked Anfey's battle axe. There was a loud bang, and Anfey bounced off. Minus fell down from the side.
At this instant, a dark hole appeared behind Minus, and like a floating mirror in the air, quietly flew toward Minus. A thunder flashed across the sky, and a huge lightning ball dropped down speedily. In the twinkle of an eye, it was approaching Minus. There was a time difference between Sol's great dimensional sweep and Duman's Wrath of Thor. However, as they were experienced top-level powers, they acted in concert with each other, and were able to attack at the same time.
Minus had suddenly become a skeleton that was brandishing around.
Before the great dimensional sweep had released its power, Duman's Wrath of Thor had blown the skeleton into pieces.
A cold husky voice came out from the sea of bones a few hundred meters away. "Scummy mice, do you think you can defeat me?" Goldman and two other great necromancers smiled wryly.
It was the replace puppet. As long as there were death spirits, Minus could continuously get a replacement, until he had used up his magic power. Although a large amount of magic power was required to perform replace puppet, it would take a very long time for Minus to use up his magic power. After everyone had stopped the attack, Anfey remained in the sky.
Iregli was the only one who was still chanting.
He waved his magic staff, and there was a violent element surge. A fireman, towering more than 10 meters tall, appeared before him. The fire tyrant, according to a legend, was a difficult dragon to handle.
It was formed by a pure flame. It was fearless of any physical attacks and had defense power over different kinds of magic.
Using fire magic against the fire tyrant would give it additional power.
Earth magic, electric magic, and other magic could reduce its effect. However, water magic would cause irreparable destruction to the fire tyrant. Just a small spring of water would also inflict much suffering on the fire tyrant. Iregli had used his magic power to summon the fire tyrant.
He knew that Minus was unable to release high-level water magic. Under his control, the fire tyrant roared and dashed toward the sea of bones. The bones on the ground turned into ashes as the fire tyrant passed by them. The ground cracked, which showed the intensity of heat released by the fire tyrant.
"Since you are so diligent, I shall present your gifts to you in advance." Minus laughed eerily.
He looked upon the ferocious fire tyrant with disdain.
Anfey looked quietly at Minus. He knew Minus had backup plans.
More than 10 streamers flew out from Minus' hands, and as they flew higher, the light that they emitted became brighter. In a thunderous bang, a huge screen appeared in the air.
It was majestic and extensive. No one knew the area that the screen had covered, including Anfey.
His range of senses had been engulfed by the screen. The different magic and halos that were glittering on Anfey's body had disappeared.
Mauso suddenly took the form of a man.
Without his wings, he was unable to remain in the air and had dropped down to the ground. From a polar bear form, Bruzeriano had now become human. The black vines had disappeared and William the Pope staggered out.
He looked baffled.
The fire tyrant that was about to jump over the cracks had turned into ashes before it could even cry out. The skeletons that were hanging in the air rained down and smashed to the ground. The black whirl in the distance had been blocked. Under the coverage of the screen, all the related magic elements had lost their effects.
"It is the anti-magic Terra." Goldman let out a desperate cry.
Those top-level powers, who were here to fight Minus, were magicians.
The anti-magic Terra immediately made them redundant.
Although Mauso and Bruzeriano were warriors, they needed the shapeshift to help them. Other than Ernest, who had combat force, the rest of them were in dire straits.
"Morgan, Goldman, Desvidia, my beloved students, do you know?
My martial art was comparable to my magic."
Minus laughed out loudly, as he was confident of winning.
He said, "Although I have not gathered the pluck of all the gods of war, this would be enough for me to kill you umpteen times."
"Ha ha ha. In this case, you should have told me earlier." Anfey nodded, and then shook his head. His expression was weird.
One could not tell whether he was crying or laughing.
"What?" Minus did not understand what Anfey meant.
"You should have told me that you intended to release the anti-magic Terra, and I would have helped you."
Anfey turned over his hand and displayed a white stone.
Under the light of the screen, the stone had released a warm glow.
"This is my baby. I have held on to it for quite a while. What a waste of my feelings."
Seeing the stone in Anfey's hand, the red light in Minus' eyes suddenly stopped flickering.
"Did I hear you saying that your martial art and magic are trash?" Anfey rested the battle axe on his shoulder and slowly walked forward. "How about performing for me? Don't worry, I will not laugh at you." "How dare you?" Minus shouted.
He could not understand why Anfey could remain so confident under such circumstances.
"Don't blame me for being too direct.
The years of loneliness have made you stupid."
Anfey patted his battle axe. "See? Do you not know why I am holding on tightly to my battle axe? The fact is, I do not like magic.
Although magic is convenient, quick, and powerful, only close combat can give me a sense of fulfillment.
Minus, what you are doing suits me perfectly. You have released the anti-magic terror before my eyes. Do you know how a pig dies? It dies of stupidity.
I am not interested, and have no wish to know how a pig dies.
But I know how you are going to die. Minus lifted up his hand and said, "You will die drowning." Minus had intended to wait for the magic effect on Anfey to disperse before attacking.
He had deliberately listened to Anfey's nonsense, and spoken rubbish to him in response. The crack, a width of about 30 meters and 3 to 4 miles in length, was still present. It had blocked the way of the skeleton army. Minus knew that his opponent was a saint who had grasped the source of power and could change the world, so he did not want to wait any longer. The sea of bones that had stopped moving suddenly started to move around again, like a landslide. The mutated skeletons on the front line fell into the crack, and those behind rushed forward.
The long crack was like a hungry mouth, swallowing up all the food.
There was a huge amount of death spirits, and when almost half the mutated skeletons had disappeared, they filled up the ground, spanning almost 200 meters long. Many mutated skeletons stepped on their comrades and dashed forward.
Minus must have singled Anfey out as a formidable opponent, as all the mutated skeletons wielded their bone swords at him.
Since the throne of bones had been destroyed, the speed of the mutated skeletons, defense, and combat power had been greatly affected.
They were not even comparable to the ordinary death spirits. The death spirits and the flame monarch were alike.
They were the products of magic.
However, the death spirits derived from magic and had their own life.
Although the power of the spirits of the mutated skeletons had been reduced, they could continue to exist.
However, for the latter, it had been summoned. With the appearance of the anti-magic Terra, it had been destroyed.
The mutated skeletons were large in number and posed a threat. The once top-level powers, Saul, Dumange, and the rest, had now become helpless.
Ernest and Fernando had great physiques.
Even if they had lost their combat power, they still had combat force. However, they could not possibly deal with the large number of mutated skeletons.
Anfey took a deep breath and wielded his battle axe fearlessly at the frenzy of bones.
As they came before Anfey, more than 10 mutated skeletons were hacked and sent flying away. The god of war was not actually a god, not as man had thought. The legendary Ariarchilus was a barbarian. When he released his territory, the powerful barbaric army could effortlessly destroy any race. To be exact, anti-magic Terra was the barbarian's ultimate forbidden spell. Anfey's internal strength had nothing to do with magic, and was not affected by the anti-magic Terra. After he grasped the source of power, he had become a true sacred level power.
Anfey's speed was extremely fast.
One moment he held the huge battle axe in front of him, and the next, he had it behind him. Beside him were multiple illusions.
Anfey was too powerful.
Without the battle axe touching his opponents, he had thrown off the mutated skeletons simply with the force from the battle axe as he wielded it.
Anfey was like a lawn-mower in the field. He was unstoppable.
There were streams of mutated skeletons before him, and behind him were piles of broken bones. The death spirits were the world's most courageous warriors. Although Anfey had hacked a few hundred mutated skeletons within a short period of time, and his attacks were unstoppable, they continued to flood to the front and blocked Anfey. The distance between Anfey and Minus was getting closer. With a roar, a phantom dragon opened its big mouth to bite Anfey. Minus had released the anti-magic Terra, as he had wanted to use the large amount of mutated skeletons to kill the top-level powers.
Moreover, he still had a few huge phantom dragons.
They were big enough to crush the people to death.
However, Anfey acted unexpectedly. He revolved and easily moved away from the dragon's mouth. He wielded the battle axe and hacked on the strong bony leg of the phantom dragon. Although the phantom dragons could survive on their own, their power had been greatly reduced under the anti-magic Terra. A powerful spirit of the phantom dragon would be most affected. The clear bone armor had become extremely rough. There were holes like beehives on it, like a deteriorated, dried, old bone. If it had been Ernest and Fernando who had lost their combat power, they would not be able to deal with the phantom dragon. Although the phantom dragon had been decapitated, the huge body was still before them. What they could do was to break a few more pieces of bones. Anfey's combat force maintained at its peak. He waved the battle axe and easily chopped off the bony leg of the phantom dragon. The phantom dragon let out a cry and dropped to the ground. As it fell, it crushed around 100 mutated skeletons that were flooding forward. Anfey was surprised to find that the phantom dragon was so weak. Minus was finally afraid. He felt trapped in his own devices, but it was too late for regrets. He could control the time that he released the anti-magic Terra, but he could not control the time to close it. Anfey hit the phantom dragon as though he was hitting a housefly. The phantom dragon soon lost its combat force. It was a disaster fighting with Anfey.
Midas waved the bone staff in his hand, and the mutated skeletons that had crossed over the crack divided into two groups.
One group continued to surround Anfey, and another group dashed toward Saul and the rest. With the help of Fernando, William the Pope, who was panting heavily, stood up. When he saw the mutated skeletons dashing toward them, he immediately knew what Midas was up to. "Quick, tell Anfey to kill Midas and not to bother about us. He must kill Midas."
William used all his strength and shouted. Fernando widened his eyes in astonishment, and Ernest took a deep breath and shouted, "Anfey, don't turn around.
Even if we have to die here, don't turn around. Kill Midas."
Anfey paused for a while and did not turn around.
He continued to dash forward, hacking away with his battle axe.
As a Knight of Death lifted up his gun, he had been hacked into two parts by Anfey. Before the rest of the Knights of Death could surround Anfey, he had dashed out, getting closer to Midas.
Midas kept moving backward.
The anti-magic Terra was supposed to be his last resort, but at this moment, he wished for it to disappear.
The attack of the death spirits was getting more lively.
Even the skeleton mages wielded their bone staffs and moved forward. They could not release their magic in the anti-magic Terra, thus the only way was to sacrifice themselves in order to block Anfey. The skeleton archers drew their bows and shot out the bone arrows aimlessly.
However, Anfey was too quick, and the bone arrows were far behind him.
Midas was in grave danger, but Saul and the rest were in a worse situation. They could only depend on the three warriors, Ernest, Fernando, and Bruzeriano.
Mauso could only be a little help.
To attack the mutated skeletons, and protect the magicians and priests at the same time, was tough for these few people. Although the speed of these mutated skeletons was not as fast as the vampires, the speed of Saul and the rest was even slower. They had used up all of their energy, and those who had been injured needed to be helped. The mages who had lost their magic power became extremely weak. In order to not be a burden to Anfey, they kept retreating. However, after retreating a few hundred meters, the mutated skeletons had caught up with them. When Anfey heard the screams at the back, his gaze went past the few phantom dragons and fell upon Midas. He seemed to be smiling, but had a scornful look. If Midas had not attempted to run for his life, he would have remained cautious. However, his cowardice had revealed that he was at his wit's end.
Anfey leaned backward and howled out loud and clear.
More than 10 mutated skeletons that had flooded toward him immediately turned into broken pieces of bones. Following that, many mutated skeletons were blown away by a great force.
A few hundred mutated skeletons toppled down.
Although the anti-magic Terra had trapped the power of the element, sound could still be transmitted.
With transcendental strength, Anfey had released a roar that was many times more terrifying than a lion's.
The seething bones had formed a tall bone wall and were surging and ramming forward, toward the front.
Midas cupped his head and was groaning.
Like a lightning flash, Anfey dashed out from the bone's frenzy, leaving a residual shadow in the sky. As he dashed past Midas, he saw that Midas' arm was being chopped off. His cervical vertebrae had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. After struggling for a while, Midas fell weakly to the ground. The death spirits that had been attacking fiercely, now suddenly turned into ashes. Without Midas, the Empire of the Dead had met its doom. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 580, Epilogue. Chapter 580, Epilogue. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio.
Midas was eliminated, and the Manhwa Empire had united all the nations, but peace did not follow as expected. Despite the religion's leaders working together closely, the conflict between the Church of Light and the followers of the Goddess of Nature had worsened. However, the leaders of the religions did not let the petty conflict between the followers bother them, and still maintained a close friendship.
Stan, who had recently become a cardinal, walked into a small bar in Sacred City. Inside, Mauso was already waiting for him. "You're late," Mauso remarked. Stan grunted. "Wester dropped by my place to give me the invitation to his wedding. I couldn't just send him away." "I got it too," Mauso said. "Are you going?" "Are you?" Stan asked, lifting a brow. The two glanced at each other and chuckled. After Anfey defeated Midas, he had disappeared without waiting to claim his glory. However, disappearing didn't mean he stopped existing. No one can promise whether he would reappear or not, which was why, when it came to Yolanthe's heir, both the Church of Light and the Druids were hesitant to interfere and publicly support anyone. Even Barry and Meyerich did not declare an allegiance. Even if they didn't support Christian, they wouldn't support Grandon or Wester. Christian was clearly the best candidate.
After several years of ruling, Alice was widely acknowledged as the ruler of the Shanxia provinces. Even an order from Yolanthe himself had to go through Alice first, or else it wouldn't mean anything. She was a very effective ruler, and almost single-handedly put an end to the corruption of the noble class. Because of this, she was well loved by the people. The nobles did not dare to do anything with her in office. The people were very easy to please. Whoever made their lives easier would win their support. Alice had made their lives 100 times better, and people who wanted to take Alice out of office became a threat. Some people felt threatened by Alice's growing power and presence, and tried to create rumors about her. However, Yolanthe knew that Alice had achieved everything he wanted to achieve, and he admired her for it. Therefore, he did not believe in any of the rumors he heard. Not only did Christian have Alice backing him, he also had a more loyal army. The army on the northern front would follow Yolanthe's order, but Kumaragosha's army would more likely follow Christian's order. Christian also had support from the country of mercenaries, now called the Free Autonomous Province. After the war, Anthony and Hui Wei became the leaders of the country of mercenaries. They were able to create a magic crystal monopoly, making them some of the wealthiest people in the world. After everything they'd been through, the League of Mercenaries was now very loyal to Anthony. One time, the merchants teamed up and tried to block all sources of grain supplies. However, Anthony soon made a deal with Alice and bought all the grain he needed from her province at a low price. It was apparent that, unless the merchants teamed up with Yolanthe, it would be very hard to take Alice and Anthony out of office. Other than these advantages, Christian also had Anfey in his corner, and that, perhaps, was the most effective endorsement. No one knew where Anfey was, or what he was doing. It was clear that Anfey was very powerful, and there was no use being his enemy. In the palace, Yolanthe was sitting on the throne and looking at Christian lovingly. Christian was frowning, deep in thought. "Tell me what you think," Yolanthe said softly. "We've only united the world for a short time," Christian said, slightly hesitant. "We need stability. If you pick me, I will send my brothers away to live out their lives in peace." "You will imprison them," Yolanthe said. "I know you won't be happy with my answer," Christian said with a grimace. "But they are my brothers. They won't be happy that I got the throne, and that, sooner or later, would create instability. I have to control them for the good of the nation. But I don't think I can." Yolanthe pursed his lips but did not say anything. "Father," Christian said, looking up at the throne. "May I go now?" No matter what happens, he did not regret his decision. Yolanthe looked at him for a few seconds then nodded. Christian stood and bowed. Yolanthe leaned back into his throne, looking at his son as he walked out of the throne room with light steps. The old man that had always accompanied him appeared next to him. "Do you remember how Grandon answered?" "He said he would work with his brothers and work for the prosperity of the nation," the old man said. "Christian's right, you know. This nation only needs one ruler, but I think perhaps His Royal Highness was only trying to please you, Your Majesty." "I'm his father," Yolanthe said. "I raised him. If he can lie to me, how can he be true to anyone else? If he lied to me, I cannot make him my heir. If he didn't lie, I cannot make him my heir, either." "It was a white lie," the old man said. "He did not want to disappoint you." "Disappoint," Yolanthe said with a sigh. "How old was he when he started courting Naya?" "Around 14. What do 14-year-olds know of love?" "I can't say for sure," the old man said. "That is why I say Christian is stupid," Yolanthe said with a sigh. "He doesn't understand how marrying Naya would give him a significant advantage." "Surely he knows that," the old man said. "But he didn't do anything," Yolanthe said. "He lives with Saul. He is constantly around her. He has a much better shot with her than Grandon. Not only did he not try to court her, he didn't even try to sabotage Grandon's relationship with her. He just doesn't care. He doesn't want to use anyone. Did you see the way he looked when he left?" "He's relieved," Yolanthe said. "He told me exactly what he was thinking, and left the decision up to me. I must say, out of my 3 sons, I like him the best." The old man sighed. He knew what Yolanthe was thinking. Compared to Wester and Grandon, Christian was the most experienced and the most qualified. If Yolanthe picked someone else, it may cause a huge conflict. It would be impossible for Yolanthe to eliminate opposition if he picked someone other than Christian. He can't get rid of Alice or Anthony, and Anfey was a constant threat in the back of everyone's minds. If he picked Grandon or Wester, what kind of life would they lead? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.